contradict his comrades. He was made use of in each emergency, every sacrifice was demanded of him because he feared the disfavor of his comrades more than he feared death. He was a petty, abject spirit. They perceived this, and upon the foundation of the qualities just mentioned they elevated him to the altitude of a hero, and finally even of a martyr. Although the cowardly creature always inwardly said no, he always said yes with his lips, even upon the scaffold, where he died for the tenets of his party, for beside him stood one of his old associates who so domineered him with look and word that he actually went to his death with the utmost fortitude and has ever since been celebrated as a martyr and exalted character. 74. General Standard 1 will rarely err if extreme actions be ascribed to vanity, ordinary actions to habit and mean actions to fear. 75. Misunderstanding of virtue. Whoever has obtained his experience of vice in connection with pleasure, as in the case of one with a youth of wild oats behind him, comes to the conclusion that virtue must be connected with self-denial. Whoever, on the other hand, has been very much plagued by his passions and vices, longs to find in virtue the rest and peace of the soul. That is why it is possible for two virtuous people to misunderstand one another wholly. 76. The ascetic makes out of virtuous slavery. 77. Honor transferred from persons to things. Actions prompted by love or by the spirit of self-sacrifice for others are universally honored wherever they are manifest. Hence is magnified the value set upon whatever things may be loved or whatever things conduce to self-sacrifice, although in themselves they may be worth nothing much. A valiant army is evidence of the value of the thing it fights for. 78. Ambition a substitute for moral feeling. Moral feeling should never become extinct in natures that are destitute of ambition. The ambitious can get along without moral feeling just as well as with it. Hence the sons of retired, ambitionless families, generally become by a series of rapid gradations, when they lose moral feeling, the most absolute lunkheads. 79. Vanity enriches. How poor the human mind would be without vanity. As it is, it resembles a well-stacked and ever-renewed ware emporium that attracts buyers of every class. They can find almost everything, have almost everything, provided they bring with them the right kind of money. Admiration. 80. Senility and death. Apart from the demands made by religion, it may well be asked why it is more honorable in an aged man, who feels the decline of his powers, to await slow extinction than to fix a term to his existence himself. Suicide in such a case is a quite natural and due proceeding that ought to command respect as a triumph of reason, and did in fact command respect during the times of the masters of Greek philosophy and the bravest Roman patriots, who usually died by their own hand. Eagerness, on the other hand, to keep alive from day to day with the anxious counsel of physicians, without capacity to attain any nearer to one's ideal of life, is far less worthy of respect. Religions are very rich in refuges from the mandate of suicide, hence they ingratiate themselves with those who cling to life. 81. Delusions regarding victim and regarding evildoer. When the rich man takes a possession away from the poor man, there arises in the mind of the poor man a delusion. He thinks the rich man must be wholly perverted to take from him the little that he has. But the rich man appreciates the value of a single possession much less because he is accustomed to many possessions, so that he cannot put himself in the place of the poor man and does not act by any means as ill as the latter supposes. Both have a totally false idea of each other. The iniquities of the mighty which bulk most largely in history are not nearly so monstrous as they seem. The hereditary consciousness of being a superior being with superior environment renders one very callous and lulls the conscience to rest. We all feel, when the difference between ourselves and some other being is exceedingly great, that no element of injustice can be involved, and we kill a fly with no qualms of conscience whatever. So, too, it is no indication of wickedness in Xerxes that he deprived a father of his son and had him drawn and quartered because the latter had manifested a troublesome, ominous distrust of an entire expedition. The individual was in this case brushed aside as a pestiferous insect. He was too low and mean to justify continued sentiments of compunction in the ruler of the world. Indeed, no cruel man is ever as cruel, in the main, as his victim thinks. The idea of pain is never the same as the sensation. The rule is precisely analogous in the case of the unjust judge, and of the journalist who by means of devious rhetorical methods, leads public opinion astray. Cause and effect are in all these instances entwined with totally different series of feeling and thoughts, whereas it is unconsciously assumed that principal and victim feel and think exactly alike, and because of this assumption the guilt of the one is based upon the pain of the other. 82. The soul's skin, as the bones, flesh, entrails and blood vessels are enclosed by a skin that renders the aspect of men endurable, so the impulses and passions of the soul are enclosed by vanity, it is the skin of the soul. 83. Sleep of virtue. If virtue goes to sleep, it will be more vigorous when it awakes. 84. Subtlety of shame. Men are not ashamed of obscene thoughts, but they are ashamed when they suspect that obscene thoughts are attributed to them. 85. Naughtiness is rare. Most people are too much absorbed in themselves to be bad. 86. The might in the balance. We are praised or blamed, as the one or the other may be expedient, for displaying to advantage our power of discernment. 87. Luke 18:14 Improved he that humbleth himself wisheth to be exalted. 88. Prevention of suicide. There is a justice according to which we may deprive a man of life, but none that permits us to deprive him of death, this is merely cruelty. 89. Vanity. We set store by the good opinion of men, first because it is of use to us and next because we wish to give them pleasure. Only when the good opinion of men is important to somebody, apart from personal advantage or the desire to give pleasure, do we speak of vanity. In this last case, a man wants to give himself pleasure, but at the expense of his fellow creatures, inasmuch as he inspires them with a false opinion of himself or else inspires good opinion in such a way that it is a source of pain to others. The individual generally seeks, through the opinion of others, to attest and fortify the opinion he has of himself, but the potent influence of authority, an influence as old as man himself, leads many, also, to strengthen their own opinion of themselves by means of authority, that is, to borrow from others the expedient of relying more upon the judgment of their fellow men than upon their own interest in oneself. The wish to please oneself attains, with the vain man, such proportions that he first misleads others into a false, unduly exalted estimate of himself and then relies upon the authority of others for his self-estimate. He thus creates the delusion that he pins his faith to. It must, however, be admitted that the vain man does not desire to please others so much as himself, and he will often go so far, on this account, as to overlook his own interests. For he often inspires his fellow creatures with malicious envy and renders them ill-disposed in order that he may thus increase his own delight in himself. 90. Limits of the love of mankind. Every man who has declared that some other man is an ass or a scoundrel, gets angry when the other man conclusively shows that the assertion was erroneous. 91. Weeping morality. How much delight morality occasions. Think of the ocean of pleasing tears that has flowed from the narration of noble, great-hearted deeds. This charm of life would disappear if the belief in complete irresponsibility gained the upper hand. 92. Origin of justice. Justice has its origin among approximate equals in power, as Thucydides has rightly conceived. Thus, where there exists no demonstrable supremacy and a struggle leads but to mutual, useless damage, the reflection arises that an understanding would best be arrived at and some compromise entered into. The reciprocal nature is hence the first nature of justice. Each party makes the other content inasmuch as each receives what it prizes more highly than the other. Each surrenders to the other what the other wants and receives in return its own desire. Justice is therefore reprisal and exchange upon the basis of an approximate equality of power. Thus revenge pertains originally to the domain of justice as it is a sort of reciprocity. Equally so, gratitude. Justice reverts naturally to the standpoint of self-preservation, therefore to the egoism of this consideration: why should I injure myself to no purpose and perhaps never attain my end? So much for the origin of justice. Only because men, through mental habits, have forgotten the original motive of so-called just and rational acts, and also because for thousands of years children have been brought to admire and imitate such acts, have they gradually assumed the appearance of being unegotistical. Upon this appearance is founded the high estimate of them, which, moreover, like all estimates, is continually developing, for whatever is highly esteemed is striven for, imitated, made the object of self-sacrifice, while the merit of the pain and emulation thus expended is, by each individual, ascribed to the thing esteemed. How slightly moral would the world appear without forgetfulness! A poet could say that God had posted forgetfulness as a sentinel at the portal of the temple of human merit. 93. Concerning the law of the weaker, whenever any party, for instance, a besieged city, yields to a stronger party, under stipulated conditions, the counter-stipulation is that there be a reduction to insignificance, a burning and destruction of the city, and thus a great damage inflicted upon the stronger party. Thus arises a sort of equalization principle upon the basis of which a law can be established. The enemy has an advantage to gain by its maintenance. To this extent there is also a law between slaves and masters, limited only by the extent to which the slave may be useful to his master. The law goes originally only so far as the one party may appear to the other potent, invincible, stable, and the like. To such an extent, then, the weaker has rights, but very limited ones. Hence the famous dictum that each has as much law on his side as his power extends. 94. The three phases of morality. Hitherto it is the first evidence that the animal has become human when his conduct ceases to be based upon the immediately expedient, but upon the permanently useful, when he has, therefore, grown utilitarian, capable of purpose. Thus is manifested the first rule of reason. A still higher stage is attained when he regulates his conduct upon the basis of honor, by means of which he gains mastery of himself and surrenders his desires to principles. This lifts him far above the phase in which he was actuated only by considerations of personal advantage as he understood it. He respects and wishes to be respected. This means that he comprehends utility as a thing dependent upon what his opinion of others is and their opinion of him. Finally, he regulates his conduct by his own standard of men and things. He himself decides, for himself and for others, what is honorable and what is useful. He has become a lawgiver to opinion, upon the basis of his ever higher developing conception of the utilitarian and the honorable. Knowledge makes him capable of placing the highest utility, before merely personal utility, of placing ennobling recognition of the enduring and universal before the merely temporary. He lives and acts as a collective individuality. 95. Ethic of the developed individual. Hitherto the altruistic has been looked upon as the distinctive characteristic of moral conduct, and it is manifest that it was the consideration of universal utility that prompted praise and recognition of altruistic conduct. Must not a radical departure from this point of view be imminent, now that it is being ever more clearly perceived that in the most personal considerations the most general welfare is attained, so that conduct inspired by the most personal considerations of advantage is just the sort which has its origin in the present conception of morality? To contemplate oneself as a complete personality and bear the welfare of that personality in mind in all that one does, this is productive of better results than any sympathetic susceptibility and conduct in behalf of others. Indeed, we all suffer from such disparagement of our own personalities, which are at present made to deteriorate from neglect. Capacity is, in fact, divorced from our personality in most cases, and sacrificed to the state, to science, to the needy, as if it were the bad which deserved to be made a sacrifice. Now, we are willing to labor for our fellow men, but only to the extent that we find our own highest advantage in so doing, no more, no less. The whole matter depends upon what may be understood as one's advantage. The crude, undeveloped, rough individualities will be the very ones to estimate it most inadequately. 96. Usage and ethic. To be moral, virtuous, praiseworthy means to yield obedience to ancient law and hereditary usage. Whether this obedience be rendered readily or with difficulty is long immaterial. Enough that it be rendered. Good finally comes to mean him who acts in the traditional manner, as a result of heredity or natural disposition, that is to say, does what is customary with scarcely an effort, whatever that may be. He is called good because he is good to some purpose, and as benevolence, sympathy, considerateness, moderation, and the like come, in the general course of conduct, to be finally recognized as good to some purpose, the benevolent man, the helpful man, is duly styled good. Bad is not habitual, to do things not in accordance with usage, to oppose the traditional, however rational, or the reverse the traditional may be. To do injury to one's social group or community is looked upon, through all the variations of moral laws, in different ages, as the peculiarly immoral act, so that today we associate the word bad with deliberate injury to one's neighbor or community. Egoistic and non-egoistic do not constitute the fundamental opposites that have brought mankind to make a distinction between moral and immoral, good and bad, but adherence to traditional custom, and emancipation from it. How the traditional had its origin is quite immaterial. In any event, it had no reference to good and bad or any categorical imperative, but to the all-important end of maintaining and sustaining the community, the race, the confederation, the nation. Every superstitious custom that originated in a misinterpreted event or casualty entailed some tradition, to adhere to which is moral. To break loose from it is dangerous, more prejudicial to the community than to the individual. Now every tradition grows ever more venerable the more remote is its origin, the more confused that origin is. The reverence due to it increases from generation to generation. The tradition finally becomes holy and inspires awe. Thus it is that the precept of piety is a far loftier morality than that inculcated by altruistic conduct. 97. Delight in the moral. A potent species of joy is custom. The customary is done more easily, better, therefore preferably. A pleasure is felt in it, and experience thus shows that since this practice has held its own it must be good. A manner or moral that lives and lets live is thus demonstrated advantageous, necessary, in contradistinction to all new and not yet adopted practices. The custom is therefore the blending of the agreeable and the useful. Moreover, it does not require deliberation. As soon as man can exercise compulsion, he exercises it to enforce and establish his customs, for they are to him attested life wisdom. So, too, a community of individuals constrains each one of their number to adopt the same moral or custom. The error herein is this: because a certain custom has been agreeable to the feelings, or at least because it proves a means of maintenance, this custom must be imperative, for it is regarded as the only thing that can possibly be consistent with well-being. The well-being of life seems to spring from it alone. This conception of the customary as a condition of existence is carried into the slightest detail of morality. Inasmuch as insight into true causation is quite restricted in all inferior peoples, a superstitious anxiety is felt that everything be done in due routine. Even when a custom is exceedingly burdensome, it is preserved because of its supposed vital utility. It is not known that the same degree of satisfaction can be experienced through some other custom, and even higher degrees of satisfaction, too. But it is fully appreciated that all customs do become more agreeable with the lapse of time, no matter how difficult they may have been found in the beginning, and that even the severest way of life may be rendered a matter of habit and therefore a pleasure. 98. Pleasure and social instinct. Through his relations with other men, man derives a new species of delight in those pleasurable emotions which his own personality affords him, whereby the domain of pleasurable emotions is made infinitely more comprehensive. No doubt he has inherited many of these feelings from the brutes, which palpably feel delight when they sport with one another, as mothers with their young. So, too, the sexual relations must be taken into account. They make every young woman interesting to every young man from the standpoint of pleasure, and conversely. The feeling of pleasure originating in human relationships makes men in general better. The delight in common, the pleasures enjoyed together heighten one another. The individual feels a sense of security. He becomes better natured. Distrust and malice dissolve. For the man feels the sense of benefit and observes the same feeling in others. Mutual manifestations of pleasure inspire mutual sympathy, the sentiment of homogeneity. The same effect is felt also at mutual sufferings, in a common danger, in stormy weather. Upon such a foundation are built the earliest alliances, the object of which is the mutual protection and safety from threatening misfortunes, and the welfare of each individual. And thus the social instinct develops from pleasure. 99. The guiltless nature of so-called bad acts. All bad acts are inspired by the impulse to self-preservation or, more accurately, by the desire for pleasure and for the avoidance of pain in the individual. Thus are they occasioned, but they are not, therefore, bad. Pain self-prepared does not exist, except in the brains of the philosophers, any more than pleasure self-prepared. In the condition anterior to the state we kill the creature, be it man or ape, that attempts to pluck the fruit of a tree before we pluck it ourselves should we happen to be hungry at the time and making for that tree, as we would do today, so far as the brute is concerned. If we were wandering in savage regions, the bad acts which most disturb us at present do so because of the erroneous supposition that the one who is guilty of them towards us has a free will in the matter, and that it was within his discretion not to have done these evil things. This belief in discretionary power inspires hate, thirst for revenge, malice, the entire perversion of the mental processes, whereas we would feel in no way incensed against the brute, as we hold it irresponsible. To inflict pain not from the instinct of self-preservation but in requital, this is the consequence of false judgment and is equally a guiltless course of conduct. The individual can, in that condition which is anterior to the state, act with fierceness and violence for the intimidation of another creature, in order to render his own power more secure as a result of such acts of intimidation. Thus acts the powerful, the superior, the original state founder, who subjugates the weaker. He has the right to do so, as the state nowadays assumes the same right, or, to be more accurate, there is no right that can conflict with this. A foundation for all morality can first be laid only when a stronger individuality or a collective individuality, for example society, the state, subjects the single personalities, hence builds upon their unification and establishes a bond of union. Morality results from compulsion. It is indeed itself one long compulsion to which obedience is rendered in order that pain may be avoided. At first it is but custom, later free obedience, and finally almost instinct. At last it is associated with pleasure and is then called virtue. 100. Shame exists wherever a mystery exists, but this is a religious notion which in the earlier period of human civilization had great vogue. Everywhere there were circumscribed spots to which access was denied on account of some divine law, except in special circumstances. At first these spots were quite extensive, inasmuch as stipulated areas could not be trod by the uninitiated, who, when near them, felt tremors and anxieties. This sentiment was frequently transferred to other relationships, for example to sexual relations, which, as the privilege and gateway of mature age, must be withdrawn from the contemplation of youth for its own advantage, relations which many divinities were busy in preserving and sanctifying, images of which divinities were duly placed in marital chambers as guardians. So, too, kingship is regarded as a center from which power and brilliance stream forth, as a mystery to the subjects, impregnated with secrecy and shame, sentiments still quite operative among peoples who in other respects are without any shame at all. So, too, is the whole world of inward states, the so-called soul, even now, for all non-philosophical persons, a mystery, and during countless ages it was looked upon as a something of divine origin, in direct communion with deity. It is, therefore, an addendum and occasions shame. 101. Judge not, care must be taken, in the contemplation of earlier ages, that there be no falling into unjust scornfulness. The injustice in slavery, the cruelty in the subjugation of persons and peoples must not be estimated by our standard. For in that period the instinct of justice was not so highly developed. Who dare reproach the Genos Calvin for burning the physician Servetus at the stake? It was a proceeding growing out of his convictions. And the Inquisition, too, had its justification. The only thing is that the prevailing views were false and led to those proceedings which seem so cruel to us, simply because such views have become foreign to us. Besides, What is the burning alive of one individual compared with eternal hell pains for everybody else? And yet this idea then had hold of all the world without in the least vitiating, with its frightfulness, the other idea of a God. Even we nowadays are hard and merciless to political revolutionists, but that is because we are in the habit of believing the state a necessity, and hence the cruelty of the proceeding is not so much understood as in the other cases where the points of view are repudiated. The cruelty to animals shown by children and Italians is due to the same misunderstanding. The animal, owing to the exigencies of the Church Catechism, is placed too far below the level of mankind, much, too, that is frightful and inhuman in history, and which is almost incredible, is rendered less atrocious by the reflection that the one who commands and the one who executes are different persons. The former does not witness the performance and hence it makes no strong impression on him. The latter obeys a superior and hence feels no responsibility. Most princes and military chieftains appear, through lack of true perception, cruel and hard without really being so. Egoism is not bad because the idea of the neighbor, the word is of Christian origin and does not correspond to truth, is very weak in us, and we feel ourselves, in regard to him, as free from responsibility as if plants and stones were involved. That another is in suffering must be learned, and it can never be wholly learned. 102. Man always does right. We do not blame nature when she sends a thunderstorm and makes us wet. Why then do we term the man who inflicts injury immoral? Because in the latter case we assume a voluntary, ruling, free will, and in the former necessity. But this distinction is a delusion. Moreover, even the intentional infliction of injury is not, in all circumstances, termed immoral. Thus, we kill a fly intentionally without thinking very much about it, simply because its buzzing about is disagreeable, and we punish a criminal and inflict pain upon him in order to protect ourselves and society. In the first case it is the individual who, for the sake of preserving himself or in order to spare himself pain, does injury with design. In the second case, it is the state. All ethic deems intentional infliction of injury justified by necessity, that is when it is a matter of self-preservation. But these 2 points of view are sufficient to explain all bad acts done by man to men. It is desired to obtain pleasure or avoid pain. In any sense, it is a question, always, of self-preservation. Socrates and Plato are right. Whatever man does he always does right, that is, does what seems to him good according to the degree of advancement his intellect has attained, which is always the measure of his rational capacity. 103. The inoffensive in badness. Badness has not for its object the infliction of pain upon others but simply our own satisfaction, as, for instance, in the case of thirst for vengeance or of nerve excitation. Every act of teasing shows what pleasure is caused by the display of our power over others and what feelings of delight are experienced in the sense of domination. Is there, then, anything immoral in feeling pleasure in the pain of others? Is malicious joy devilish, as Schopenhauer says? In the realm of nature we feel joy in breaking boughs, shattering rocks, fighting with wild beasts, simply to attest our strength thereby. Should not the knowledge that another suffers on our account here, in this case, make the same kind of act immoral also? But if we had not this knowledge there would be no pleasure in one's own superiority or power, for this pleasure is experienced only in the suffering of another, as in the case of teasing. All pleasure is, in itself, neither good nor bad. Whence comes the conviction that one should not cause pain in others in order to feel pleasure oneself? Simply from the standpoint of utility, that is, in consideration of the consequences, of ultimate pain, since the injured party or state will demand satisfaction and revenge. This consideration alone can have led to the determination to renounce such pleasure. Sympathy has the satisfaction of others in view no more than, as already stated, badness has the pain of others in view. For there are at least 2 elementary ingredients in personal gratification which enter largely into our self-satisfaction, one of them being the pleasure of the emotion, of which species is sympathy with tragedy, and another, when the impulse is to action, being the pleasure of exercising one's power. Should a sufferer be very dear to us, we divest ourselves of pain by the performance of acts of sympathy. With the exception of some few philosophers, men have placed sympathy very low in the rank of moral feelings, and rightly. 104. Self-defense. If self-defense is in general held a valid justification, then nearly every manifestation of so-called immoral egoism must be justified. 2. Pain is inflicted, robbery or killing done in order to maintain life or to protect oneself and ward off harm. A man lies when cunning and delusion are valid means of self-preservation. To injure intentionally when our safety and our existence are involved, or the continuance of our well-being, is conceded to be moral. The state itself injures from this motive when it hangs criminals. In unintentional injury the immoral, of course, cannot be present, as accident alone is involved. But is there any sort of intentional injury in which our existence and the maintenance of our well-being be not involved? Is there such a thing as injuring from absolute badness, for example, in the case of cruelty? If a man does not know what pain an act occasions, that act is not one of wickedness. Thus the child is not bad to the animal, not evil. It disturbs and rends it as if it were one of its playthings. Does a man ever fully know how much pain an act may cause another? As far as our nervous system extends, we shield ourselves from pain. If it extended further, that is, to our fellow men, we would never cause anyone else any pain. We conclude from analogy that something pains somebody and can in consequence, through recollection and the power of imagination, feel pain also. But what a difference there always is between the toothache and the pain that the spectacle of toothache occasions. Therefore when injury is inflicted from so-called badness the degree of pain thereby experienced is always unknown to us, in so far, however, as pleasure is felt in the act is committed to maintain the well-being of the individual and hence comes under the purview of self-defense and lying for self-preservation. Without pleasure, there is no life. The struggle for pleasure is the struggle for life. Whether the individual shall carry on this struggle in such a way that he be called good or in such a way that he be called bad is something that the standard and the capacity of his own intellect must determine for him. 105. Justice that rewards whoever has fully understood the doctrine of absolute irresponsibility can no longer include the so-called rewarding and punishing justice in the idea of justice, if the latter be taken to mean that to each be given his due. For he who is punished does not deserve the punishment. He is used simply as a means to intimidate others from certain acts. Equally, he who is rewarded does not merit the reward. He could not act any differently than he did act. Hence the reward has only the significance of an encouragement to him and others as a motive for subsequent acts. The praise is called out only to him who is running in the race and not to him who has arrived at the goal. Something that comes to someone as his own is neither a punishment nor a reward. It is given to him from utilitarian considerations, without his having any claim to it in justice. Hence one must say the wise man praises not because a good act has been done, precisely as was once said, the wise man punishes not because a bad act has been done but in order that a bad act may not be done. If punishment and reward ceased, there would cease with them the most powerful incentives to certain acts and away from other acts. The purposes of men demand their continuance of punishment and reward, and inasmuch as punishment and reward, blame and praise operate most potently upon vanity, these same purposes of men imperatively require the continuance of vanity. 106. The waterfall. At the sight of a waterfall we may opine that in the countless curves, spirations, and dashes of the waves we behold freedom of the will and of the impulses. But everything is compulsory, everything can be mathematically calculated. Thus it is, too, with human acts. We would be able to calculate in advance every single action if we were all-knowing, as well as every advance in knowledge, every delusion, every bad deed. The acting individual himself is held fast in the illusion of volition. If, on a sudden, the entire movement of the world stopped short, and an all-knowing and reasoning intelligence were there to take advantage of this pause, he could foretell the future of every being to the remotest ages and indicate the path that would be taken in the world's further course. The deception of the acting individual as regards himself, the assumption of the freedom of the will, is a part of this computable mechanism. 107. Non-responsibility and non-guilt. The absolute irresponsibility of man for his acts and his nature is the bitterest drop in the cup of him who has knowledge, if he be accustomed to behold in responsibility and duty the patent of nobility of his human nature. All his estimates, preferences, dislikes are thus made worthless and false. His deepest sentiment, with which he honored the sufferer, the hero, sprang from an error. He may no longer praise, no longer blame, for it is irrational to blame and praise nature and necessity. Just as he cherishes the beautiful work of art, but does not praise it, just as he stands in the presence of plants, he must stand in the presence of human conduct, his own included. He may admire strength, beauty, capacity, therein, but he can discern no merit. The chemical process and the conflict of the elements, the ordeal of the invalid who strives for convalescence, are no more merits than the soul struggles and extremities in which one is torn this way and that by contending motives until one finally decides in favor of the strongest, as the phrase has it, although, in fact, it is the strongest motive that decides for us. All these motives, however, whatever fine names we may give them, have grown from the same roots in which we believe the baneful poisons lurk. Between good and bad actions there is no difference in kind but, at most, in degree. Good acts are sublimated evil. Bad acts are degraded, imbruted good. The very longing of the individual for self-gratification obtains satisfaction in all circumstances, let the individual act as he may, that is, as he must, be it in deeds of vanity, revenge, pleasure, utility, badness, cunning, be it in deeds of self-sacrifice, sympathy or knowledge. The degrees of rational capacity determine the direction in which this longing impels. Every society, every individual has constantly present a comparative classification of benefits in accordance with which conduct is determined and others are judged. But this standard perpetually changes. Many acts are called bad that are only stupid, because the degree of intelligence that decided for them was low. Indeed, in a certain sense, all acts now are stupid, for the highest degree of human intelligence that has yet been attained will in time most certainly be surpassed, and then, in retrospection, all our present conduct and opinion will appear as narrow and petty as we now deem the conduct and opinion of savage peoples and ages. To perceive all these things may occasion profound pain, but there is, nevertheless, a consolation. Such pains are birth pains. The butterfly insists upon breaking through the cocoon, he presses through it, tears it to pieces, only to be blinded and confused by the strange light, by the realm of liberty. By such men as are capable of this sadness, how few there are, will the first attempt be made to see if humanity may convert itself from a thing of morality to a thing of wisdom. The sun of a new gospel sheds its first ray upon the loftiest height in the souls of those few, but the clouds are massed there, too, thicker than ever, and not far apart are the brightest sunlight and the deepest gloom. Everything is necessity, so says the new knowledge, and this knowledge is itself necessity. All is guiltlessness, and knowledge is the way to insight into this guiltlessness. If pleasure, egoism, vanity be necessary to attest the moral phenomena and their richest blooms, the instinct for truth and accuracy of knowledge, if delusion and confusion of the imagination were the only means whereby mankind could gradually lift itself up to this degree of self-enlightenment and self-emancipation, who would venture to disparage the means? Who would have the right to feel sad if made aware of the goal to which those paths lead? Everything in the domain of ethic is evolved, changeable, tottering, all things flow, it is true, but all things are also in the stream, to their goal. Though within us the hereditary habit of erroneous judgment, love, hate, may be ever dominant, yet under the influence of a waking knowledge it will ever become weaker. A new habit, that of understanding, not loving, not hating, looking from above, grows up within us gradually and in the same soil, and may, perhaps, in thousands of years be powerful enough to endow mankind with capacity to develop the wise, guiltless man as unfailingly as it now develops the unwise, irrational, guilt-conscious man, that is to say, the necessary higher step, not the opposite of it. The religious life. 108. The double contest against evil. If an evil afflicts us, we can either so deal with it as to remove its cause, or else so deal with it that its effect upon our feeling is changed. Hence look upon the evil as a benefit, of which the uses will perhaps first become evident in some subsequent period. Religion and art strive to effect an alteration of the feeling, partly by an alteration of our judgment respecting the experience, partly by the awakening of a joy in pain, in emotion especially. The more one is disposed to interpret away and justify, the less likely he is to look directly at the causes of evil and eliminate them. An instant alleviation and narcotizing of pain, as is usual in the case of toothache, is sufficient for him even in the severest suffering. The more the domination of religions and of all narcotic arts declines, the more searchingly do men look to the elimination of evil itself, which is a rather bad thing for the tragic poets, for there is ever less and less material for tragedy, since the domain of unsparing, immutable destiny grows constantly more circumscribed, and a still worse thing for the priests, for these last have lived heretofore upon the narcoticizing of human ill. 109. Sorrow is knowledge. How willingly would not one exchange the false assertions of the homines religiosi that there is a God who commands us to be good, who is the sentinel and witness of every act, every moment, every thought, who loves us, who plans our welfare in every misfortune. How willingly would not one exchange these for truths as healing, beneficial and grateful as those delusions. But there are no such truths. Philosophy can at most set up in opposition to them other metaphysical plausibilities. The tragedy of it all is that, although one cannot believe these dogmas of religion and metaphysics, if one adopts in heart and head the potent methods of truth, one has yet become, through human evolution, so tender, susceptible, sensitive, as to stand in need of the most effective means of rest and consolation. From this state of things arises the danger that, through the perception of truth, or, more accurately, seeing through delusion, one may bleed to death. Byron has put this into deathless verse. Sorrow is knowledge, they who know the most must mourn the deepest o'er the fatal truth. The tree of knowledge is not that of life. Against such cares there is no better protective than the light fancy of Horace, expressed in the words: Quid aeternus minorem concilius animum fatigas, cur non sub alta vel platano vel hac penadjacentes. 22. 22. Then wherefore should you, who are mortal, outwear your soul with a profitless burden of care? Say, why should we not, flung at ease neath this pine or a plane tree's broad umbrage, quaff gaily our wine? At any rate, light fancy or heavy-heartedness of any degree must be better than a romantic retrogression and desertion of one's flag, an approach to Christianity in any form, for with it, in the present state of knowledge, one can have nothing to do without hopelessly defiling one's intellectual integrity and surrendering it unconditionally. These woes may be painful enough, but without pain one cannot become a leader and guide of humanity, and woe to him who would be such and lacks this pure integrity of the intellect. 110. The truth in religion. In the ages of enlightenment justice was not done to the importance of religion, of this there can be no doubt. It is also equally certain that in the ensuing reaction of enlightenment, the demands of justice were far exceeded, inasmuch as religion was treated with love, even with infatuation, and proclaimed as a profound, indeed the most profound knowledge of the world, which science had but to divest of its dogmatic garb in order to possess truth in its unmythical form. Religions must therefore, this was the contention of all foes of enlightenment sensu allegorico, with regard for the comprehension of the masses, give expression to that ancient truth which is wisdom in itself, inasmuch as all science of modern times has led up to it instead of away from it. So that between the most ancient wisdom of man and all later wisdom there prevails harmony, even similarity of viewpoint, and the advancement of knowledge, if one be disposed to concede such a thing, has to do not with its nature but with its propagation. This whole conception of religion and science is through and through erroneous, and none would today be hardy enough to countenance it had not Schopenhauer's rhetoric taken it under protection, this high-sounding rhetoric which now gains auditors after the lapse of a generation. Much as may be gained from Schopenhauer's religio-ethical human and cosmical oracle as regards the comprehension of Christianity and other religions, it is nevertheless certain that he erred regarding the value of religion to knowledge. He himself was in this but a servile pupil of the scientific teachers of his time, who had all taken Romanticism under their protection and renounced the spirit of enlightenment. Had he been born in our own time, it would have been impossible for him to have spoken of the sensus allegoricus of religion. He would instead have done truth the justice to say, never has a religion, directly or indirectly, either as dogma or as allegory, contained a truth. For all religions grew out of dread or necessity, and came into existence through an error of the reason. They have, perhaps, in times of danger from science, incorporated some philosophical doctrine or other into their systems in order to make it possible to continue one's existence within them. But this is but a theological work of art dating from the time in which a religion began to doubt of itself. These theological feats of art, which are most common in Christianity as the religion of a learned age, impregnated with philosophy, have led to the superstition of the sensus allegoricus, as has, even more, the habit of the philosophers of dealing with their own feelings as if they constituted the fundamental nature of humanity, and hence of giving their own religious feelings a predominant influence over the structure of their systems. As the philosophers mostly philosophized under the influence of hereditary religious habits, or at least under the traditional influence of this metaphysical necessity, they naturally arrived at conclusions closely resembling the Judaic or Christian or Indian religious tenets, resembling, in the way that children are apt to look like their mothers, only in this case the fathers were not certain as to the maternity, as easily happens, but in the innocence of their admiration, they fabled regarding the family likeness of all religion and science. In reality, there exists between religion and true science neither relationship nor friendship, not even enmity. They dwell in different spheres. Every philosophy that lets the religious comet gleam through the darkness of its last outposts renders everything within it that purports to be science, suspicious. It is all probably religion, although it may assume the guise of science. Moreover, though all the peoples agree concerning certain religious things, for example, the existence of a god, this fact would constitute an argument against the thing agreed upon, for example the very existence of a god. The consensus gentium and especially hominum can probably amount only to an absurdity. Against it there is no consensus omnium sapientium whatever, on any point, with the exception of which Goethe's verse speaks. All greatest sages to all latest ages will smile, wink, and slyly agree 'tis folly to wait till a fool's empty pate has learned to be knowing and free. So children of wisdom must look upon fools as creatures who are never the better for schools. Stated without rhyme or meter and adapted to our case, the consensus sapientium is to the effect that the consensus gentium amounts to an absurdity. 111. Origin of religious worship. Let us transport ourselves back to the times in which religious life flourished most vigorously, and we will find a fundamental conviction prevalent which we no longer share, and which has resulted in the closing of the door to religious life once for all so far as we are concerned. This conviction has to do with nature and intercourse with her. In those times nothing is yet known of nature's laws. Neither for earth nor for heaven is there a must. A season, sunshine, rain can come or stay away as it pleases. There is wanting, in particular, all idea of natural causation. If a man rows, it is not the oar that moves the boat, but rowing is a magical ceremony whereby a demon is constrained to move the boat. All illness, death itself, is a consequence of magical influences. In sickness and death nothing natural is conceived. The whole idea of natural course is wanting. The idea dawns first upon the ancient Greeks, that is to say in a very late period of humanity, in the conception of a Moira fate ruling over the gods. If any person shoots off a bow, there is always an irrational strength and agency in the act. If the wells suddenly run dry, the first thought is of subterranean demons and their pranks. It must have been the dart of a god beneath whose invisible influence a human being suddenly collapses. In India, the carpenter is in the habit of making devout offerings to his hammer and hatchet. A Brahmin treats the plume with which he writes, a soldier the weapon that he takes into the field, a mason his trowel, a laborer his plough, in the same way. All nature is, in the opinion of religious people, a sum total of the doings of conscious and willing beings, an immense mass of complex volitions. In regard to all that takes place outside of us, no conclusion is permissible that anything will result thus and so, must result thus and so, that we are comparatively calculable and certain in our experiences, that man is the rule, nature the ruleless. This view forms the fundamental conviction that dominates crude, religion-producing, early civilizations. We contemporary men feel exactly the opposite. The richer man now feels himself inwardly, the more polyphone the music and the sounding of his soul, the more powerfully does the uniformity of nature impress him. We all, with Goethe, recognize in nature the great means of repose for the soul. We listen to the pendulum stroke of this great clock with longing for rest, for absolute calm and quiescence, as if we could drink in the uniformity of nature and thereby arrive first at an enjoyment of oneself. Formerly it was the reverse. If we carry ourselves back to the periods of crude civilization, or if we contemplate contemporary savages, we will find them most strongly influenced by rule, by tradition. The individual is almost automatically bound to rule and tradition and moves with the uniformity of a pendulum. To him nature, the uncomprehended, fearful, mysterious nature, must seem the domain of freedom, of volition, of higher power, indeed as an ultra-human degree of destiny, as God. Every individual in such periods and circumstances feels that his existence, his happiness, the existence and happiness of the family, the state, the success or failure of every undertaking, must depend upon these dispositions of nature. Certain natural events must occur at the proper time and certain others must not occur. How can influence be exercised over this fearful unknown? How can this domain of freedom be brought under subjection? Thus he asks himself, thus he worries, is there no means to render these powers of nature as subject to rule and tradition as you are yourself? The cogitation of the superstitious and magic-deluded man is upon the theme of imposing a law upon nature, and to put it briefly, religious worship is the result of such cogitation. The problem which is present to every man is closely connected with this one: how can the weaker party dictate laws to the stronger, control its acts in reference to the weaker? At first the most harmless form of influence is recollected, that influence which is acquired when the partiality of anyone has been won. Through beseeching and prayer, through abject humiliation, through obligations to regular gifts and propitiations, through flattering homages, it is possible, therefore, to impose some guidance upon the forces of nature, to the extent that their partiality be won. Love binds and is bound. Then agreements can be entered into by means of which certain courses of conduct are mutually concluded, vows are made and authorities prescribed. But far more potent is that species of power exercised by means of magic and incantation. As a man is able to injure a powerful enemy by means of the magician and render him helpless with fear, as the love potion operates at a distance, so can the mighty forces of nature, in the opinion of weaker mankind, be controlled by similar means. The principal means of effecting incantations is to acquire control of something belonging to the party to be influenced: hair, fingernails, food from his table, even his picture or his name. With such apparatus it is possible to act by means of magic, for the basic principle is that to everything spiritual corresponds something corporeal. With the aid of this corporeal element the spirit may be bound, injured or destroyed. The corporeal affords the handle by which the spiritual can be laid hold of. In the same way that man influences mankind does he influences some spirit of nature, for this latter has also its corporeal element that can be grasped. The tree, and on the same basis, the seed from which it grew. This puzzling sequence seems to demonstrate that in both forms the same spirit is embodied, now large, now small. A stone that suddenly rolls, is the body in which the spirit works. Does a huge boulder lie in a lonely moor? It is impossible to think of mortal power having placed it there. The stone must have moved itself there. That is to say, some spirit must dominate it. Everything that has a body is subject to magic, including, therefore, the spirits of nature. If a god is directly connected with his portrait, a direct influence can be brought to bear upon him. The lower classes in China tie cords around the picture of their god in order to defy his departing favor, when he has left them in the lurch, and tear the picture to pieces, drag it through the streets into dung heaps and gutters, crying, "You dog of a spirit, we housed you in a beautiful temple, we gilded you prettily, we fed you well, we brought you offerings, and yet how ungrateful you are." Similar displays of resentment have been made against pictures of the Mother of God and pictures of saints in Catholic countries during the present century, when such pictures would not do their duty during times of pestilence and drought. Through all these magical relationships to nature, countless ceremonies are occasioned, and finally, when their complexity and confusion grow too great, pains are taken to systematize them, to arrange them so that the favorable course of nature's progress, namely the great yearly circle of the seasons, may be brought about by a corresponding course of the ceremonial progress. The aim of religious worship is to influence nature to human advantage, and hence to instill a subjection to law into her that originally she has not, whereas at present man desires to find out the subjection to law of nature in order to guide himself thereby. In brief, the system of religious worship rests upon the idea of magic between man, and the magician is older than the priest. But it rests equally upon other and higher ideas. It brings into prominence the sympathetic relation of man to man, the existence of benevolence, gratitude, prayer, of truces between enemies, of loans upon security, of arrangements for the protection of property. Man, even in very inferior degrees of civilization, does not stand in the presence of nature as a helpless slave, he is not willy-nilly the absolute servant of nature. In the Greek development of religion, especially in the relationship to the Olympian gods, it becomes possible to entertain the idea of an existence side by side of two castes, a higher, more powerful, and a lower, less powerful, but both are bound together in some way, on account of their origin, and are one species. They need not be ashamed of one another. This is the element of distinction in Greek religion. 112. At the contemplation of certain ancient sacrificial proceedings, how many sentiments are lost to us is manifest in the union of the farcical, even of the obscene, with the religious feeling. The feeling that this mixture is possible is becoming extinct. We realize the mixture only historically, in the mysteries of Demeter and Dionysus and in the Christian Easter festivals and religious mysteries. But we still perceive the sublime in connection with the ridiculous, and the like, the emotional with the absurd. Perhaps a later age will be unable to understand even these combinations. 113. Christianity as antiquity. When on a Sunday morning we hear the old bells ringing, we ask ourselves, is it possible? All this for a Jew crucified 2,000 years ago who said he was God's son? The proof of such an assertion is lacking. Certainly, the Christian religion constitutes in our time a protruding bit of antiquity from very remote ages, and that its assertions are still generally believed, although men have become so keen in the scrutiny of claims, constitutes the oldest relic of this inheritance. A God who begets children by a mortal woman, a sage who demands that no more work be done, that no more justice be administered, but that the signs of the approaching end of the world be heeded, a system of justice that accepts an innocent as a vicarious sacrifice in the place of the guilty, a person who bids his disciples drink his blood, prayers for miracles, sins against a God expiated upon a God, fear of a hereafter to which death is the portal, the figure of the cross as a symbol in an age that no longer knows the purpose and the ignominy of the cross. How ghostly all these things flit before us out of the grave of their primitive antiquity. Is one to believe that such things can still be believed? 114. The un-Greek in Christianity. The Greeks did not look upon the Homeric gods above them as lords, nor upon themselves beneath as servants, after the fashion of the Jews. They saw but the counterpart as in a mirror of the most perfect specimens of their own caste, hence an ideal, but no contradiction of their own nature. There was a feeling of mutual relationship, resulting in a mutual interest, a sort of alliance. Man thinks well of himself when he gives himself such gods and places himself in a relationship akin to that of the lower nobility with the higher, whereas the Italian races have a decidedly vulgar religion, involving perpetual anxiety because of bad and mischievous powers and soul disturbers. Wherever the Olympian gods receded into the background, there even Greek life became gloomier and more perturbed. Christianity, on the other hand, oppressed and degraded humanity completely and sank it into deepest mire, into the feeling of utter abasement. It suddenly flashed the gleam of divine compassion, so that the amazed and grace-dazzled stupefied one gave a cry of delight and for a moment believed that the whole of heaven was within him. Upon this unhealthy excess of feeling, upon the accompanying corruption of heart and head, Christianity attains all its psychological effects. It wants to annihilate, debase, stupefy, amaze, bedazzle. There is but one thing that it does not want: measure, standard, and therefore is it in the worst sense barbarous, Asiatic, vulgar, un-Greek. 115. Being religious to some purpose, there are certain insipid, traffic virtuous people to whom religion is pinned like the hem of some garb of a higher humanity. These people do well to remain religious, it adorns them. All who are not versed in some professional weapon including tongue and pen as weapons are servile. To all such the Christian religion is very useful, for then their servility assumes the aspect of Christian virtue and is amazingly adorned. People whose daily lives are empty and colorless are readily religious. This is comprehensible and pardonable, but they have no right to demand that others, whose daily lives are not empty and colorless, should be religious also. 116. The everyday Christian, if Christianity, with its allegations of an avenging God, universal sinfulness, choice of grace, and the danger of eternal damnation, were true, it would be an indication of weakness of mind and character not to be a priest or an apostle or a hermit, and toil for one's own salvation. It would be irrational to lose sight of one's eternal well-being in comparison with temporary advantage. Assuming these dogmas to be generally believed, the everyday Christian is a pitiable figure, a man who really cannot count as far as 3, and who, for the rest, just because of his intellectual incapacity, does not deserve to be as hard punished as Christianity promises he shall be. 117. Concerning the cleverness of Christianity, it is a master stroke of Christianity to so emphasize the unworthiness, sinfulness, and degradation of men in general that contempt of one's fellow creatures becomes impossible. He may sin as much as he pleases, he is not by nature different from me. It is I who in every way am unworthy and contemptible. So says the Christian to himself. But even this feeling has lost its keenest sting, for the Christian does not believe in his individual degradation. He is bad in his general human capacity, and he soothes himself a little with the assertion that we are all alike. 118. Personal change. As soon as a religion rules, it has for its opponents those who were its first disciples. 119. Fate of Christianity. Christianity arose to lighten the heart, but now it must first make the heart heavy in order to be able to lighten it afterwards. Christianity will consequently go down. 120. The testimony of pleasure. The agreeable opinion is accepted as true. This is the testimony of pleasure of which all religions are so proud, although they should all be ashamed of it. If a belief did not make blessed, it would not be believed. How little it would be worth, then. 121. Dangerous play. Whoever gives religious feeling room, must then also let it grow. He can do nothing else. Then his being gradually changes. The religious element brings with it affinities and kinships. The whole circle of his judgment and feeling is clouded and draped in religious shadows. Feeling cannot stand still. One should be on one's guard. 122. The blind pupil. As long as one knows very well the strength and the weakness of one's dogma, one's art, one's religion, its strength is still low. The pupil and apostle who has no eye for the weaknesses of a dogma, a religion, and so on, dazzled by the aspect of the master and by his own reverence for him, has, on that very account, generally more power than the master. Without blind pupils, the influence of a man and his work has never become great. To give victory to knowledge, often amounts to no more than so allying it with stupidity that the brute force of the latter forces triumph for the former. 123. The breaking off of churches. There is not sufficient religion in the world merely to put an end to the number of religions. 124. Sinlessness of men. If one have understood how sin came into the world, namely through errors of the reason, through which men in their intercourse with one another and even individual men looked upon themselves as much blacker and wickeder than was really the case, one's whole feeling is much lightened, and man and the world appear together in such a halo of harmlessness that a sentiment of well-being is instilled into one's whole nature. Man in the midst of nature is as a child left to its own devices. This child indeed dreams a heavy, anxious dream. But when it opens its eyes it finds itself always in paradise. 125. Irreligiousness of artists. Homer is so much at home among his gods and is as a poet so good-natured to them that he must have been profoundly irreligious. That which was brought to him by the popular faith, a mean, crude, and partially repulsive superstition, he dealt with as freely as the sculptor with his clay, therefore with the same freedom that Aeschylus and Aristophanes evinced, and with which in later times the great artists of the Renaissance, and also Shakespeare and Goethe, drew their pictures. 126. Art and strength of false interpretation. All the visions, fears, exhaustions and delights of the saint are well-known symptoms of sickness, which in him, owing to deep-rooted religious and psychological delusions, are explained quite differently, that is not as symptoms of sickness. So, too, perhaps, the demon of Socrates was nothing but a malady of the ear that he explained, in view of his predominant moral theory, in a manner different from what would be thought rational today. Nor is the case different with the frenzy and the frenzied speeches of the prophets and of the priests of the oracles. It is always the degree of wisdom, imagination, capacity, and morality in the heart and mind of the interpreters that got so much out of them. It is among the greatest feats of the men who are called geniuses and saints that they made interpreters for themselves who, fortunately for mankind, did not understand them. 127. Reverence for madness. Because it was perceived that an excitement of some kind often made the head clearer and occasioned fortunate inspirations, it was concluded that the utmost excitement would occasion the most fortunate inspirations. Hence the frenzied being was revered as a sage and an oracle giver. A false conclusion lies at the bottom of all this. 128. Promises of wisdom. Modern science has as its object as little pain as possible, as long a life as possible, hence a sort of eternal blessedness, but of a very limited kind in comparison with the promises of religion. 129. Forbidden generosity. There is not enough of love and goodness in the world to throw any of it away on conceited people. 130. Survival of religious training in the disposition. The Catholic Church, and before it all ancient education, controlled the whole domain of means through which man was put into certain unordinary moods and withdrawn from the cold calculation of personal advantage and from calm, rational reflection. A church vibrating with deep tones, gloomy, regular, restraining exhortations from a priestly band, who involuntarily communicate their own tension to their congregation and lead them to listen almost with anxiety as if some miracle were in course of preparation. The awesome pile of architecture which, as the house of a god, rears itself vastly into the vague and in all its shadowy nooks inspires fear of its nerve-exciting power. Who would care to reduce men to the level of these things if the ideas upon which they rest became extinct? But the results of all these things are nevertheless not thrown away. The inner world of exalted, emotional, prophetic, profoundly repentant, hope-blessed moods has become inborn in man largely through cultivation. What still exists in his soul was formerly, as he germinated, grew, and bloomed, thoroughly disciplined. 131. Religious afterpains. Though one believe oneself absolutely weaned away from religion, the process has yet not been so thorough as to make impossible a feeling of joy at the presence of religious feelings and dispositions without intelligible content, as, for example, in music, and if a philosophy alleges to us the validity of metaphysical hopes, through the peace of soul therein attainable, and also speaks of the whole true gospel in the look of Raphael's Madonna, we greet such declarations and innuendos with a welcome smile. The philosopher has here a matter easy of demonstration. He responds with that which he is glad to give, namely a heart that is glad to accept. Hence it is observable how the less reflective free spirits collide only with dogmas but yield readily to the magic of religious feelings. It is a source of pain to them to let the latter go simply on account of the former. Scientific philosophy must be very much on its guard lest on account of this necessity and evolved and hence, also, a transitory necessity delusions are smuggled in. Even logicians speak of presentiments of truth in ethics and in art, a thing which, nevertheless, ought to be prohibited. Between carefully deduced truths and such foreboded things there lies the abysmal distinction that the former are products of the intellect and the latter of the necessity. Hunger is no evidence that there is food at hand to appease it. Hunger merely craves food. Presentiment does not denote that the existence of a thing is known in any way whatever. It denotes merely that it is deemed possible to the extent that it is desired or feared. The presentiment is not one step forward in the domain of certainty. It is involuntarily believed that the religious tinted sections of a philosophy are better attested than the others, but the case is at bottom just the opposite. There is simply the inner wish that it may be so, that the thing which beautifies may also be true. This wish leads us to accept bad grounds as good. 132. Of the Christian need of salvation, careful consideration must render it possible to propound some explanation of that process in the soul of a Christian which is termed need of salvation, and to propound an explanation, too, free from mythology, hence one purely psychological. Heretofore psychological explanations of religious conditions and processes have really been in disrepute, inasmuch as a theology calling itself free gave vent to its unprofitable nature in this domain, for its principal aim, so far as may be judged from the spirit of its creator, Schleiermacher, was the preservation of the Christian religion and the maintenance of the Christian theology. It appeared that in the psychological analysis of religious facts a new anchorage and above all a new calling were to be gained. Undisturbed by such predecessors, we venture the following exposition of the phenomena alluded to. Man is conscious of certain acts which are very firmly implanted in the general course of conduct. Indeed, he discovers in himself a predisposition to such acts that seems to him to be as unalterable as his very being. How gladly he would essay some other kind of acts which in the general estimate of conduct are rated the best and highest. How gladly he would welcome the consciousness of well-doing which ought to follow unselfish motive. Unfortunately, however, it goes no further than this longing. The discontent consequent upon being unable to satisfy it is added to all other kinds of discontent which result from his life destiny in particular, or which may be due to so-called bad acts, so that a deep depression ensues accompanied by a desire for some physician to remove it and all its causes. This condition would not be found so bitter if the individual but compared himself freely with other men, for then he would have no reason to be discontented with himself in particular, as he is merely bearing his share of the general burden of human discontent and incompleteness. But he compares himself with a being who alone must be capable of the conduct that is called unegoistic and of an enduring consciousness of unselfish motive, with God. It is because he gazes into this clear mirror, that his own self seems so extraordinarily distracted and so troubled. Thereupon the thought of that being, in so far as it flits before his fancy as retributive justice, occasions him anxiety. In every conceivable small and great experience he believes he sees the anger of the being, his threats, the very implements and monocles of his judge and prison. What succors him in this danger, which, in the prospect of an eternal duration of punishment, transcends in hideousness all the horrors that can be presented to the imagination. 133. Before we consider this condition in its further effects, we would admit to ourselves that man is betrayed into this condition not through his fault and sin but through a series of delusions of the reason, that it was the fault of the mirror if his own self appeared to him in the highest degree dark and hateful, and that that mirror was his own work, the very imperfect work of human imagination and judgment. In the first place, a being capable of absolutely unegoistic conduct is as fabulous as the phoenix. Such a being is not even thinkable for the very reason that the whole notion of unegoistic conduct, when closely examined, vanishes into air. Never yet has a man done anything solely for others and entirely without reference to a personal motive. Indeed, how could he possibly do anything that had no reference to himself, that is without inward compulsion? How could the ego act without ego, a God, who, on the other hand, is all love, as he is usually represented, would not be capable of a solitary unegoistic act, whence one is reminded of a reflection of Lichtenberg's which is, in truth, taken from a lower sphere. We cannot possibly feel for others, as the expression goes, we feel only for ourselves. The assertion sounds hard, but it is not, if rightly understood. A man loves neither his father nor his mother nor his wife nor his child, but simply the feelings which they inspire. Or, as La Rochefoucauld says, if you think you love your mistress for the mere love of her, you are very much mistaken. Why acts of love are more highly prized than others, namely not on account of their nature, but on account of their utility, has already been explained in the section on the origin of moral feelings. But if a man should wish to be all love like the God aforesaid, and want to do all things for others and nothing for himself, the procedure would be fundamentally impossible because he must do a great deal for himself before there would be any possibility of doing anything for the love of others. It is also essential that others be sufficiently egoistic to accept always and at all times the self-sacrifice and living for others, so that the men of love and self-sacrifice have an interest in the survival of unloving and selfish egoists, while the highest morality, in order to maintain itself, must formally enforce the existence of immorality. Further, the idea of a God perturbs and discourages as long as it is accepted, but as to how it originated can no longer, in the present state of comparative ethnological science, be a matter of doubt, and with the insight into the origin of this belief all faith collapses. What happens to the Christian who compares his nature with that of God is exactly what happened to Don Quixote, who depreciated his own prowess because his head was filled with the wondrous deeds of the heroes of chivalrous romance. The standard of measurement which both employ belongs to the domain of fable, but if the idea of God collapses, so too does the feeling of sin as a violation of divine rescript, as a stain upon a godlike creation. There still apparently remains that discouragement which is closely allied with fear of the punishment of worldly justice or of the contempt of one's fellow men. The keenest thorn in the sentiment of sin is dulled when it is perceived that one's acts have contravened human tradition, human rules, and human laws without having thereby endangered the eternal salvation of the soul and its relations with deity. If finally men attain to the conviction of the absolute necessity of all acts and of their utter irresponsibility, and then absorb it into their flesh and blood, every relic of conscience pangs will disappear. 134. If now, as stated, the Christian, through certain delusive feelings, is betrayed into self-contempt, that is by a false and unscientific view of his acts and feelings, he must, nevertheless, perceive with the utmost amazement that this state of self-contempt, of conscience pangs, of despair in particular, does not last, that there are hours during which all these things are wafted away from the soul and he feels himself once more free and courageous. The truth is that joy in his own being, the fullness of his own powers in connection with the inevitable decline of his profound excitation with the lapse of time, bore off the palm of victory. The man loves himself once more, he feels it, but this very new love, this new self-esteem seems to him incredible. He can see in it only the holy unmerged stream of the light of grace shed down upon him. If he formerly saw in every event merely warnings, threats, punishments, and every kind of indication of divine anger, he now reads into his experiences the grace of God. The latter circumstance seems to him full of love, the former as a helpful pointing of the way, and his entirely joyful frame of mind now seems to him to be an absolute proof of the goodness of God. As formerly in his states of discouragement he interpreted his conduct falsely, so now he does the same with his experiences. His state of consolation is now regarded as the effect produced by some external power. The love with which, at bottom, he loves himself, seems to be the divine love. That which he calls grace and the preliminary of salvation is in reality self-grace, self-salvation. 135. Therefore a certain false psychology, a certain kind of imaginativeness in the interpretation of motives and experiences is the essential preliminary to being a Christian and to experiencing the need of salvation. Upon gaining an insight into this wandering of the reason and the imagination, one ceases to be a Christian. 136. Of Christian asceticism and sanctity, much as some thinkers have exerted themselves to impart an air of the miraculous to those singular phenomena known as asceticism and sanctity, to question which or to account for which upon a rational basis would be wickedness and sacrilege, the temptation to this wickedness is none the less great. A powerful impulse of nature has in every age led to protest against such phenomena. At any rate, science, inasmuch as it is the imitation of nature, permits the casting of doubts upon the inexplicable character and the supernal degree of such phenomena. It is true that heretofore science has not succeeded in its attempts at explanation. The phenomena remain unexplained still, to the great satisfaction of those who revere moral miracles. For, speaking generally, the unexplained must rank as the inexplicable as the non-natural, supernatural, miraculous. So runs the demand in the souls of all the religious and all the metaphysicians, whereas the scientific man sees in this demand the evil principle. The universal, first, apparent truth that is encountered in the contemplation of sanctity and asceticism is that their nature is complicated, for nearly always, within the physical world as well as in the moral, the apparently miraculous may be traced successfully to the complex, the obscure, the multi-conditioned. Let us venture then to isolate a few impulses in the soul of the saint and the ascetic, to consider them separately and then view them as a synthetic development. 137. There is an obstinacy against oneself, certain sublimated forms of which are included in asceticism. Certain kinds of men are under such a strong necessity of exercising their power and dominating impulses that, if other objects are lacking or if they have not succeeded with other objects, they will actually tyrannize over some portions of their own nature or over sections and stages of their own personality. Thus do many thinkers bring themselves to views which are far from likely to increase or improve their fame. Many deliberately bring down the contempt of others upon themselves, although they could easily have retained consideration by silence. Others contradict earlier opinions and do not shrink from the ordeal of being deemed inconsistent. On the contrary, they strive for this and act like eager riders who enjoy horseback exercise most when the horse is skittish. Thus will men in dangerous paths ascend to the highest steeps in order to laugh to scorn their own fear and their own trembling limbs. Thus will the philosopher embrace the dogmas of asceticism, humility, sanctity, in the light of which his own image appears in its most hideous aspect. This crushing of self, this mockery of one's own nature, this spurnier out of which religions have made so much, is in reality but a very high development of vanity. The whole ethic of the Sermon on the Mount belongs in this category. Man has a true delight in mastering himself through exaggerated pretensions or excessive expedients, and later deifying this, tyrannically exacting something within him. In every scheme of ascetic ethics, man prays to one part of himself as if it were God, and hence it is necessary for him to treat the rest of himself as devil. 138. Man is not at all hours equally moral, this is established. If one's morality be judged according to one's capacity for great, self-sacrificing resolutions and abnegations, one is, in affection, or disposition, the most moral, while higher excitement supplies wholly new impulses which, were one calm and cool as ordinarily, one would not deem oneself even capable of. How comes this? Apparently from the propinquity of all great and lofty emotional states. If a man is brought to an extraordinary pitch of feeling, he can resolve upon a fearful revenge or upon a fearful renunciation of his thirst for vengeance indifferently. He craves, under the influences of powerful emotion, the great, the powerful, the immense, and if he chances to perceive that the sacrifice of himself will afford him as much satisfaction as the sacrifice of another, or will afford him more, he will choose self-sacrifice. What concerns him particularly is simply the unloading of his emotion. Hence he readily, to relieve his tension, grasps the darts of the enemy and buries them in his own breast. That in self-abnegation and not in revenge the element of greatness consisted must have been brought home to mankind only after long habituation. A God who sacrifices himself would be the most powerful and most effective symbol of this sort of greatness. As the conquest of the most hardly conquered enemy, the sudden mastering of a passion. Thus does such abnegation appear, hence it passes for the summit of morality. In reality all that is involved is the exchange of one idea for another whilst the temperament remained at a like altitude, a like tidal state. Men when coming out of the spell, or resting from such passionate excitation, no longer understand the morality of such instants, but the admiration of all who participated in the occasion sustains them. Pride is their support if the passion and the comprehension of their act weaken. Therefore, at bottom even such acts of self-abnegation are not moral inasmuch as they are not done with a strict regard for others. Rather do others afford the high-strung temperament an opportunity to lighten itself through such abnegation. 139. Even the ascetic seeks to make life easier, and generally by means of absolute subjection to another will or to an all-inclusive rule and ritual, pretty much as the Brahmin leaves absolutely nothing to his own volition but is guided in every moment of his life by some holy injunction or other. This subjection is a potent means of acquiring dominion over oneself. One is occupied, hence time does not bang heavy and there is no incitement of the personal will and of the individual passion. The deed once done there is no feeling of responsibility nor the sting of regret. One has given up one's own will once for all, and this is easier than to give it up occasionally, as it is also easier wholly to renounce a desire than to yield to it in measured degree. When we consider the present relation of man to the state we perceive unconditional obedience is easier than conditional. The holy person also makes his lot easier through the complete surrender of his life personality, and it is all delusion to admire such a phenomenon as the loftiest heroism of morality. It is always more difficult to assert one's personality without shrinking and without hesitation than to give it up altogether in the manner indicated, and it requires moreover more intellect and thought. 140. After having discovered in many of the less comprehensible actions mere manifestations of pleasure in emotion for its own sake, I fancy I can detect in the self-contempt which characterizes holy persons, and also in their acts of self-torture, simply a means whereby such natures may resist the general exhaustion of their will to live. They employ the most painful expedients to escape if only for a time from the heaviness and weariness in which they are steeped by their great mental indolence and their subjection to a will other than their own. 141. The most usual means by which the ascetic and the sanctified individual seeks to make life more endurable comprises certain combats of an inner nature involving alternations of victory and prostration. For this purpose an enemy is necessary, and he is found in the so-called inner enemy. That is, the holy individual makes use of his tendency to vanity, domineering and pride, and of his mental longings in order to contemplate his life as a sort of continuous battle and himself as a battlefield, in which good and evil spirits wage war with varying fortune. It is an established fact that the imagination is restrained through the regularity and adequacy of sexual intercourse, while on the other hand abstention from or great irregularity in sexual intercourse will cause the imagination to run riot. The imaginations of many of the Christian saints were obscene to a degree, and because of the theory that sexual desires were in reality demons that raged within them, the saints did not feel wholly responsible for them. It is to this conviction that we are indebted for the highly instructive sincerity of their evidence against themselves. It was to their interest that this contest should always be kept up in some fashion, because by means of this contest, as already stated, their empty lives gained distraction. In order that the contest might seem sufficiently great to inspire sympathy and admiration in the unsanctified, it was essential that sexual capacity be ever more and more damned and denounced. Indeed, the danger of eternal damnation was so closely allied to this capacity that for whole generations Christians showed their children with actual conscience pangs. What evil may not have been done to humanity through this? And yet here the truth is just upside down, an exceedingly unseemly attitude for the truth. Christianity, it is true, had said that every man is conceived and born in sin, and in the intolerable and excessive Christianity of Calderon this thought is again perverted and entangled into the most distorted paradox extant in the well-known lines. The greatest sin of man is the sin of being born. In all pessimistic religions the act of procreation is looked upon as evil in itself. This is far from being the general human opinion. It is not even the opinion of all pessimists. Empedocles, for example, knows nothing of anything shameful, devilish, and sinful in it. He sees rather in the great field of bliss of unholiness simply a healthful and hopeful phenomenon, Aphrodite. She is to him an evidence that strife does not always rage but that sometime a gentle demon is to wield the scepter. The Christian pessimists of practice, had, as stated, a direct interest in the prevalence of an opposite belief. They needed in the loneliness and the spiritual wilderness of their lives an ever-living enemy, and a universally known enemy through whose conquest they might appear to the unsanctified as utterly incomprehensible and half unnatural beings. When this enemy at last, as a result of their mode of life and their shattered health, took flight forever, they were able immediately to people their inner selves with new demons. The rise and fall of the balance of cheerfulness and despair maintained their addled brains in a totally new fluctuation of longing and peace of soul. And in that period psychology served not only to cast suspicion on everything human but to wound and scourge it, to crucify it. Man wanted to find himself as base and evil as possible. Man sought to become anxious about the state of his soul, he wished to be doubtful of his own capacity. Everything natural with which man connects the idea of badness and sinfulness injures and degrades the imagination, occasions a shamed aspect, leads man to war upon himself and makes him uncertain, distrustful of himself. Even his dreams acquire a tincture of the unclean conscience. And yet this suffering because of the natural element in certain things is wholly superfluous. It is simply the result of opinions regarding the things. It is easy to understand why men become worse than they are if they are brought to look upon the unavoidably natural as bad and later to feel it as of evil origin. It is the master stroke of religions and metaphysics that wish to make man out bad and sinful by nature, to render nature suspicious in his eyes and to so make himself evil, for he learns to feel himself evil when he cannot divest himself of nature. He gradually comes to look upon himself, after a long life lived naturally, so oppressed by a weight of sin that supernatural powers become necessary to relieve him of the burden, and with this notion comes the so-called need of salvation, which is the result not of a real but of an imaginary sinfulness. Go through the separate moral expositions in the vouchers of Christianity and it will always be found that the demands are excessive in order that it may be impossible for man to satisfy them. The object is not that he may become moral but that he may feel as sinful as possible. If this feeling had not been rendered agreeable to man, why should he have improvised such an ideal and clung to it so long? As in the ancient world an incalculable strength of intellect and capacity for feeling was squandered in order to increase the joy of living through feastful systems of worship, so in the era of Christianity an equally incalculable quantity of intellectual capacity has been sacrificed in another endeavor, that man should in every way feel himself sinful and thereby be moved, inspired, inspirited. To move, to inspire, to inspirit at any cost, is not this the freedom cry of an exhausted, overripe, overcultivated age? The circle of all the natural sensations had been gone through 100 times, the soul had grown weary. Then the saints and the ascetics found a new order of ecstasies. They set themselves before the eyes of all not alone as models for imitation to many, but as fearful and yet delightful spectacles on the boundary line between this world and the next world, where in that period everyone thought he saw at one time rays of heavenly light, at another fearful, threatening tongues of flame. The eye of the saint, directed upon the fearful significance of the shortness of earthly life, upon the imminence of the last judgment, upon eternal life hereafter, this glowering eye in an emaciated body caused men, in the old-time world, to tremble to the depths of their being. To look away and shudder, to feel anew the fascination of the spectacle, to yield to it, sate oneself upon it until the soul trembled with ardor and fever. That was the last pleasure left to classical antiquity when its sensibilities had been blunted by the arena and the gladiatorial show. 142. To sum up all that has been said, that condition of soul at which the saint or expectant saint is rejoiced is a combination of elements which we are all familiar with, except that under other influences than those of mere religious ideation they customarily arouse the censure of men in the same way that when combined with religion itself and regarded as the supreme attainment of sanctity, they are object of admiration and even of prayer, at least in more simple times. Very soon the saint turns upon himself that severity that is so closely allied to the instinct of domination at any price and which inspire even in the most solitary individual the sense of power. Soon his swollen sensitiveness of feeling breaks forth from the longing to restrain his passions within it and is transformed into a longing to master them as if they were wild steeds, the master impulse being ever that of a proud spirit. Next he craves a complete cessation of all perturbing, fascinating feelings, a waking sleep, an enduring repose in the lap of a dull, animal, plant-like indolence. Next he seeks the battle and extinguishes it within himself because weariness and boredom confront him. He binds his self-deification with self-contempt. He delights in the wild tumult of his desires and the sharp pain of sin, in the very idea of being lost. He is able to play his very passions, for instance the desire to domineer, a trick so that he goes to the other extreme of abject humiliation and subjection, so that his overwrought soul is without any restraint through this antithesis. And, finally, when indulgence in visions, in talks with the dead or with divine beings overcomes him, this is really but a form of gratification that he craves, perhaps a form of gratification in which all other gratifications are blended. Novalis, one of the authorities in matters of sanctity, because of his experience and instinct, betrays the whole secret with the utmost simplicity when he says, "It is remarkable that the close connection of gratification, religion, and cruelty has not long ago made men aware of their inner relationship and common tendency." 143. Not what the saint is but what he was in the eyes of the non-sanctified gives him his historical importance. Because there existed a delusion respecting the saint, his soul states being falsely viewed and his personality being sundered as much as possible from humanity as a something incomparable and supernatural, because of these things he attained the extraordinary with which he swayed the imaginations of whole nations and whole ages. Even he knew himself not, for even he regarded his dispositions, passions, and actions in accordance with a system of interpretation as artificial and exaggerated as the pneumatic interpretation of the Bible. The distorted and diseased in his own nature with its blending of spiritual poverty, defective knowledge, ruined health, overwrought nerves, remained as hidden from his view as from the view of his beholders. He was neither a particularly good man nor a particularly bad man, but he stood for something that was far above the human standard in wisdom and goodness. Faith in him sustained faith in the divine and miraculous, in a religious significance of all existence, in an impending day of judgment. In the last rays of the setting sun of the ancient world, which fell upon the Christian peoples, the shadowy form of the saint attained enormous proportions, to such enormous proportions, indeed, that down even to our own age, which no longer believes in God, there are thinkers who believe in the saints. 144. It stands to reason that the sketch of the saint, made upon the model of the whole species, can be confronted with many opposing sketches that would create a more agreeable impression. There are certain exceptions among the species who distinguish themselves either by a special gentleness or a special humanity, and perhaps by the strength of their own personality. Others are in the highest degree fascinating because certain of their delusions shed a particular glow over their whole being, as is the case with the founder of Christianity, who took himself for the only begotten Son of God and hence felt himself sinless, so that through his imagination that should not be too harshly judged, since the whole of antiquity swarmed with sons of God, he attained the same goal, the sense of complete sinlessness, complete irresponsibility, that can now be attained by every individual through science. In the same manner I have viewed the saints of India, who occupy an intermediate station between the Christian saints and the Greek philosophers, and hence are not to be regarded as a pure type. Knowledge and science, as far as they existed, and superiority to the rest of mankind by logical discipline and training of the intellectual powers, were insisted upon by the Buddhists as essential to sanctity, just as they were denounced by the Christian world as the indications of sinfulness. The future of our educational institutions. Preface. The reader from whom I expect something must possess three qualities: he must be calm and must read without haste. He must not be ever interposing his own personality and his own special culture, and he must not expect as the ultimate results of his study of these pages that he will be presented with a set of new formulae. I do not propose to furnish formulae or new plans of study for gymnasia or other schools, and I am much more inclined to admire the extraordinary power of those who are able to cover the whole distance between the depths of empiricism and the heights of special culture problems, and who again descend to the level of the driest rules and the most neatly expressed formulae. I shall be content if only I can ascend a tolerably lofty mountain, from the summit of which, after having recovered my breath, I may obtain a general survey of the ground, for I shall never be able, in this book, to satisfy the votaries of tabulated rules. Indeed, I see a time coming when serious men, working together in the service of a completely rejuvenated and purified culture, may again become the directors of a system of everyday instruction, calculated to promote that culture, and they will probably be compelled once more to draw up sets of rules, but how remote this time now seems. And what may not happen meanwhile? It is just possible that between now and then all gymnasia, and perhaps all universities, may be destroyed, or have become so utterly transformed that their very regulations may, in the eyes of future generations, seem to be but the relics of the cave dwellers' age. This book is intended for calm readers, for men who have not yet been drawn into the mad headlong rush of our hurry-scurrying age, and who do not experience any idolatrous delight in throwing themselves beneath its chariot wheels. It is for men, therefore, who are not accustomed to estimate the value of everything according to the amount of time it either saves or wastes. In short, it is for the few. These, we believe, still have time. Without any qualms of conscience they may improve the most fruitful and vigorous hours of their day in meditating on the future of our education. They may even believe when the evening has come that they have used their day in the most dignified and useful way, namely, in the meditatio generis futuri. No one among them has yet forgotten to think while reading a book. He still understands the secret of reading between the lines, and is indeed so generous in what he himself brings to his study, that he continues to reflect upon what he has read, perhaps long after he has laid the book aside. And he does this, not because he wishes to write a criticism about it or even another book, but simply because reflection is a pleasant pastime to him. Frivolous spendthrift! Thou art a reader after my own heart, for thou wilt be patient enough to accompany an author any distance, even though he himself cannot yet see the goal at which he is aiming, even though he himself feels only that he must at all events honestly believe in a goal, in order that a future and possibly very remote generation may come face to face with that towards which we are now blindly and instinctively groping. Should any reader demur and suggest that all that is required is prompt and bold reform, should he imagine that a new organization introduced by the state, were all that is necessary, then we fear he would have misunderstood not only the author but the very nature of the problem under consideration. The third and most important stipulation is, that he should in no case be constantly bringing himself and his own culture forward, after the style of most modern men, as the correct standard and measure of all things. We would have him so highly educated that he could even think meanly of his education or despise it altogether. Only thus would he be able to trust entirely to the author's guidance, for it is only by virtue of ignorance and his consciousness of ignorance, that the latter can dare to make himself heard. Finally, the author would wish his reader to be fully alive to the specific character of our present barbarism and of that which distinguishes us, as the barbarians of the 19th century, from other barbarians. Now, with this book in his hand, the writer seeks all those who may happen to be wandering, hither and thither, impelled by feelings similar to his own. Allow yourselves to be discovered, ye lonely ones in whose existence I believe. Ye unselfish ones, suffering in yourselves from the corruption of the German spirit. Ye contemplative ones who cannot, with hasty glances, turn your eyes swiftly from one surface to another. Ye lofty thinkers, of whom Aristotle said that ye wander through life vacillating and inactive so long as no great honor or glorious cause calleth you to deeds. It is you I summon. Refrain this once from seeking refuge in your lairs of solitude and dark misgivings. Bethink you that this book was framed to be your herald. When ye shall go forth to battle in your full panoply, who among you will not rejoice in looking back upon the herald who rallied you? Introduction. The title I gave to these lectures ought, like all titles, to have been as definite, as plain, and as significant as possible. Now, however, I observe that owing to a certain excess of precision, in its present form it is too short and consequently misleading. My first duty therefore will be to explain the title, together with the object of these lectures, to you, and to apologize for being obliged to do this. When I promised to speak to you concerning the future of our educational institutions, I was not thinking especially of the evolution of our particular institutions in Bale. However frequently my general observations may seem to bear particular application to our own conditions here, I personally have no desire to draw these inferences, and do not wish to be held responsible if they should be drawn, for the simple reason that I consider myself still far too much an inexperienced stranger among you, and much too superficially acquainted with your methods, to pretend to pass judgment upon any such special order of scholastic establishments, or to predict the probable course their development will follow. On the other hand, I know full well under what distinguished auspices I have to deliver these lectures, namely, in a city which is striving to educate and enlighten its inhabitants on a scale so magnificently out of proportion to its size, that it must put all larger cities to shame. This being so, I presume I am justified in assuming that in a quarter where so much is done for the things of which I wish to speak, people must also think a good deal about them. My desire, my very first condition, therefore, would be to become united in spirit with those who have not only thought very deeply upon educational problems, but have also the will to promote what they think to be right by all the means in their power. And, in view of the difficulties of my task and the limited time at my disposal, to such listeners, alone, in my audience, shall I be able to make myself understood, and even then, it will be on condition that they shall guess what I can do no more than suggest, that they shall supply what I am compelled to omit, in brief, that they shall need but to be reminded and not to be taught. Thus, while I disclaim all desire of being taken for an uninvited adviser on questions relating to the schools and the University of Bale, I repudiate even more emphatically still the role of a prophet standing on the horizon of civilization and pretending to predict the future of education and of scholastic organization. I can no more project my vision through such vast periods of time than I can rely upon its accuracy when it is brought too close to an object under examination. With my title, Our Educational Institutions, I wish to refer neither to the establishments in Bale nor to the incalculably vast number of other scholastic institutions which exist throughout the nations of the world today, but I wish to refer to German institutions of the kind which we rejoice in here. It is their future that will now engage our attention, i.e. the future of German elementary, secondary, and public schools and universities. While pursuing our discussion, however, we shall for once avoid all comparisons and valuations, and guard more especially against that flattering illusion that our conditions should be regarded as the standard for all others and as surpassing them. Let it suffice that they are our institutions, that they have not become a part of ourselves by mere accident, and were not laid upon us like a garment, but that they are living monuments of important steps in the progress of civilization, in some respects even the furniture of a bygone age, and as such link us with the past of our people, and are such a sacred and venerable legacy that I can only undertake to speak of the future of our educational institutions in the sense of their being a most probable approximation to the ideal spirit which gave them birth. I am, moreover, convinced that the numerous alterations which have been introduced into these institutions within recent years, with the view of bringing them up to date, are for the most part but distortions and aberrations of the originally sublime tendencies given to them at their foundation. And what we dare to hope from the future, in this behalf, partakes so much of the nature of a rejuvenation, a reviviscence, and a refining of the spirit of Germany that, as a result of this very process, our educational institutions may also be indirectly remolded and born again, so as to appear at once old and new, whereas now they only profess to be modern or up to date. Now it is only in the spirit of the hope above mentioned that I wish to speak of the future of our educational institutions, and this is the second point in regard to which I must tender an apology from the outset. The prophet pose is such a presumptuous one that it seems almost ridiculous to deny that I have the intention of adopting it. No one should attempt to describe the future of our education, and the means and methods of instruction relating thereto, in a prophetic spirit, unless he can prove that the picture he draws already exists in germ today, and that all that is required is the extension and development of this embryo if the necessary modifications are to be produced in schools and other educational institutions. All I ask, is, like a Roman haruspex, to be allowed to steal glimpses of the future out of the very entrails of existing conditions, which, in this case, means no more than to hand the laurels of victory to any one of the many forces tending to make itself felt in our present educational system, despite the fact that the force in question may be neither a favorite, an esteemed, nor a very extensive one. I confidently assert that it will be victorious, however, because it has the strongest and mightiest of all allies in nature herself, and in this respect it were well did we not forget that scores of the very first principles of our modern educational methods are thoroughly artificial, and that the most fatal weaknesses of the present day are to be ascribed to this artificiality. He who feels in complete harmony with the present state of affairs and who acquiesces in it as something selbstverständliches, excites our envy neither in regard to his faith nor in regard to that egregious word selbstverständlich, so frequently heard in fashionable circles. He, however, who holds the opposite view and is therefore in despair, does not need to fight any longer, all he requires is to give himself up to solitude in order soon to be alone. Albeit, between those who take everything for granted and these anchorites, there stand the fighters, that is to say, those who still have hope, and as the noblest and sublimest example of this class, we recognize Schiller as he is described by Goethe in his epilogue to the Bell. Brighter now glowed his cheek, and still more bright. With that unchanging, ever youthful glow. That courage which overcomes, in hard-fought fight, sooner or later every earthly foe. That faith which soaring to the realms of light, now boldly presseth on, now bendeth low, so that the good may work, wax, thrive amain, so that the day the noble may attain. I should like you to regard all I have just said as a kind of preface, the object of which is to illustrate the title of my lectures and to guard me against any possible misunderstanding and unjustified criticisms. And now, in order to give you a rough outline of the range of ideas from which I shall attempt to form a judgment concerning our educational institutions, before proceeding to disclose my views and turning from the title to the main theme, I shall lay a scheme before you which, like a coat of arms, will serve to warn all strangers who come to my door, as to the nature of the house they are about to enter, in case they may feel inclined, after having examined the device, to turn their backs on the premises that bear it. My scheme is as follows. Two seemingly antagonistic forces, equally deleterious in their actions and ultimately combining to produce their results, are at present ruling over our educational institutions, although these were based originally upon very different principles. These forces are, a striving to achieve the greatest possible extension of education on the one hand, and a tendency to minimize and to weaken it on the other. The first named would fain spread learning among the greatest possible number of people, the second would compel education to renounce its highest and most independent claims in order to subordinate itself to the service of the state. In the face of these two antagonistic tendencies, we could but give ourselves up to despair, did we not see the possibility of promoting the cause of two other contending factors which are fortunately as completely German as they are rich in promises for the future. I refer to the present movement towards limiting and concentrating education as the antithesis of the first of the forces above mentioned, and that other movement towards the strengthening and the independence of education as the antithesis of the second force. If we should seek a warrant for our belief in the ultimate victory of the two last named movements, we could find it in the fact that both of the forces which we hold to be deleterious are so opposed to the eternal purpose of nature as the concentration of education for the few is in harmony with it, and is true, whereas the first two forces could succeed only in founding a culture false to the root. First lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, the subject I now propose to consider with you is such a serious and important one, and is in a sense so disquieting, that, like you, I would gladly turn to anyone who could proffer some information concerning it, were he ever so young, were his ideas ever so improbable, provided that he were able, by the exercise of his own faculties, to furnish some satisfactory and sufficient explanation. It is just possible that he may have had the opportunity of hearing sound views expressed in reference to the vexed question of the future of our educational institutions, and that he may wish to repeat them to you. He may even have had distinguished teachers, fully qualified to foretell what is to come, and, like the haruspices of Rome, able to do so after an inspection of the entrails of the present. Indeed, you yourselves may expect something of this kind from me. I happened once, in strange but perfectly harmless circumstances, to overhear a conversation on this subject between two remarkable men, and the more striking points of the discussion, together with their manner of handling the theme, are so indelibly imprinted on my memory that, whenever I reflect on these matters, I invariably find myself falling into their grooves of thought. I cannot, however, profess to have the same courageous confidence which they displayed, both in their daring utterance of forbidden truths, and in the still more daring conception of the hopes with which they astonished me. It therefore seemed to me to be in the highest degree important that a record of this conversation should be made, so that others might be incited to form a judgment concerning the striking views and conclusions it contains, and, to this end, I had special grounds for believing that I should do well to avail myself of the opportunity afforded by this course of lectures. I am well aware of the nature of the community to whose serious consideration I now wish to commend that conversation. I know it to be a community which is striving to educate and enlighten its members on a scale so magnificently out of proportion to its size that it must put all larger cities to shame. This being so, I presume I may take it for granted that in a quarter where so much is done for the things of which I wish to speak, people must also think a good deal about them. In my account of the conversation already mentioned, I shall be able to make myself completely understood only to those among my audience who will be able to guess what I can do no more than suggest, who will supply what I am compelled to omit, and who, above all, need but to be reminded and not taught. Listen, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, while I recount my harmless experience and the less harmless conversation between the two gentlemen whom, so far, I have not named. Let us now imagine ourselves in the position of a young student, that is to say, in a position which, in our present age of bewildering movement and feverish excitability, has become an almost impossible one. It is necessary to have lived through it in order to believe that such careless self-lulling and comfortable indifference to the moment, or to time in general, are possible. In this condition I, and a friend about my own age, spent a year at the University of Bonn on the Rhine. It was a year which, in its complete lack of plans and projects for the future, seems almost like a dream to me now, a dream framed, as it were, by two periods of growth. We too remained quiet and peaceful, although we were surrounded by fellows who in the main were very differently disposed, and from time to time we experienced considerable difficulty in meeting and resisting the somewhat too pressing advances of the young men of our own age. Now, however, that I can look upon the stand we had to take against these opposing forces, I cannot help associating them in my mind with those checks we are wont to receive in our dreams, as, for instance, when we imagine we are able to fly and yet feel ourselves held back by some incomprehensible power. I and my friend had many reminiscences in common, and these dated from the period of our boyhood upwards. One of these I must relate to you, since it forms a sort of prelude to the harmless experience already mentioned. On the occasion of a certain journey up the Rhine, which we had made together one summer, it happened that he and I independently conceived the very same plan at the same hour and on the same spot, and we were so struck by this unwonted coincidence that we determined to carry the plan out forthwith. We resolved to found a kind of small club which would consist of ourselves and a few friends, and the object of which would be to provide us with a stable and binding organization directing and adding interest to our creative impulses in art and literature, or, to put it more plainly, each of us would be pledged to present an original piece of work to the club once a month, either a poem, a treatise, an architectural design, or a musical composition, upon which each of the others, in a friendly spirit, would have to pass free and unrestrained criticism. We thus hoped, by means of mutual correction, to be able both to stimulate and to chasten our creative impulses and, as a matter of fact, the success of the scheme was such that we have both always felt a sort of respectful attachment for the hour and the place at which it first took shape in our minds. This attachment was very soon transformed into a right, for we all agreed to go, whenever it was possible to do so, once a year to that lonely spot near Roland Sec, where on that summer's day, while sitting together, lost in meditation, we were suddenly inspired by the same thought. Frankly speaking, the rules which were drawn up on the formation of the club were never very strictly observed, but owing to the very fact that we had many sins of omission on our conscience during our student year in Bonn, when we were once more on the banks of the Rhine, we firmly resolved not only to observe our rule, but also to gratify our feelings and our sense of gratitude by reverently visiting that spot near Roland Sec on the day appointed. It was, however, with some difficulty that we were able to carry our plans into execution, for, on the very day we had selected for our excursion, the large and lively Students' Association, which always hindered us in our flights, did their utmost to put obstacles in our way and to hold us back. Our association had organized a general holiday excursion to Roland Sec on the very day my friend and I had fixed upon, the object of the outing being to assemble all its members for the last time at the close of the half-year and to send them home with pleasant recollections of their last hours together. The day was a glorious one, the weather was of the kind which, in our climate at least, only falls to our lot in late summer. Heaven and earth merged harmoniously with one another, and, glowing wondrously in the sunshine, autumn freshness blended with the blue expanse above. Arrayed in the bright fantastic garb in which, amid the gloomy fashions now reigning, students alone may indulge, we boarded a steamer which was gaily decorated in our honor, and hoisted our flag on its mast. From both banks of the river there came at intervals the sound of signal guns, fired according to our orders, with the view of acquainting both our host in Roland Sec and the inhabitants in the neighborhood with our approach. I shall not speak of the noisy journey from the landing stage, through the excited and expectant little place, nor shall I refer to the esoteric jokes exchanged between ourselves. I also make no mention of a feast which became both wild and noisy, or of an extraordinary musical production in the execution of which, whether as soloists or as chorus, we all ultimately had to share, and which I, as musical adviser of our club, had not only had to rehearse, but was then forced to conduct. Towards the end of this piece, which grew ever wilder and which was sung to ever quicker time, I made a sign to my friend, and just as the last chord rang like a yell through the building, he and I vanished, leaving behind us a raging pandemonium. In a moment we were in the refreshing and breathless stillness of nature. The shadows were already lengthening, the sun still shone steadily, though it had sunk a good deal in the heavens, and from the green and glittering waves of the Rhine a cool breeze was wafted over our hot faces. Our solemn rite bound us only in so far as the latest hours of the day were concerned, and we therefore determined to employ the last moments of clear daylight by giving ourselves up to one of our many hobbies. At that time we were passionately fond of pistol shooting, and both of us in later years found the skill we had acquired as amateurs of great use in our military career. Our club servant happened to know the somewhat distant and elevated spot which we used as a range, and had carried our pistols there in advance. The spot lay near the upper border of the wood which covered the lesser heights behind Roland Sec. It was a small uneven plateau, close to the place we had consecrated in memory of its associations. On a wooded slope alongside of our shooting range there was a small piece of ground which had been cleared of wood, and which made an ideal halting place. From it one could get a view of the Rhine over the tops of the trees and the brushwood, so that the beautiful, undulating lines of the Seven Mountains and above all of the Drachenfels bounded the horizon against the group of trees, while in the center of the bow formed by the glistening Rhine itself the island of Non-Nienworth stood out as if suspended in the river's arms. This was the place which had become sacred to us through the dreams and plans we had had in common, and to which we intended to withdraw, later in the evening, nay, to which we should be obliged to withdraw, if we wished to close the day in accordance with the law we had imposed on ourselves. At one end of the little uneven plateau, and not very far away, there stood the mighty trunk of an oak tree, prominently visible against a background quite bare of trees and consisting merely of low undulating hills in the distance. Working together, we had once carved a pentagram in the side of this tree trunk. Years of exposure to rain and storm had slightly deepened the channels we had cut, and the figure seemed a welcome target for our pistol practice. It was already late in the afternoon when we reached our improvised range, and our oak stump cast a long and attenuated shadow across the barren heath. All was still, thanks to the lofty trees at our feet. We were unable to catch a glimpse of the valley of the Rhine below. The peacefulness of the spot seemed only to intensify the loudness of our pistol shots, and I had scarcely fired my second barrel at the pentagram when I felt someone lay hold of my arm and noticed that my friend had also someone beside him who had interrupted his loading. Turning sharply on my heels, I found myself face to face with an astonished old gentleman, and felt what must have been a very powerful dog make a lunge at my back. My friend had been approached by a somewhat younger man than I had, but before we could give expression to our surprise, the older of the two interlopers burst forth in the following threatening and heated strain. "No, no," he called to us, "no duels must be fought here, but least of all must you young students fight one. Away with these pistols and compose yourselves. Be reconciled, shake hands. What, and are you the salt of the earth, the intelligence of the future, the seed of our hopes, and are you not even able to emancipate yourselves from the insane code of honor and its violent regulations? I will not cast any aspersions on your hearts, but your heads certainly do you no credit. You, whose youth is watched over by the wisdom of Greece and Rome, and whose youthful spirits, at the cost of enormous pains, have been flooded with the light of the sages and heroes of antiquity, can you not refrain from making the code of knightly honor, that is to say, the code of folly and brutality, the guiding principle of your conduct? Examine it rationally once and for all, and reduce it to plain terms, lay its pitiable narrowness bare, and let it be the touchstone, not of your hearts, but of your minds. If you do not regret it, then it will merely show that your head is not fitted for work in a sphere where great gifts of discrimination are needful in order to burst the bonds of prejudice, and where a well-balanced understanding is necessary for the purpose of distinguishing right from wrong, even when the difference between them lies deeply hidden and is not, as in this case, so ridiculously obvious. In that case, therefore, my lads, try to go through life in some other honorable manner, join the army or learn a handicraft that pays its way. To this rough, though admittedly just, flood of eloquence, we replied with some irritation, interrupting each other continually in so doing. In the first place, you are mistaken concerning the main point, for we are not here to fight a duel at all, but rather to practice pistol shooting. Secondly, you do not appear to know how a real duel is conducted. Do you suppose that we should have faced each other in this lonely spot, like two highwaymen, without seconds, or doctors, etc., etc.? Thirdly, with regard to the question of dueling, we each have our own opinions, and do not require to be waylaid and surprised by the sort of instruction you may feel disposed to give us. This reply, which was certainly not polite, made a bad impression upon the old man. At first, when he heard that we were not about to fight a duel, he surveyed us more kindly, but when we reached the last passage of our speech, he seemed so vexed that he growled. When, however, we began to speak of our point of view, he quickly caught hold of his companion, turned sharply round, and cried to us in bitter tones, "People should not have points of view, but thoughts." And then his companion added, "Be respectful when a man such as this even makes mistakes." Meanwhile, my friend, who had reloaded, fired a shot at the pentagram, after having cried, "Look out!" This sudden report behind his back made the old man savage. Once more he turned round and looked sourly at my friend, after which he said to his companion in a feeble voice, "What shall we do? These young men will be the death of me with their firing." "You should know," said the younger man, turning to us, "that your noisy pastimes amount, as it happens on this occasion, to an attempt upon the life of philosophy. You observe this venerable man, he is in a position to beg you to desist from firing here. And when such a man begs, well, his request is generally granted," the old man interjected, surveying us sternly. As a matter of fact, we did not know what to make of the whole matter, we could not understand what our noisy pastimes could have in common with philosophy, nor could we see why, out of regard for polite scruples, we should abandon our shooting range, and at this moment we may have appeared somewhat undecided and perturbed. The companion, noticing our momentary discomfiture, proceeded to explain the matter to us. "We are compelled," he said, "to linger in this immediate neighborhood for an hour or so. We have a rendezvous here. An eminent friend of this eminent man is to meet us here this evening, and we had actually selected this peaceful spot, with its few benches in the midst of the wood, for the meeting. It would really be most unpleasant if, owing to your continual pistol practice, we were to be subjected to an unending series of shocks. Surely your own feelings will tell you that it is impossible for you to continue your firing when you hear that he who has selected this quiet and isolated place for a meeting with a friend is one of our most eminent philosophers." This explanation only succeeded in perturbing us the more, for we saw a danger threatening us which was even greater than the loss of our shooting range, and we asked eagerly, "Where is this quiet spot?" "Surely not to the left here, in the wood." "That is the very place." "But this evening that place belongs to us," my friend interposed. "We must have it," we cried together. Our long projected celebration seemed at that moment more important than all the philosophies of the world, and we gave such vehement and animated utterance to our sentiments that in view of the incomprehensible nature of our claims we must have cut a somewhat ridiculous figure. At any rate, our philosophical interlopers regarded us with expressions of amused inquiry, as if they expected us to proffer some sort of apology. But we were silent, for we wished above all to keep our secret. Thus we stood facing one another in silence, while the sunset dyed the tree-tops a ruddy gold. The philosopher contemplated the sun, his companion contemplated him, and we turned our eyes towards our nook in the woods which today we seemed in such great danger of losing. A feeling of sullen anger took possession of us. What is philosophy, we asked ourselves, if it prevents a man from being by himself or from enjoying the select company of a friend? In sooth, if it prevents him from becoming a philosopher. For we regarded the celebration of our rite as a thoroughly philosophical performance. In celebrating it we wished to form plans and resolutions for the future. By means of quiet reflections we hoped to light upon an idea which would once again help us to form and gratify our spirit in the future, just as that former idea had done during our boyhood. The solemn act derived its very significance from this resolution, that nothing definite was to be done, we were only to be alone, and to sit still and meditate, as we had done 5 years before when we had each been inspired with the same thought. It was to be a silent solemnization, all reminiscence and all future, the present was to be as a hyphen between the two. And fate, now unfriendly, had just stepped into our magic circle and we knew not how to dismiss her. The very unusual character of the circumstances filled us with mysterious excitement. Whilst we stood thus in silence for some time, divided into two hostile groups, the clouds above waxed ever redder and the evening seemed to grow more peaceful and mild. We could almost fancy we heard the regular breathing of nature as she put the final touches to her work of art the glorious day we had just enjoyed, when, suddenly, the calm evening air was rent by a confused and boisterous cry of joy which seemed to come from the Rhine. A number of voices could be heard in the distance. They were those of our fellow students who by that time must have taken to the Rhine in small boats. It occurred to us that we should be missed and that we should also miss something. Almost simultaneously my friend and I raised our pistols, our shots were echoed back to us, and with their echo there came from the valley the sound of a well-known cry intended as a signal of identification. For our passion for shooting had brought us both repute and ill repute in our club. At the same time we were conscious that our behavior towards the silent philosophical couple had been exceptionally ungentlemanly. They had been quietly contemplating us for some time, and when we fired the shock made them draw close up to each other. We hurried up to them, and each in our turn cried out, "Forgive us." That was our last shot, and it was intended for our friends on the Rhine. They have understood us, do you hear? If you insist upon having that place among the trees, grant us at least the permission to recline there also. You will find a number of benches on the spot, We shall not disturb you, we shall sit quite still and shall not utter a word, but it is now past 7 o'clock and we must go there at once. That sounds more mysterious than it is, I added after a pause. We have made a solemn vow to spend this coming hour on that ground, and there were reasons for the vow. The spot is sacred to us, owing to some pleasant associations. It must also inaugurate a good future for us. We shall therefore endeavor to leave you with no disagreeable recollections of our meeting, even though we have done much to perturb and frighten you. The philosopher was silent. His companion, however, said, "Our promises and plans unfortunately compel us not only to remain, but also to spend the same hour on the spot you have selected. It is left for us to decide whether fate or perhaps a spirit has been responsible for this extraordinary coincidence. Besides, my friend," said the philosopher, "I am not half so displeased with these warlike youngsters as I was. Did you observe how quiet they were a moment ago, when we were contemplating the sun? They neither spoke nor smoked, they stood stone still. I even believe they meditated." Turning suddenly in our direction, he said, "Were you meditating? Just tell me about it as we proceed in the direction of our common trysting place." We took a few steps together and went down the slope into the warm balmy air of the woods, where it was already much darker. On the way my friend openly revealed his thoughts to the philosopher. He confessed how much he had feared that perhaps today for the first time a philosopher was about to stand in the way of his philosophizing. The sage laughed. "What? You were afraid a philosopher would prevent your philosophizing? This might easily happen, and you have not yet experienced such a thing? Has your university life been free from experience? You surely attend lectures on philosophy." This question discomfited us, for, as a matter of fact, there had been no element of philosophy in our education up to that time. In those days, moreover, we fondly imagined that everybody who held the post and possessed the dignity of a philosopher must perforce be one. We were inexperienced and badly informed. We frankly admitted that we had not yet belonged to any philosophical college, but that we would certainly make up for lost time. "Then what," he asked, "did you mean when you spoke of philosophizing?" Said I, "We are at a loss for a definition. But to all intents and purposes we meant this, that we wished to make earnest endeavors to consider the best possible means of becoming men of culture." "That is a good deal and at the same time very little," growled the philosopher. "Just you think the matter over. Here are our benches, let us discuss the question exhaustively. I shall not disturb your meditations with regard to how you are to become men of culture. I wish you success and points of view, as in your dueling questions, brand new, original, and enlightened points of view. The philosopher does not wish to prevent your philosophizing, but refrain at least from disconcerting him with your pistol shots. Try to imitate the Pythagoreans today. They, as servants of a true philosophy, had to remain silent for 5 years. Possibly you may also be able to remain silent for 5 times 15 minutes, as servants of your own future culture, about which you seem so concerned." We had reached our destination. The solemnization of our rite began. As on the previous occasion, 5 years ago, the Rhine was once more flowing beneath a light mist, the sky seemed bright and the woods exhaled the same fragrance. We took our places on the farthest corner of the most distant bench. Sitting there we were almost concealed, and neither the philosopher nor his companion could see our faces. We were alone, when the sound of the philosopher's voice reached us. It had become so blended with the rustling leaves and with the buzzing murmur of the myriads of living things inhabiting the wooded height, that it almost seemed like the music of nature. As a sound it resembled nothing more than a distant monotonous plaint. We were indeed undisturbed. Some time elapsed in this way, and while the glow of sunset grew steadily paler, the recollection of our youthful undertaking in the cause of culture waxed ever more vivid. It seemed to us as if we owed the greatest debt of gratitude to that little society we had founded, for it had done more than merely supplement our public school training. It had actually been the only fruitful society we had had, and within its frame we even placed our public school life, as a purely isolated factor helping us in our general efforts to attain to culture. We knew this, that, thanks to our little society, no thought of embracing any particular career had ever entered our minds in those days. The all too frequent exploitation of youth by the state, for its own purposes, that is to say, so that it may rear useful officials as quickly as possible and guarantee their unconditional obedience to it by means of excessively severe examinations, had remained quite foreign to our education. And to show how little we had been actuated by thoughts of utility or by the prospect of speedy advancement and rapid success, on that day we were struck by the comforting consideration that, even then, we had not yet decided what we should be. We had not even troubled ourselves at all on this head. Our little society had sown the seeds of this happy indifference in our souls, and for it alone we were prepared to celebrate the anniversary of its foundation with hearty gratitude. I have already pointed out, I think, that in the eyes of the present age, which is so intolerant of anything that is not useful, such purposeless enjoyment of the moment, such a lulling of oneself in the cradle of the present, must seem almost incredible and at all events blameworthy. How useless we were! And how proud we were of being useless! We used even to quarrel with each other as to which of us should have the glory of being the more useless. We wished to attach no importance to anything, to have strong views about nothing, to aim at nothing. We wanted to take no thought for the morrow, and desired no more than to recline comfortably like good-for-nothings on the threshold of the present, and we did bless us. That, ladies and gentlemen, was our standpoint then. Absorbed in these reflections, I was just about to give an answer to the question of the future of our educational institutions in the same self-sufficient way, when it gradually dawned upon me that the natural music, coming from the philosopher's bench, had lost its original character and traveled to us in much more piercing and distinct tones than before. Suddenly I became aware that I was listening, that I was eavesdropping, and was passionately interested, with both ears keenly alive to every sound. I nudged my friend, who was evidently somewhat tired, and I whispered, "Don't fall asleep. There is something for us to learn over there. It applies to us, even though it be not meant for us." For instance, I heard the younger of the two men defending himself with great animation, while the philosopher rebuked him with ever-increasing vehemence. "You are unchanged," he cried to him, "unfortunately unchanged. It is quite incomprehensible to me how you can still be the same as you were 7 years ago, when I saw you for the last time and left you with so much misgiving. I fear I must once again divest you, however reluctantly, of the skin of modern culture which you have donned meanwhile, and what do I find beneath it? The same immutable intelligible character, forsooth, according to Kant, but unfortunately the same unchanged intellectual character, too, which may also be a necessity, though not a comforting one. I ask myself, to what purpose have I lived as a philosopher, if, possessed as you are of no mean intelligence and a genuine thirst for knowledge, all the years you have spent in my company have left no deeper impression upon you? At present you are behaving as if you had not even heard the cardinal principle of all culture, which I went to such pains to inculcate upon you during our former intimacy. Tell me, what was that principle?" "I remember," replied the scolded pupil, "you used to say no one would strive to attain to culture if he knew how incredibly small the number of really cultured people actually is, and can ever be. And even this number of really cultured people would not be possible if a prodigious multitude, from reasons opposed to their nature and only led on by an alluring delusion, did not devote themselves to education. It were therefore a mistake publicly to reveal the ridiculous disproportion between the number of really cultured people and the enormous magnitude of the educational apparatus. Here lies the whole secret of culture, namely, that an innumerable host of men struggle to achieve it and work hard to that end, ostensibly in their own interests, whereas at bottom it is only in order that it may be possible for the few to attain to it. That is the principle," said the philosopher, "and yet you could so far forget yourself as to believe that you are one of the few. This thought has occurred to you, I can see. That, however, is the result of the worthless character of modern education. The rights of genius are being democratized in order that people may be relieved of the labor of acquiring culture, and their need of it. Every one wants, if possible, to recline in the shade of the tree planted by genius, and to escape the dreadful necessity of working for him, so that his procreation may be made possible. What? Are you too proud to be a teacher? Do you despise the thronging multitude of learners? Do you speak contemptuously of the teacher's calling? And, aping my mode of life, would you fain live in solitary seclusion, hostilely isolated from that multitude? Do you suppose that you can reach at one bound what I ultimately had to win for myself only after long and determined struggles, in order even to be able to live like a philosopher? And do you not fear that solitude will wreak its vengeance upon you? Just try living the life of a hermit of culture. One must be blessed with overflowing wealth in order to live for the good of all on one's own resources. Extraordinary youngsters. They felt it incumbent upon them to imitate what is precisely most difficult and most high, what is possible only to the master, when they, above all, should know how difficult and dangerous this is, and how many excellent gifts may be ruined by attempting it. I will conceal nothing from you, sir, the companion replied. I have heard too much from your lips at odd times and have been too long in your company to be able to surrender myself entirely to our present system of education and instruction. I am too painfully conscious of the disastrous errors and abuses to which you used to call my attention, though I very well know that I am not strong enough to hope for any success were I to struggle ever so valiantly against them. I was overcome by a feeling of general discouragement. My recourse to solitude was the result neither of pride nor arrogance. I would fain describe to you what I take to be the nature of the educational questions now attracting such enormous and pressing attention. It seemed to me that I must recognize two main directions in the forces at work, two seemingly antagonistic tendencies, equally deleterious in their action, and ultimately combining to produce their results, a striving to achieve the greatest possible expansion of education on the one hand, and a tendency to minimize and weaken it on the other. The first named would, for various reasons, spread learning among the greatest number of people. The second would compel education to renounce its highest, noblest, and sublimest claims in order to subordinate itself to some other department of life, such as the service of the state. I believe I have already hinted at the quarter in which the cry for the greatest possible expansion of education is most loudly raised. This expansion belongs to the most beloved of the dogmas of modern political economy. As much knowledge and education as possible, therefore the greatest possible supply and demand, hence as much happiness as possible, that is the formula. In this case utility is made the object and goal of education, utility in the sense of gain, the greatest possible pecuniary gain. In the quarter now under consideration, culture would be defined as that point of vantage which enables one to keep in the van of one's age, from which one can see all the easiest and best roads to wealth, and with which one controls all the means of communication between men and nations. The purpose of education, according to this scheme, would be to rear the most current men possible, current being used here in the sense in which it is applied to the coins of the realm. The greater the number of such men, the happier a nation will be, and this precisely is the purpose of our modern educational institutions, to help everyone, as far as his nature will allow, to become current, to develop him so that his particular degree of knowledge and science may yield him the greatest possible amount of happiness and pecuniary gain. Everyone must be able to form some sort of estimate of himself. He must know how much he may reasonably expect from life. The bond between intelligence and property which this point of view postulates has almost the force of a moral principle. In this quarter all culture is loathed which isolates, which sets goals beyond gold and gain, and which requires time. It is customary to dispose of such eccentric tendencies in education as systems of higher egotism, or of immoral culture Epicureanism. According to the morality reigning here, the demands are quite different. What is required above all is rapid education, so that a money-earning creature may be produced with all speed. There is even a desire to make this education so thorough that a creature may be reared that will be able to earn a great deal of money. Men are allowed only the precise amount of culture which is compatible with the interests of gain, but that amount, at least, is expected from them. In short, mankind has a necessary right to happiness on earth. That is why culture is necessary, but on that account alone. I must just say something here, said the philosopher. In the case of the view you have described so clearly, there arises the great and awful danger that at some time or other the great masses may overleap the middle classes and spring headlong into this earthly bliss. That is what is now called the social question. It might seem to these masses that education for the greatest number of men was only a means to the earthly bliss of the few. The greatest possible expansion of education so enfeebles education that it can no longer confer privileges or inspire respect. The most general form of culture is simply barbarism. But I do not wish to interrupt your discussion. The companion continued, there are yet other reasons, besides this beloved economical dogma, for the expansion of education that is being striven after so valiantly everywhere. In some countries the fear of religious oppression is so general, and the dread of its results so marked, that people in all classes of society long for culture and eagerly absorb those elements of it which are supposed to scatter the religious instincts. Elsewhere the state, in its turn, strives here and there for its own preservation, after the greatest possible expansion of education, because it always feels strong enough to bring the most determined emancipation, resulting from culture, under its yoke, and readily approves of everything which tends to extend culture, provided that it be of service to its officials or soldiers, but in the main to itself, in its competition with other nations. In this case, the foundations of a state must be sufficiently broad and firm to constitute a fitting counterpart to the complicated arches of culture which it supports, just as in the first case the traces of some former religious tyranny must still be felt for a people to be driven to such desperate remedies. Thus, wherever I hear the masses raise the cry for an expansion of education, I am wont to ask myself whether it is stimulated by a greedy lust of gain and property, by the memory of a former religious persecution, or by the prudent egotism of the state itself. On the other hand, it seemed to me that there was yet another tendency, not so clamorous, perhaps, but quite as forcible, which, hailing from various quarters, was animated by a different desire, the desire to minimize and weaken education. In all cultivated circles people are in the habit of whispering to one another words something after this style, that it is a general fact that, owing to the present frantic exploitation of the scholar in the service of his science, his education becomes every day more accidental and more uncertain. For the study of science has been extended to such interminable lengths that he who, though not exceptionally gifted, yet possesses fair abilities, will need to devote himself exclusively to one branch and ignore all others if he ever wish to achieve anything in his work. Should he then elevate himself above the herd by means of his speciality, he still remains one of them in regard to all else, that is to say, in regard to all the most important things in life. Thus, a specialist in science gets to resemble nothing so much as a factory workman who spends his whole life in turning one particular screw or handle on a certain instrument or machine, at which occupation he acquires the most consummate skill. In Germany, where we know how to drape such painful facts with the glorious garments of fancy, this narrow specialization on the part of our learned men is even admired, and their ever greater deviation from the path of true culture is regarded as a moral phenomenon. Fidelity in small things, dogged faithfulness, become expressions of highest eulogy, and the lack of culture outside the speciality is flaunted abroad as a sign of noble sufficiency. For centuries it has been an understood thing that one alluded to scholars alone when one spoke of cultured men, but experience tells us that it would be difficult to find any necessary relation between the two classes today. For at present the exploitation of a man for the purpose of science is accepted everywhere without the slightest scruple. Who still ventures to ask, what may be the value of a science which consumes its minions in this vampire fashion? The division of labor in science is practically struggling towards the same goal which religions in certain parts of the world are consciously striving after, that is to say, towards the decrease and even the destruction of learning. That, however, which, in the case of certain religions, is a perfectly justifiable aim, both in regard to their origin and their history, can only amount to self-immolation when transferred to the realm of science. In all matters of a general and serious nature, and above all, in regard to the highest philosophical problems, we have now already reached a point at which the scientific man, as such, is no longer allowed to speak. On the other hand, that adhesive and tenacious stratum which has now filled up the interstices between the sciences journalism believes it has a mission to fulfill here, and this it does, according to its own particular lights, that is to say, as its name implies, after the fashion of a day laborer. It is precisely in journalism that the two tendencies combine and become one. The expansion and the diminution of education here join hands. The newspaper actually steps into the place of culture, and he who, even as a scholar, wishes to voice any claim for education, must avail himself of this viscous stratum of communication which cements the seams between all forms of life, all classes, all arts, and all sciences, and which is as firm and reliable as newspaper is, as a rule. In the newspaper the peculiar educational aims of the present culminate, just as the journalist, the servant of the moment, has stepped into the place of the genius, of the leader for all time, of the deliverer from the tyranny of the moment. Now, tell me, distinguished master, what hopes could I still have in a struggle against the general topsy-turvification of all genuine aims for education? With what courage can I, a single teacher, step forward, when I know that the moment any seeds of real culture are sown, they will be mercilessly crushed by the roller of the pseudo-culture? Imagine how useless the most energetic work on the part of the individual teacher must be, who would fain lead a pupil back into the distant and evasive Hellenic world and to the real home of culture, when in less than an hour, that same pupil will have recourse to a newspaper, the latest novel, or one of those learned books, the very style of which already bears the revolting impress of modern barbaric culture. Now, silence a minute, interjected the philosopher in a strong and sympathetic voice. I understand you now, and ought never to have spoken so crossly to you. You are altogether right, save in your despair. I shall now proceed to say a few words of consolation. Second lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, those among you whom I now have the pleasure of addressing for the first time and whose only knowledge of my first lecture has been derived from reports will, I hope, not mind being introduced here into the middle of a dialogue which I had begun to recount on the last occasion, and the last points of which I must now recall. The philosopher's young companion was just pleading openly and confidentially with his distinguished tutor, and apologizing for having so far renounced his calling as a teacher in order to spend his days in comfortless solitude. No suspicion of superciliousness or arrogance had induced him to form this resolve. I have heard too much from your lips at various times, the straightforward pupil said, and have been too long in your company, to surrender myself blindly to our present systems of education and instruction. I am too painfully conscious of the disastrous errors and abuses to which you were wont to call my attention, and yet I know that I am far from possessing the requisite strength to meet with success, however valiantly I might struggle to shatter the bulwarks of this would-be culture. I was overcome by a general feeling of depression. My recourse to solitude was not arrogance or superciliousness. Whereupon, to account for his behavior, he described the general character of modern educational methods so vividly that the philosopher could not help interrupting him in a voice full of sympathy, and crying words of comfort to him. Now, silence for a minute, my poor friend, he cried, I can more easily understand you now, and should not have lost my patience with you. You are altogether right, save in your despair. I shall now proceed to say a few words of comfort to you. How long do you suppose the state of education in the schools of our time, which seems to weigh so heavily upon you, will last? I shall not conceal my views on this point from you. Its time is over, its days are counted. The first who will dare to be quite straightforward in this respect will hear his honesty re-echoed back to him by thousands of courageous souls. For, at bottom, there is a tacit understanding between the more nobly gifted and more warmly disposed men of the present day. Every one of them knows what he has had to suffer from the condition of culture in schools. Every one of them would fain protect his offspring from the need of enduring similar drawbacks, even though he himself was compelled to submit to them. If these feelings are never quite honestly expressed, however, it is owing to a sad want of spirit among modern pedagogues. These lack real initiative. There are too few practical men among them, that is to say, too few who happen to have good and new ideas, and who know that real genius and the real practical mind must necessarily come together in the same individuals, whilst the sober practical men have no ideas and therefore fall short in practice. Let anyone examine the pedagogic literature of the present, he who is not shocked at its utter poverty of spirit and its ridiculously awkward antics is beyond being spoiled. Here our philosophy must not begin with wonder but with dread. He who feels no dread at this point must be asked not to meddle with pedagogic questions. The reverse, of course, has been the rule up to the present. Those who were terrified ran away filled with embarrassment as you did, my poor friend, while the sober and fearless ones spread their heavy hands over the most delicate technique that has ever existed in art, over the technique of education. This, however, will not be possible much longer. At some time or other the upright man will appear, who will not only have the good ideas I speak of, but who, in order to work at their realization, will dare to break with all that exists at present. He may by means of a wonderful example achieve what the broad hands, hitherto active, could not even imitate. Then people will everywhere begin to draw comparisons, then men will at least be able to perceive a contrast and will be in a position to reflect upon its causes, whereas, at present, so many still believe, in perfect good faith, that heavy hands are a necessary factor in pedagogic work. My dear master, said the younger man, I wish you could point to one single example which would assist me in seeing the soundness of the hopes which you so heartily raise in me. We are both acquainted with public schools. Do you think, for instance, that in respect of these institutions anything may be done by means of honesty and good and new ideas to abolish the tenacious and antiquated customs now extant? In this quarter, it seems to me, the battering rams of an attacking party will have to meet with no solid wall, but with the most fatal of stolid and slippery principles. The leader of the assault has no visible and tangible opponent to crush, but rather a creature in disguise that can transform itself into 100 different shapes and, in each of these, slip out of his grasp, only in order to reappear and to confound its enemy by cowardly surrenders and feigned retreats. It was precisely the public schools which drove me into despair and solitude, simply because I feel that if the struggle here leads to victory all other educational institutions must give in, but that, if the reformer be forced to abandon his cause here, he may as well give up all hope in regard to every other scholastic question. Therefore, dear master, enlighten me concerning the public schools. What can we hope for in the way of their abolition or reform? I also hold the question of public schools to be as important as you do, the philosopher replied. All other educational institutions must fix their aims in accordance with those of the public school system. Whatever errors of judgment it may suffer from, they suffer from also, and if it were ever purified and rejuvenated, they would be purified and rejuvenated too. The universities can no longer lay claim to this importance as centers of influence, seeing that, as they now stand, they are at least, in one important aspect, only a kind of annex to the public school system, as I shall shortly point out to you. For the moment, let us consider, together, what to my mind constitutes the very hopeful struggle of the two possibilities, either that the motley and evasive spirit of public schools which has hitherto been fostered, will completely vanish, or that it will have to be completely purified and rejuvenated. And in order that I may not shock you with general propositions, let us first try to recall one of those public school experiences which we have all had, and from which we have all suffered. Under severe examination, what, as a matter of fact, is the present system of teaching German in public schools? I shall first of all tell you what it should be. Everybody speaks and writes German as thoroughly badly as it is just possible to do so in an age of newspaper German. That is why the growing youth who happens to be both noble and gifted has to be taken by force and put under the glass shade of good taste and of severe linguistic discipline. If this is not possible, I would prefer in future that Latin be spoken, for I am ashamed of a language so bungled and vitiated. What would be the duty of a higher educational institution, in this respect, if not this, namely, with authority and dignified severity to put youths, neglected, as far as their own language is concerned, on the right path, and to cry to them, take your own language seriously. He who does not regard this matter as a sacred duty does not possess even the germ of a higher culture. From your attitude in this matter, from your treatment of your mother tongue, we can judge how highly or how lowly you esteem art, and to what extent you are related to it. If you notice no physical loathing in yourselves when you meet with certain words and tricks of speech in our journalistic jargon, cease from striving after culture, for here in your immediate vicinity, at every moment of your life, while you are either speaking or writing, you have a touchstone for testing how difficult, how stupendous, the task of the cultured man is, and how very improbable it must be that many of you will ever attain to culture. In accordance with the spirit of this address, the teacher of German at a public school would be forced to call his pupils' attention to thousands of details, and with the absolute certainty of good taste, to forbid their using such words and expressions, for instance, as Beanspruchen, Vereinnamen, einer Sachrechnungtragen, die Initiative ergreifen, Selbstverständlich, etc., cum titio in infinitum. The same teacher would also have to take our classical authors and show, line for line, how carefully and with what precision every expression has to be chosen when a writer has the correct feeling in his heart and has before his eyes a perfect conception of all he is writing. He would necessarily urge his pupils, time and again, to express the same thought ever more happily, nor would he have to abate in rigor until the less gifted in his class had contracted an unholy fear of their language, and the others had developed great enthusiasm for it. Here then is a task for so-called formal education, the education tending to develop the mental faculties, as opposed to material education, which is intended to deal only with the acquisition of facts, e.g. history, mathematics, etc., and one of the utmost value. But what do we find in the public school, that is to say, in the headquarters of formal education? He who understands how to apply what he has heard here will also know what to think of the modern public school as a so-called educational institution. He will discover, for instance, that the public school, according to its fundamental principles, does not educate for the purposes of culture, but for the purposes of scholarship, and, further, that of late it seems to have adopted a course which indicates rather that it has even discarded scholarship in favor of journalism as the object of its exertions. This can be clearly seen from the way in which German is taught. Instead of that purely practical method of instruction by which the teacher accustoms his pupils to severe self-discipline in their own language, we find everywhere the rudiments of a historico-scholastic method of teaching the mother tongue, that is to say, people deal with it as if it were a dead language and as if the present and future were under no obligations to it whatsoever. The historical method has become so universal in our time, that even the living body of the language is sacrificed for the sake of anatomical study. But this is precisely where culture begins, namely, in understanding how to treat the quick as something vital, and it is here too that the mission of the cultured teacher begins, in suppressing the urgent claims of historical interests wherever it is above all necessary to do properly and not merely to know properly. Our mother tongue, however, is a domain in which the pupil must learn how to do properly, and to this practical end, alone, the teaching of German is essential in our scholastic establishments. The historical method may certainly be a considerably easier and more comfortable one for the teacher. It also seems to be compatible with a much lower grade of ability and, in general, with a smaller display of energy and will on his part. But we shall find that this observation holds good in every department of pedagogic life. The simpler and more comfortable method always masquerades in the disguise of grand pretensions and stately titles. The really practical side, the doing, which should belong to culture and which, at bottom, is the more difficult side, meets only with disfavor and contempt. That is why the honest man must make himself and others quite clear concerning this quid pro quo. Now, apart from these learned incentives to a study of the language, what is there besides which the German teacher is wont to offer? How does he reconcile the spirit of his school with the spirit of the few that Germany can claim who are really cultured, i.e. with the spirit of its classical poets and artists? This is a dark and thorny sphere, into which one cannot even bear a light without dread, but even here we shall conceal nothing from ourselves, for sooner or later the whole of it will have to be reformed. In the public school, the repulsive impress of our aesthetic journalism is stamped upon the still unformed minds of youths. Here, too, the teacher sows the seeds of that crude and willful misinterpretation of the classics, which later on distorts itself as art criticism, and which is nothing but bumptious barbarity. Here the pupils learn to speak of our unique Schiller with the superciliousness of prigs. Here they are taught to smile at the noblest and most German of his works, at the Marquis of Posa, at Max and Thekla. At these smiles German genius becomes incensed, and a worthier posterity will blush. The last department in which the German teacher in a public school is at all active, which is often regarded as his sphere of highest activity, and is here and there even considered the pinnacle of public school education, is the so-called German composition. Owing to the very fact that in this department it is almost always the most gifted pupils who display the greatest eagerness, it ought to have been made clear how dangerously stimulating, precisely here, the task of the teacher must be. German composition makes an appeal to the individual, and the more strongly a pupil is conscious of his various qualities, the more personally will he do his German composition. This personal doing is urged on with yet an additional fillip in some public schools by the choice of the subject, the strongest proof of which is, in my opinion, that even in the lower classes the non-pedagogic subject is set, by means of which the pupil is led to give a description of his life and of his development. Now, one has only to read the titles of the compositions set in a large number of public schools to be convinced that probably the large majority of pupils have to suffer their whole lives, through no fault of their own, owing to this premature demand for personal work for the unripe procreation of thoughts. And how often are not all a man's subsequent literary performances but a sad result of this pedagogic original sin against the intellect? Let us only think of what takes place at such an age in the production of such work. It is the first individual creation, the still undeveloped powers tend for the first time to crystallize. The staggering sensation produced by the demand for self-reliance imparts a seductive charm to these early performances, which is not only quite new, but which never returns. All the daring of nature is hauled out of its depths, all vanities no longer constrained by mighty barriers are allowed for the first time to assume a literary form. The young man, from that time forward, feels as if he had reached his consummation as a being not only able, but actually invited to speak and to converse. The subject he selects obliges him either to express his judgment upon certain poetical works, to class historical persons together in a description of character, to discuss serious ethical problems quite independently, or even to turn the searchlight inwards, to throw its rays upon his own development and to make a critical report of himself. In short, a whole world of reflection is spread out before the astonished young man who, until then, had been almost unconscious, and is delivered up to him to be judged. Now let us try to picture the teacher's usual attitude towards these first highly influential examples of original composition. What does he hold to be most reprehensible in this class of work? What does he call his pupils' attention to all excess in form or thought, that is to say, to all that which, at their age, is essentially characteristic and individual? They're really independent traits which, in response to this very premature excitation, can manifest themselves only in awkwardness, crudeness, and grotesque features. In short, their individuality is reproved and rejected by the teacher in favor of an unoriginal decent average. On the other hand, uniform mediocrity gets peevish praise, for, as a rule, it is just the class of work likely to bore the teacher thoroughly. There may still be men who recognize a most absurd and most dangerous element of the public school curriculum in the whole farce of this German composition. Originality is demanded here, but the only shape in which it can manifest itself is rejected, and the formal education that the system takes for granted is attained to only by a very limited number of men who complete it at a ripe age. Here everybody without exception is regarded as gifted for literature and considered as capable of holding opinions concerning the most important questions and people, whereas the one aim which proper education should most zealously strive to achieve would be the suppression of all ridiculous claims to independent judgment, and the inculcation upon young men of obedience to the scepter of genius. Here a pompous form of diction is taught in an age when every spoken or written word is a piece of barbarism. Now let us consider, Besides, the danger of arousing the self-complacency which is so easily awakened in youths, let us think how their vanity must be flattered when they see their literary reflection for the first time in the mirror. Who, having seen all these effects at one glance, could any longer doubt whether all the faults of our public, literary, and artistic life were not stamped upon every fresh generation by the system we are examining, hasty and vain production, the disgraceful manufacture of books, complete want of style, the crude, characterless, or sadly swaggering method of expression, the loss of every aesthetic canon, the voluptuousness of anarchy and chaos, in short, the literary peculiarities of both our journalism and our scholarship. None but the very fewest are aware that, among many thousands, perhaps only one is justified in describing himself as literary, and that all others who at their own risk try to be so deserve to be met with Homeric laughter by all competent men as a reward for every sentence they have ever had printed, for it is truly a spectacle meet for the gods to see a literary Hephaestos limping forward who would pretend to help us to something. To educate men to earnest and inexorable habits and views, in this respect, should be the highest aim of all mental training, whereas the general laissez-aller of the fine personality can be nothing else than the hallmark of barbarism. From what I have said, however, it must be clear that, at least in the teaching of German, no thought is given to culture. Something quite different is in view, namely, the production of the aforementioned free personality. And so long as German public schools prepare the road for outrageous and irresponsible scribbling, so long as they do not regard the immediate and practical discipline of speaking and writing as their most holy duty, so long as they treat the mother tongue as if it were only a necessary evil or a dead body, I shall not regard these institutions as belonging to real culture. In regard to the language, what is surely least noticeable is any trace of the influence of classical examples. That is why, on the strength of this consideration alone, the so-called classical education which is supposed to be provided by our public school, strikes me as something exceedingly doubtful and confused. For how could anybody, after having cast one glance at those examples, fail to see the great earnestness with which the Greek and the Roman regarded and treated his language? From his youth onwards, how is it possible to mistake one's example on a point like this one, provided, of course, that the classical Hellenic and Roman world really did hover before the educational plan of our public schools as the highest and most instructive of all morals, a fact I feel very much inclined to doubt. The claim put forward by public schools concerning the classical education they provide seems to be more an awkward evasion than anything else. It is used whenever there is any question raised as to the competency of the public schools to impart culture and to educate. Classical education, indeed. It sounds so dignified. It confounds the aggressor and staves off the assault, for who could see to the bottom of this bewildering formula all at once? And this has long been the customary strategy of the public school. From whichever side the war cry may come, it writes upon its shield, not overloaded with honors, one of those confusing catchwords, such as classical education, formal education, scientific education, three glorious things which are, however, unhappily at loggerheads, not only with themselves but among themselves, and are such that, if they were compulsorily brought together, would perforce bring forth a culture monster. For a classical education is something so unheard of, difficult and rare, and exacts such complicated talent, that only ingenuousness or impudence could put it forward as an attainable goal in our public schools. The words formal education belong to that crude kind of unphilosophical phraseology which one should do one's utmost to get rid of, for there is no such thing as the opposite of formal education. And he who regards scientific education as the object of a public school thereby sacrifices classical education and the so-called formal education, at one stroke, as the scientific man and the cultured man belong to two different spheres which, though coming together at times in the same individual, are never reconciled. If we compare all three of these would-be aims of the public school with the actual facts to be observed in the present method of teaching German, we see immediately what they really amount to in practice, that is to say, only to subterfuges for use in the fight and struggle for existence and, often enough, mere means wherewith to bewilder an opponent. For we are unable to detect any single feature in this teaching of German which in any way recalls the example of classical antiquity and its glorious methods of training in languages. Formal education, however, which is supposed to be achieved by this method of teaching German, has been shown to be wholly at the pleasure of the free personality, which is as good as saying that it is barbarism and anarchy. And as for the preparation in science, which is one of the consequences of this teaching, our Germanists will have to determine, in all justice, how little these learned beginnings in public schools have contributed to the splendor of their sciences, and how much the personality of individual university professors has done so. Put briefly, the public school has hitherto neglected its most important and most urgent duty towards the very beginning of all real culture, which is the mother tongue. But in so doing it has lacked the natural, fertile soil for all further efforts at culture. For only by means of stern, artistic, and careful discipline and habit, in a language, can the correct feeling for the greatness of our classical writers be strengthened. Up to the present their recognition by the public schools has been owing almost solely to the doubtful aesthetic hobbies of a few teachers or to the massive effects of certain of their tragedies and novels. But everybody should, himself, be aware of the difficulties of the language. He should have learnt them from experience. After long seeking and struggling he must reach the path our great poets trod in order to be able to realize how lightly and beautifully they trod it, and how stiffly and swaggeringly the others follow at their heels. Only by means of such discipline can the young man acquire that physical loathing for the beloved and much admired elegance of style of our newspaper manufacturers and novelists, and for the ornate style of our literary men. By it alone is he irrevocably elevated at a stroke above a whole host of absurd questions and scruples, such, for instance, as whether Auerbach and Gutzkow are really poets, for his disgust at both will be so great that he will be unable to read them any longer, and thus the problem will be solved for him. Let no one imagine that it is an easy matter to develop this feeling to the extent necessary in order to have this physical loathing, but let no one hope to reach sound aesthetic judgments along any other road than the thorny one of language, and by this I do not mean philological research, but self-discipline in one's mother tongue. Everybody who is in earnest in this matter will have the same sort of experience as the recruit in the army who is compelled to learn walking after having walked almost all his life as a dilettante or empiricist. It is a hard time. One almost fears that the tendons are going to snap, and one ceases to hope that the artificial and consciously acquired movements and positions of the feet will ever be carried out with ease and comfort. It is painful to see how awkwardly and heavily one foot is set before the other, and one dreads that one may not only be unable to learn the new way of walking, but that one will forget how to walk at all. Then it suddenly becomes noticeable that a new habit and a second nature have been born of the practiced movements, and that the assurance and strength of the old manner of walking returns with a little more grace. At this point one begins to realize how difficult walking is, and one feels in a position to laugh at the untrained empiricist or the elegant dilettante. Our elegant writers, as their style shows, have never learnt walking in this sense, and in our public schools, as our other writers show, no one learns walking either. Culture begins, however, with the correct movement of the language, and once it has properly begun, it begets that physical sensation in the presence of elegant writers which is known by the name of loathing. We recognize the fatal consequences of our present public schools, in that they are unable to inculcate severe and genuine culture, which should consist above all in obedience and habituation, and that, at their best, they much more often achieve a result by stimulating and kindling scientific tendencies, is shown by the hand which is so frequently seen uniting scholarship and barbarous taste, science and journalism. In a very large majority of cases today we can observe how sadly our scholars fall short of the standard of culture which the efforts of Goethe, Schiller, Lessing and Winckelmann established, and this falling short shows itself precisely in the egregious errors which the men we speak of are exposed to, equally among literary historians whether Gervinus or Julian Schmidt as in any other company, everywhere, indeed, where men and women converse. It shows itself most frequently and painfully, however, in pedagogic spheres, in the literature of public schools. It can be proved that the only value that these men have in a real educational establishment has not been mentioned, much less generally recognized for half a century, their value as preparatory leaders and mystagogues of classical culture, guided by whose hands alone can the correct road leading to antiquity be found. Every so-called classical education can have but one natural starting point: an artistic, earnest, and exact familiarity with the use of the mother tongue. This, together with the secret of form, however, one can seldom attain to of one's own accord. Almost everybody requires those great leaders and tutors and must place himself in their hands. There is, however, no such thing as a classical education that could grow without this inferred love of form. Here, where the power of discerning form and barbarity gradually awakens, there appear the pinions which bear one to the only real home of culture, ancient Greece. If with the solitary help of those pinions we sought to reach those far distant and diamond-studded walls encircling the stronghold of Hellenism, we should certainly not get very far. Once more, therefore, we need the same leaders and tutors, our German classical writers, that we may be borne up, too, by the wing-strokes of their past endeavors to the land of yearning, to Greece. Not a suspicion of this possible relationship between our classics and classical education seems to have pierced the antique walls of public schools. Philologists seem much more eagerly engaged in introducing Homer and Sophocles to the young souls of their pupils, in their own style, calling the result simply by the unchallenged euphemism, classical education. Let everyone's own experience tell him what he had of Homer and Sophocles at the hands of such eager teachers. It is in this department that the greatest number of deepest deceptions occur, and whence misunderstandings are inadvertently spread. In German public schools I have never yet found a trace of what might really be called classical education, and there is nothing surprising in this when one thinks of the way in which these institutions have emancipated themselves from German classical writers and the discipline of the German language. Nobody reaches antiquity by means of a leap into the dark, and yet the whole method of treating ancient writers in schools, the plain commentating and paraphrasing of our philological teachers, amounts to nothing more than a leap into the dark. The feeling for classical Hellenism is, as a matter of fact, such an exceptional outcome of the most energetic fight for culture and artistic talent that the public school could only have professed to awaken this feeling owing to a very crude misunderstanding. In what age? In an age which is led about blindly by the most sensational desires of the day, and which is not aware of the fact that, once that feeling for Hellenism is roused, it immediately becomes aggressive and must express itself by indulging in an incessant war with the so-called culture of the present. For the public schoolboy of today, the Hellenes as Hellenes are dead. Yes, he gets some enjoyment out of Homer, but a novel by Spielhagen interests him much more. Yes, he swallows Greek tragedy and comedy with a certain relish, but a thoroughly modern drama, like Freitag's journalists, moves him in quite another fashion. In regard to all ancient authors he is rather inclined to speak after the manner of the aesthete, Hermann Grimm, who, on one occasion, at the end of a tortuous essay on the Venus of Milo, asks himself, "What does this goddess's form mean to me? Of what use are the thoughts she suggests to me? Orestes and Oedipus, Iphigenia and Antigone, what have they in common with my heart?" No, my dear public schoolboy, the Venus of Milo does not concern you in any way, and concerns your teacher just as little, and that is the misfortune, that is the secret of the modern public school. Who will conduct you to the land of culture, if your leaders are blind and assume the position of seers notwithstanding? Which of you will ever attain to a true feeling for the sacred seriousness of art, if you are systematically spoiled, and taught to stutter independently instead of being taught to speak, to aestheticize on your own account, when you ought to be taught to approach works of art almost piously, to philosophies without assistance, while you ought to be compelled to listen to great thinkers? All this with the result that you remain eternally at a distance from antiquity and become the servants of the day. At all events, the most wholesome feature of our modern institutions is to be found in the earnestness with which the Latin and Greek languages are studied over a long course of years. In this way boys learn to respect a grammar, lexicons, and a language that conforms to fixed rules, in this department of public school work there is an exact knowledge of what constitutes a fault, and no one is troubled with any thought of justifying himself every minute by appealing to various grammatical and orthographical vagaries and vicious forms. If only this respect for language did not hang in the air so, like a theoretical burden which one is pleased to throw off the moment one turns to one's mother tongue. More often than not, the classical master makes pretty short work of the mother tongue. From the outset he treats it as a department of knowledge in which one is allowed that indolent ease with which the German treats everything that belongs to his native soil. The splendid practice afforded by translating from one language into another, which so improves and fertilizes one's artistic feeling for one's own tongue, is, in the case of German, never conducted with that fitting categorical strictness and dignity which would be above all necessary in dealing with an undisciplined language. Of late, exercises of this kind have tended to decrease ever more and more. People are satisfied to know the foreign classical tongues, they would scorn being able to apply them. Here one gets another glimpse of the scholarly tendency of public schools, a phenomenon which throws much light upon the object which once animated them, that is to say, the serious desire to cultivate the pupil. This belonged to the time of our great poets, those few really cultured Germans, the time when the magnificent Friedrich August Wolff directed the new stream of classical thought, introduced from Greece and Rome by those men, into the heart of the public schools. Thanks to his bold start, a new order of public schools was established, which thenceforward was not to be merely a nursery for science, but, above all, the actual consecrated home of all higher and nobler culture. Of the many necessary measures which this change called into being, some of the most important have been transferred with lasting success to the modern regulations of public schools. The most important of all, however, did not succeed, the one demanding that the teacher, also, should be consecrated to the new spirit, so that the aim of the public school has meanwhile considerably departed from the original plan laid down by Wolff, which was the cultivation of the pupil. The old estimate of scholarship and scholarly culture, as an absolute, which Wolff overcame, seems after a slow and spiritless struggle rather to have taken the place of the culture principle of more recent introduction, and now claims its former exclusive rights, though not with the same frankness, but disguised and with features veiled. And the reason why it was impossible to make public schools fall in with the magnificent plan of classical culture lay in the un-German, almost foreign or cosmopolitan nature of these efforts in the cause of education, in the belief that it was possible to remove the native soil from under a man's feet and that he should still remain standing, in the illusion that people can spring direct, without bridges, into the strange Hellenic world, by abjuring German and the German mind in general. Of course one must know how to trace this Germanic spirit to its lair beneath its many modern dressings, or even beneath heaps of ruins. One must love it so that one is not ashamed of it in its stunted form, and one must above all be on one's guard against confounding it with what now disports itself proudly as up-to-date German culture. The German spirit is very far from being on friendly times with this up-to-date culture, and precisely in those spheres where the latter complains of a lack of culture the real German spirit has survived, though perhaps not always with a graceful, but more often an ungraceful, exterior. On the other hand, that which now grandiloquently assumes the title of German culture is a sort of cosmopolitan aggregate, which bears the same relation to the German spirit as journalism does to Schiller or Meyerbeer to Beethoven. Here the strongest influence at work is the fundamentally and thoroughly un-German civilization of France, which is aped neither with talent nor with taste, and the imitation of which gives the society, the press, the art, and the literary style of Germany their Pharisaical character. Naturally the copy nowhere produces the really artistic effect which the original, grown out of the heart of Roman civilization, is able to produce almost to this day in France. Let anyone who wishes to see the full force of this contrast compare our most noted novelists with the less noted ones of France or Italy. He will recognize in both the same doubtful tendencies and aims, as also the same still more doubtful means, but in France he will find them coupled with artistic earnestness, at least with grammatical purity, and often with beauty, while in their every feature he will recognize the echo of a corresponding social culture. In Germany, on the other hand, they will strike him as unoriginal, flabby, filled with dressing gown thoughts and expressions, unpleasantly spread out, and therewithal possessing no background of social form. At the most, owing to their scholarly mannerisms and display of knowledge, he will be reminded of the fact that in Latin countries it is the artistically trained man, and that in Germany it is the abortive scholar, who becomes a journalist. With this would-be German and thoroughly unoriginal culture, the German can nowhere reckon upon victory. The Frenchman and the Italian will always get the better of him in this respect, while, in regard to the clever imitation of a foreign culture, the Russian, above all, will always be his superior. We are therefore all the more anxious to hold fast to that German spirit which revealed itself in the German Reformation, and in German music, and which has shown its enduring and genuine strength in the enormous courage and severity of German philosophy and in the loyalty of the German soldier, which has been tested quite recently. From it we expect a victory over that up-to-date pseudo-culture which is now the fashion. What we should hope for the future is that schools may draw the real school of culture into the struggle, and kindle the flame of enthusiasm in the younger generation, more particularly in public schools, for that which is truly German, and in this way so-called classical education will resume its natural place and recover its one possible starting point. A thorough reformation and purification of the public school can only be the outcome of a profound and powerful reformation and purification of the German spirit. It is a very complex and difficult task to find the borderline which joins the heart of the Germanic spirit with the genius of Greece. Not, however, before the noblest needs of genuine German genius snatch at the hand of this genius of Greece as at a firm post in the torrent of barbarity, not before a devouring yearning for this genius of Greece takes possession of German genius, and not before that view of the Greek home, on which Schiller and Goethe, after enormous exertions, were able to feast their eyes, has become the Mecca of the best and most gifted men, will the aim of classical education in public schools acquire any definition, and they at least will not be to blame who teach ever so little science and learning in public schools, in order to keep a definite and at the same time ideal aim in their eyes, and to rescue their pupils from that glistening phantom which now allows itself to be called culture and education. This is the sad plight of the public school of today. The narrowest views remain in a certain measure right, because no one seems able to reach or, at least, to indicate the spot where all these views culminate in error. No one, the philosopher's pupil inquired with a slight quaver in his voice, and both men were silent. Third lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of my last lecture, the conversation to which I was a listener, and the outlines of which, as I clearly recollect them, I am now trying to lay before you, was interrupted by a long and solemn pause. Both the philosopher and his companion sat silent, sunk in deep dejection. The peculiarly critical state of that important educational institution, the German public school, lay upon their souls like a heavy burden, which one single, well-meaning individual is not strong enough to remove, and the multitude, though strong, not well-meaning enough. Our solitary thinkers were perturbed by two facts, by clearly perceiving on the one hand that what might rightly be called classical education was now only a far-off ideal, a castle in the air, which could not possibly be built as a reality on the foundations of our present educational system, and that, on the other hand, what was now, with customary and unopposed euphemism, pointed to as classical education could only claim the value of a pretentious illusion, the best effect of which was that the expression classical education still lived on and had not yet lost its pathetic sound. These two worthy men saw clearly, by the system of instruction in vogue, that the time was not yet ripe for a higher culture, a culture founded upon that of the ancients, the neglected state of linguistic instruction, the forcing of students into learned historical paths, instead of giving them a practical training, the connection of certain practices, encouraged in the public schools, with the objectionable spirit of our journalistic publicity. All these easily perceptible phenomena of the teaching of German led to the painful certainty that the most beneficial of those forces which have come down to us from classical antiquity are not yet known in our public schools, forces which would train students for the struggle against the barbarism of the present age, and which will perhaps once more transform the public schools into the arsenals and workshops of this struggle. On the other hand, it would seem in the meantime as if the spirit of antiquity, in its fundamental principles, had already been driven away from the portals of the public schools, and as if here also the gates were thrown open as widely as possible to the beflattered and pampered type of our present self-styled German culture. And if the solitary talkers caught a glimpse of a single ray of hope, it was that things would have to become still worse, that what was as yet divined only by the few would soon be clearly perceived by the many, and that then the time for honest and resolute men for the earnest consideration of the scope of the education of the masses would not be far distant. After a few minutes' silent reflection, the philosopher's companion turned to him and said, "You used to hold out hopes to me, but now you have done more, you have widened my intelligence, and with it my strength and courage. Now indeed can I look on the field of battle with more hardihood, now indeed do I repent of my too hasty flight. We want nothing for ourselves, and it should be nothing to us how many individuals may fall in this battle, or whether we ourselves may be among the first. Just because we take this matter so seriously, we should not take our own poor selves so seriously. At the very moment we are falling, someone else will grasp the banner of our faith. I will not even consider whether I am strong enough for such a fight, whether I can offer sufficient resistance. It may even be an honorable death to fall to the accompaniment of the mocking laughter of such enemies, whose seriousness has frequently seemed to us to be something ridiculous. When I think how my contemporaries prepared themselves for the highest posts in the scholastic profession, as I myself have done, then I know how we often laughed at the exact contrary, and grew serious over something quite different." "Now, my friend," interrupted the philosopher, laughingly, "you speak as one who would fain dive into the water without being able to swim, and who fears something even more than the mere drowning, not being drowned, but laughed at. But being laughed at should be the very last thing for us to dread, for we are in a sphere where there are too many truths to tell, too many formidable, painful, unpardonable truths, for us to escape hatred, and only fury here and there will give rise to some sort of embarrassed laughter. Just think of the innumerable crowd of teachers, who, in all good faith, have assimilated the system of education which has prevailed up to the present, that they may cheerfully and without overmuch deliberation carry it further on. What do you think it will seem like to these men when they hear of projects from which they are excluded beneficio naturae, of commands which their mediocre abilities are totally unable to carry out, of hopes which find no echo in them, of battles the war cries of which they do not understand, and in the fighting of which they can take part only as dull and obtuse rank and file? But, without exaggeration, that must necessarily be the position of practically all the teachers in our higher educational establishments, and indeed we cannot wonder at this when we consider how such a teacher originates, how he becomes a teacher of such high status. Such a large number of higher educational establishments are now to be found everywhere that far more teachers will continue to be required for them than the nature of even a highly gifted people can produce, and thus an inordinate stream of undesirables flows into these institutions, who, however, by their preponderating numbers and their instinct of simile gaudet gradually come to determine the nature of these institutions. There may be a few people, hopelessly unfamiliar with pedagogical matters, who believe that our present profusion of public schools and teachers, which is manifestly out of all proportion, can be changed into a real profusion, enubertas ingenii, merely by a few rules and regulations, and without any reduction in the number of these institutions. But we may surely be unanimous in recognizing that by the very nature of things only an exceedingly small number of people are destined for a true course of education, and that a much smaller number of higher educational establishments would suffice for their further development, but that, in view of the present large numbers of educational institutions, those for whom in general such institutions ought only to be established must feel themselves to be the least facilitated in their progress. The same holds good in regard to teachers. It is precisely the best teachers, those who, generally speaking, judged by a high standard, are worthy of this honorable name, who are now perhaps the least fitted, in view of the present standing of our public schools, for the education of these unselected youths, huddled together in a confused heap, but who must rather, to a certain extent, keep hidden from them the best they could give, and, on the other hand, by far the larger number of these teachers feel themselves quite at home in these institutions, as their moderate abilities stand in a kind of harmonious relationship to the dullness of their pupils. It is from this majority that we hear the ever-resounding call for the establishment of new public schools and higher educational institutions. We are living in an age which, by ringing the changes on its deafening and continual cry, would certainly give one the impression that there was an unprecedented thirst for culture which eagerly sought to be quenched. But it is just at this point that one should learn to hear aright. It is here, without being disconcerted by the thundering noise of the education mongers, that we must confront those who talk so tirelessly about the educational necessities of their time. Then we should meet with a strange disillusionment, one which we, my good friend, have often met with. Those blatant heralds of educational needs, when examined at close quarters, are suddenly seen to be transformed into zealous, fanatical opponents of true culture, i.e. all those who hold fast to the aristocratic nature of the mind, for, at bottom, they regard as their goal the emancipation of the masses from the mastery of the great few. They seek to overthrow the most sacred hierarchy. In the kingdom of the intellect, the servitude of the masses, their submissive obedience, their instinct of loyalty to the rule of genius. I have long accustomed myself to look with caution upon those who are ardent in the cause of the so-called education of the people in the common meaning of the phrase, since for the most part they desire for themselves, consciously or unconsciously, absolutely unlimited freedom, which must inevitably degenerate into something resembling the Saturnalia of barbaric times, and which the sacred hierarchy of nature will never grant them. They were born to serve and to obey, and every moment in which their limping or crawling or broken-winded thoughts are at work shows us clearly out of which clay nature molded them, and what trademark she branded thereon. The education of the masses cannot, therefore, be our aim, but rather the education of a few picked men for great and lasting works. We well know that a just posterity judges the collective intellectual state of a time only by those few great and lonely figures of the period, and gives its decision in accordance with the manner in which they are recognized, encouraged, and honored, or, on the other hand, in which they are snubbed, elbowed aside, and kept down. What is called the education of the masses cannot be accomplished except with difficulty, and even if a system of universal compulsory education be applied, they can only be reached outwardly, those individual lower levels where, generally speaking, the masses come into contact with culture, where the people nourishes its religious instinct, where it poetizes its mythological images, where it keeps up its faith in its customs, privileges, native soil, and language. All these levels can scarcely be reached by direct means, and in any case only by violent demolition. And, in serious matters of this kind, to hasten forward the progress of the education of the people means simply the postponement of this violent demolition, and the maintenance of that wholesome unconsciousness, that sound sleep, of the people, without which counteraction and remedy no culture, with the exhausting strain and excitement of its own actions, can make any headway. We know, however, what the aspiration is of those who would disturb the healthy slumber of the people, and continually call out to them, "Keep your eyes open. Be sensible. Be wise." We know the aim of those who profess to satisfy excessive educational requirements by means of an extraordinary increase in the number of educational institutions and the conceited tribe of teachers originated thereby. These very people, using these very means, are fighting against the natural hierarchy in the realm of the intellect, and destroying the roots of all those noble and sublime plastic forces which have their material origin in the unconsciousness of the people, and which fittingly terminate in the procreation of genius and its due guidance and proper training. It is only in the simile of the mother that we can grasp the meaning and the responsibility of the true education of the people in respect to genius. Its real origin is not to be found in such education. It has, so to speak, only a metaphysical source, a metaphysical home. But for the genius to make his appearance, for him to emerge from among the people, to portray the reflected picture, as it were, the dazzling brilliancy of the peculiar colors of this people, to depict the noble destiny of a people in the similitude of an individual in a work which will last for all time, thereby making his nation itself eternal, and redeeming it from the ever-shifting element of transient things. All this is possible for the genius only when he has been brought up and come to maturity in the tender care of the culture of a people, whilst, on the other hand, without this sheltering home, the genius will not, generally speaking, be able to rise to the height of his eternal flight, but will at an early moment, like a stranger weather-driven upon a bleak, snow-covered desert, slink away from the inhospitable land. "You astonish me with such a metaphysics of genius," said the teacher's companion, "and I have only a hazy conception of the accuracy of your similitude. On the other hand, I fully understand what you have said about the surplus of public schools and the corresponding surplus of higher grade teachers, and in this regard I myself have collected some information which assures me that the educational tendency of the public school must right itself by this very surplus of teachers who have really nothing at all to do with education, and who are called into existence and pursue this path solely because there is a demand for them. Every man who, in an unexpected moment of enlightenment, has convinced himself of the singularity and inaccessibility of Hellenic antiquity, and has warded off this conviction after an exhausting struggle, every such man knows that the door leading to this enlightenment will never remain open to all comers, and he deems it absurd, yet disgraceful, to use the Greeks as he would any other tool he employs when following his profession or earning his living, shamelessly fumbling with coarse hands amidst the relics of these holy men. This brazen and vulgar feeling is, however, most common in the profession from which the largest numbers of teachers for the public schools are drawn, the philological profession, wherefore the reproduction and continuation of such a feeling in the public school will not surprise us. Just look at the younger generation of philologists, how seldom we see in them that humble feeling that we, when compared with such a world as it was, have no right to exist at all, how coolly and fearlessly, as compared with us, did that young brood build its miserable nests in the midst of the magnificent temples. A powerful voice from every nook and cranny should ring in the ears of those who, from the day they begin their connection with the university, roam at will with such self-complacency and shamelessness among the awe-inspiring relics of that noble civilization, hence, ye uninitiated, who will never be initiated, fly away in silence and shame from these sacred chambers. But this voice speaks in vain, for one must to some extent be a Greek to understand a Greek curse of excommunication. But these people I am speaking of are so barbaric that they dispose of these relics to suit themselves. All their modern conveniences and fancies are brought with them and concealed among those ancient pillars and tombstones, and it gives rise to great rejoicing when somebody finds, among the dust and cobwebs of antiquity, something that he himself had slyly hidden there not so very long before. One of them makes verses and takes care to consult Hesychius' lexicon. Something there immediately assures him that he is destined to be an imitator of Aeschylus, and leads him to believe, indeed, that he has something in common with Aeschylus, the miserable poet Astor. Yet another peers with the suspicious eye of a policeman into every contradiction, even into the shadow of every contradiction, of which Homer was guilty. He fritters away his life in tearing Homeric rags to tatters and sewing them together again, rags that he himself was the first to filch from the poet's kingly robe. A third feels ill at ease when examining all the mysterious and orgiastic sides of antiquity. He makes up his mind once and for all to let the enlightened Apollo alone pass without dispute, and to see in the Athenian a gay and intelligent but nevertheless somewhat immoral Apollonian. What a deep breath he draws when he succeeds in raising yet another dark corner of antiquity to the level of his own intelligence, when, for example, he discovers in Pythagoras a colleague who is as enthusiastic as himself in arguing about politics. Another racks his brains as to why Oedipus was condemned by fate to perform such abominable deeds, killing his father, marrying his mother. Where lies the blame? Where the poetic justice? Suddenly it occurs to him, Oedipus was a passionate fellow, lacking all Christian gentleness. He even fell into an unbecoming rage when Tiresias called him a monster and the curse of the whole country. Be humble and meek, was what Sophocles tried to teach, otherwise you will have to marry your mothers and kill your fathers. Others, again, pass their lives in counting the number of verses written by Greek and Roman poets, and are delighted with the proportion 7:13 equals 14:26. Finally, one of them brings forward his solution of a question, such as the Homeric poems considered from the standpoint of prepositions, and thinks he has drawn the truth from the bottom of the well with nu and kappa alpha tau. All of them, however, with the most widely separated aims in view, dig and burrow in Greek soil with a restlessness and a blundering awkwardness that must surely be painful to a true friend of antiquity, and thus it comes to pass that I should like to take by the hand every talented or talentless man who feels a certain professional inclination urging him on to the study of antiquity, and harangue him as follows: Young sir, do you know what perils threaten you, with your little stock of school learning, before you become a man in the full sense of the word? Have you heard that, according to Aristotle, it is by no means a tragic death to be slain by a statue? Does that surprise you? Know, then, that for centuries philologists have been trying, with ever-failing strength, to re-erect the fallen statue of Greek antiquity, but without success, for it is a colossus around which single individual men crawl like pygmies. The leverage of the united representatives of modern culture is utilized for the purpose, but it invariably happens that the huge column is scarcely more than lifted from the ground when it falls down again, crushing beneath its weight the luckless wights under it. That, however, may be tolerated, for every being must perish by some means or other, but who is there to guarantee that during all these attempts the statue itself will not break in pieces? The philologists are being crushed by the Greeks. Perhaps we can put up with this, but antiquity itself threatens to be crushed by these philologists. Think that over, you easy-going young man, and turn back, lest you too should not be an iconoclast. Indeed, said the philosopher, laughing, there are many philologists who have turned back as you so much desire, and I notice a great contrast with my own youthful experience. Consciously or unconsciously, large numbers of them have concluded that it is hopeless and useless for them to come into direct contact with classical antiquity, hence they are inclined to look upon this study as barren, superseded, out of date. This herd has turned with much greater zest to the science of language, here in this wide expanse of virgin soil, where even the most mediocre gifts can be turned to account, and where a kind of insipidity and dullness is even looked upon as decided talent, with the novelty and uncertainty of methods and the constant danger of making fantastic mistakes here, where dull regimental routine and discipline are desiderata, here the newcomer is no longer frightened by the majestic and warning voice that rises from the ruins of antiquity. Here everyone is welcomed with open arms, including even him who never arrived at any uncommon impression or noteworthy thought after a perusal of Sophocles and Aristophanes, with the result that they end in an etymological tangle, or are seduced into collecting the fragments of out-of-the-way dialects, and their time is spent in associating and dissociating, collecting and scattering, and running hither and thither consulting books. And such a usefully employed philologist would now fain be a teacher. He now undertakes to teach the youth of the public schools something about the ancient writers, although he himself has read them without any particular impression, much less with insight. What a dilemma! Antiquity has said nothing to him, consequently he has nothing to say about antiquity. A sudden thought strikes him: why is he a skilled philologist at all? Why did these authors write Latin and Greek? And with a light heart he immediately begins to etymologize with Homer, calling Lithuanian or ecclesiastical Slavonic, or, above all, the sacred Sanskrit, to his assistance, as if Greek lessons were merely the excuse for a general introduction to the study of languages, and as if Homer were lacking in only one respect, namely, not being written in pre-Indo-Germanic. Whoever is acquainted with our present public schools well knows what a wide gulf separates their teachers from classicism, and how, from a feeling of this want, comparative philology and allied professions have increased their numbers to such an unheard of degree. What I mean is, said the other, it would depend upon whether a teacher of classical culture did not confuse his Greeks and Romans with the other peoples, the barbarians, whether he could never put Greek and Latin on a level with other languages. So far as his classicalism is concerned, it is a matter of indifference whether the framework of these languages concurs with or is in any way related to the other languages. Such a concurrence does not interest him at all. His real concern is with what is not common to both, with what shows him that those two peoples were not barbarians as compared with the others, in so far, of course, as he is a true teacher of culture and models himself after the majestic patterns of the classics. I may be wrong, said the philosopher, but I suspect that, owing to the way in which Latin and Greek are now taught in schools, the accurate grasp of these languages, the ability to speak and write them with ease, is lost, and that is something in which my own generation distinguished itself, a generation, indeed, whose few survivors have by this time grown old, whilst, on the other hand, the present teachers seem to impress their pupils with the genetic and historical importance of the subject to such an extent that, at best, their scholars ultimately turn into little Sanskritists, etymological spitfires, or reckless conjecturers, but not one of them can read his Plato or Tacitus with pleasure, as we old folk can. The public schools may still be seats of learning, not, however, of the learning which, as it were, is only the natural and involuntary auxiliary of a culture that is directed towards the noblest ends, but rather of that culture which might be compared to the hypertrophical swelling of an unhealthy body. The public schools are certainly the seats of this obesity, if, indeed, they have not degenerated into the abodes of that elegant barbarism which is boasted of as being German culture of the present. But, asked the other, what is to become of that large body of teachers who have not been endowed with a true gift for culture, and who set up as teachers merely to gain a livelihood from the profession, because there is a demand for them, because a superfluity of schools brings with it a superfluity of teachers? Where shall they go when antiquity peremptorily orders them to withdraw? Must they not be sacrificed to those powers of the present who, day after day, call out to them from the never-ending columns of the press, "We are culture. We are education. We are at the zenith. We are the apexes of the pyramids. We are the aims of universal history." When they hear the seductive promises, when the shameful signs of non-culture, the plebeian publicity of the so-called interests of culture are extolled for their benefit in magazines and newspapers as an entirely new and the best possible, full-grown form of culture, whither shall the poor fellows fly when they feel the presentiment that these promises are not true, where but to the most obtuse, sterile scientificality, that here the shriek of culture may no longer be audible to them? Pursued in this way, must they not end, like the ostrich, by burying their heads in the sand? Is it not a real happiness for them, buried as they are among dialects, etymologies, and conjectures, to lead a life like that of the ants, even though they are miles removed from true culture, if only they can close their ears tightly and be deaf to the voice of the elegant culture of the time? You are right, my friend, said the philosopher, but whence comes the urgent necessity for a surplus of schools for culture, which further gives rise to the necessity for a surplus of teachers, when we so clearly see that the demand for a surplus springs from a sphere which is hostile to culture, and that the consequences of this surplus only lead to non-culture? Indeed, we can discuss this dire necessity only in so far as the modern state is willing to discuss these things with us, and is prepared to follow up its demands by force, which phenomenon certainly makes the same impression upon most people as if they were addressed by the eternal law of things. For the rest, a culture state, to use the current expression, which makes such demands, is rather a novelty, and has only come to a self-understanding within the last half-century, i.e. in a period when so many self-understood things came into being, but which are in themselves not self-understood at all. This right to higher education has been taken so seriously by the most powerful of modern states, Prussia, that the objectionable principle it has adopted, taken in connection with the well-known daring and hardihood of the state, is seen to have a menacing and dangerous consequence for the true German spirit, for we see endeavors being made in this quarter to raise the public school, formerly systematist, up to the so-called level of the time. Here is to be found all that mechanism by means of which as many scholars as possible are urged on to take up courses of public school training. Here, indeed, the state has its most powerful inducement, the concession of certain privileges respecting military service, with the natural consequence that, according to the unprejudiced evidence of statistical officials, by this, and by this only, can we explain the universal congestion of all Prussian public schools, and the urgent and continual need for new ones. What more can the state do for a surplus of educational institutions than bring all the higher and the majority of the lower civil service appointments, the right of entry to the universities, and even the most influential military posts into close connection with the public school, and all this in a country where both universal military service and the highest offices of the state unconsciously attract all gifted natures to them? The public school is here looked upon as an honorable aim, and everyone who feels himself urged onto the sphere of government will be found on his way to it. This is a new and quite original occurrence. The state assumes the attitude of a mystagogue of culture, and, whilst it promotes its own ends, it obliges every one of its servants not to appear in its presence without the torch of universal state education in their hands, by the flickering light of which they may again recognize the state as the highest goal, as the reward of all their strivings after education. Now this last phenomenon should indeed surprise them. It should remind them of that allied, slowly understood tendency of a philosophy which was formerly promoted for reasons of state, namely, the tendency of the Hegelian philosophy. It would perhaps be no exaggeration to say that, in the subordination of all strivings after education to reasons of state, Prussia has appropriated, with success, the principle and the useful heirloom of the Hegelian philosophy, whose apotheosis of the state in this subordination certainly reaches its height. But, said the philosopher's companion, what purposes can the state have in view with such a strange aim? For that it has some state objects in view is seen in the manner in which the conditions of Prussian schools are admired by, meditated upon, and occasionally imitated by other states. These other states obviously presuppose something here that, if adopted, would tend towards the maintenance and power of the state, like our well-known and popular conscription, where everyone proudly wears his soldier's uniform at regular intervals, where almost everyone has absorbed a uniform type of national culture through the public schools. Enthusiastic hyperboles may well be uttered concerning the systems employed in former times, and a form of state omnipotence which was attained only in antiquity, and which almost every young man, by both instinct and training, thinks it is the crowning glory and highest aim of human beings to reach. Such a comparison, said the philosopher, would be quite hyperbolical, and would not hobble along on one leg only. For, indeed, the ancient state emphatically did not share the utilitarian point of view of recognizing as culture only what was directly useful to the state itself, and was far from wishing to destroy those impulses which did not seem to be immediately applicable. For this very reason the profound Greek had for the state that strong feeling of admiration and thankfulness which is so distasteful to modern men, because he clearly recognized not only that without such state protection the germs of his culture could not develop, but also that all his inimitable and perennial culture had flourished so luxuriantly under the wise and careful guardianship of the protection afforded by the state. The state was for his culture not a supervisor, regulator, and watchman, but a vigorous and muscular companion and friend, ready for war, who accompanied his noble, admired, and, as it were, ethereal friend through disagreeable reality, earning his thanks therefor. This, however, does not happen when a modern state lays claim to such hearty gratitude because it renders such chivalrous service to German culture and art, for in this regard its past is as ignominious as its present, as a proof of which we have but to think of the manner in which the memory of our great poets and artists is celebrated in German cities, and how the highest objects of these German masters are supported on the part of the state. There must therefore be peculiar circumstances surrounding both this purpose towards which the state is tending, and which always promotes what is here called education, and surrounding likewise the culture thus promoted, which subordinates itself to this purpose of the state. With the real German spirit and the education derived therefrom, such as I have slowly outlined for you, this purpose of the state is at war, hiddenly or openly, the spirit of education, which is welcomed and encouraged with such interest by the state, and owing to which the schools of this country are so much admired abroad, must accordingly originate in a sphere that never comes into contact with this true German spirit, with that spirit which speaks to us so wondrously from the inner heart. Of the German Reformation, German music, and German philosophy, and which, like a noble exile, is regarded with such indifference and scorn by the luxurious education afforded by the state. This spirit is a stranger, it passes by in solitary sadness, and far away from it the censer of pseudo-culture is swung backwards and forwards, which, amidst the acclamations of educated teachers and journalists, arrogates to itself its name and privileges, and metes out insulting treatment to the word German. Why does the state require that surplus of educational institutions, of teachers? Why this education of the masses on such an extended scale? Because the true German spirit is hated, because the aristocratic nature of true culture is feared, because the people endeavor in this way to drive single great individuals into self-exile, so that the claims of the masses to education may be, so to speak, planted down and carefully tended, in order that the many may in this way endeavor to escape the rigid and strict discipline of the few great leaders, so that the masses may be persuaded that they can easily find the path for themselves. Following the guiding star of the state. A new phenomenon. The state as the guiding star of culture. In the meantime, one thing consoles me, this German spirit, which people are combating so much, and for which they have substituted a gaudily attired locum tenens, this spirit is brave, it will fight and redeem itself into a purer age, noble, as it is now, and victorious, as it one day will be. It will always preserve in its mind a certain pitiful toleration of the state, if the latter, hard pressed in the hour of extremity, secures such a pseudo-culture as its associate. For what, after all, do we know about the difficult task of governing men, i.e. to keep law, order, quietness, and peace among millions of boundlessly egoistical, unjust, unreasonable, dishonorable, envious, malignant, and hence very narrow-minded and perverse human beings, and thus to protect the few things that the state has conquered for itself against covetous neighbors and jealous robbers? Such a hard-pressed state holds out its arms to any associate, grasps at any straw, and when such an associate does introduce himself with flowery eloquence, when he adjudges the state, as Hegel did, to be an absolutely complete ethical organism, the be-all and end-all of everyone's education, and goes on to indicate how he himself can best promote the interests of the state, who will be surprised if, without further parley, the state falls upon his neck and cries aloud in a barbaric voice of full conviction, "Yes, thou art education. Thou art indeed culture." Fourth lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, now that you have followed my tale up to this point, and that we have made ourselves joint masters of the solitary, remote, and at times abusive duologue of the philosopher and his companion, I sincerely hope that you, like strong swimmers, are ready to proceed on the second half of our journey, especially as I can promise you that a few other marionettes will appear in the puppet play of my adventure, and that if up to the present you have only been able to do little more than endure what I have been telling you, the waves of my story will now bear you more quickly and easily towards the end. In other words, we have now come to a turning, and it would be advisable for us to take a short glance backwards to see what we think we have gained from such a varied conversation. "Remain in your present position," the philosopher seemed to say to his companion, "for you may cherish hopes. It is more and more clearly evident that we have no educational institutions at all, but that we ought to have them. Our public schools established, it would seem, for this high object have either become the nurseries of a reprehensible culture which repels the true culture with profound hatred, i.e. a true, aristocratic culture, founded upon a few carefully chosen minds, or they foster a micrological and sterile learning which, while it is far removed from culture, has at least this merit, that it avoids that reprehensible culture as well as the true culture." The philosopher had particularly drawn his companion's attention to the strange corruption which must have entered into the heart of culture when the state thought itself capable of tyrannizing over it and of attaining its ends through it, and further when the state, in conjunction with this culture, struggled against other hostile forces as well as against the spirit which the philosopher ventured to call the true German spirit. This spirit, linked to the Greeks by the noblest ties, and shown by its past history to have been steadfast and courageous. pure and lofty in its aims, its faculties qualifying it for the high task of freeing modern man from the curse of modernity. The spirit is condemned to live apart, banished from its inheritance. But when its slow, painful tones of woe resound through the desert of the present, then the overladen and gaily decked caravan of culture is pulled up short, horror-stricken. We must not only astonish, but terrify. Such was the philosopher's opinion, not to fly shamefully away, but to take the offensive, was his advice, but he especially counseled his companion not to ponder too anxiously over the individual from whom, through a higher instinct, this aversion for the present barbarism proceeded. Let it perish. The Pythian god had no difficulty in finding a new tripod, a second Pythia, so long, at least, as the mystic cold vapors rose from the earth. The philosopher once more began to speak. Be careful to remember, my friend, said he, there are two things you must not confuse. A man must learn a great deal that he may live and take part in the struggle for existence, but everything that he as an individual learns and does with this end in view has nothing whatever to do with culture. This latter only takes its beginning in a sphere that lies far above the world of necessity, indigence, and struggle for existence. The question now is to what extent a man values his ego in comparison with other egos, how much of his strength he uses up in the endeavor to earn his living. Many a one, by stoically confining his needs within a narrow compass, will shortly and easily reach the sphere in which he may forget, and, as it were, shake off his ego, so that he can enjoy perpetual youth in a solar system of timeless and impersonal things. Another widens the scope and needs of his ego as much as possible, and builds the mausoleum of this ego in vast proportions, as if he were prepared to fight and conquer that terrible adversary, time. In this instinct also we may see a longing for immortality, wealth and power, wisdom, presence of mind, eloquence, a flourishing outward aspect, a renowned name. All these are merely turned into the means by which an insatiable, personal will to live craves for new life, with which, again, it hankers after an eternity that is at last seen to be illusory. But even in this highest form of the ego, in the enhanced needs of such a distended and, as it were, collective individual, true culture is never touched upon, and if, for example, art is sought after, only its disseminating and stimulating actions come into prominence, i.e. those which least give rise to pure and noble art, and most of all to low and degraded forms of it. For in all his efforts, however great and exceptional they seem to the onlooker, he never succeeds in freeing himself from his own hankering and restless personality, that illuminated, ethereal sphere where one may contemplate without the obstruction of one's own personality continually recedes from him, and thus, let him learn, travel, and collect as he may, he must always live an exiled life at a remote distance from a higher life and from true culture. For true culture would scorn to contaminate itself with the needy and covetous individual. It well knows how to give the slip to the man who would fain employ it as a means of attaining to egoistic ends, and if any one cherishes the belief that he has firmly secured it as a means of livelihood, and that he can procure the necessities of life by its sedulous cultivation, then it suddenly steals away with noiseless steps and an air of derisive mockery. I will thus ask you, my friend, not to confound this culture, this sensitive, fastidious, ethereal goddess, with that useful maid of all work which is also called culture, but which is only the intellectual servant and counselor of one's practical necessities, wants, and means of livelihood. Every kind of training, however, which holds out the prospect of bread-winning as its end and aim, is not a training for culture as we understand the word, but merely a collection of precepts and directions to show how, in the struggle for existence, a man may preserve and protect his own person. It may be freely admitted that for the great majority of men such a course of instruction is of the highest importance, and the more arduous the struggle is, the more intensely must the young man strain every nerve to utilize his strength to the best advantage. But let no one think for a moment that the schools which urge him on to the struggle and prepare him for it are in any way seriously to be considered as establishments of culture. They are institutions which teach one how to take part in the battle of life, whether they promise to turn out civil servants, or merchants, or officers, or wholesale dealers, or farmers, or physicians, or men with a technical training. The regulations and standards prevailing at such institutions differ from those in a true educational institution, and what in the latter is permitted, and even freely held out as often as possible, ought to be considered as a criminal offense in the former. Let me give you an example. If you wish to guide a young man on the path of true culture, beware of interrupting his naive, confident, and, as it were, immediate and personal relationship with nature. The woods, the rocks, the winds, the vulture, the flowers, the butterfly, the meads, the mountain slopes, must all speak to him in their own language. In them he must, as it were, come to know himself again in countless reflections and images, in a variegated round of changing visions, and in this way he will unconsciously and gradually feel the metaphysical unity of all things in the great image of nature, and at the same time tranquilize his soul in the contemplation of her eternal endurance and necessity. But how many young men should be permitted to grow up in such close and almost personal proximity to nature? The others must learn another truth betimes, how to subdue nature to themselves. Here is an end of this naive metaphysics, and the physiology of plants and animals, geology, inorganic chemistry, force their devotees to view nature from an altogether different standpoint. What is lost by this new point of view is not only a poetical phantasmagoria, but the instinctive, true, and unique point of view, instead of which we have shrewd and clever calculations, and, so to speak, overreachings of nature. Thus to the truly cultured man is vouchsafed the inestimable benefit of being able to remain faithful, without a break, to the contemplative instincts of his childhood, and so to attain to a calmness, unity, consistency, and harmony which can never be even thought of by a man who is compelled to fight in the struggle for existence. You must not think, however, that I wish to withhold all praise from our primary and secondary schools. I honor the seminaries where boys learn arithmetic and master modern languages, and study geography and the marvelous discoveries made in natural science. I am quite prepared to say further that those youths who pass through the better class of secondary schools are well entitled to make the claims put forward by the fully fledged public school boy, and the time is certainly not far distant when such pupils will be everywhere freely admitted to the universities and positions under the government, which has hitherto been the case only with scholars from the public schools of our present public schools, be it noted. I cannot, however, refrain from adding the melancholy reflection, if it be true that secondary and public schools are, on the whole, working so heartily in common towards the same ends, and differ from each other only in such a slight degree, that they may take equal rank before the tribunal of the state, then we completely lack another kind of educational institutions, those for the development of culture. To say the least, the secondary schools cannot be reproached with this, for they have up to the present propitiously and honorably followed up tendencies of a lower order, but one nevertheless highly necessary. In the public schools, however, there is very much less honesty and very much less ability too, for in them we find an instinctive feeling of shame, the unconscious perception of the fact that the whole institution has been ignominiously degraded, and that the sonorous words of wise and apathetic teachers are contradictory to the dreary, barbaric, and sterile reality. So there are no true cultural institutions. And in those very places where a pretense to culture is still kept up, we find the people more hopeless, atrophied, and discontented than in the secondary schools, where the so-called realistic subjects are taught. Besides this, only think how immature and uninformed one must be in the company of such teachers when one actually misunderstands the rigorously defined philosophical expressions real and realism to such a degree as to think them the contraries of mind and matter, and to interpret realism as the road to knowledge, formation, and mastery of reality. I for my own part know of only two exact contraries, institutions for teaching culture and institutions for teaching how to succeed in life. All our present institutions belong to the second class, but I am speaking only of the first. About 2 hours went by while the philosophically minded couple chatted about such startling questions. Night slowly fell in the meantime, and when in the twilight the philosopher's voice had sounded like natural music through the woods, It now rang out in the profound darkness of the night when he was speaking with excitement or even passionately, his tones hissing and thundering far down the valley, and reverberating among the trees and rocks. Suddenly he was silent. He had just repeated, almost pathetically, the words, "We have no true educational institutions, we have no true educational institutions," when something fell down just in front of him. It might have been a fir cone, and his dog barked and ran towards it. Thus interrupted, the philosopher raised his head, and suddenly became aware of the darkness, the cool air, and the lonely situation of himself and his companion. "Well, what are we about?" he ejaculated. "It's dark. You know whom we were expecting here, but he hasn't come. We have waited in vain. Let us go. Underscore 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 on. I must now, ladies and gentlemen, convey to you the impressions experienced by my friend and myself as we eagerly listened to this conversation, which we heard distinctly in our hiding place. I have already told you that at that place and at that hour we had intended to hold a festival in commemoration of something, and this something had to do with nothing else than matters concerning educational training, of which we, in our own youthful opinions, had garnered a plentiful harvest during our past life. We were thus disposed to remember with gratitude the institution which we had at one time thought out for ourselves at that very spot, in order, as I have already mentioned, that we might reciprocally encourage and watch over one another's educational impulses. But a sudden and unexpected light was thrown on all that past life as we silently gave ourselves up to the vehement words of the philosopher. As when a traveler, walking heedlessly across unknown ground, suddenly puts his foot over the edge of a cliff, so it now seemed to us that we had hastened to meet the great danger rather than run away from it. Here at this spot, so memorable to us, we heard the warning, "Back! Not another step! Know you not whither your footsteps tend, whither this deceitful path is luring you?" It seemed to us that we now knew, and our feeling of overflowing thankfulness impelled us so irresistibly towards our earnest counselor and trusty Eckhart, that both of us sprang up at the same moment and rushed towards the philosopher to embrace him. He was just about to move off, and had already turned sideways when we rushed up to him. The dog turned sharply round and barked, thinking doubtless, like the philosopher's companion, of an attempt at robbery rather than an enraptured embrace. It was plain that he had forgotten us. In a word, he ran away. Our embrace was a miserable failure when we did overtake him, for my friend gave a loud yell as the dog bit him, and the philosopher himself sprang away from me with such force that we both fell. What with the dog and the men, there was a scramble that lasted a few minutes, until my friend began to call out loudly, parodying the philosopher's own words, "In the name of all culture and pseudo-culture, what does the silly dog want with us? Hence, you confounded dog, you uninitiated, never to be initiated, hasten away from us, silent and ashamed." After this outburst matters were cleared up to some extent, at any rate so far as they could be cleared up in the darkness of the wood. "Oh, it's you," ejaculated the philosopher, "our duelists. How you startled us! What on earth drives you to jump out upon us like this at such a time of the night?" "Joy, thankfulness, and reverence," said we, shaking the old man by the hand, whilst the dog barked as if he understood. "We can't let you go without telling you this. And if you are to understand everything, you must not go away just yet. We want to ask you about so many things that lie heavily on our hearts. Stay yet a while, we know every foot of the way and can accompany you afterwards. The gentleman you expect may yet turn up. Look over yonder on the Rhine, what is that we see so clearly floating on the surface of the water as if surrounded by the light of many torches? It is there that we may look for your friend. I would even venture to say that it is he who is coming towards you with all those lights." And so much did we assail the surprised old man with our entreaties, promises, and fantastic delusions, that we persuaded the philosopher to walk to and fro with us on the little plateau, by learned lumber undisturbed, as my friend added. "Shame on you," said the philosopher, "if you really want to quote something, why choose Faust? However, I will give in to you, quotation or no quotation, if only our young companions will keep still and not run away as suddenly as they made their appearance, for they are like will-o'-the-wisps, we are amazed when they are there and again when they are not there." My friend immediately recited. "Respect, I hope, will teach us how we may our lighter disposition keep at bay. Our course is only zigzag as a rule." The philosopher was surprised, and stood still. "You astonish me, you will-o'-the-wisps," he said, "this is no quagmire we are on now. Of what use is this ground to you? What does the proximity of a philosopher mean to you? For around him the air is sharp and clear, the ground dry and hard. You must find out a more fantastic region for your zigzagging inclinations." "I think," interrupted the philosopher's companion at this point, "the gentlemen have already told us that they promised to meet someone here at this hour, but it seems to me that they listened to our comedy of education like a chorus, and truly idealistic spectators, for they did not disturb us, we thought we were alone with each other." "Yes, that is true," said the philosopher, "that praise must not be withheld from them, but it seems to me that they deserve still higher praise." Here I seized the philosopher's hand and said, "That man must be as obtuse as a reptile, with his stomach on the ground and his head buried in mud, who can listen to such a discourse as yours without becoming earnest and thoughtful, or even excited and indignant. Self-accusation and annoyance might perhaps cause a few to get angry, but our impression was quite different. The only thing I do not know is how exactly to describe it. This hour was so well timed for us, and our minds were so well prepared, that we sat there like empty vessels, and now it seems as if we were filled to overflowing with this new wisdom, for I no longer know how to help myself, and if someone asked me what I am thinking of doing tomorrow, or what I have made up my mind to do with myself from now on, I should not know what to answer. For it is easy to see that we have up to the present been living and educating ourselves in the wrong way, but what can we do to cross over the chasm between today and tomorrow?" "Yes," acknowledged my friend, "I have a similar feeling, and I ask the same question, but besides that I feel as if I were frightened away from German culture by entertaining such high and ideal views of its task, yet, as if I were unworthy to cooperate with it in carrying out its aims. I only see a resplendent file of the highest natures moving towards this goal. I can imagine over what abysses and through what temptations this procession travels. Who would dare to be so bold as to join in it?" At this point the philosopher's companion again turned to him and said, "Don't be angry with me when I tell you that I too have a somewhat similar feeling, which I have not mentioned to you before. When talking to you I often felt drawn out of myself, as it were, and inspired with your ardor and hopes till I almost forgot myself. Then a calmer moment arrives, a piercing wind of reality brings me back to earth, and then I see the wide gulf between us, over which you yourself, as in a dream, draw me back again. Then what you call culture merely totters meaninglessly around me or lies heavily on my breast. It is like a shirt of mail that weighs me down, or a sword that I cannot wield." Our minds, as we thus argued with the philosopher, were unanimous, and, mutually encouraging and stimulating one another, we slowly walked with him backwards and forwards along the unencumbered space which had earlier in the day served us as a shooting range. And then, in the still night, under the peaceful light of hundreds of stars, we all broke out into a tirade which ran somewhat as follows. "You have told us so much about the genius," we began, "about his lonely and wearisome journey through the world, as if nature never exhibited anything but the most diametrical contraries, in one place the stupid, dull masses, acting by instinct, and then, on a far higher and more remote plane, the great contemplating few, destined for the production of immortal works. But now you call these the apexes of the intellectual pyramid. It would, however, seem that between the broad, heavily burdened foundation up to the highest of the free and unencumbered peaks there must be countless intermediate degrees, and that here we must apply the saying natura non facit saltus. Where then are we to look for the beginning of what you call culture, Where is the line of demarcation to be drawn between the spheres which are ruled from below upwards and those which are ruled from above downwards? And if it be only in connection with these exalted beings that true culture may be spoken of, how are institutions to be founded for the uncertain existence of such natures? How can we devise educational establishments which shall be of benefit only to these select few? It rather seems to us that such persons know how to find their own way, and that their full strength is shown in their being able to walk without the educational crutches necessary for other people, and thus undisturbed to make their way through the storm and stress of this rough world just like a phantom. We kept on arguing in this fashion, speaking without any great ability and not putting our thoughts in any special form, but the philosopher's companion went even further, and said to him, "Just think of all these great geniuses of whom we are wont to be so proud, looking upon them as tried and true leaders and guides of this real German spirit, whose names we commemorate by statues and festivals, and whose works we hold up with feelings of pride for the admiration of foreign lands. How did they obtain the education you demand for them? To what degree do they show that they have been nourished and matured by basking in the sun of national education? And yet they are seen to be possible, they have nevertheless become men whom we must honor, yea, their works themselves justify the form of the development of these noble spirits, they justify even a certain want of education for which we must make allowance owing to their country and the age in which they lived. How could Lessing and Winckelmann benefit by the German culture of their time? Even less than, or at all events just as little as Beethoven, Schiller, Goethe, or every one of our great poets and artists. It may perhaps be a law of nature that only the later generations are destined to know by what divine gifts an earlier generation was favored. At this point the old philosopher could not control his anger, and shouted to his companion, "Oh, you innocent lamb of knowledge! You gentle sucking doves, all of you! And would you give the name of arguments to those distorted, clumsy, narrow-minded, ungainly, crippled things? Yes, I have just now been listening to the fruits of some of this present-day culture, and my ears are still ringing with the sound of historical self-understood things, of overwise and pitiless historical reasonings. Mark this, thou unprofaned nature, thou hast grown old, and for thousands of years the starry sky has spanned the space above thee, but thou hast never yet heard such conceited and, at bottom, mischievous chatter as the talk of the present day. So you are proud of your poets and artists, my good Teutons. You point to them and brag about them to foreign countries, do you? And because it has given you no trouble to have them amongst you, you have formed the pleasant theory that you need not concern yourselves further with them? Isn't that so, my inexperienced children? They come of their own free will, the stork brings them to you. Who would dare to mention a midwife? You deserve an earnest teaching, et. You should be proud of the fact that all the noble and brilliant men we have mentioned were prematurely suffocated, worn out, and crushed through you, through your barbarism? You think without shame of Lessing, who, on account of your stupidity, perished in battle against your ludicrous gods and idols, the evils of your theatres, your learned men, and your theologians, without once daring to lift himself to the height of that immortal flight for which he was brought into the world. And what are your impressions when you think of Winckelmann, who, that he might rid his eyes of your grotesque fatuousness, went to beg help from the Jesuits, and whose disgraceful religious conversion recoils upon you and will always remain an ineffaceable blemish upon you? You can even name Schiller without blushing. Just look at his picture. The fiery, sparkling eyes, looking at you with disdain, those flushed, death-like cheeks, can you learn nothing from all that? In him you had a beautiful and divine plaything, and through it was destroyed. And if it had been possible for you to take Goethe's friendship away from this melancholy, hasty life, hunted to premature death, then you would have crushed him even sooner than you did. You have not rendered assistance to a single one of our great geniuses, and now upon that fact you wish to build up the theory that none of them shall ever be helped in future? For each of them, however, up to this very moment, you have always been the resistance of the stupid world that Goethe speaks of in his Epilogue to the Bell. Towards each of them you acted the part of apathetic dullards or jealous narrow hearts or malignant egotists. In spite of you they created their immortal works, against you they directed their attacks, and thanks to you they died so prematurely, their tasks only half accomplished, blunted and dulled and shattered in the battle. Who can tell to what these heroic men were destined to attain if only that true German spirit had gathered them together within the protecting walls of a powerful institution, that spirit which, without the help of some such institution, drags out an isolated, debased, and degraded existence. All those great men were utterly ruined, and it is only an insane belief in the Hegelian reasonableness of all happenings which would absolve you of any responsibility in the matter. And not those men alone. Indictments are pouring forth against you from every intellectual province, whether I look at the talents of our poets, philosophers, painters, or sculptors, and not only in the case of gifts of the highest order I everywhere see immaturity, overstrained nerves, or prematurely exhausted energies, abilities wasted and nipped in the bud. I everywhere feel that resistance of the stupid world, in other words, your guiltiness. That is what I am talking about when I speak of lacking educational establishments, and why I think those which at present claim the name in such a pitiful condition. Whoever is pleased to call this an ideal desire, and refers to it as ideal as if he were trying to get rid of it by praising me, deserves the answer that the present system is a scandal and a disgrace, and that the man who asks for warmth in the midst of ice and snow must indeed get angry if he hears this referred to as an ideal desire. The matter we are now discussing is concerned with clear, urgent, and palpably evident realities. A man who knows anything of the question feels that there is a need which must be seen to, just like cold and hunger. But the man who is not affected at all by this matter most certainly has a standard by which to measure the extent of his own culture, and thus to know what I call culture, and where the line should be drawn between that which is ruled from below upwards and that which is ruled from above downwards. The philosopher seemed to be speaking very heatedly. We begged him to walk round with us again, since he had uttered the latter part of his discourse standing near the tree stump which had served us as a target. For a few minutes not a word more was spoken. Slowly and thoughtfully we walked to and fro. We did not so much feel ashamed of having brought forward such foolish arguments as we felt a kind of restitution of our personality. After the heated and, so far as we were concerned, very unflattering utterance of the philosopher, we seemed to feel ourselves nearer to him, that we even stood in a personal relationship to him. For so wretched is man that he never feels himself brought into such close contact with a stranger as when the latter shows some sign of weakness, some defect. That our philosopher had lost his temper and made use of abusive language helped to bridge over the gulf created between us by our timid respect for him, and for the sake of the reader who feels his indignation rising at this suggestion, let it be added that this bridge often leads from distant hero worship to personal love and pity. And, after the feeling that our personality had been restored to us, this pity gradually became stronger and stronger. Why were we making this old man walk up and down with us between the rocks and trees at that time of the night? And, since he had yielded to our entreaties, why could we not have thought of a more modest and unassuming manner of having ourselves instructed? Why should the three of us have contradicted him in such clumsy terms? For now we saw how thoughtless, unprepared, and baseless were all the objections we had made, and how greatly the echo of the present was heard in them, the voice of which, in the province of culture, the old man would fain not have heard. Our objections, however, were not purely intellectual ones. Our reasons for protesting against the philosopher's statements seemed to lie elsewhere. They arose perhaps from the instinctive anxiety to know whether, if the philosopher's views were carried into effect, our own personalities would find a place in the higher or lower division, and this made it necessary for us to find some arguments against the mode of thinking which robbed us of our self-styled claims to culture. People, however, should not argue with companions who feel the weight of an argument so personally, or, as the moral in our case would have been, such companions should not argue, should not contradict at all. So we walked on beside the philosopher, ashamed, compassionate, dissatisfied with ourselves, and more than ever convinced that the old man was right and that we had done him wrong. How remote now seemed the youthful dream of our educational institution, how clearly we saw the danger which we had hitherto escaped merely by good luck, namely, giving ourselves up body and soul to the educational system which forced itself upon our notice so enticingly, from the time when we entered the public schools up to that moment. How then had it come about that we had not taken our places in the chorus of its admirers? Perhaps merely because we were real students, and could still draw back from the rough and tumble, the pushing and struggling, the restless, ever-breaking waves of publicity, to seek refuge in our own little educational establishment, which, however, time would have soon swallowed up also. Overcome by such reflections, we were about to address the philosopher again, when he suddenly turned towards us, and said in a softer tone, "I cannot be surprised if you young men behave rashly and thoughtlessly, for it is hardly likely that you have ever seriously considered what I have just said to you. Don't be in a hurry, carry this question about with you, but do at any rate consider it day and night. For you are now at the parting of the ways, and now you know where each path leads. If you take the one, your age will receive you with open arms, you will not find it wanting in honors and decorations, you will form units of an enormous rank and file, and there will be as many people like-minded standing behind you as in front of you. And when the leader gives the word it will be re-echoed from rank to rank. For here your first duty is this, to fight in rank and file, and your second, to annihilate all those who refuse to form part of the rank and file. On the other path you will have but few fellow travelers, it is more arduous, winding, and precipitous, and those who take the first path will mock you, for your progress is more wearisome, and they will try to lure you over into their own ranks. When the two paths happen to cross, however, you will be roughly handled and thrust aside, or else shunned and isolated. Now, take these two parties, so different from each other in every respect, and tell me what meaning an educational establishment would have for them. That enormous horde, crowding onwards on the first path towards its goal, would take the term to mean an institution by which each of its members would become duly qualified to take his place in the rank and file, and would be purged of everything which might tend to make him strive after higher and more remote aims. I don't deny, of course, that they can find pompous words with which to describe their aims. For example, they speak of the universal development of free personality upon a firm social, national, and human basis, or they announce as their goal, the founding of the peaceful sovereignty of the people upon reason, education, and justice. An educational establishment for the other and smaller company, however, would be something vastly different. They would employ it to prevent themselves from being separated from one another and overwhelmed by the first huge crowd, to prevent their few select spirits from losing sight of their splendid and noble task through premature weariness, or from being turned aside from the true path, corrupted, or subverted. These select spirits must complete their work, that is the raison d'être of their common institution, a work, indeed, which, as it were, must be free from subjective traces, and must further rise above the transient events of future times as the pure reflection of the eternal and immutable essence of things. And all those who occupy places in that institution must cooperate in the endeavor to engender men of genius by this purification from subjectiveness and the creation of the works of genius. Not a few, even of those whose talents may be of the second or third order, are suited to such cooperation, and only when serving in such an educational establishment as this do they feel that they are truly carrying out their life's task. But now it is just these talents I speak of which are drawn away from the true path, and their instincts estranged, by the continual seductions of that modern culture. The egotistic emotions, weaknesses, and vanities of these few select minds are continually assailed by the temptations unceasingly murmured into their ears by the spirit of the age, "Come with me. There you are servants, retainers, tools, eclipsed by higher natures, your own peculiar characteristics never have free play, you are tied down, chained down, like slaves, like automata. Here, with me, you will enjoy the freedom of your own personalities, as masters should, your talents will cast their luster on yourselves alone, with their aid you may come to the very front rank, an innumerable train of followers will accompany you, and the applause of public opinion will yield you more pleasure than a nobly bestowed commendation from the height of genius. Even the very best of men now yield to these temptations, and it cannot be said that the deciding factor here is the degree of talent, or whether a man is accessible to these voices or not, but rather the degree and the height of a certain moral sublimity, the instinct towards heroism, towards sacrifice, and finally a positive, habitual need of culture, prepared by a proper kind of education, which education, as I have previously said, is first and foremost obedience and submission to the discipline of genius. Of this discipline and submission, however, the present institutions called by courtesy educational establishments know nothing whatever, although I have no doubt that the public school was originally intended to be an institution for sowing the seeds of true culture, or at least as a preparation for it. I have no doubt, either, that they took the first bold steps in the wonderful and stirring times of the Reformation, and that afterwards, in the era which gave birth to Schiller and Goethe, there was again a growing demand for culture, like the first protuberance of that wing spoken of by Plato in the Phaedrus, which, at every contact with the beautiful, bears the soul aloft into the upper regions, the habitations of the gods. Ah, began the philosopher's companion, when you quote the divine Plato and the world of ideas, I do not think you are angry with me, however much my previous utterance may have merited your disapproval and wrath. As soon as you speak of it, I feel that Platonic wing rising within me, and it is only at intervals, when I act as the charioteer of my soul, that I have any difficulty with the resisting and unwilling horse that Plato has also described to us, the crooked, lumbering animal, put together anyhow, with a short, thick neck, flat-faced, and of a dark color, with grey eyes and blood-red complexion, the mate of insolence and pride, shag-eared and deaf, hardly yielding to whip or spur. Just think how long I have lived at a distance from you, and how all those temptations you speak of have endeavored to lure me away, not perhaps without some success, even though I myself may not have observed it. I now see more clearly than ever the necessity for an institution which will enable us to live and mix freely with the few men of true culture, so that we may have them as our leaders and guiding stars. How greatly I feel the danger of traveling alone. And when it occurred to me that I could save myself by flight from all contact with the spirit of the time, I found that this flight itself was a mere delusion. Continuously, with every breath we take, some amount of that atmosphere circulates through every vein and artery, and no solitude is lonesome or distant enough for us to be out of reach of its fogs and clouds. Whether in the guise of hope, doubt, profit, or virtue, the shades of that culture hover about us, and we have been deceived by that jugglery even here in the presence of a true hermit of culture. How steadfastly and faithfully must the few followers of that culture which might almost be called sectarian be ever on the alert. How they must strengthen and uphold one another. How adversely would any errors be criticized here, and how sympathetically excused. And thus, teacher, I ask you to pardon me, after you have labored so earnestly to set me in the right path. You use a language which I do not care for, my friend, said the philosopher, and one which reminds me of a diocesan conference. With that I have nothing to do. But your Platonic horse pleases me, and on its account you shall be forgiven. I am willing to exchange my own animal for yours. But it is getting chilly, and I don't feel inclined to walk about any more just now. The friend I was waiting for is indeed foolish enough to come up here even at midnight if he promised to do so. But I have waited in vain for the signal agreed upon, and I cannot guess what has delayed him. For as a rule he is punctual, as we old men are wont to be, something that you young men nowadays look upon as old-fashioned. But he has left me in the lurch for once, how annoying it is. Come away with me. It's time to go. At this moment something happened. Fifth lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have lent a sympathetic ear to what I have told you about the heated argument of our philosopher in the stillness of that memorable night, you must have felt as disappointed as we did when he announced his peevish intention. You will remember that he had suddenly told us he wished to go, for, having been left in the lurch by his friend in the first place, and, in the second, having been bored rather than animated by the remarks addressed to him by his companion and ourselves when walking backwards and forwards on the hillside, He now apparently wanted to put an end to what appeared to him to be a useless discussion. It must have seemed to him that his day had been lost, and he would have liked to blot it out of his memory, together with the recollection of ever having made our acquaintance. And we were thus rather unwillingly preparing to depart when something else suddenly brought him to a standstill, and the foot he had just raised sank hesitatingly to the ground again. A colored flame, making a crackling noise for a few seconds, attracted our attention from the direction of the Rhine, and immediately following upon this we heard a slow, harmonious call, quite in tune, although plainly the cry of numerous youthful voices. "That's his signal," exclaimed the philosopher, "so my friend is really coming, and I haven't waited for nothing, after all. It will be a midnight meeting indeed, but how am I to let him know that I am still here? Come. Your pistols, let us see your talent once again. Did you hear the severe rhythm of that melody saluting us? Mark it well, and answer it in the same rhythm by a series of shots." This was a task well suited to our tastes and abilities, so we loaded up as quickly as we could and pointed our weapons at the brilliant stars in the heavens, whilst the echo of that piercing cry died away in the distance. The reports of the first, second, and third shots sounded sharply in the stillness, and then the philosopher cried false time, as our rhythm was suddenly interrupted, for, like a lightning flash, a shooting star tore its way across the clouds after the third report, and almost involuntarily our fourth and fifth shots were sent after it in the direction it had taken. "False time," said the philosopher again, "who told you to shoot stars? They can fall well enough without you. People should know what they want before they begin to handle weapons." And then we once more heard that loud melody from the waters of the Rhine, intoned by numerous and strong voices. "They understand us," said the philosopher, laughing, "and who indeed could resist when such a dazzling phantom comes within range?" "Hush," interrupted his friend, "what sort of a company can it be that returns the signal to us in such a way? I should say they were between 20 and 40 strong, manly voices in that crowd, and where would such a number come from to greet us? They don't appear to have left the opposite bank of the Rhine yet, but at any rate we must have a look at them from our own side of the river. Come along, quickly." We were then standing near the top of the hill, you may remember, and our view of the river was interrupted by a dark, thick wood. On the other hand, as I have told you, from the quiet little spot which we had left we could have a better view than from the little plateau on the hillside, and the Rhine, with the island of Non-Neenworth in the middle, was just visible to the beholder who peered over the tree tops. We therefore set off hastily towards this little spot, taking care, however, not to go too quickly for the philosopher's comfort. The night was pitch dark, and we seemed to find our way by instinct rather than by clearly distinguishing the path, as we walked down with the philosopher in the middle. We had scarcely reached our side of the river when a broad and fiery, yet dull and uncertain light shot up, which plainly came from the opposite side of the Rhine. "Those are torches," I cried. "There is nothing surer than that my comrades from Bonn are over yonder, and that your friend must be with them. It is they who sang that peculiar song, and they have doubtless accompanied your friend here. See. Listen. They are putting off in little boats. The whole torchlight procession will have arrived here in less than half an hour." The philosopher jumped back. "What do you say?" he ejaculated. "Your comrades from Bonn students? Can my friend have come here with students?" This question, uttered almost wrathfully, provoked us. "What's your objection to students?" we demanded, but there was no answer. It was only after a pause that the philosopher slowly began to speak, not addressing us directly, as it were, but rather someone in the distance. "So, my friend, even at midnight, even on the top of a lonely mountain, we shall not be alone, and you yourself are bringing a pack of mischief-making students along with you, although you well know that I am only too glad to get out of the way of hoc genus omne. I don't quite understand you, my friend. It must mean something when we arrange to meet after a long separation at such an out-of-the-way place and at such an unusual hour. Why should we want a crowd of witnesses and such witnesses? What calls us together today is least of all a sentimental, soft-hearted necessity, for both of us learned early in life to live alone in dignified isolation. It was not for our own sakes, not to show our tender feelings towards each other, or to perform an unrehearsed act of friendship, that we decided to meet here, but that here, where I once came suddenly upon you as you sat in majestic solitude, we might earnestly deliberate with each other like knights of a new order. Let them listen to us who can understand us, but why should you bring with you a throng of people who don't understand us? I don't know what you mean by such a thing, my friend. We did not think it proper to interrupt the dissatisfied old grumbler, and as he came to a melancholy close we did not dare to tell him how greatly this distrustful repudiation of students vexed us. At last the philosopher's companion turned to him and said, I am reminded of the fact that even you at one time, before I made your acquaintance, occupied posts in several universities, and that reports concerning your intercourse with the students and your methods of instruction at the time are still in circulation. From the tone of resignation in which you have just referred to students, many would be inclined to think that you had some peculiar experiences which were not at all to your liking, but personally I rather believe that you saw and experienced in such places just what everyone else saw and experienced in them, but that you judged what you saw and felt more justly and severely than anyone else. For, during the time I have known you, I have learned that the most noteworthy, instructive, and decisive experiences and events in one's life are those which are of daily occurrence, that the greatest riddle, displayed in full view of all, is seen by the fewest to be the greatest riddle, and that these problems are spread about in every direction, under the very feet of the passers-by, for the few real philosophers to lift up carefully, thenceforth to shine as diamonds of wisdom. Perhaps, in the short time now left us before the arrival of your friend, you will be good enough to tell us something of your experiences of university life, so as to close the circle of observations, to which we were involuntarily urged, respecting our educational institutions. We may also be allowed to remind you that you, at an earlier stage of your remarks, gave me the promise that you would do so. Starting with the public school, you claimed for it an extraordinary importance. All other institutions must be judged by its standard, according as its aim has been proposed, and, if its aim happens to be wrong, all the others have to suffer. Such an importance cannot now be adopted by the universities as a standard, for, by their present system of grouping, they would be nothing more than institutions where public school students might go through finishing courses. You promised me that you would explain this in greater detail later on. Perhaps our student friends can bear witness to that, if they chance to overhear that part of our conversation. We can testify to that, I put in. The philosopher then turned to us and said, well, if you really did listen attentively, perhaps you can now tell me what you understand by the expression the present aim of our public schools. Besides, you are still near enough to the sphere to judge my opinions by the standard of your own impressions and experiences. My friend instantly answered, quickly and smartly, as was his habit, in the following words: until now we had always thought that the sole object of the public school was to prepare students for the universities. This preparation, however, should tend to make us independent enough for the extraordinarily free position of a university student, for it seems to me that a student, to a greater extent than any other individual, has more to decide and settle for himself. He must guide himself on a wide, utterly unknown path for many years, so the public school must do its best to render him independent. I continued the argument where my friend left off. It even seems to me, I said, that everything for which you have justly blamed the public school is only a necessary means employed to imbue the youthful student with some kind of independence, or at all events with the belief that there is such a thing. The teaching of German composition must be at the service of this independence. The individual must enjoy his opinions and carry out his designs early, so that he may be able to travel alone and without crutches. In this way he will soon be encouraged to produce original work, and still sooner to take up criticism and analysis. If Latin and Greek studies prove insufficient to make a student an enthusiastic admirer of antiquity, the methods with which such studies are pursued are at all events sufficient to awaken the scientific sense, the desire for a more strict causality of knowledge, the the passion for finding out and inventing. Only think how many young men may be lured away forever to the attractions of science by a new reading of some sort which they have snatched up with youthful hands at the public school. The public school boy must learn and collect a great deal of varied information, hence an impulse will gradually be created, accompanied with which he will continue to learn and collect independently at the university. We believe, in short, that the aim of the public school is to prepare and accustom the student always to live and learn independently afterwards, just as beforehand he must live and learn dependently at the public school. The philosopher laughed, not altogether good-naturedly, and said, "You have just given me a fine example of that independence. And it is this very independence that shocks me so much, and makes any place in the neighborhood of present-day students so disagreeable to me. Yes, my good friends, you are perfect, you are mature, nature has cast you and broken up the molds, and your teachers must surely gloat over you. What liberty, certitude, and independence of judgment, what novelty and freshness of insight! You sit in judgment and the cultures of all ages run away. The scientific sense is kindled, and rises out of you like a flame. Let people be careful, lest you set them alight. If I go further into the question and look at your professors, I again find the same independence in a greater and even more charming degree. Never was there a time so full of the most sublime independent folk, never was slavery more detested, the slavery of education and culture included. Permit me, however, to measure this independence of yours by the standard of this culture, and to consider your university as an educational institution and nothing else. If a foreigner desires to know something of the methods of our universities, he asks first of all with emphasis, how is the student connected with the university? We answer, by the ear, as a hearer. The foreigner is astonished. Only by the ear, he repeats. Only by the ear, we again reply. The student hears. When he speaks, when he sees, when he is in the company of his companions, when he takes up some branch of art, in short, when he lives, he is independent, i.e. not dependent upon the educational institution. The student very often writes down something while he hears, and it is only at these rare moments that he hangs to the umbilical cord of his alma mater. He himself may choose what he is to listen to, he is not bound to believe what is said, he may close his ears if he does not care to hear. This is the achromatic method of teaching. The teacher, however, speaks to these listening students. Whatever else he may think and do is cut off from the student's perception by an immense gap. The professor often reads when he is speaking. As a rule he wishes to have as many hearers as possible, he is not content to have a few, and he is never satisfied with one only. One speaking mouth, with many ears, and half as many writing hands, there you have to all appearances, the external academical apparatus, the university engine of culture set in motion. Moreover, the proprietor of this one mouth is severed from and independent of the owners of the many ears, and this double independence is enthusiastically designated as academical freedom. And again, that this freedom may be broadened still more, the one may speak what he likes and the other may hear what he likes, except that, behind both of them, at a modest distance, stands the state, with all the intentness of a supervisor, to remind the professors and students from time to time that it is the aim, the goal, the be-all and end-all, of this curious speaking and hearing procedure. We, who must be permitted to regard this phenomenon merely as an educational institution, will then inform the inquiring foreigner that what is called culture in our universities merely proceeds from the mouth to the ear, and that every kind of training for culture is, as I said before, merely achromatic. Since, however, not only the hearing, but also the choice of what to hear is left to the independent decision of the liberal-minded and unprejudiced student, and since, again, he can withhold all belief and authority from what he hears, all training for culture, in the true sense of the term, reverts to himself, and the independence it was thought desirable to aim at in the public school now presents itself with the highest possible pride as academical self-training for culture, and struts about in its brilliant plumage. Happy times, when youths are clever and cultured enough to teach themselves how to walk? Unsurpassable public schools, which succeed in implanting independence in the place of the dependence, discipline, subordination, and obedience implanted by former generations that thought it their duty to drive away all the bumptiousness of independence. Do you clearly see, my good friends, why I, from the standpoint of culture, regard the present type of university as a mere appendage to the public school? The culture instilled by the public school passes through the gates of the university as something ready and entire, and with its own particular claims, it demands, it gives laws, it sits in judgment. Do not, then, let yourselves be deceived in regard to the cultured student, for he, in so far as he thinks he has absorbed the blessings of education, is merely the public schoolboy as molded by the hands of his teacher, one who, since his academical isolation, and after he has left the public school, has therefore been deprived of all further guidance to culture, that from now on he may begin to live by himself and be free. Free. Examine this freedom, ye observers of human nature. Erected upon the sandy, crumbling foundation of our present public school culture, its building slants to one side, trembling before the whirlwind's blast. Look at the free student, the herald of self-culture, guess what his instincts are, explain him from his needs. How does his culture appear to you when you measure it by three graduated scales? First, by his need for philosophy, second, by his instinct for art, and third, by Greek and Roman antiquity as the incarnate categorical imperative of all culture. Man is so much encompassed about by the most serious and difficult problems that, when they are brought to his attention in the right way, he is impelled betimes towards a lasting kind of philosophical wonder, from which alone, as a fruitful soil, a deep and noble culture can grow forth. His own experiences lead him most frequently to the consideration of these problems, and it is especially in the tempestuous period of youth that every personal event shines with a double gleam, both as the exemplification of a triviality and, at the same time, of an eternally surprising problem, deserving of explanation. At this age, which, as it were, sees his experiences encircled with metaphysical rainbows, man is, in the highest degree, in need of a guiding hand, because he has suddenly and almost instinctively convinced himself of the ambiguity of existence, and has lost the firm support of the beliefs he has hitherto held. This natural state of great need must of course be looked upon as the worst enemy of that beloved independence for which the cultured youth of the present day should be trained. All these sons of the present, who have raised the banner of the self-understood, are therefore straining every nerve to crush down these feelings of youth, to cripple them, to mislead them, or to stop their growth altogether, and the favorite means employed is to paralyze that natural philosophic impulse by the so-called historical culture. A still recent system, which has won for itself a worldwide scandalous reputation, has discovered the formula for the self-destruction of philosophy, and now, wherever the historical view of things is found, we can see such a naive recklessness in bringing the irrational to rationality and reason and making black look like white, that one is even inclined to parody Hegel's phrase and ask, is all this irrationality real? Ah, it is only the irrational that now seems to be real, i.e. really doing something. And to bring this kind of reality forward for the elucidation of history is reckoned as true historical culture. It is into this that the philosophical impulse of our time has pupated itself, and the peculiar philosophers of our universities seem to have conspired to fortify and confirm the young academicians in it. It has thus come to pass that, in place of a profound interpretation of the eternally recurring problems, a historical even philological balancing and questioning has entered into the educational arena, what this or that philosopher has or has not thought, whether this or that essay or dialogue is to be ascribed to him or not, or even whether this particular reading of a classical text is to be preferred to that. It is to neutral preoccupations with philosophy like these that our students in philosophical seminaries are stimulated, whence I have long accustomed myself to regard such science as a mere ramification of philology, and to value its representatives in proportion as they are good or bad philologists. So it has come about that philosophy itself is banished from the universities, wherewith our first question as to the value of our universities from the standpoint of culture is answered. In what relationship these universities stand to art cannot be acknowledged without shame, in none at all. Of artistic thinking, learning, striving, and comparison, we do not find in them a single trace, and no one would seriously think that the voice of the universities would ever be raised to help the advancement of the higher national schemes of art. Whether an individual teacher feels himself to be personally qualified for art, or whether a professorial chair has been established for the training of aestheticizing literary historians, does not enter into the question at all. The fact remains that the university is not in a position to control the young academician by severe artistic discipline, and that it must let happen what happens, willy-nilly, and this is the cutting answer to the immodest pretensions of the universities to represent themselves as the highest educational institutions. We find our academical independence growing up without philosophy and without art, and how can they then have any need to go in for the Greeks and Romans, for we need now no longer pretend, like our forefathers, to have any great regard for Greece and Rome, which, besides, sit enthroned in almost inaccessible loneliness and majestic alienation. The universities of the present time consequently give no heed to almost extinct educational predilections like these, and found their philological chairs for the training of new and exclusive generations of philologists, who on their part give similar philological preparation in the public schools, a vicious circle which is useful neither to philologists nor to public schools, but which above all accuses the university for the third time of not being what it so pompously proclaims itself to be: a training ground for culture. Take away the Greeks, together with philosophy and art, and what ladder have you still remaining by which to ascend to culture? For, if you attempt to clamber up the ladder without these helps, you must permit me to inform you that all your learning will lie like a heavy burden on your shoulders rather than furnishing you with wings and bearing you aloft. If you honest thinkers have honorably remained in these three stages of intelligence, and have perceived that, in comparison with the Greeks, the modern student is unsuited to and unprepared for philosophy, that he has no truly artistic instincts, and is merely a barbarian believing himself to be free, you will not on this account turn away from him in disgust, although you will, of course, avoid coming into too close proximity with him. For, as he now is, he is not to blame. As you have perceived him, he is the dumb but terrible accuser of those who are to blame. You should understand the secret language spoken by this guilty innocent, and then you, too, would learn to understand the inward state of that independence which is paraded outwardly with so much ostentation. Not one of these noble, well-qualified youths has remained a stranger to that restless, tiring, perplexing, and debilitating need of culture, during his university term, when he is apparently the only free man in a crowd of servants and officials. He atones for this huge illusion of freedom by ever-growing inner doubts and convictions. He feels that he can neither lead nor help himself, and then he plunges hopelessly into the workaday world and endeavors to ward off such feelings by study. The most trivial bustle fastens itself upon him, he sinks under his heavy burden. Then he suddenly pulls himself together. He still feels some of that power within him which would have enabled him to keep his head above water. Pride and noble resolutions assert themselves and grow in him. He is afraid of sinking at this early stage into the limits of a narrow profession, and now he grasps at pillars and railings alongside the stream that he may not be swept away by the current. In vain. For these supports give way, and he finds he has clutched at broken reeds. In low and despondent spirits he sees his plans vanish away in smoke. His condition is undignified, even dreadful. He keeps between the two extremes of work at high pressure and a state of melancholy enervation. Then he becomes tired, lazy, afraid of work, fearful of everything great, and hating himself. He looks into his own breast, analyses his faculties, and finds he is only peering into hollow and chaotic vacuity. And then he once more falls from the heights of his eagerly desired self-knowledge into an iron-ical scepticism. He divests his struggles of their real importance, and feels himself ready to undertake any class of useful work, however degrading. He now seeks consolation in hasty and incessant action so as to hide himself from himself. And thus his helplessness and the want of a leader towards culture drive him from one form of life into another, but doubt, elevation, worry, hope, despair, everything flings him hither and thither as a proof that all the stars above him by which he could have guided his ship have set. There you have the picture of this glorious independence of yours, of that academical freedom, reflected in the highest minds, those which are truly in need of culture, compared with whom that other crowd of indifferent natures does not count at all, natures that delight in their freedom in a purely barbaric sense. For these latter show by their base smugness and their narrow professional limitations that this is the right element for them, against which there is nothing to be said. Their comfort, however, does not counterbalance the suffering of one single young man who has an inclination for culture and feels the need of a guiding hand, and who at last, in a moment of discontent, throws down the reins and begins to despise himself. This is the guiltless innocent, for who has saddled him with the unbearable burden of standing alone? Who has urged him on to independence at an age when one of the most natural and peremptory needs of youth is, so to speak, a self-surrendering to great leaders and an enthusiastic following in the footsteps of the masters? It is repulsive to consider the effects to which the violent suppression of such noble natures may lead. He who surveys the greatest supporters and friends of that pseudo-culture of the present time, which I so greatly detest, will only too frequently find among them such degenerate and shipwrecked men of culture, driven by inward despair to violent enmity against culture, when, in a moment of desperation, there was no one at hand to show them how to attain it. It is not the worst and most insignificant people whom we afterwards find acting as journalists and writers for the press in the metamorphosis of despair. The spirit of some well-known men of letters might even be described, and justly, as degenerate studentum. How else, for example, can we reconcile that once well-known young Germany with its present degenerate successors? Here we discover a need of culture which, so to speak, has grown mutinous, and which finally breaks out into the passionate cry, "I am culture." There, before the gates of the public schools and universities, we can see the culture which has been driven like a fugitive away from these institutions. True, this culture is without the erudition of those establishments, but assumes nevertheless the mien of a sovereign, so that, for example, Gutzkow the novelist might be pointed to as the best example of a modern public school boy turned aesthete. Such a degenerate man of culture is a serious matter, and it is a horrifying spectacle for us to see that all our scholarly and journalistic publicity bears the stigma of this degeneracy upon it. How else can we do justice to our learned men, who pay untiring attention to, and even cooperate in the journalistic corruption of the people, how else than by the acknowledgement that their learning must fill a want of their own similar to that filled by novel writing in the case of others, i.e. a flight from one's self, an ascetic extirpation of their cultural impulses, a desperate attempt to annihilate their own individuality. From our degenerate literary art, as also from that itch for scribbling of our learned men which has now reached such alarming proportions, wells forth the same sigh, "Oh that we could forget ourselves." The attempt fails, memory, not yet suffocated by the mountains of printed paper under which it is buried, keeps on repeating from time to time, "A degenerate man of culture. Born for culture and brought up to non-culture. Helpless barbarian, slave of the day, chained to the present moment, and thirsting for something ever thirsting." Oh, the miserable guilty innocents! For they lack something, a need that every one of them must have felt, a real educational institution, which could give them goals, masters, methods, companions, and from the midst of which the invigorating and uplifting breath of the true German spirit would inspire them. Thus they perish in the wilderness, thus they degenerate into enemies of that spirit which is at bottom closely allied to their own, thus they pile fault upon fault higher than any former generation ever did, soiling the clean, desecrating the holy, canonizing the false and spurious. It is by them that you can judge the educational strength of our universities, asking yourselves, in all seriousness, the question, what cause did you promote through them? The German power of invention, the noble German desire for knowledge, the qualifying of the German for diligence and self-sacrifice, splendid and beautiful things, which other nations envy you, yeah, the finest and most magnificent things in the world, if only that true German spirit overspread them like a dark thunder cloud, pregnant with the blessing of forthcoming rain. But you are afraid of this spirit, and it has therefore come to pass that a cloud of another sort has thrown a heavy and oppressive atmosphere around your universities, in which your noble-minded scholars breathe wearily and with difficulty. A tragic, earnest, and instructive attempt was made in the present century to destroy the cloud I have last referred to, and also to turn the people's looks in the direction of the high welkin of the German spirit. In all the annals of our universities we cannot find any trace of a second attempt, and he who would impressively demonstrate what is now necessary for us will never find a better example. I refer to the old, primitive Burschenschaft. When the War of Liberation was over, the young student brought back home the unlooked-for and worthiest trophy of battle, the freedom of his fatherland. Crowned with this laurel, he thought of something still nobler. On returning to the university, and finding that he was breathing heavily, he became conscious of that oppressive and contaminated air which overhung the culture of the university. He suddenly saw, with horror-struck, wide-open eyes, the non-German barbarism, hiding itself in the guise of all kinds of scholasticism. He suddenly discovered that his own leaderless comrades were abandoned to a repulsive kind of youthful intoxication. And he was exasperated. He rose with the same aspect of proud indignation as Schiller may have had when reciting The Robbers to his companions, and if he had prefaced his drama with the picture of a lion, and the motto, in Tyrannos, his follower himself was that very lion preparing to spring, and every tyrant began to tremble. Yes, if these indignant youths were looked at superficially and timorously, they would seem to be little else than Schiller's robbers. Their talk sounded so wild to the anxious listener that Rome and Sparta seemed mere nunneries compared with these new spirits. The consternation raised by these young men was indeed far more general than had ever been caused by those other robbers in court circles, of which a German prince, according to Goethe, is said to have expressed the opinion, if he had been God, and had foreseen the appearance of the robbers, he would not have created the world. Whence came the incomprehensible intensity of this alarm? For those young men were the bravest, purest, and most talented of the band both in dress and habits. They were distinguished by a magnanimous recklessness and a noble simplicity. A divine command bound them together to seek harder and more pious superiority. What could be feared from them? To what extent this fear was merely deceptive or simulated or really true is something that will probably never be exactly known, but a strong instinct spoke out of this fear and out of its disgraceful and senseless persecution. This instinct hated the Burschenschaft with an intense hatred for two reasons: first of all on account of its organization, as being the first attempt to construct a true educational institution, and, secondly, on account of the spirit of this institution, that earnest, manly, stern, and daring German spirit, that spirit of the miner's son, Luther, which has come down to us unbroken from the time of the Reformation. Think of the fate of the Burschenschaft when I ask you, did the German university then understand that spirit, as even the German princes in their hatred appear to have understood it? Did the alma mater boldly and resolutely throw her protecting arms round her noble sons and say, "You must kill me first, before you touch my children"? I hear your answer. By it you may judge whether the German university is an educational institution or not. The student knew at that time at what depth the true educational institution must take root, namely, in an inward renovation and inspiration of the purest moral faculties. And this must always be repeated to the student's credit. He may have learned on the field of battle what he could learn least of all in the sphere of academical freedom, that great leaders are necessary, and that all culture begins with obedience. And in the midst of victory, with his thoughts turned to his liberated fatherland, he made the vow that he would remain German. German. Now he learned to understand his Tacitus, now he grasped the signification of Kant's categorical imperative, now he was enraptured by Weber's lyre and sword songs. The gates of philosophy, of art, yea, even of antiquity, opened unto him, and in one of the most memorable of bloody acts, the murder of Kotzebue, he revenged with penetrating insight and enthusiastic short-sightedness his one and only Schiller, prematurely consumed by the opposition of the stupid world, Schiller, who could have been his leader, master, and organizer, and whose loss he now bewailed with such heartfelt resentment. For that was the doom of those promising students, they did not find the leaders they wanted. They gradually became uncertain, discontented, and at variance among themselves. Unlucky indiscretions showed only too soon that the one indispensability of powerful minds was lacking in the midst of them, and, while that mysterious murder gave evidence of astonishing strength, it gave no less evidence of the grave danger arising from the want of a leader. They were leaderless, therefore they perished. For I repeat it, my friends, all culture begins with the very opposite of that which is now so highly esteemed as academical freedom, with obedience, with subordination, with discipline, with subjection. And as leaders must have followers, so also must the followers have a leader. Here a certain reciprocal predisposition prevails in the hierarchy of spirits, a kind of pre-established harmony. This eternal hierarchy, towards which all things naturally tend, is always threatened by that pseudo-culture which now sits on the throne of the present. It endeavors either to bring the leaders down to the level of its own servitude or else to cast them out altogether. It seduces the followers when they are seeking their predestined leader, and overcomes them by the fumes of its narcotics. When, however, in spite of all this, leader and followers have at last met, wounded and sore, there is an impassioned feeling of rapture, like the echo of an ever-sounding lyre, a feeling which I can let you divine only by means of a simile. Have you ever, at a musical rehearsal, looked at the strange, shriveled up, good-natured species of men who usually form the German orchestra? What changes and fluctuations we see in that capricious goddess form! What noses and airs, what clumsy, danse macabre movements! Just imagine for a moment that you were deaf, and had never dreamed of the existence of sound or music, and that you were looking upon the orchestra as a company of actors, and trying to enjoy their performance as a drama and nothing more. Undisturbed by the idealizing effect of the sound, you could never see enough of the stern, medieval, wood-cutting movement of this comical spectacle, this harmonious parody on the Homo sapiens. Now, on the other hand, assume that your musical sense has returned, and that your ears are opened. Look at the honest conductor at the head of the orchestra performing his duties in a dull, spiritless fashion. You no longer think of the comical aspect of the whole scene, you listen, but it seems to you that the spirit of tediousness spreads out from the honest conductor over all his companions. Now you see only torpidity and flabbiness, you hear only the trivial, the rhythmically inaccurate, and the melodiously trite. You see the orchestra only as an indifferent, ill-humored, and even wearisome crowd of players. But set a genius, a real genius, in the midst of this crowd, and you instantly perceive something almost incredible. It is as if this genius, in his lightning transmigration, had entered into these mechanical, lifeless bodies, and as if only one demoniacal eye gleamed forth out of them all. Now look and listen, you can never listen enough. When you again observe the orchestra, now loftily storming, now fervently wailing, when you notice the quick tightening of every muscle and the rhythmical necessity of every gesture, then you too will feel what a pre-established harmony there is between leader and followers, and how in the hierarchy of spirits everything impels us towards the establishment of a like organization. You can divine from my simile what I would understand by a true educational institution, and why I am very far from recognizing one in the present type of university. From a few notes written down by Nietzsche in the spring and autumn of 1872, and still preserved in the Nietzsche archives at Weimar, it is evident that he at one time intended to add a sixth and seventh lecture to the 5 just given. These notes, although included in the latest edition of Nietzsche's works, are utterly lacking in interest and continuity, being merely headings and subheadings of sections in the proposed lectures. They do not, indeed, occupy more than 2 printed pages, and were deemed too fragmentary for translation in this edition. The Joyful Wisdom. Book First. 1. The Teachers of the Object of Existence. Whether I look with a good or an evil eye upon men, I find them always at one problem, each and all of them, to do that which conduces to the conservation of the human species. And certainly not out of any sentiment of love for the species, but simply because nothing in them is older, stronger, more inexorable, and more unconquerable than that instinct, because it is precisely the essence of our race and herd. Although we are accustomed readily enough, with our usual short-sightedness, to separate our neighbors precisely into useful and hurtful, into good and evil men, yet when we make a general calculation, and reflect longer on the whole question, we become distrustful of this defining and separating, and finally leave it alone. Even the most hurtful man is still perhaps, in respect to the conservation of the race, the most useful of all, for he conserves in himself, or by his effect on others, impulses without which mankind might long ago have languished or decayed. Hatred, delight in mischief, rapacity, and ambition, and whatever else is called evil belong to the marvelous economy of the conservation of the race, to be sure a costly, lavish, and on the whole very foolish economy, which has, however, hitherto preserved our race, as is demonstrated to us. I no longer know, my dear fellow man and neighbor, if thou canst at all live to the disadvantage of the race, and therefore, unreasonably and badly, that which could have injured the race has perhaps died out many millenniums ago, and now belongs to the things which are no longer possible even to God. Indulge thy best or thy worst desires, and above all, go to wreck. In either case thou art still probably the furtherer and benefactor of mankind in some way or other, and in that respect thou mayest have thy panegyrists and similarly thy mockers. But thou wilt never find him who would be quite qualified to mock at thee, the individual, at thy best, who could bring home to thy conscience its limitless, buzzing, and croaking wretchedness so as to be in accord with truth. To laugh at oneself as one would have to laugh in order to laugh out of the veriest truth, to do this, the best have not hitherto had enough of the sense of truth, and the most endowed have had far too little genius. There is perhaps still a future even for laughter. When the maxim, the race is all, the individual is nothing, has incorporated itself in humanity, and when access stands open to every one at all times to this ultimate emancipation and irresponsibility. Perhaps then laughter will have united with wisdom, perhaps then there will be only joyful wisdom. Meanwhile, however, it is quite otherwise. Meanwhile the comedy of existence has not yet become conscious of itself, meanwhile it is still the period of tragedy, the period of morals and religions. What does the ever new appearing of founders of morals and religions, of instigators of struggles for moral valuations, of teachers of remorse of conscience and religious war, imply? What do these heroes on this stage imply? For they have hitherto been the heroes of it, and all else, though solely visible for the time being, and too close to one, has served only as preparation for these heroes, whether as machinery and coulisse, or in the rôle of confidants and valets. It is obvious of itself that these tragedians also work in the interest of the race, though they may believe that they work in the interest of God, and as emissaries of God. They also further the life of the species, in that they further the belief in life. It is worthwhile to live, each of them calls out, there is something of importance in this life, life has something behind it and under it, take care. That impulse, which rules equally in the noblest and the ignoblest, the impulse to the conservation of the species, breaks forth from time to time as reason and passion of spirit. It has then a brilliant train of motives about it, and tries with all its power to make us forget that fundamentally it is just impulse, instinct, folly, and baselessness. Life should be loved, 4. Man should benefit himself and his neighbor, 4. And whatever all these shoulds and furs imply, and may imply in future. In order that that which necessarily and always happens of itself and without design, may henceforth appear to be done by design, and may appeal to men as reason and ultimate command, for that purpose the ethiculturist comes forward as the teacher of design in existence, for that purpose he devises a second and different existence, and by means of this new mechanism he lifts the old common existence off its old common hinges. No. He does not at all want us to laugh at existence, nor even at ourselves nor at himself, To him an individual is always an individual, something first and last and immense. To him there are no species, no sums, no noughts. However foolish and fanatical his inventions and valuations may be, however much he may misunderstand the course of nature and deny its conditions, and all systems of ethics hitherto have been foolish and anti-natural to such a degree that mankind would have been ruined by any one of them had it got the upper hand. At any rate, every time that the hero came upon the stage something new was attained, the frightful counterpart of laughter, the profound convulsion of many individuals at the thought, yes, it is worthwhile to live, yes, I am worthy to live, life, and thou, and I, and all of us together became for a while interesting to ourselves once more. It is not to be denied that hitherto laughter and reason and nature have in the long run got the upper hand of all the great teachers of design. In the end the short tragedy always passed over once more into the eternal comedy of existence, and the waves of innumerable laughters, to use the expression of Aeschylus, must also in the end beat over the greatest of these tragedies. But with all this corrective laughter, human nature has on the whole been changed by the ever new appearance of those teachers of the design of existence. Human nature has now an additional requirement, the very requirement of the ever new appearance of such teachers and doctrines of design. Man has gradually become a visionary animal, who has to fulfill one more condition of existence than the other animals. Man must from time to time believe that he knows why he exists. His species cannot flourish without periodically confiding in life, without the belief in reason in life. And always from time to time will the human race decree anew that there is something which really may not be laughed at. And the most clairvoyant philanthropist will add that not only laughing and joyful wisdom, but also the tragic with all its sublime irrationality, counts among the means and necessities for the conservation of the race. And consequently, do you understand me, O my brothers? Do you understand this new law of ebb and flow? We also shall have our time. 2. The intellectual conscience. I have always the same experience over again, and always make a new effort against it, for although it is evident to me I do not want to believe it, in the greater number of men the intellectual conscience is lacking. Indeed, it would often seem to me that in demanding such a thing, one is as solitary in the largest cities as in the desert. Everyone looks at you with strange eyes and continues to make use of his scales, calling this good and that bad, and no one blushes for shame when you remark that these weights are not the full amount. There is also no indignation against you. Perhaps they laugh at your doubt, mean to say that the greater number of people do not find it contemptible to believe this or that, and live according to it, without having been previously aware of the ultimate and surest reasons for and against it, and without even giving themselves any trouble about such reasons afterwards. The most lifted men and the noblest women still belong to this greater number. But what is kind-heartedness, refinement, and genius to me, if he who has these virtues harbors indolent sentiments in and judgment, if the longing for certainty does not rule in him, as his innermost desire and profoundest need, as that which separates higher from lower men? In certain pious people I have found a hatred of reason, and have been favorably disposed to them for it. Their bad intellectual conscience at least still betrayed itself, in this manner. But to stand in the midst of this rerum concordia discourse and all the marvelous uncertainty and ambiguity of existence, and not to question, not to tremble with desire and delight in questioning, not even to hate the questioner, perhaps even to make merry over him to the extent of weanness, that is what I regard as contemptible, and it is this sentiment which I first of all search for in every one. Some folly or other always persuades me anew that every man has this sentiment, as man. This is my special kind of unrighteousness. 3. Noble and ignoble. To ignoble natures all noble, magnanimous sentiments appear inexpedient, and on that account first and foremost, as incredible, they blink with their eyes when they hear of such matters, and seem inclined to say, there will, no doubt, be some advantage therefrom. One cannot see through all walls. They are jealous of the noble person, as if he sought advantage by backstair methods. When they are all too plainly convinced of the absence of selfish intentions and emoluments, the noble person is regarded by them as a kind of fool, they despise him in his gladness, and laugh at the luster of his eye. How can a person rejoice at being at a disadvantage? How can a person with open eyes want to meet with disadvantage? It must be a disease of the reason with which the noble affection is associated, so they think, and they look depreciatingly thereon, just as they depreciate the joy which the lunatic derives from his fixed idea. The ignoble nature is distinguished by the fact that it keeps its advantage steadily in view, and that this thought of the end and advantage is even stronger than its strongest impulse, not to be tempted to inexpedient activities by its impulses, that is its wisdom and inspiration. In comparison with the ignoble nature, the higher nature is more irrational, for the noble, magnanimous, and self-sacrificing person succumbs in fact to his impulses, and in his best moments his reason lapses altogether. An animal, which at the risk of life protects its young, or in the pairing season follows the female where it meets with death, does not think of the risk and the death. Its reason pauses likewise, because its delight in its young, or in the female, and the fear of being deprived of this delight, dominate it exclusively. It becomes stupider than at other times, like the noble and magnanimous person. He possesses feelings of pleasure and pain of such intensity that the intellect must either be silent before them, or yield itself to their service. His heart then goes into his head, and one henceforth speaks of passions. It is the unreason, or perverse reason of passion, which the ignoble man despises in the noble individual, especially when it concentrates upon objects whose value appears to him to be altogether fantastic and arbitrary. He is offended at him who succumbs to the passion of the belly, but he understands the allurement which here plays the tyrant, but he does not understand, for example, how a person out of love of knowledge can stake his health and honor on the game. The taste of the higher nature devotes itself to exceptional matters, to things which usually do not affect people, and seem to have no sweetness. The higher nature has a singular standard of value. Yet it is mostly of the belief that it has not a singular standard of value in its idiosyncrasies of taste. It rather sets up its values and non-values as the generally valid values and non-values, and thus becomes incomprehensible and impracticable. It is very rarely that a higher nature has so much reason over and above as to understand and deal with everyday men as such. For the most part it believes in its passion as if it were the concealed passion of every one, and precisely in this belief it is full of ardor and eloquence. If then such exceptional men do not perceive themselves as exceptions, how can they ever understand the ignoble natures and estimate average men fairly? Thus it is that they also speak of the folly, inexpediency, and fantasy of mankind, full of astonishment at the madness of the world, and that it will not recognize the one thing needful for it. This is the eternal unrighteousness of noble natures. 4. That which preserves the species. The strongest and most evil spirits have hitherto advanced mankind the most. They always rekindled the sleeping passions. All orderly arranged society lulls the passions to sleep. They always reawakened the sense of comparison, of contradiction, of delight in the new, the adventurous, the untried. They compelled men to set opinion against opinion, ideal plan against ideal plan. By means of arms, by upsetting boundary stones, by violations of piety most of all, but also by new religions and morals. The same kind of wickedness is in every teacher and preacher, the new which makes a conqueror infamous, although it expresses itself more refinedly, and does not immediately set the muscles in motion. The new, however, is under all circumstances the evil, as that which wants to conquer, which tries to upset the old boundary stones and the old piety. Only the old is the good. The good men of every age are those who go to the roots of the old thoughts and bear fruit with them, the agriculturists of the spirit. But every soil becomes finally exhausted, and the plowshare of evil must always come once more. There is at present a fundamentally erroneous theory of morals which is much celebrated, especially in England. According to it, the judgments good and evil are the accumulation of the experiences of that which is expedient and inexpedient. According to this theory, that which is called good is conservative of the species, what is called evil, however, is detrimental to it. But in reality the evil impulses are just in as high a degree expedient, indispensable, and conservative of the species as the good, only, their function is different. 5. Unconditional duties. All men who feel that they need the strongest words and intonations, the most eloquent gestures and attitudes, in order to operate at all revolutionary politicians, socialists, preachers of repentance with or without Christianity, with all of whom there must be no mere half-success, all these speak of duties, and indeed, always of duties, which have the character of being unconditional. Without such they would have no right to their excessive pathos, they know that right well. They grasp, therefore, at philosophies of morality which preach some kind of categorical imperative, or they assimilate a good lump of religion, as, for example, Mazzina did. Because they want to be trusted unconditionally, it is first of all necessary for them to trust themselves unconditionally, on the basis of some ultimate, undebatable command, sublime in itself, as the ministers and instruments of which, they would fain feel and announce themselves. Here we have the most natural, and for the most part, very influential opponents of moral enlightenment and scepticism, but they are rare. On the other hand, there is always a very numerous class of those opponents wherever interest teaches subjection, while repute and honor seem to forbid it. He who feels himself disinured at the thought of being the instrument of a prince, or of a party and sect, or even of wealthy power, but wishes just to be this instrument, or must be so before himself and before the public, such a person has need of pathetic principles which can at all times be appealed to, principles of an unconditional ought, to which a person can subject himself without shame, and can show himself subjected. All more refined servility holds fast to the categorical imperative, and is the mortal enemy of those who want to take away the unconditional character of duty. Propriety demands this from them, and not only propriety. 6. Loss of dignity. Meditation has lost all its dignity of form, the ceremonial and solemn bearing of the meditative person have been made a mockery, and one would no longer endure a wise man of the old style. We think too hastily and on the way and while walking and in the midst of business of all kinds. Even when we think on the most serious matters, we require little preparation, even little quiet. It is as if each of us carried about an unceasingly revolving machine in his head, which still works, even under the most unfavorable circumstances. Formerly it was perceived in a person that on some occasion he wanted to think, it was perhaps the exception. That he now wanted to become wiser and collected his mind on a thought, he put on a long face for it, as for a prayer, and arrested his step, nay, stood still for hours on the street when the thought came on one or on two legs. It was thus worthy of the affair. 7. Something for the laborious. He who at present wants to make moral questions a subject of study has an immense field of labor before him. All kinds of passions must be thought about singly, and followed singly throughout periods, peoples, great and insignificant individuals, all their rationality, all their valuations and elucidations of things, ought to come to light. Hitherto all that has given color to existence has lacked a history. Where would one find a history of love, of avarice, of envy, of conscience, of piety, of cruelty? Even a comparative history of law, as also of punishment, has hitherto been completely lacking. Have the different divisions of the day, the consequences of a regular appointment of the times for labor, feast, and repose, ever been made the object of investigation? Do we know the moral effects of the alimentary substances? Is there a philosophy of nutrition? Have the experiences with regard to communal living, for example, in monasteries, been collected? Has the dialectic of marriage and friendship been set forth? The customs of the learned, of tradespeople, of artists, and of mechanics, have they already found their thinkers? There is so much to think of thereon. All that up till now has been considered as the conditions of existence, of human beings, and all reason, passion, and superstition in this consideration have they been investigated to the end. The observation alone of the different degrees of development which the human impulses have attained, and could yet attain, according to the different moral climates, would furnish too much work for the most laborious, whole generations, and regular cooperating generations of the learned, would be needed in order to exhaust the points of view and the material here furnished. The same is true of the determining of the reasons for the differences of the moral climates. And there is again a new labor which points out the erroneousness of all these reasons, and determines the entire essence of the moral judgments hitherto made. Supposing all these labors to be accomplished, the most critical of all questions would then come into the foreground, whether science is in a position to furnish goals for human action, after it has proved that it can take them away and annihilate them, and then would be the time for a process of experimenting, in which every kind of heroism could satisfy itself, and experimenting for centuries, which would put into the shade all the great labors and sacrifices of previous history. Science has not hitherto built its cyclopic structures, for that also the time will come. 8. Unconscious virtues. All qualities in a man of which he is conscious, and especially when he presumes that they are visible and evident to his environment, also are subject to quite other laws of development than those qualities which are unknown to him, or imperfectly known, which by their subtlety can also conceal themselves from the subtlest observer, and hide as it were behind nothing, as in the case of the delicate sculptures on the scales of reptiles. Our visible moral qualities, and especially our moral qualities believed to be visible, follow their own course, and our invisible qualities of similar name, which in relation to others neither serve for adornment nor defense, also follow their own course, quite a different course probably, and with lines and refinements, and sculptures, which might perhaps give pleasure to a god with a divine microscope. We have, for example, our diligence, our ambition, our acuteness, all the world knows about them, and besides, we have probably once more our diligence, our ambition, our acuteness, but for these our reptile scales the microscope has not yet been invented. And here the adherents of instinctive morality will say, bravo! He at least regards unconscious virtues as possible, that suffices us. Oh, ye unexacting creatures! 9. Our eruptions. Numberless things which humanity acquired in its earlier stages, but so weakly and embryonically that it could not be noticed that they were acquired, are thrust suddenly into light long afterwards, perhaps after the lapse of centuries. They have in the interval become strong and mature. In some ages this or that talent, this or that virtue seems to be entirely lacking, as it is in some men, but let us wait only for the grandchildren and grandchildren's children. If we have time to wait, they bring the interior of their grandfathers into the sun, that interior of which the grandfathers themselves were unconscious. The son, indeed, is often the betrayer of his father. The latter understands himself better since he has got his son. We have all hidden gardens and plantations in us, and by another simile, we are all growing volcanoes, which will have their hours of eruption. How near or how distant this is, nobody of course knows, not even the good God. 10. A species of atavism. I like best to think of the rare men of an age as suddenly emerging aftershoots of past cultures, and of their persistent strength. Like the atavism of a people and its civilization, there is thus still something in them to think of. They now seem strange, rare, and extraordinary, and he who feels these forces in himself has to foster them in face of a different, opposing world. He has to defend them, honor them, and rear them to maturity, and he either becomes a great man thereby, or a deranged and eccentric person, if he does not altogether break down betimes. Formerly these rare qualities were usual, and were consequently regarded as common. They did not distinguish people. Perhaps they were demanded and presupposed. It was impossible to become great with them, for indeed there was also no danger of becoming insane and solitary with them. It is principally in the old established families and castes of a people that such after effects of old impulses present themselves, while there is no probability of such atavism where races, habits, and valuations change too rapidly. For the tempo of the evolutional forces in peoples implies just as much as in music. For our case an andante of evolution is absolutely necessary, as the tempo of a passionate and slow spirit, and the spirit of conserving families is certainly of that sort. 11. Consciousness. Consciousness is the last and latest development of the organic, and consequently also the most unfinished and least powerful of these developments. Innumerable mistakes originate out of consciousness, which, in spite of fate, as Homer says, cause an animal or a man to break down earlier than might be necessary. If the conserving bond of the instincts were not very much more powerful, it would not generally serve as a regulator, by perverse judging and dreaming with open eyes, by superficiality and credulity, in short, just by consciousness, mankind would necessarily have broken down, or rather, without the former there would long ago have been nothing more of the latter. Before a function is fully formed and matured, it is a danger to the organism, all the better if it be then thoroughly tyrannized over. Consciousness is thus thoroughly tyrannized over, and not least by the pride in it. It is thought that here is the quintessence of man, that which is enduring, eternal, ultimate, and most original in him. Consciousness is regarded as a fixed, given magnitude. Its growth and intermittences are denied. It is accepted as the unity of the organism. This ludicrous overvaluation and misconception of consciousness has as its result the great utility that a too rapid maturing of it has thereby been hindered. Because men believed that they already possessed consciousness, they gave themselves very little trouble to acquire it, and even now it is not otherwise. It is still an entirely new problem just dawning on the human eye, and hardly yet plainly recognizable, to embody knowledge in ourselves and make it instinctive, a problem which is only seen by those who have grasped the fact that hitherto our errors alone have been embodied in us, and that all our consciousness is relative to errors. 12. The goal of science. What? The ultimate goal of science is to create the most pleasure possible to man, and the least possible pain? But what if pleasure and pain should be so closely connected that he who wants the greatest possible amount of the one must also have the greatest possible amount of the other, that he who wants to experience the heavenly high jubilation, must also be ready to be sorrowful unto death? And it is so, perhaps. The Stoics at least believed it was so, and they were consistent when they wished to have the least possible pleasure, in order to have the least possible pain from life. At present also ye have still the choice, either the least possible pain, in short painlessness, and after all, socialists and politicians of all parties could not honorably promise more to their people, or the greatest possible amount of pain, as the price of the growth of a fullness of refined delights and enjoyments rarely tasted hitherto. If ye decide for the former, if ye therefore want to depress and minimize man's capacity for pain, well, ye must also depress and minimize his capacity for enjoyment. In fact, one can further the one as well as the other goal by science. Perhaps science is as yet best known by its capacity for depriving man of enjoyment, and making him colder, more statuesque, and more stoical. But it might also turn out to be the great pain bringer. And then, perhaps, its counteracting force would be discovered simultaneously, its immense capacity for making new side-real worlds of enjoyment beam forth. Allusions to the Song of Clara in Goethe's Egmont. Tr. 13. The theory of the sense of power. We exercise our power over others by doing them good or by doing them ill, that is all we care for. Doing ill to those on whom we have to make our power felt, for pain is a far more sensitive means for that purpose than pleasure. Pain always asks concerning the cause, while pleasure is inclined to keep within itself and not look backward. Doing good and being kind to those who are in any way already dependent on us, we want to increase their power, because we thus increase our own, or we want to show them the advantage there is in being in our power. They thus become more contented with their position, and more hostile to the enemies of our power, and readier to contend with them if we make sacrifices in doing good or in doing ill. It does not alter the ultimate value of our actions, even if we stake our life in the cause, as martyrs for the sake of our church. It is a sacrifice to our longing for power, or for the purpose of conserving our sense of power. He who under these circumstances feels that he is in possession of truth, how many possessions does he not let go, in order to preserve this feeling? What does he not throw overboard, in order to keep himself up, that is to say, above the others who lack the truth? Certainly the condition we are in when we do ill is seldom so pleasant, so purely pleasant, as that in which we practice kindness. It is an indication that we still lack power, or it betrays ill humor at this defect in us, it brings with it new dangers and uncertainties as to the power we already possess, and clouds our horizon by the prospect of revenge, scorn, punishment, and failure. Perhaps only those most susceptible to the sense of power, and eager for it, will prefer to impress the seal of power on the resisting individual. Those to whom the sight of the already subjugated person as the object of benevolence is a burden and a tedium. It is a question how a person is accustomed to season his life. It is a matter of taste whether a person would rather have the slow or the sudden, the safe or the dangerous and daring increase of power. He seeks this or that seasoning always according to his temperament. An easy booty is something contemptible to proud natures. They have an agreeable sensation only at the sight of men of unbroken spirit who could be enemies to them, and similarly, also, at the sight of all not easily accessible possession, they are often hard toward the sufferer, for he is not worthy of their effort or their pride, but they show themselves so much the more courteous towards their equals, with whom strife and struggle would in any case be full of honor, if at any time an occasion for it should present itself. It is under the agreeable feelings of this perspective that the members of the knightly caste have habituated themselves to exquisite courtesy toward one another. Pity is the most pleasant feeling in those who have not much pride, and have no prospect of great conquests. The easy booty, and that is what every sufferer is for them an enchanting thing. Pity is said to be the virtue of the gay lady. 14. What is called love? The lust of property, and love, what different associations each of these ideas evoke. And yet it might be the same impulse twice named, on the one occasion disparaged from the standpoint of those already possessing, on the other occasion viewed from the standpoint of the unsatisfied and thirsty, and therefore glorified as good. Our love of our neighbor, is it not a striving after new property? And similarly our love of knowledge, of truth, and in general all the striving after novelties? We gradually become satiated with the old and securely possessed, and again stretch out our hands. Even the finest landscape in which we live for 3 months is no longer certain of our love, and any kind of more distant coast excites our covetousness. The possession for the most part becomes smaller through possessing. Our pleasure in ourselves seeks to maintain itself by always transforming something new into ourselves, that is just possessing. To become satiated with a possession, that is to become satiated with ourselves. When we see anyone suffering, we willingly utilize the opportunity then afforded to take possession of him. The beneficent and sympathetic man, for example, does this. He also calls the desire for new possession awakened in him, by the name of love, and has enjoyment in it, as in a new acquisition suggesting itself to him. The love of the sexes, however, betrays itself most plainly as the striving after possession. The lover wants the unconditioned, sole possession of the person longed for by him. He wants just as absolute power over her soul as over her body. He wants to be loved solely, and to dwell and rule in the other soul as what is highest and most to be desired. When one considers that this means precisely to exclude all the world from a precious possession, a happiness and an enjoyment, when one considers that the lover has in view the impoverishment and privation of all other rivals, and would like to become the dragon of his golden hoard, as the most inconsiderate and selfish of all conquerors and exploiters, when one considers finally that to the lover himself, the whole world besides appears indifferent, colorless, and worthless, and that he is ready to make every sacrifice, disturb every arrangement, and put every other interest behind his own, one is verily surprised that this ferocious lust of property and injustice of sexual love should have been glorified and deified to such an extent at all times, yea, that out of this love the conception of love as the antithesis of egoism should have been derived, when it is perhaps precisely the most unqualified expression of egoism. Here, evidently, the non-possessors and desirers have determined the usage of language. There were, of course, always too many of them. Those who have been favored with much possession and satiety, have, to be sure, dropped a word now and then about the raging demon, as, for instance, the most lovable and most beloved of all the Athenians Sophocles, but Eros always laughed at such revilers. They were always his greatest favorites. There is, of course, here and there on this terrestrial sphere a kind of sequel to love, in which that covetous longing of two persons for one another has yielded to a new desire and covetousness, to a common, higher thirst for a superior ideal standing above them, but who knows this love? Who has experienced it? Its right name is friendship. 15. Out of the distance. This mountain makes the whole district which it dominates charming in every way, and full of significance. After we have said this to ourselves for the 100th time, we are so irrationally and so gratefully disposed towards it, as the giver of this charm, that we fancy it must itself be the most charming thing in the district, and so we climb it, and are undeceived. All of a sudden, both it and the landscape around us and under us, are as it were disenchanted. We had forgotten that many a greatness, like many a goodness, wants only to be seen at a certain distance, and entirely from below, not from above. It is thus only that it operates. Perhaps you know men in your neighborhood who can only look at themselves from a certain distance to find themselves at all endurable or attractive and enlivening. They are to be dissuaded from self-knowledge. 16. Across the plank. One must be able to dissimulate in intercourse with persons who are ashamed of their feelings. They take a sudden aversion to anyone who surprises them in a state of tenderness, or of enthusiastic and high-running feeling, as if he had seen their secrets. If one wants to be kind to them in such moments, one should make them laugh, or say some kind of cold, playful wickedness. Their feeling thereby congeals, and they are again self-possessed. But I give the moral before the story. We were once on a time so near one another in the course of our lives, that nothing more seemed to hinder our friendship and fraternity, and there was merely a small plank between us. While you were just about to step on it, I asked you, "Do you want to come across the plank to me?" But then you did not want to come any longer, and when I again entreated, you were silent. Since then mountains and torrents, and whatever separates and alienates, have interposed between us, and even if we wanted to come to one another, we could no longer do so. When, however, you now remember that small plank, you have no longer words, but merely sobs and amazement. 17. Motivation of poverty. We cannot, to be sure, by any artifice make a rich and richly flowing virtue out of a poor one, but we can gracefully enough reinterpret its poverty into necessity, so that its aspect no longer gives pain to us, and we cease making reproachful faces at fate on account of it. It is thus that the wise gardener does who puts the tiny streamlet of his garden into the arms of a fountain nymph, and thus motivates the poverty, and who would not like him need the nymphs. 18. Ancient pride. The ancient savor of nobility is lacking in us, because the ancient slave is lacking in our sentiment. A Greek of noble descent found such immense intermediate stages, and such a distance betwixt his elevation and that ultimate baseness, that he could hardly even see the slave plainly. Even Plato no longer saw him entirely. It is otherwise with us, accustomed as we are to the doctrine of the equality of men, although not to the equality itself. A being who has not the free disposal of himself and has not got leisure, that is not regarded by us as anything contemptible. There is perhaps too much of this kind of slavishness in each of us, in accordance with the conditions of our social order and activity, which are fundamentally different from those of the ancients. The Greek philosopher went through life with the secret feeling that there were many more slaves than people supposed, that is to say, that every one was a slave who was not a philosopher. His pride was puffed up when he considered that even the mightiest of the earth were thus to be looked upon as slaves. This pride is also unfamiliar to us, and impossible. The word slave has not its full force for us even in simile. 19. Evil. Test the life of the best and most productive men and nations, and ask yourselves whether a tree which is to grow proudly heavenward can dispense with bad weather and tempests, whether disfavor and opposition from without, whether every kind of hatred, jealousy, stubbornness, distrust, severity, greed, and violence do not belong to the favoring circumstances without which a great growth even in virtue is hardly possible? The poison by which the weaker nature is destroyed is strengthening to the strong individual, and he does not call it poison. 20. Dignity of folly. several millenniums further on in the path of the last century. And in everything that man does the highest prudence will be exhibited, but just thereby prudence will have lost all its dignity. It will then, sure enough, be necessary to be prudent, but it will also be so usual and common, that a more fastidious taste will feel this necessity as vulgarity. And just as a tyranny of truth and science would be in a position to raise the value of falsehood, a tyranny of prudence could force into prominence a new species of nobleness. To be noble, that might then mean, perhaps, to be capable of follies. 21. To the teachers of unselfishness. The virtues of a man are called good, not in respect to the results they have for himself, but in respect to the results which we expect therefrom for ourselves and for society. We have all along had very little unselfishness, very little non-egoism in our praise of the virtues. For otherwise it could not but have been seen that the virtues are mostly injurious to their possessors, as impulses which rule in them too vehemently and ardently, and do not want to be kept in coordination with the other impulses by the reason. If you have a virtue, an actual, perfect virtue, you are its victim. But your neighbor praises your virtue precisely that account. One praises the diligent man though he injures his sight, or the originality and freshness of his spirit. By his diligence, the youth is honored and regretted who has worn himself out by work, because one passes the judgment that for society as a whole the loss of the best individual is only a small sacrifice. A pity that this sacrifice should be necessary. A much greater pity, it is true, if the individual should think differently, and regard his preservation and development as more important than his work in the service of society. And so one regrets this youth, not his own account, but because a devoted instrument, regardless of self, a so-called good man, has been lost to society by his death. Perhaps one further considers the question, whether it would not have been more advantageous for the interests of society if he had labored with less disregard of himself, and had preserved himself longer. Indeed, one readily admits an advantage therefrom, but one esteems the other advantage, namely, that sacrifice has been made, and that the disposition of the sacrificial animal has once more been obviously endorsed as meager and more enduring. Accordingly, on the one part, the instrumental character in the virtues which is praised when the virtues are praised, and on the other part blind, ruling impulse in every virtue which rei to let itself be kept within bounds by the general advantage to the individual. In short, what praised is the unreason in the virtues, in consequence of which the individual allows himself to be transformed into a function of the whole. The praise of the virtues is the praise of something which is privately injurious to the individual. It is praise of impulses which deprive man of his noblest self-love, and the power to take the best care of himself. To be sure, for the teaching and embodying of virtuous habits a series of effects of virtue are displayed, which make it appear that virtue and private advantage are closely related, and there is in fact such a relationship. Blindly furious diligence, for example, the typical virtue of an instrument, is represented as the way to riches and honor, and as the most beneficial antidote to tedium and passion, but people are silent concerning its danger, its greatest dangerousness. Education proceeds in this manner throughout. It endeavors, by a series of enticements and advantages, to determine the individual to a certain mode of thinking and acting, which, when it has become habit, impulse, and passion, rules in him and over him, in opposition to his ultimate advantage, but for the general good. How often do I see that blindly furious diligence does indeed create riches and honors, but at the same time deprives the organs of the refinement by virtue of which alone an enjoyment of riches and honors is possible, so that really the main expedient for combating tedium and passion, simultaneously blunts the senses and makes the spirit refractory towards new stimuli. If the education succeeds, every virtue of the individual is a public utility, and a private disadvantage in respect to the highest private end, probably some psychoaesthetic stunting, or even premature dissolution. One should consider successively from the same standpoint the virtues of obedience, chastity, piety, and justice. The praise of the unselfish, self-sacrificing, virtuous person he, consequently, who does not expend his whole energy and reason for his own conservation, development, elevation, furtherance, and augmentation of power, but lives as regards himself unassumingly and thoughtlessly, perhaps even indifferently or ironically, this praise has in any case not originated out of the spirit of unselfishness. The neighbor praises unselfishness because he profits by it. If the neighbor were unselfishly disposed himself, he would reject that destruction of power, that injury for his advantage, he would thwart such inclinations in their origin, and above all he would manifest his unselfishness just by not giving it a good name. The fundamental contradiction in that morality which at present stands in high honor is here indicated. The motives to such a morality are in antithesis to its principle. That with which this morality wishes to prove itself, refutes it out of its criterion of what is moral. The maxim, "Thou shalt renounce thyself and offer thyself as a sacrifice," in order not to be inconsistent with its own morality, could only be decreed by a being who himself renounced his own advantage thereby, and who perhaps in the required self-sacrifice of individuals brought about his own dissolution. As soon, however, as the neighbor recommended altruism on account of its utility, the precisely antithetical proposition, "Thou shalt seek thy advantage even at the expense of everybody else," was brought into use. Accordingly, "thou shalt," and "thou shalt not," are preached in one breath. 22. L'ordre du jour pour l'eroi. The day commences. Let us begin to arrange for this day the business and fates of our most gracious Lord, who at present is still pleased to repose. His Majesty has bad weather today. We shall be careful not to call it bad. We shall not speak of the weather, but we shall go through today's business somewhat more ceremoniously and make the fete somewhat more festive than would otherwise be necessary. His Majesty may perhaps even be sick. We shall give the last good news of the evening at breakfast, the arrival of M. Montaigne, who knows how to joke so pleasantly about his sickness. He suffers from stone. We shall receive several persons and the reception will last longer than is pleasant to anybody, a sufficient reason for telling about the poet who wrote over his door, "He who enters here will do me an honor, he who does not a favor." That is, forsooth, saying a discourteous thing in a courteous manner. And perhaps this poet is quite justified on his part in being discourteous. They say that his rhymes are better than the rhymester. Well, let him still make many of them, and withdraw himself as much as possible from the world, and that is doubtless the significance of his well-bred rudeness. A prince, on the other hand, is always of more value than his verse, even when but what are we about? We gossip, and the whole court believes that we have already been at work and racked our brains. There is no light to be seen earlier than that which burns in our window. Hark! Was that not the bell? The devil! The day and the dance commence, and we do not know our rounds. We must then improvise. All the world improvises its day. Today, let us for once do like all the world. And therewith vanished my wonderful morning dream, probably owing to the violent strokes of the tower clock, which just then announced the 5th hour with all the importance which is peculiar to it. It seems to me that on this occasion the god of dreams wanted to make merry over my habits. It is my habit to commence the day by arranging it properly, to make it endurable for myself, and it is possible that I may often have done this too formally, and too much like a prince. 23. The characteristics of corruption. Let us observe the following characteristics in that condition of society from time to time necessary, which is designate by the word corruption. Immediately upon the appearance of corruption anywhere, a motley superstition gets the upper hand, and the hitherto universal belief of a people becomes colorless and impotent in comparison with it, for superstition is free thinking of the second rank. He who gives himself over to it selects certain forms and formulae which appeal to him, and permits himself a right of choice. The superstitious man is always much more of a person, in comparison with the religious man, and a superstitious society will be one in which there are many individuals, and a delight in individuality. Seen from this standpoint, superstition always appears as a progress in comparison with belief, and as a sign that the intellect becomes more independent and claims to have its rights. Those who reverence the old religion and the religious disposition then complain of corruption, They have hitherto also determined the usage of language, and have given a bad repute to superstition, even among the freest spirits. Let us learn that it is a symptom of enlightenment. Secondly, a society in which corruption takes a hold is blamed for effeminacy, for the appreciation of war, and the delight in war, perceptibly diminish in such a society, and the conveniences of life are now just as eagerly sought after as were military and gymnastic honors formerly. But one is accused to overlook the fact that the old national energy and national passion, which acquired a magnificent splendor in war and in the tourney, has now transferred itself into innumerable private passions, and has merely become less visible. Indeed, in periods of corruption the quantity and quality of the expended energy of a people is probably greater than ever, and the individual spends it lavishly, to such an extent as could not be done formerly. He was not then rich enough to do so. And thus it is precisely in times of effeminacy that tragedy runs at large in and out of doors. It is then that ardent love and ardent hatred are born, and the flame of knowledge flashes heavenward in full blaze. Thirdly, as if in amends for the reproach of superstition and effeminacy, it is customary to say of such periods of corruption that they are milder, and that cruelty has then greatly diminished in comparison with the older, more credulous, and stronger period. But to this praise I am just as little able to assent as to that reproach. I only grant so much, namely, that cruelty now becomes more refined, and its older forms are henceforth counter to the taste, but the wounding and torturing by word and look reaches its highest development in times of corruption. It is now only that wickedness is created, and the delight in wickedness. The men of the period of corruption are witty and calumnious. They know that there are yet other ways of murdering than by the dagger and the ambush. They know also that all that is well said is believed in. Fourthly, it is when morals decay that those beings whom one calls tyrants first make their appearance. They are the forerunners of the individual, and as it were early matured firstlings. Yet a little while, and this fruit of fruits hangs ripe and yellow on the tree of a people, and only for the sake of such fruit did this tree exist. When the decay has reached its worst, and likewise the conflict of all sorts of tyrants, there always arises the Caesar, the final tyrant, who puts an end to the exhausted struggle for sovereignty, by making the exhaustedness work for him. In his time the individual is usually most mature, and consequently the culture is highest and most fruitful, but not on his account nor through him, although the men of highest culture love to flatter their Caesar by pretending that they are his creation. The truth, however, is that they need quietness externally, because they have disquietude and labor internally. In these times bribery and treason are at their height, for the love of the ego, then first discovered, is much more powerful than the love of the old, used up, hackneyed fatherland, and the need to be secure in one way or other against the frightful fluctuations of fortune, opens even the nobler hands, as soon as a richer and more powerful person shows himself ready to put gold into them. There is then so little certainty with regard to the future. People live only for the day, a psychical condition which enables every deceiver to play an easy game. People of course only let themselves be misled and bribed for the present, and reserve for themselves futurity and virtue. The individuals, as is well known, the men who only live for themselves, provide for the moment more than do their opposites, the gregarious men, because they consider themselves just as incalculable as the future, and similarly they attach themselves willingly to despots, because they believe themselves capable of activities and expedients, which can neither reckon on being understood by the multitude, nor on finding favor with but the tyrant or the Caesar understands the right of the individual even in his excesses, and has an interest in speaking on behalf of a bolder private morality, and even in giving his hand to it, for he thinks of himself, and wishes people to think of him what Napoleon once uttered in his classical style: I have the right to answer by an eternal thus I am to everything about which complaint is brought against me. I am apart from all the world, I accept conditions from nobody. I wish people also to submit to my fancies, and to take it quite as a simple matter, if I should indulge in this or that diversion. Thus spoke Napoleon once to his wife, when she had reasons for calling in question the fidelity of her husband. The times of corruption are the seasons when the apples fall from the tree, I mean the individuals, the seed-bearers of the future, the pioneers of spiritual colonization, and of a new construction of national and social unions. Corruption is only an abusive term for the harvest time of a people. 24. Different dissatisfactions. The feeble and as it were feminine dissatisfied people, have ingenuity for beautifying and deepening life. The strong dissatisfied people, the masculine persons among them, to continue the metaphor, have ingenuity for improving and safeguarding life. The former show their weakness and feminine character by willingly letting themselves be temporarily deceived, and perhaps even by putting up with a little ecstasy and enthusiasm on a time, but on the whole they are never to be satisfied, and suffer from the incurability of their dissatisfaction. Moreover, they are the patrons of all those who manage to concoct opiate and narcotic comforts, and on that account are averse to those who value the physician higher than the priest. They thereby encourage the continuance of actual distress. If there had not been a surplus of dissatisfied persons of this kind in Europe since the time of the Middle Ages, the remarkable capacity of Europeans for constant transformation would perhaps not have originated at all, for the claims of the strong dissatisfied persons are too gross, and really too modest to resist being finally quieted down. China is an instance of a country in which dissatisfaction on a grand scale and the capacity for transformation have died out for many centuries, and the socialists and state idolaters of Europe could easily bring things to Chinese conditions and to a Chinese happiness, with their measures for the amelioration and security of life, provided that they could first of all root out the sicklier, tenderer, more feminine dissatisfaction and romanticism which are still very abundant among us. Europe is an invalid who owes her best thanks to her incurability and the eternal transformations of her sufferings. These constant new situations, these equally constant new dangers, pains, and makeshifts, have at last generated an intellectual sensitiveness which is almost equal to genius, and is in any case the mother of all genius. 25. Not preordained to knowledge. There is a purblind humility not at all rare, and when a person is afflicted with it, he is once for all disqualified for being a disciple of knowledge. It is this in fact the moment a man of this kind perceives anything striking, he turns as it were on his heel and says to himself, "You have deceived yourself, where have your wits been? This cannot be the truth." And then, instead of looking at it and listening to it with more attention, he runs out of the way of the striking object as if intimidated, and seeks to get it out of his head as quickly as possible. For his fundamental rule runs thus: I want to see nothing that contradicts the usual opinion concerning things. Am I created for the purpose of discovering new truths? There are already too many of the old ones. 26. What is living? Living, that is to continually eliminate from ourselves what is about to die. Living, that is to be cruel and inexorable towards all that becomes weak and old in ourselves and not only in ourselves. Living, that means, therefore, to be without piety toward the dying, the wretched and the old. To be continually a murderer. And yet old Moses said, "Thou shalt not kill." 27. The self-renouncer. What does the self-renouncer do? He strives after a higher world. He wants to fly longer and further and higher than all men of affirmation. He throws away many things that would impede his flight, and several things among them that are not valueless, that are not unpleasant to him, he sacrifices them to his desire for elevation. Now this sacrificing, this casting away, is the very thing which becomes visible in him. On that account one calls him a self-renouncer, and as such he stands before us, enveloped in his cowl, and as the soul of a hair shirt. With this effect, however, which he makes upon us, he is well content. He wants to keep concealed from us his desire, his pride, his intention of flying above us. Yes. He is wiser than we thought, and so courteous towards us, this affirmer. For that is what he is, like us, even in his self-renunciation. 28. Injuring with one's best qualities. Our strong points sometimes drive us so far forward that we cannot any longer endure our weaknesses, and we perish by them. We also perhaps see this result beforehand, but nevertheless do not want it to be otherwise. We then become hard towards that which would fain be spared in us, and our pitilessness is also our greatness. Such an experience, which must in the end cost us our life, is a symbol of the collective effect of great men upon others and upon their epoch. It is just with their best abilities, with that which only they can do, that they destroy much that is weak, uncertain, evolving, and willing, and are thereby injurious. Indeed, the case may happen in which, taken on the whole, they only do injury, because their best is accepted and drunk up as it were solely by those who lose their understanding and their egoism by it, as by too strong a beverage. They become so intoxicated that they go breaking their limbs on all the wrong roads where their drunkenness drives them. 29. Adventitious liars. When people began to combat the unity of Aristotle in France, and consequently also to defend it, there was once more to be seen that which has been seen so often, but seen so unwillingly. People imposed false reasons on themselves on account of which those laws ought to exist, merely for the sake of not acknowledging to themselves that they had accustomed themselves to the authority of those laws, and did not want any longer to have things otherwise. And people do so in every prevailing morality and religion, and have always done so. The reasons and intentions behind the habit are only added surreptitiously when people begin to combat the habit, and ask for reasons and intentions. It is here that the great dishonesty of the conservatives of all times hides. They are adventitious liars. 30. The comedy of celebrated men. Celebrated men who need their fame, as, for instance, all politicians, no longer select their associates and friends without forethought. From the one they want a portion of the splendor and reflection of his virtues, from the other they want the fear-inspiring power of certain dubious qualities in him, of which everybody is aware. From another they steal his reputation for idleness and basking in the sun, because it is advantageous for their own ends to be regarded temporarily as heedless and lazy. It conceals the fact that they lie in ambush. They now use the visionaries, now the experts, now the brooders, now the pedants in their neighborhood, as their actual selves for the time, but very soon they do not need them any longer. And thus while their environment and outside differ continually, everything seems to crowd into this environment, and wants to become a character of it. They are like great cities in this respect. Their repute is continually in process of mutation, like their character, for their changing methods require this change, and they show and exhibit sometimes this and sometimes that actual or fictitious quality on the stage. Their friends and associates, as we have said, belong to these stage properties. On the other hand, that which they aim at must remain so much the more steadfast and burnished and resplendent in the distance, and this also sometimes needs its comedy and its stage play. 31. Commerce and nobility. Buying and selling is now regarded as something ordinary, like the art of reading and writing. Everyone is now trained to it even when he is not a tradesman exercising himself daily in the art, precisely as formerly in the period of uncivilized humanity, everyone was a hunter and exercised himself day by day in the art of hunting. Hunting was then something common, but just as this finally became a privilege of the powerful and noble, and thereby lost the character of the commonplace and the ordinary by ceasing to be necessary and by becoming an affair of fancy and luxury, so it might become the same some day with buying and selling. Conditions of society are imaginable in which there will be no selling and buying, and in which the necessity for this art will become quite lost. Perhaps it may then happen that individuals who are less subjected to the law of the prevailing condition of things will indulge in buying and selling as a luxury of sentiment. It is then only that commerce would acquire nobility, and the noble would then perhaps occupy themselves just as readily with commerce as they have done hitherto with war and politics, while on the other hand the valuation of politics might then have entirely altered. Already even politics ceases to be the business of a gentleman, and it is possible that one day it may be found to be so vulgar as to be brought, like all party literature and daily literature, under the rubric, prostitution of the intellect. 32. Undesirable disciples. What shall I do with these two youths? Called out a philosopher dejectedly, who corrupted youths, as Socrates had once corrupted them. They are unwelcome disciples to me. One of them cannot say nay, and the other says half and half to everything. Provided they grasp my doctrine, the former would suffer too much, for my mode of thinking requires a martial soul, willingness to cause pain, delight in denying, and a hard skin. He would succumb by open wounds and internal injuries. And the other will choose the mediocre in everything he represents, and thus make a mediocrity of the whole. I should like my enemy to have such a disciple. 33. Outside the lecture room. In order to prove that man after all belongs to the good-natured animals, I would remind you how credulous he has been for so long a time. It is now only, quite late, and after an immense self-conquest, that he has become a distrustful animal. Yes. Man is now more wicked than ever. I do not understand this. Why should man now be more distrustful and more wicked? Because now he has science, because he needs to have it. 34. Historia abscondita. Every great man has a power which operates backward. All history is again placed on the scales on his account, and 1,000 secrets of the past crawl out of their lurking places into his sunlight. There is absolutely no knowing what history may be some day. The past is still perhaps undiscovered in its essence. There is yet so much reinterpretability needed. 35. Heresy and witchcraft. To think otherwise than is customary, that is by no means so much the activity of a better intellect, as the activity of strong wicked inclinations, severing, isolating, refractory, mischief-loving, malicious inclinations. Heresy is the counterpart of witchcraft, and is certainly just as little a merely harmless affair, or a thing worthy of honor in itself. Heretics and sorcerers are two kinds of bad men. They have it in common that they also feel themselves wicked. Their unconquerable delight is to attack and injure whatever rules, whether it be men or opinions. The Reformation, a kind of duplication of the spirit of the Middle Ages at a time when it had no longer a good conscience, produced both of these kinds of people in the greatest profusion. 36. Last words. Lt will be recollected that the Emperor Augustus, that terrible man, who himself as much in his own power and be silent as well as any wise Socrates, became indiscreet about himself in his last words. For the first time he let his mask fall, when he gave to understand that he had carried a mask and played a comedy. He had played the father of his country and wisdom on the throne well, even to the point of illusion. Plaudite amid, como etia finita est. The thought of the dying Nero, quillis artifex perio, was also the thought of the dying Augustus, histrionic conceit, histrionic loquacity, and the very counterpart to the dying Socrates. But Tiberius died silently, that most tortured of all self-torturers. He was genuine and not a stage player. What may have passed through his head in the end? Perhaps this: life that is a long death. I am a fool, who shortened the lives of so many. Was created for the purpose of being a benefactor? I should have given them eternal life, and then I could have seen them dying eternally. I had such good eyes for that, quillis spectator perio. When he seemed once more to regain his powers after a long death struggle, it was considered advisable to smother him with pillows. He died a double death. 37. Owing to three errors. Science has been furthered during recent centuries, partly because it was hoped that God's goodness and wisdom would be best understood therewith and thereby the principal motive in the soul of great Englishmen, partly because the absolute utility of knowledge was believed in, and especially the most intimate connection of morality, knowledge, and happiness the principal motive in the soul of great Frenchmen, and partly because it was thought that in science there was something unselfish, harmless, self-sufficing, lovable, and truly innocent to be had, in which the evil human impulses did not at all participate. The principal motive in the soul of Spinoza, who felt himself divine, as a knowing being. It is consequently owing to three errors that science has been furthered. 38. Explosive people. When one considers how ready are the forces of young men for discharge, one does not wonder at seeing them decide so uncritically and with so little selection for this or that cause. That which attracts them is the sight of eagerness for a cause, as it were the sight of the burning match, not the cause itself. The more ingenious seducers on that account operate by holding out the prospect of an explosion to such persons, and do not urge their cause by means of reasons, these powder barrels are not won over by means of reasons. 39. Altered taste. The alteration of the general taste is more important than the alteration of opinions. Opinions, with all their proving, refuting, and intellectual masquerade, are merely symptoms of altered taste, and are certainly not what they are still so often claimed to be, the causes of the altered taste. How does the general taste alter? By the fact of individuals, the powerful and influential persons, expressing and tyrannically enforcing without any feeling of shame, their hoc est ridiculum, hoc est absurdum, the decisions, therefore, of their taste and their disrelish, they thereby lay a constraint upon many people, out of which there gradually grows a habituation for still more, and finally a necessity for all. The fact, however, that these individuals feel and taste differently, has usually its origin in a peculiarity of their mode of life, nourishment, or digestion, perhaps in a surplus or deficiency of the inorganic salts in their blood and brain, in short in their physis. They have, however, the courage to avow their physical constitution, and to lend an ear even to the most delicate tones of its requirements. Their aesthetic and moral judgments are those most delicate tones of their physis. 40. The lack of a noble presence. Soldiers and their leaders have always a much higher mode of comportment toward one another than workmen and their employers. At present at least, all militarily established civilization still stands high above all so-called industrial civilization. The latter, in its present form, is in general the meanest mode of existence that has ever been. It is simply the law of necessity that operates here. People want to live, and have to sell themselves, but they despise him who exploits their necessity and purchases the workman. It is curious that the subjection to powerful, fear-inspiring, and even dreadful individuals, to tyrants and leaders of armies, is not at all felt so painfully as the subjection to such undistinguished and uninteresting persons as the captains of industry. In the employer the workman usually sees merely a crafty, blood-sucking dog of a man, speculating on every necessity, whose name, form, character, and reputation are altogether indifferent to him. It is probable that the manufacturers and great magnates of commerce have hitherto lacked too much all those forms and attributes of a superior race, which alone make persons interesting. If they had had the nobility of the nobly born in their looks and bearing, there would perhaps have been no socialism in the masses of the people. For these are really ready for slavery of every kind, provided that the superior class above them constantly shows itself legitimately superior, and born to command by its noble presence. The commonest man feels that nobility is not to be improvised, and that it is his part to honor it as the fruit of protracted race culture, but the absence of superior presence, and the notorious vulgarity of manufacturers with red, fat hands, brings up the thought to him that it is only chance and fortune that has here elevated the one above the other. Well then, so he reasons with himself, let us in our turn tempt chance and fortune. Let us in our turn throw the dice. And socialism commences. 41. Against remorse. The thinker sees in his own actions attempts and questionings to obtain information about something or other. Success and failure are answers to him first and foremost. To vex himself, however, because something does not succeed, or to feel remorse at all, he leaves that to those who act because they are commanded to do so, and expect to get a beating when their gracious master is not satisfied with the result. 42. Work and ennui. In respect to seeking work for the sake of the pay, almost all men are alike at present in civilized countries. To all of them work is a means, and not itself the end, on which account they are not very select in the choice of the work, provided it yields an abundant profit. But still there are rarer men who would rather perish than work without delight in their labor, the fastidious people, difficult to satisfy, whose object is not served by an abundant profit, unless the work itself be the reward of all rewards. Artists and contemplative men of all kinds belong to this rare species of human beings, and also the idlers who spend their life in hunting and traveling, or in love affairs and adventures. They all seek toil and trouble in so far as these are associated with pleasure, and they want the severest and hardest labor, if it be necessary. In other respects, however, they have a resolute indolence, even should impoverishment, disennure, and danger to health and life be associated therewith. They are not so much afraid of ennui as of labor without pleasure, indeed they require much ennui, if their work is to succeed with them. For the thinker and for all inventive spirits ennui is the unpleasant calm of the soul which precedes the happy voyage and the dancing breezes. He must endure it, he must await the effect it has on him. It is precisely this which lesser natures cannot at all experience. Is common to scare away ennui in every way, just as it is common to labor without pleasure. It perhaps distinguishes the Asiatics above the Europeans, that they are capable of a longer and profounder repose. Even their narcotics operate slowly and require patience, in contrast to the obnoxious suddenness of the European poison, alcohol. 43. What the laws betray. One makes a great mistake when one studies the penal laws of a people, as if they were an expression of its character. The laws do not betray what a people is, but what appears to them foreign, strange, monstrous, and outlandish. The laws concern themselves with the exceptions to the morality of custom, and the severest punishments fall on acts which conform to the customs of the neighboring peoples. Among the Wahhabites, there are only two mortal sins, having another god than the Wahhabite god, and smoking. And how is it with regard to murder and adultery? Asked the Englishman with astonishment on learning these things. Well, God is gracious and pitiful, answered the old chief. Thus among the ancient Romans there was the idea that a woman could only sin mortally in two ways, by adultery on the one hand, and by wine drinking on the other. Old Cato pretended that kissing among relatives had only been made a custom in order to keep women in control on this point. A kiss meant, did her breath smell of wine? Wives had actually been punished by death who were surprised taking wine, and certainly not merely because women under the influence of wine sometimes unlearn altogether the art of saying no. The Romans were afraid above all things of the orgiastic and Dionysian spirit with which the women of southern Europe at that time were sometimes visited, as by a monstrous foreignness which subverted the basis of Roman sentiments. It seemed to them treason against Rome, as the embodiment of foreignness. 44. The believed motive. However important it may be to know the motives according to which mankind has really acted hitherto, perhaps the belief in this or that motive, and therefore that which mankind has assumed and imagined to be the actual mainspring of its activity hitherto, is something still more essential for the thinker to know. For the internal happiness and misery of men have always come to them through their belief in this or that motive, not however, through that which was actually the motive. All about the latter has an interest of secondary rank. 45. Epicurus. Yes, I am proud of perceiving the character of Epicurus differently from anyone else perhaps, and of enjoying the happiness of the afternoon of antiquity in all that I hear and read of him. I see his eye gazing out on a broad whitish sea, over the shore rocks on which the sunshine rests, while great and small creatures play in its light, secure and calm like this light and that eye itself. Such happiness could only have been devised by a chronic sufferer, the happiness of an eye before which the sea of existence has become calm, and which can no longer tire of gazing at the surface and at the variegated, tender, tremulous skin of this sea. Never previously was there such a moderation of voluptuousness. 46. Our astonishment there is a profound and fundamental satisfaction in the fact that science ascertains things that hold their ground, and again furnish the basis for new researches. It could certainly be otherwise. Indeed, we are so much convinced of all the uncertainty and caprice of our judgments, and of the everlasting change of all human laws and conceptions, that we are really astonished how persistently the results of science hold their ground. In earlier times people knew nothing of this changeability of all human things. The custom of morality maintained the belief that the whole inner life of man was bound to iron necessity by eternal fetters. Perhaps people then felt a similar voluptuousness of astonishment when they listened to tales and fairy stories. The wonderful did so much good to those men, who might well get tired sometimes of the regular and the eternal. To leave the ground for once. To soar. To stray. To be mad. That belonged to the paradise and the revelry of earlier times, while our felicity is like that of the shipwrecked man who has gone ashore, and places himself with both feet on the old, firm ground in astonishment that it does not rock. 47. The suppression of the passions. When one continually prohibits the expression of the passions as something to be left to the vulgar, to coarser, bourgeois and peasant natures, that is, when one does not want to suppress the passions themselves, but only their language and demeanor, one nevertheless realizes therewith just what one does not want, the suppression of the passions themselves, or at least their weakening and alteration, as the court of Louis XIV, and all that was dependent on it, experienced. The generation that followed, trained in suppressing their expression, no longer possessed the passions themselves, but had a pleasant, superficial, playful disposition in their place, a generation which was so permeated with the incapacity to be ill-mannered, that even an injury was not taken and retaliated, except with courteous words. Perhaps our own time furnishes the most remarkable counterpart to this period. I see everywhere satisfaction at all the coarser outbursts and gestures of passion. A certain convention of passionateness is now desired, only not the passion itself. Nevertheless it will thereby be at last reached, and our posterity will have a genuine savagery, and not merely a formal savagery and unmannerliness. 48. Knowledge of distress. Perhaps there is nothing by which men and periods are so much separated from one another, as by the different degrees of knowledge of distress which they possess, distress of the soul as well as of the body. With respect to the latter, owing to lack of sufficient self-experience, we men of the present day, are perhaps all of us blunderers and visionaries in comparison with the men of the age of fear, the longest of all ages, when the individual had to protect himself against violence, and for that purpose had to be a man of violence himself. At that time a man went through a long schooling of corporeal tortures and privations, and found even in a certain kind of cruelty toward himself, in a voluntary use of pain, a necessary means for his preservation. At that time a person trained his environment the endurance of pain, at that time a person willingly inflicted pain, and saw the most filthy things of this kind happen to others, without having any other feeling than for his own security. As regards the distress of the soul, however, I now look at every man with respect to whether he knows it by experience or by description, whether he still regards it as necessary to simulate this knowledge, perhaps as an indication of more refined culture, or whether, at the bottom of his heart, he does not at all believe in great sorrows of soul, and at the naming of them calls to mind a similar experience as at the naming of great corporeal sufferings, such as toothaches, and stomachaches. It is thus, however, that it seems to be with most people at present. Owing to the universal inexperience of both kinds of pain, and the comparative rarity of the spectacle of a sufferer, an important consequence results: people now hate pain far more than earlier man did, and calumniate it worse than ever. Indeed, people nowadays can hardly endure the thought of pain, and make out of it an affair of conscience and a reproach to collective existence. The appearance of pessimistic philosophies is not at all the sign of great and dreadful miseries, for these interrogative marks regarding the worth of life appear in periods when the refinement and alleviation of existence already deem the unavoidable gnat stings of the soul and body as altogether too bloody and wicked, and in the poverty of actual experiences of pain, would now like to make painful general ideas appear as suffering of the worst kind. There might indeed be a remedy for pessimistic philosophies and the excessive sensibility which seems to me the real distress of the present, but perhaps this remedy already sounds too cruel, and would itself be reckoned among the symptoms owing to which people at present conclude that existence is something evil. Well, the remedy for the distress is distress. 49. Magnanimity and allied qualities. Those paradoxical phenomena, such as the sudden coldness in the demeanor of good-natured men, the humor of the melancholy, and above all magnanimity, as a sudden renunciation of revenge or of the gratification of envy, appear in men in whom there is a powerful inner impulsiveness, in men of sudden safety and sudden disgust. Their satisfactions are so rapid and violent that satiety, aversion, and flight into the antithetical taste, immediately follow upon them. In this contrast the convulsion of feeling liberates itself, in one person by sudden coldness, in another by laughter, and in a third tears and self-sacrifice. The magnanimous person appears to me at least that kind of magnanimous person who has always made most impression as a man with the strongest thirst for vengeance, to whom a gratification presents itself close at hand, and who already drinks it off in imagination so copiously, thoroughly, and to the last drop. That an excessive, rapid disgust follows this rapid licentiousness. He now elevates himself above himself, as one says, and forgives his enemy, yea, blesses and honors him. With this violence done to himself, however, with this mockery of his impulse to revenge, even still so powerful, he merely yields to the new impulse, the disgust which has become powerful, and does this just as impatiently and licentiously, as a short time previously he forestalled, and as it were exhausted, the joy of revenge with his fantasy. In magnanimity there is the same amount of egoism as in revenge, but a different quality of egoism. 50. The argument of isolation. The reproach of conscience, even in the most conscientious, is weak against the feeling, this and that are contrary to the good morals of your society. A cold glance or a wry mouth on the part of those among whom and for whom one has been educated, is still feared even by the strongest. What is really feared there? Isolation. As the argument which demolishes even the best arguments for a person or cause. It is thus that the gregarious instinct speaks in us. 51. Sense for truth. Commend me to all scepticism where I am permitted to answer, let us put it to the test. But I don't wish to hear anything more of things and questions which do not admit of being tested. That is the limit of my sense for truth, for bravery has there lost its right. 52. What others know of us. That which we know of ourselves and have in our memory is not so decisive for the happiness of our life as is generally believed. One day it flashes upon our mind what others know of us, and then we acknowledge that it is the more powerful. We get on with our bad conscience more easily than with our bad reputation. 53. Where goodness begins. Where bad eyesight can no longer see the evil impulse as such, on account of its refinement, there man sets up the kingdom of goodness, and the feeling of having now gone over into the kingdom of goodness brings all those impulses into simultaneous activity, which were threatened and confined by the evil impulses. Consequently, the duller the eye, so much the further does goodness extend. Hence the eternal cheerfulness of the populace and of children. Hence the gloominess and grief of great thinkers. 54. The consciousness of appearance. How wonderfully and novelly, and at the same time how awfully and ironically, do I feel myself situated with respect to collective existence, with my knowledge. I have discovered for myself that the old humanity and animality, yea, the collective primeval age, and the past of all sentient being, continues to meditate, love, hate, and reason in me. I have suddenly awoke in the midst of this dream, but merely to the consciousness that I just dream, and that I must dream on in order not to perish, just as the sleepwalker must dream on in order not to tumble down. What is it that is now appearance to me? Verily, not the antithesis of any kind of essence. What knowledge can I assert of any kind of essence whatsoever, except merely the predicates of its appearance? Verily not a dead mask which one could put upon an unknown X, and which to be sure one could also remove. Appearance is for me the operating and living thing itself, which goes so far in its self-mockery as to make me feel that here there is appearance, and will owe the wisp, and spirit dance, and nothing more, that among all these dreamers, I also, the thinker, dance my dance, that the thinker is a means of prolonging further the terrestrial dance, and in so far is one of the masters of ceremony of existence, and that the sublime consistency and connectedness of all branches of knowledge is, perhaps, and will perhaps, be the best means for maintaining the universality of the dreaming, the complete, mutual understandability of all those dreamers, and thereby the duration of the dream. 55. The ultimate nobility of character. What then makes a person noble? Certainly not that he makes sacrifices, even the frantic libertine makes sacrifices. Certainly not that he generally follows his passions, there are contemptible passions. Certainly not that he does something for others, and without selfishness. Perhaps the effect of selfishness is precisely at its greatest in the noblest persons. But that the passion which seizes the noble man is a peculiarity, without his knowing that it is so, the use of a rare and singular measuring rod, almost a frenzy, the feeling of heat in things which feel cold to all other persons, a divining of values for which scales have not yet been invented, a sacrificing on altars which are consecrated to an unknown God, a bravery without the desire for honor, a self-sufficiency which has superabundance, and imparts to men things hitherto, therefore. It has been the rare in man, and the unconsciousness of this rareness, that has made men noble. Here, however, let us consider that everything ordinary, immediate, and indispensable, in short, what has been most preservative of the species, and generally the rule in mankind hitherto, has been judged unreasonable and calumniated in its entirety by the standard, in favor of the exceptions. To become the advocate of the rule that may perhaps be the ultimate form and refinement in which nobility of character will reveal itself on earth. 56. The desire for suffering. When I think of the desire to do something, how it continually ticks and stimulates millions of young Europeans, who cannot endure themselves and all their ennui, I conceive that there must be a desire in them to suffer something, in order to derive from suffering a worthy motive for acting, for something. Distress is necessary. Hence the cry of the politicians, hence the many false trumped-up exaggerated states of distress of all possible kinds, and the blind readiness to believe in them. This young world desires that there should arrive or appear from the outside not happiness but misfortune, and their imagination is already busy beforehand to form a monster out of it, so that they may afterwards be able to fight with the monster. If these distress seekers felt the power to benefit themselves, to do something for themselves from internal sources, they would also understand how to create a distress of their own, specially their own, from internal sources. Their inventions might then be more refined, and their gratifications might sound like good music, while at present they fill the world with their cries of distress, and consequently too often with the feeling of distress in the first place. They do not know what to make of themselves, and so they paint the misfortune of others on the wall. They always need others. And always again others. Pardon me, my friends, I have ventured to paint my happiness on the wall. Book 2nd. 57. To the realists. Ye sober beings, who feel yourselves armed against passion and fantasy, and would gladly make a pride and an ornament out of your emptiness, ye call yourselves realists, and give to understand that the world is actually constituted as it appears to you. Before you alone reality stands unveiled, and ye yourselves would perhaps be the best part of it, oh, ye dear images of Sais. But are not yet also in your unveiled condition still extremely passionate and dusky beings compared with the fish, and still all too like an enamoured artist? 5. And what is reality to an enamoured artist? Ye still carry about with you the valuations of things which had their origin in the passions and infatuations of earlier centuries. There is still a secret and ineffaceable drunkenness embodied in your sobriety. Your love of reality, for example, oh, that is an old, primitive love. In every feeling, in every sense impression, there is a portion of this old love, and similarly also some kind of fantasy, prejudice, irrationality, ignorance, fear, and whatever else has become mingled and woven into it. There is that mountain. There is that cloud. What is real in them? Remove the phantasm and the whole human element therefrom, ye sober ones. Yes, if ye could do that. If ye could forget your origin, your past, your preparatory schooling, your whole history as man and beast. There is no reality for us nor for you either, ye sober ones. We are far from being so alien to one another as ye suppose, and perhaps our goodwill to get beyond drunkenness is just as respectable as your belief that ye are altogether incapable of drunkenness. Schiller's poem, The Veiled Image of Sais, is again referred to here. Tr. 58. Only as creators. It has caused me the greatest trouble, and forever causes me the greatest trouble, to perceive that unspeakably more depends upon what things are called, than on what they are. The reputation, the name and appearance, the importance, the usual measure and weight of things, each being in origin most frequently an error and arbitrariness thrown over the things like a garment, and quite alien to their essence and even to their exterior, have gradually, by the belief therein and its continuous growth from generation to generation, grown as it were on and into things and become their very body. The appearance at the very beginning becomes almost always the essence in the end, and operates as the essence. What a fool he would be who would think it enough to refer here to this origin and this nebulous veil of illusion, in order to annihilate that which virtually passes for the world, namely, so-called reality. It is only as creators that we can annihilate. But let us not forget this: it suffices to create new names and valuations and probabilities, in order in the long run to create new things. 59. We artists. When we love a woman we have readily a hatred against nature, on recollecting all the disagreeable natural functions to which every woman is subject, we prefer not to think of them at all, but if once our soul touches on these things it twitches impatiently, and glances, as we have said, contemptuously at nature. We are hurt, nature seems to encroach upon our possessions, and with the profanest hands. We then shut our ears against all physiology, and we decree in secret that we will hear nothing of the fact that man is something else than soul and form. The man under the skin is an abomination and monstrosity, a blasphemy of God and of love to all lovers. Well, just as the lover still feels with respect to nature and natural functions, so did every worshipper of God and his holy omnipotence feel formerly, in all that was said of nature by astronomers, geologists, physiologists, and physicians. He saw an encroachment on his most precious possession, and consequently an attack, and moreover also an impertinence of the assailant. The law of nature sounded to him as blasphemy against God. In truth he would too willingly have seen the whole of mechanics traced back to moral acts of volition and arbitrariness, but because nobody could render him this service, he concealed nature and mechanism from himself as best he could, and lived in a dream. Oh, those men of former times understood how to dream, and did not need first to go to sleep. And we men of the present day also still understand it too well, with all our goodwill for wakefulness and daylight. It suffices to love, to hate, to desire, and in general to feel. Immediately the spirit and the power of the dream come over us, and we ascend, with open eyes and indifferent to all danger, the most dangerous paths, to the roofs and towers of fantasy, and without any giddiness, as persons born for climbing, we the night walkers by day. We artists. We concealers of naturalness. We moonstruck and God-struck ones. We death-silent, untiring wanderers on heights which we do not see as heights, but as our plains, as our places of safety. 60. Women and their effect in the distance. Have I still ears? Am I only ear, and nothing else besides? Here I stand in the midst of the surging of the breakers, whose white flames fork up to my feet. From all sides there is howling, threatening, crying, and screaming at me, while in the lowest depths the old earth-shaker sings his aria hollow like a roaring bull. He beats such an earth-shaker's measure thereto, that even the hearts of these weathered rock monsters tremble at the sound. Then, suddenly, as if born out of nothingness, there appears before the portal of this hellish labyrinth, only a few fathoms distant, a great sailing ship gliding silently along like a ghost. Oh, this ghostly beauty! With what enchantment it seizes me! What? Has all the repose and silence in the world embarked here? Does my happiness itself sit in this quiet place, my happier ego, my second immortalized self? Still not dead, but also no longer living? As a ghost-like, calm, gazing, gliding, sweeping, neutral being? Similar to the ship, which, with its white sails, like an immense butterfly, passes over the dark sea. Yes. Passing over existence. That is it. That would be it. It seems that the noise here has made me a visionary. All great noise causes one to place happiness in the calm and the distance. When a man is in the midst of his hubbub, in the midst of the breakers of his plots and plans, he there sees perhaps calm, enchanting beings glide past him, for whose happiness and retirement he longs. They are women. He almost thinks that there with the women dwells his better self, that in these calm places even the loudest breakers become still as death, and life itself a dream of life. But still, my noble enthusiast, there is also in the most beautiful sailing ship so much noise and bustling, and alas, so much pitiable bustling. The enchantment and the most powerful effect of women is, to use the language of philosophers, an effect at a distance, an actio in distance. There belongs thereto, however, primarily, and above all, distance. 61. In honor of friendship. That the sentiment of friendship was regarded by antiquity as the highest sentiment, higher even than the most vaunted pride of the self-sufficient and wise, yea, as it were its sole and still holier brotherhood, is very well expressed by the story of the Macedonian king who made the present of a talent to a cynical Athenian philosopher from whom he received it back again. "What," said the king, "has he then no friend?" He therewith meant to say, I honor this pride of the wise and independent man, but I should have honored his humanity still higher, if the friend in him had gained the victory over his pride. The philosopher has lowered himself in my estimation, for he showed that he did not know one of the two highest sentiments and in fact the higher of them. 62. Love. Love pardons even the passion of the beloved. 63. Woman in music. How does it happen that warm and rainy winds bring the musical mood and the inventive delight in melody with them? Are they not the same winds that fill the churches and give women amorous thoughts? 64. Sceptics. I fear that women who have grown old are more sceptical in the secret recesses of their hearts than any of the men. They believe in the superficiality of existence as in its essence, and all virtue and profundity is to them only the disguising of this truth, the very desirable disguising of a pudendum, an affair, therefore, of decency and modesty, and nothing more. 65. Devotedness. There are noble women with a certain poverty of spirit, who, in order to express their profoundest devotedness, have no other alternative but to offer their virtue and modesty. It is the highest thing they have. And this present is often accepted without putting the recipient under such deep obligation as the giver supposed, a very melancholy story. 66. The strength of the weak. Women are all skillful in exaggerating their weaknesses, indeed they are inventive in weaknesses, so as to seem quite fragile ornaments to which even a grain of dust does harm. Their existence is meant to bring home to man's mind his coarseness, and to appeal to his conscience. They thus defend themselves against the strong and all rights of might. 67. Self-dissembling. She loves him now and has since been looking forth with as quiet confidence as a cow, but alas! It was precisely his delight that she seemed so fitful and absolutely incomprehensible. He had rather too much steady weather in himself already. Would she not do well to feign her old character? To feign indifference? Does not love itself advise her to do so? Vivat como edia. 68. Will and willingness. Some one brought a youth to a wise man, and said, "See, this is one who is being corrupted by women." The wise man shook his head and smiled. "It is men," he called out, "who corrupt women, and everything that women lack should be atoned for and improved in men, for man creates for himself the ideal of woman, and woman molds herself according to this ideal." "You are too tender-hearted towards women," said one of the bystanders, "you do not know them." The wise man answered, "Man's attribute is will, woman's attribute is willingness. Such is the law of the sexes, verily, a hard law for woman. All human beings are innocent of their existence. Women, however, are doubly innocent, who could have enough of salve and gentleness for them." "What about salve? What about gentleness?" called out another person in the crowd. "We must educate women better." "We must educate men better," said the wise man, and made a sign to the youth to follow him. The youth, however, did not follow him. 69. Capacity for revenge. That a person cannot and consequently will not defend himself, does not yet cast disgrace upon him in our eyes, but we despise the person who has neither the ability nor the goodwill for revenge, whether it be a man or a woman. Would a woman be able to captivate us whom we did not credit with knowing how to employ the dagger skillfully against us under certain circumstances? Or against herself, which in a certain case might be the severest revenge? 70. The mistresses of the masters. A powerful contralto voice, as we occasionally hear it in the theater, raises suddenly for us the curtain on possibilities in which we usually do not believe. All at once we are convinced that somewhere in the world there may be women with high, heroic, royal souls, capable and prepared for magnificent remonstrances, resolutions, and self-sacrifices, capable and prepared for domination over men, because in them the best in man, superior to sex, has become a corporeal ideal. To be sure, it is not the intention of the theater that such voices should give such a conception of women. They are usually intended to represent the ideal male lover, for example, a Romeo, but, to judge by my experience, the theater regularly miscalculates here, and the musician also, who expects such effects from such a voice. People do not believe in these lovers. These voices still contain a tinge of the motherly and housewifely character, and most of all when love is in their tone. 71. On female chastity. There is something quite astonishing and extraordinary in the education of women of the higher class. Indeed, there is perhaps nothing more paradoxical. All the world is agreed to educate them with as much ignorance as possible in eroticis, and to inspire their soul with a profound shame of such things, and the extremest impatience and horror at the suggestion of them. It is really here only that all the honor of woman is at stake. What would one not forgive them in other respects? But here they are intended to remain ignorant to the very backbone. They are intended to have neither eyes, ears, words, nor thoughts for this, their wickedness. Indeed, knowledge here is already evil. And then, to be hurled as with an awful thunderbolt into reality and knowledge with marriage, and indeed by him whom they most love and esteem, to have to encounter love and shame in contradiction, to have to feel rapture, abandonment, duty, sympathy, and fright at the unexpected proximity of God and animal, and whatever else besides. All at once. There, in fact, a psychic entanglement has been effected which is quite unequaled. Even the sympathetic curiosity of the wisest discerner of men does not suffice to divine how this or that woman gets along with the solution of this enigma and the enigma of this solution. What dreadful, far-reaching suspicions must awaken thereby in the poor unhinged soul, and forsooth, how the ultimate philosophy and scepticism of the woman casts anchor at this point. Afterwards the same profound silence as before, and often even a silence to herself, a shutting of her eyes to herself. Young wives on that account make great efforts to appear superficial and thoughtless. The most ingenious of them simulate a kind of impudence. Wives easily feel their husbands as a question mark to their honor, and their children as an apology or atonement. They require children, and wish for them in quite another spirit than a husband wishes for them. In short, one cannot be gentle enough towards women. 72. Mothers. Animals think differently from men with respect to females. With them the female is regarded as the productive being. There is no paternal love among them, but there is such a thing as love of the children of a beloved, and habituation to them. In the young, the females find gratification for their lust of dominion. The young are a property, an occupation, something quite comprehensible to them, with which they can chatter. All this conjointly is maternal love. It is to be compared to the love of the artist for his work. Pregnancy has made the females gentler, more expectant, more timid, more submissively inclined, and similarly intellectual pregnancy engenders the character of the contemplative, who are allied to women in character. They are the masculine mothers. Among animals the masculine sex is regarded as the beautiful sex. 73. Saintly cruelty. A man holding a newly born child in his hands came to a saint. "What should I do with this child?" he asked. "It is wretched, deformed, and has not even enough of life to die." "Kill it," cried the saint with a dreadful voice, "kill it, and then hold it in thy arms for 3 days and 3 nights to brand it on thy memory. Thus wilt thou never again beget a child when it is not the time for thee to beget. When the man had heard this he went away disappointed, and many found fault with the saint because he had advised cruelty, for he had advised to kill the child. But is it not more cruel to let it live? Asked the saint. 74. The unsuccessful. Those poor women always fail of success who become agitated and uncertain, and talk too much in presence of him whom they love, for men are most successfully seduced by a certain subtle and phlegmatic tenderness. 75. The third sex. A small man is a paradox, but still a man, but a small woman seems to me to be of another sex in comparison with well-grown ones, said an old dancing master. A small woman is never beautiful, said old Aristotle. 76. The greatest danger. Had there not at all times been a larger number of men who regarded the cultivation of their mind, their rationality, as their pride, their obligation, their virtue, and were injured or shamed by all play of fancy and extravagance of thinking as lovers of sound common sense, mankind would long ago have perished. Incipient insanity has hovered, and hovers continually over mankind as its greatest danger. It is precisely the breaking out of inclination in feeling, seeing, and hearing, the enjoyment of the unruliness of the mind, the delight in human unreason. It is not truth and certainty that is the antithesis of the world of the insane, but the universality and all obligatoriness of a belief, in short, non-voluntariness in forming opinions. And the greatest labor of human beings hitherto has been to agree with one another regarding a number of things, and to impose upon themselves a law of agreement indifferent whether these things are true or false. This is the discipline of the mind which has preserved mankind, but the counter-impulses are still so powerful that one can really speak of the future of mankind with little confidence. The ideas of things still continually shift and move, and will perhaps alter more than ever in the future. It is continually the most select spirits themselves who strive against universal obligatoriness, the investigators of truth above all. The accepted belief, as the belief of all the world, continually engenders a disgust and a new longing in the more ingenious minds, and already the slow tempo which it demands for all intellectual processes makes the artists and poets runaways. It is in these impatient spirits that a downright delight in delirium breaks out, because delirium has such a joyful tempo. Virtuous intellects, therefore, are needed. I want to use the least ambiguous word. Virtuous stupidity is needed. Imperturbable conductors of the slow spirits are needed, in order that the faithful of the great collective belief may remain with one another and dance their dance further. It is a necessity of the first importance that here enjoins and demands. We others are the exceptions and the danger. We eternally need protection. Well, there can actually be something said in favor of the exceptions, provided that they never want to become the rule. 77. The animal with good conscience. It is not unknown to me that there is vulgarity in everything that pleases Southern Europe, whether it be Italian opera, or the Spanish adventure romance, but it does not offend me, any more than the vulgarity which one encounters in a walk through Pompeii, or even in the reading of every ancient book. What is the reason of this? Is it because shame is lacking here, and because the vulgar always comes forward just as sure and certain of itself as anything noble, lovely, and passionate in the same kind of music or romance? The animal has its rights like man, so let it run about freely, and you, my dear fellow man, are still this animal, in spite of all. That seems to me the moral of the case, and the peculiarity of Southern humanity. Bad taste has its rights like good taste, and even a prerogative over the latter when it is the great requisite, the sure satisfaction, and as it were a universal language, an immediately intelligible mask and attitude. The excellent, select taste on the other hand has always something of a seeking, tentative character, not fully certain that it understands. It is never, and has never been popular. The mask is and remains popular. So let all this masquerade run along in the melodies and cadences, in the leaps and merriment of the rhythm of these operas. Quite the ancient life. What does one understand of it, if one does not understand the delight in the mask, the good conscience of all masquerade? Here is the bath and the refreshment of the ancient spirit, and perhaps this bath was still more necessary for the rare and sublime natures of the ancient world than for the vulgar. On the other hand, a vulgar turn in northern works, for example in German music, offends me unutterably. There is shame in it. The artist has lowered himself in his own sight, and could not even avoid blushing. We are ashamed with him, and are so hurt because we surmise that he believed he had to lower himself on our account. 78. What we should be grateful for. It is only the artists, and especially the theatrical artists, who have furnished men with eyes and ears to hear and see with some pleasure what everyone is in himself, what he experiences and aims at. It is only they who have taught us how to estimate the hero that is concealed in each of these commonplace men, and the art of looking at ourselves from a distance as heroes, and as it were simplified and transfigured, the art of putting ourselves on the stage before ourselves. It is thus only that we get beyond some of the paltry details in ourselves. Without that art we should be nothing but foreground, and would live absolutely under the spell of the perspective which makes the closest and the commonest seem immensely large and like reality in itself. Perhaps there is merit of a similar kind in the religion which commanded us to look at the sinfulness of every individual man with a magnifying glass, and made a great, immortal criminal of the sinner, in that it put eternal perspectives around man. It taught him to see himself from a distance, and as something past, something entire. 79. The charm of imperfection. I see here a poet, who, like so many men, exercises a higher charm by his imperfections than by all that is rounded off and takes perfect shape under his hands. Indeed, he derives his advantage and reputation far more from his actual limitations than from his abundant powers. His work never expresses altogether what he would really like to express, what he would like to have seen. He appears to have had the foretaste of a vision and never the vision itself, but an extraordinary longing for this vision has remained in his soul, and from this he derives his equally extraordinary eloquence of longing and craving. With this he raises those who listen to him above his work and above all works, and gives them wings to rise higher than heroes have ever risen before, thus making them poets and seers themselves. They then show an admiration for the originator of their happiness, as if he had led them immediately to the vision of his holiest and ultimate verities, as if he had reached his goal, and had actually seen and communicated his vision. It is to the advantage of his reputation that he has not really arrived at his goal. 80. Art and nature. The Greeks liked to hear good talking, indeed they had an eager inclination for it, which distinguished them more than anything else from non-Greeks. And so they required good talking even from passion on the stage, and submitted to the unnaturalness of dramatic verse with delight. In nature, forsooth, passion is so sparing of words, so dumb and confused. Or if it finds words, so embarrassed and irrational and ashamed to itself. We have now, all of us, thanks to the Greeks, accustomed ourselves to this unnaturalness on the stage, as we endure that other unnaturalness, the singing passion, and willingly endure it, thanks to the Italians. It has become a necessity to us, which we cannot satisfy out of the resources of actuality, to hear men talk well and in full detail in the most trying situations. It enraptures us at present when the tragic hero still finds words, reasons, eloquent gestures, and on the whole a bright spirituality, where life approaches the abysses, and where the actual man mostly loses his head, and certainly his fine language. This kind of deviation from nature is perhaps the most agreeable repast for man's pride. He loves art generally on account of it, as the expression of high, heroic unnaturalness and convention. One rightly objects to the dramatic poet when he does not transform everything into reason and speech, but always retains a remnant of silence, just as one is dissatisfied with an operatic musician who cannot find a melody for the highest emotion, but only an emotional, natural stammering and crying. Here nature has to be contradicted. Here the common charm of illusion has to give place to a higher charm. The Greeks go far, far in this direction, frightfully far. As they constructed the stage as narrow as possible and dispensed with all the effect of deep backgrounds, as they made pantomime and easy motion impossible to the actor, and transformed him into a solemn, stiff, masked bogey, so they have also deprived passion itself of its deep background, and have dictated to it a law of fine talk. Indeed, they have really done everything to counteract the elementary effect of representations that inspire pity and terror. They did not want pity and terror. With due deference, with the highest deference to Aristotle. But he certainly did not hit the nail, to say nothing of the head of the nail, when he spoke about the final aim of Greek tragedy. Let us but look at the Grecian tragic poets with respect to what most excited their diligence, their inventiveness, and their emulation. Certainly it was not the intention of subjugating the spectators by emotion. The Athenian went to the theatre to hear fine talking. And fine talking was arrived at by Sophocles. Pardon me this heresy. It is very different with serious opera. All its masters make it their business to prevent their personages being understood. An occasional word picked up may come to the assistance of the inattentive listener, but on the whole the situation must be self-explanatory. The talking is of no account, so they all think, and so they have all made fun of the words. Perhaps they have only lacked courage to express fully their extreme contempt for words, a little additional insolence in Rossini, and he would have allowed la 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 to be sung throughout, and it might have been the rational course. The personages of the opera are not meant to be believed in their words, but in their tones. That is the difference, that is the fine unnaturalness on account of which people go to the opera. Even the recitativo secco is not really intended to be heard as words and text. This kind of half music is meant rather in the first place to give the musical ear a little repose, but very soon something different results, namely, an increasing impatience, an increasing resistance, a new longing for entire music, for melody. How is it with the art of Richard Wagner as seen from this standpoint? Is it perhaps the same? Perhaps otherwise. It would often seem to me as if one needed to have learned by heart both the words and the music of his rations before the performances, for without that, so it seemed to me, one may hear neither the words, nor even the music. 81. Grecian taste. What is beautiful in it? Asked a certain geometrician, after a performance of the Iphigenia. There is nothing proved in it. Could the Greeks have been so far from this taste? In Sophocles at least everything is proved. 82. Esprion, Grecian. The Greeks were exceedingly logical and plain in all their thinking. They did not get tired of it, at least during their long flourishing period, as is so often the case with the French, who too willingly made a little excursion into the opposite, and in fact endure the spirit of logic only when it betrays its sociable courtesy, its sociable self-renunciation, by a multitude of such little excursions into its opposite. Logic appeared to them as necessary as bread and water, but also like these as a kind of prison fare, as soon as it is to be taken pure and by itself. In good society one must never want to be in the right absolutely and solely, as all pure logic requires, hence the little dose of irrationality in all French esprit. The social sense of the Greeks was far less developed than that of the French in the present and the past, hence, so little esprit in their cleverest men, hence, so little wit, even in their wags, hence alas. But people will not readily believe these tenets of mine, and how much of the kind I have still on my soul. Est residential magnetisserus, says Martial, like all garrulous people. 83. Translations. One can estimate the amount of the historical sense which an age possesses by the way in which it makes translations and seeks to embody in itself past periods and literatures. The French of Corneille, and even the French of the Revolution, appropriated Roman antiquity in a manner for which we would no longer have the courage owing to our superior historical sense. And Roman antiquity itself, how violently, and at the same time how naively, did it lay its hand on everything excellent and elevated belonging to the older Grecian antiquity. How they translated these writings into the Roman present. How they wiped away intentionally and unconcernedly the wing dust of the butterfly moment. It is thus that Horace now and then translated Alcaeus or Archilochus, it is thus that Propertius translated Callimachus and Philetas. Of what consequence was it to them that the actual creator experienced this and that, and had inscribed the indication thereof in his poem? As poets they were averse to the antiquarian, inquisitive spirit which precedes the historical sense. As poets they did not respect those essentially personal traits and names, nor anything peculiar to city, coast, or century, such as costume and mask, but at once put the present and the Roman in its place. They seem to us to ask, should we not make the old new for ourselves, and adjust ourselves to it? Should we not be allowed to inspire this dead body with our soul? For it is dead indeed. How loathsome is everything dead! They did not know the pleasure of the historical sense, the past and the alien was painful to them, and as Romans it was an incitement to Roman conquest. In fact, they conquered when they translated, not only in that they omitted the historical, they added also allusions to the present. Above all, they struck out the name of the poet and put their own in its place, not with the feeling of theft, but with the very best conscience of the Imperium Romanum. 84. The origin of poetry. The lovers of the fantastic in man, who at the same time represent the doctrine of instinctive morality, draw this conclusion: granted that utility has been honored at all as the highest divinity, where then in all the world has poetry come from? This rhythmizing of speech which thwarts rather than furthers plainness of communication, and which, nevertheless, has sprung up everywhere on the earth, and still springs up, as a mockery of all useful purpose. The wildly beautiful irrationality of poetry refutes you, ye utilitarians. The wish to get rid of utility some way, that is precisely what has elevated man, that is what has inspired him to morality and art. Well, I must here speak for once to please the utilitarians. They are so seldom in the right that it is pitiful. In the old times which called poetry into being, people had still utility in view with respect to it, and a very important utility at the time when rhythm was introduced into speech, that force which arranges all the particles of the sentence anew, commands the choosing of the words, recolors the thought, and makes it more obscure, more foreign, and more distant, to be sure a superstitious utility. It was intended that a human entreaty should be more profoundly impressed upon the gods by virtue of rhythm, after it had been observed that men could remember a verse better than an unmetrical speech. It was likewise thought that people could make themselves audible at greater distances by the rhythmical beat. The rhythmical prayer seemed to come nearer to the ear of the gods. Above all, however, people wanted to have the advantage of the elementary conquest which man experiences in himself when he hears music. Rhythm is a constraint, it produces an unconquerable desire to yield, to join in, not only the step of the foot, but also the soul itself follows the measure, probably the soul of the gods also, as people thought. They attempted, therefore, to constrain the gods by rhythm, and to exercise a power over them. They threw poetry around the gods like a magic noose. There was a still more wonderful idea, and it has perhaps operated most powerfully of all in the originating of poetry. Among the Pythagoreans it made its appearance as a philosophical doctrine and as an artifice of teaching, but long before there were philosophers music was acknowledged to possess the power of unburdening the emotions, of purifying the soul, of soothing the ferocia animae. This was owing to the rhythmical element in music. When the proper tension and harmony of the soul were lost, a person had to dance to the measure of the singer. That was the recipe of this medical art. By means of it Terpander quieted a tumult, Empedocles calmed a maniac, Damon purged a love-sick youth. By means of it even the maddened, revengeful gawk were treated for the purpose of a cure. This was effected by driving the frenzy and wantonness of their emotions to the highest pitch, by making the furious mad, and the revengeful intoxicated with vengeance. All the orgiastic cults seek to discharge the ferocia of a deity all at once and thus make an orgy, so that the deity may feel freer and quieter afterwards, and leave man in peace. Melos, according to its root, signifies a soothing agency, not because the song is gentle itself, but because its after effect is gentle. And not only in the religious song, but also in the secular song of the most ancient times, the prerequisite is that the rhythm should exercise a magical influence. For example, in drawing water, or in rowing, the song is for the enchanting of the spirits supposed to be active thereby. It makes them obliging, involuntary and the instruments of man. And as often as a person acts he has occasion to sing. Every action is dependent on the assistance of spirits, magic song and incantation appear to be the original form of poetry. When verse also came to be used in oracles, the Greeks said that the hexameter was invented at Delphi. The rhythm was here also intended to exercise a compulsory influence. To make a prophecy, that means originally to determine something. People thought they could determine the future by winning Apollo over to their side, he who, according to the most ancient idea, is far more than a foreseeing deity. According as the formula is pronounced with literal and rhythmical correctness, it determines the future. The formula, however, is the invention of Apollo, who as the god of rhythm, can also determine the goddesses of fate. Looked at and investigated as a whole, was there ever anything more serviceable to the ancient superstitious species of human being than rhythm? People could do everything with it. They could make labor go on magically, they could compel a god to appear, to be near at hand, and listen to them. They could arrange the future for themselves according to their will. They could unburden their own souls of any kind of excess, and not only their own souls, but the souls of the most evil spirits. Without verse a person was nothing, by means of verse a person became almost a god. Such a fundamental feeling no longer allows itself to be fully eradicated, and even now, after millenniums of long labor in combating such superstition, the very wisest of us occasionally becomes the fool of rhythm, be it only that one perceives a thought to be truer when it has a metrical form and approaches with a divine hopping. Is it not a very funny thing that the most serious philosophers, however anxious they are in other respects for strict certainty, still appeal to poetical sayings in order to give their thoughts force and credibility? And yet it is more dangerous to a truth when the poet assents to it than when he contradicts it. For, as Homer says, minstrels speak much falsehood. 85. The good and the beautiful. Artists glorify continually, they do nothing else, and indeed they glorify all those conditions and things that have a reputation, so that man may feel himself good or great, or intoxicated, or merry, or pleased and wise by it. Those select things and conditions whose value for human happiness is regarded as secure and determined, are the objects of artists. They are ever lying in wait to discover such things, to transfer them into the domain of art. I mean to say that they are not themselves the valuers of happiness and of the happy ones, but they always press close to these valuers with the greatest curiosity and longing, in order immediately to use their valuations advantageously. As besides their impatience, they have also the big lungs of heralds and the feet of runners, they are generally always among the first to glorify the new excellency, and often seem to be the first who have called it good and valued it as good. This, however, as we have said, is an error. They are only faster and louder than the actual valuers, and who then are these? They are the rich and the leisurely. 86. The theatre. This day has given me once more strong and elevated sentiments, and if I could have music and art in the evening, I know well what music and art I should not like to have, namely, none of that which would fain intoxicate its hearers and excite them to a crisis of strong and high feeling, those men with commonplace souls, who in the evening are not like victors on triumphal cars, but like tired mules to whom life has rather too often applied the whip. What would those men at all know of higher moods, unless there were expedients for causing ecstasy and idealistic strokes of the whip? And thus they have their inspirers as they have their wines. But what is their drink and their drunkenness to me? Does the inspired one need wine? He rather looks with a kind of disgust at the agency and the agent which are here intended to produce an effect without sufficient reason, an imitation of the high tide of the soul. What? One gives the mole wings and proud fancies before going to sleep, before he creeps into his hole? One sends him into the theatre and puts great magnifying glasses to his blind and tired eyes. Men, whose life is not action but business, sit in front of the stage and look at strange beings to whom life is more than business. This is proper, you say, this is entertaining, this is what culture wants. Well then, culture is too often lacking in me, for sight is too often disgusting to me. He who has enough of tragedy and comedy in him surely prefers to remain away from the theatre, or as an exception, the whole procedure, theatre and public and poet included, becomes for him a truly tragic and comic play, so that the performed piece counts for little in comparison. He who is something like Faust and Manfred, what does it matter to him about the Fausts and Manfreds of the theatre? While it certainly gives him something to think about that such figures are brought into the theatre at all. The strongest thoughts and passions before those who are not capable of thought and passion but of intoxication only, and those as a means to this end. And theatre and music the hashish smoking and betel chewing of Europeans. Oh, who will narrate to us the whole history of narcotics? It is almost the history of culture, the so-called higher culture. 87. The conceit of artists. I think artists often do not know what they can do best, because they are too conceited, and have set their minds on something loftier than those little plants appear to be which can grow up to perfection on their soil, fresh, rare, and beautiful. The final value of their own garden and vineyard is superciliously underestimated by them, and their love and their insight are not of the same quality. Here is a musician, who, more than anyone else, has the genius for discovering the tones peculiar to suffering, oppressed, tortured souls, and who can endow even dumb animals with speech. No one equals him in the colors of the late autumn, in the indescribably touching happiness of a final, and all too short enjoyment. He knows a chord for those secret and weird midnights of the soul when cause and effect seem out of joint, and when every instant something may originate out of nothing. He draws his resources best of all out of the lower depths of human happiness, and so to speak, out of its drained goblet, where the bitterest and most nauseous drops have ultimately, for good or for ill, commingled with the sweetest. He knows the weary shuffling along of the soul which can no longer leap or fly, not even walk. He has the shy glance of concealed pain, of understanding without comfort, of leave-taking without avowal. As the Orpheus of all secret misery, he is greater than anyone, and in fact much has been added to art by him which was hitherto inexpressible and not even thought worthy of art, and which was only to be scared away, by words, and not grasped many small and quite microscopic features of the soul. Yes, he is the master of miniature. But he does not wish to be so. His character is more in love with large walls and daring frescoes. He fails to see that his spirit has a different taste and inclination, and prefers to sit quietly in the corners of ruined houses, concealed in this way, concealed even from himself. He there paints his proper masterpieces, all of which are very short, often only 1 bar in length. There only does he become quite good, great, and perfect, perhaps there only. But he does not know it. He is too conceited to know it. 88. Earnestness for the truth. Earnest for the truth. What different things men understand by these words. Just the same opinions, and modes of demonstration and testing which a thinker regards as a frivolity in himself, to which he has succumbed with shame at one time or other, just the same opinions may give to an artist, who comes in contact with them and accepts them temporarily, the consciousness that the profoundest earnestness for the truth has now taken hold of him, and that it is worthy of admiration that, although an artist, he at the same time exhibits the most ardent desire for the antithesis of the apparent. It is thus possible that a person may, just by his pathos of earnestness, betray how superficially and sparingly his intellect has hitherto operated in the domain of knowledge. And is not everything that we consider important our betrayer? It shows where our motives lie, and where our motives are altogether lacking. 89. Now and formerly. Of what consequence is all our art in artistic products, if that higher art, the art of the festival, be lost by us? Formerly all artistic products were exhibited on the great festive path of humanity, as tokens of remembrance, and monuments of high and happy moments. One now seeks to allure the exhausted and sickly from the great suffering path of humanity for a wanton moment by means of works of art. One furnishes them with a little ecstasy and insanity. 90. Lights and shades. Books and writings are different with different thinkers. One writer has collected together in his book all the rays of light which he could quickly plunder and carry home from an illuminating experience, while another gives only the shadows, and the gray and black replicas of that which on the previous day had towered up in his soul. 91. Precaution. Al-Fihri, as is well known, told a great many falsehoods when he narrated the history of his life to his astonished contemporaries. He told falsehoods owing to the despotism toward himself which he exhibited, for example, in the way in which he created his own language, and tyrannized himself into a poet. He finally found a rigid form of sublimity into which he forced his life and his memory. He must have suffered much in the process. I would also give no credit to a history of Plato's life written by himself, as little as to Rousseau's, or to the Vita Nuova of Dante. 92. Prose and Poetry. Let it be observed that the great masters of prose have almost always been poets as well, whether openly or only in secret and for the closet, and in truth one only writes good prose in view of poetry. For prose is an uninterrupted, polite warfare with poetry. All its charm consists in the fact that poetry is constantly avoided and contradicted. Every abstraction wants to have a jibe at poetry, and wishes to be uttered with a mocking voice. All dryness and coolness is meant to bring the amiable goddess into an amiable despair. There are often approximations and reconciliations for the moment, and then a sudden recoil and a burst of laughter. The curtain is often drawn up and dazzling light let in just while the goddess is enjoying her twilights and dull colors. The word is often taken out of her mouth and chanted to a melody while she holds her fine hands before her delicate little ears, and so there are 1,000 enjoyments of the warfare, the defeats included, of which the unpoetic, the so-called prose men know nothing at all. They consequently write and speak only bad prose. Warfare is the father of all good things, it is also the father of good prose. There have been 4 very singular and truly poetical men in this century who have arrived at mastership in prose, for which otherwise the century is not suited, owing to lack of poetry, as we have indicated. Not to take Goethe into account, for he is reasonably claimed by the century that produced him, I look only on Giacomo Leopardi, Prosper Mérimée, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and Walter Savage Landor, the author of Imaginary Conversations, as worthy to be called masters of prose. 93. But why, then, do you write? A. I do not belong to those who think with the wet pen in hand, and still less to those who yield themselves entirely to their passions before the open ink bottle, sitting on their chair and staring at the paper. I am always vexed and abashed by writing. Writing is a necessity for me, even to speak of it in a simile is disagreeable. B. But why, then, do you write? A. Well, my dear sir, to tell you in confidence, I have hitherto found no other means of getting rid of my thoughts. B. And why do you wish to get rid of them? A. Why I wish. Do I really wish? I must be, enough. Enough. 94. Growth after death. Those few daring words about moral matters which Fontenelle threw into his immortal dialogues of the dead, were regarded by his age as paradoxes and amusements of a not unscrupulous wit. Even the highest judges of taste and intellect saw nothing more in them. Indeed, Fontenelle himself perhaps saw nothing more. Then something incredible takes place, these thoughts become truths. Science proves them. The game becomes serious. And we read those dialogues with a feeling different from that with which Voltaire and Helvetius read them, and we involuntarily raise their originator into another and much higher class of intellects than they did. Rightly. Wrongly. 95. Chamfort. That such a judge of men and of the multitude as Chamfort should side with the multitude, instead of standing apart in philosophical resignation and defense. I am at a loss to explain this, except as follows: there was an instinct in him stronger than his wisdom, and it had never been gratified, the hatred against all noblesse of blood, perhaps his mother's old and only too explicable hatred, which was consecrated in him by love of her, an instinct of revenge from his boyhood, which waited for the hour to avenge his mother. But then the course of his life, his genius, and alas, most of all, perhaps, the paternal blood in his veins, had seduced him to rank and consider himself equal to the noblesse for many, many years. In the end, however, he could not endure the sight of himself, the old man under the old regime, any longer. he got into a violent, penitential passion, and in this state he put on the raiment of the populace as his special kind of hair shirt. His bad conscience was the neglect of revenge. If Chamfort had then been a little more of the philosopher, the revolution would not have had its tragic wit and its sharpest sting, it would have been regarded as a much more stupid affair, and would have had no such seductive influence on men's minds. But Chamfort's hatred and revenge educated an entire generation, and the most illustrious men passed through his school. Let us but consider that Mirabeau looked up to Chamfort as to his higher and older self, from whom he expected impulses, warnings, and condemnations. Mirabeau, who as a man belongs to an entirely different order of greatness, as the very foremost among the statesman geniuses of yesterday and today. Strange, that in spite of such a friend and advocate we possess Mirabeau's letters to Chamfort. This wittiest of all moralists has remained unfamiliar to the French, quite the same as Stendhal, who has perhaps had the most penetrating eyes and ears of any Frenchman of this century. Is it because the latter had really too much of the German and the Englishman in his nature for the Parisians to endure him? While Chamfort, a man with ample knowledge of the profundities and secret motives of the soul, gloomy, suffering, ardent, a thinker who found laughter necessary as the remedy of life, and who almost gave himself up as lost every day that he had not laughed, seems much more like an Italian, and related by blood to Dante and Leopardi, than like a French man. One knows Chamfort's last words: "Ah, mon ami," he said to Cis, "jem envase enfin de ce monde, ouil faut qu'elle sur se brise ou bronze." These were certainly not the words of a dying Frenchman. 96. Two orators. Of these two orators the one arrives at a full understanding of his case only when he yields himself to emotion. It is only this that pumps sufficient blood and heat into his brain to compel his high intellectuality to reveal itself. The other attempts, indeed, now and then to do the same, to state his case sonorously, vehemently, and spiritedly with the aid of emotion, but usually with bad success. He then very soon speaks obscurely and confusedly, he exaggerates, makes omissions, and excites suspicion of the justice of his case. Indeed, he himself feels this suspicion, and the sudden changes into the coldest and most repulsive tones are thereby explicable. With him emotion always drowns the spirit, perhaps because it is stronger than in the former. But he is at the height of his power when he resists the impetuous storm of his feeling, and as it were scorns it. It is then only that his spirit emerges fully from its concealment, a spirit logical, mocking and playful, but nevertheless awe-inspiring. 97. The loquacity of authors. There is a loquacity of anger frequent in Luther, also in Schopenhauer. A loquacity which comes from too great a store of conceptual formulae, as in Kant. A loquacity which comes from delight in ever new modifications of the same idea, one finds it in Montaigne. A loquacity of malicious natures. Whoever reads writings of our period will recollect two authors in this connection. A loquacity which comes from delight in fine words and forms of speech, by no means rare in Goethe's prose. A loquacity which comes from pure satisfaction in noise and confusion of feelings, for example in Carlyle. 98. In honor of Shakespeare. The best thing I could say in honor of Shakespeare, the man, is that he believed in Brutus, and cast not a shadow of suspicion on the kind of virtue which Brutus represents. It is to him that Shakespeare consecrated his best tragedy. It is at present still called by a wrong name, to him, and to the most terrible essence of lofty morality. Independence of soul. That is the question at issue. No sacrifice can be too great there, one must be able to sacrifice to it even one's dearest friend, although he be the grandest of men, the ornament of the world, the genius without peer, if one really loves freedom as the freedom of great souls, and if this freedom be threatened by him. It is thus that Shakespeare must have felt. The elevation in which he places Caesar is the most exquisite honor he could confer upon Brutus. It is thus only that he lifts into vastness the inner problem of his hero, and similarly the strength of soul which could cut this knot. And was it actually political freedom that impelled the poet to sympathy with Brutus, and made him the accomplice of Brutus? Or was political freedom merely a symbol for something inexpressible? Do we perhaps stand before some somber event or adventure of the poet's own soul, which has remained unknown, and of which he only cared to speak symbolically? What is all Hamlet melancholy in comparison with the melancholy of Brutus? And perhaps Shakespeare also knew this, as he knew the other, by experience. Perhaps he also had his dark hour and his bad angel, just as Brutus had them. But whatever similarities and secret relationships of that kind there may have been, Shakespeare cast himself on the ground and unworthy and alien in presence of the aspect and virtue of Brutus, he has inscribed the testimony thereof in the tragedy itself. He has twice brought in a poet in it, and twice heaped upon him such an impatient and extreme contempt, that it sounds like a cry like the cry of self-contempt. Brutus, even Brutus loses patience when the poet appears, self-important, pathetic and obtrusive, as poets usually are persons who seem to abound in the possibilities of greatness, even moral greatness, and nevertheless rarely attain even to ordinary uprightness in the philosophy of practice and of life. He may know the times, but I know his temper away with the jigging fool, shouts Brutus. We may translate this back into the Sioux of the poet that composed it. 99. The followers of Schopenhauer. What one sees at the contact of civilized peoples with barbarians, namely, that the lower civilization regularly accepts in the first place the vices, weaknesses, and excesses of the higher, then, from that point onward, feels the influence of a charm, and finally, by means of the appropriated vices and weaknesses also allows something of the valuable influence of the higher culture to leaven it. One can also see this close at hand and without journeys to barbarian peoples, to be sure. Somewhat refined and spiritualist, and not so readily palpable. What are the German followers of Schopenhauer still accustomed to receive first of all from their master? Those who, when placed beside his superior culture, must deem themselves sufficiently barbarous to be first of all barbarously fascinated and seduced by him. Is it his hard matter-of-fact sense, his inclination to clearness and rationality, which often makes him appear so English, and so unlike Germans? Or the strength of his intellectual conscience, which endured a lifelong contradiction of being and willing, and compelled him to contradict himself constantly even in his writings on almost every point? Or his purity in matters relating to the Church and the Christian God? For here he was pure as no German philosopher had been hitherto, so that he lived and died as a Voltairian. Or his immortal doctrines of the intellectuality of intuition, the a priority of the law of causality, the instrumental nature of the intellect, and the non-freedom of the will? No, nothing of this enchants, nor is felt as enchanting, but Schopenhauer's mystical embarrassments and shufflings in those passages where the matter-of-fact thinker allowed himself to be seduced and corrupted by the vain impulse to be the unraveler of the world's riddle, his undemonstrable doctrine of one will, his denial of the individual, his fantasy about genius, his nonsense about sympathy, and about the outburst of the principium individuationis thus rendered possible, as the source of all morality, including also such assertions as, dying is really the design of existence, the possibility should not be absolutely denied that a magical effect could proceed from a person already dead. These, and similar extravagances and vices of the philosopher, are always first accepted and made articles of faith, for vices and extravagances are always easiest to imitate, and do not require a long preliminary practice. But let us speak of the most celebrated of the living Schopenhauerians, Richard Wagner. It has happened to him as it has already happened to many an artist, he made a mistake in the interpretation of the characters he created, and misunderstood the unexpressed philosophy of the art peculiarly his own. Richard Wagner allowed himself to be misled by Hegel's influence till the middle of his life, and he did the same again when later on he read Schopenhauer's doctrine between the lines of his characters, and began to express himself with such terms as will, genius, and sympathy. Nevertheless, it will remain true that nothing is more counter to Schopenhauer's spirit than the essentially Wagnerian element in Wagner's heroes, I mean the innocence of the supremest selfishness, the belief in strong passion as the good in itself, in a word, the Siegfried trait in the countenances of his heroes. All that still smacks more of Spinoza than of me, Schopenhauer would probably have said. Whatever good reasons, therefore, Wagner might have had to be on the outlook for other philosophers than Schopenhauer, the enchantment to which he succumbed in respect to this thinker, not only made him blind towards all other philosophers, but even towards science itself. His entire art is more and more inclined to become the counterpart and complement of the Schopenhauerian philosophy, and it always renounces more emphatically the higher ambition to become the counterpart and complement of human knowledge and science. And not only is he allured thereto by the whole mystic pomp of this philosophy, the peculiar airs and emotions of the philosopher have all along been seducing him as well. For example, Wagner's indignation about the corruption of the German language is Schopenhauerian, and if one should commend his imitation in this respect, it is nevertheless not to be denied that Wagner's style itself suffers in no small degree from all the tumors and turgidities, the sight of which made Schopenhauer so furious, and that, in respect to the German writing Wagnerians, Wagneromania is beginning to be as dangerous as only some kinds of Hegelomania have been. From Schopenhauer comes Wagner's hatred of the Jews, to whom he cannot do justice even in their greatest exploit. Are not the Jews the inventors of Christianity? The attempt of Wagner to construe Christianity as a seed blown away from Buddhism, and his endeavor to initiate a Buddhistic era in Europe, under a temporary approximation to Catholic, Christian formulas and sentiments, are both Schopenhauerian. Wagner's preaching in favor of pity in dealing with animals is Schopenhauerian. Schopenhauer's predecessor here, as is well known, was Voltaire, who already perhaps, like his successors, knew how to disguise his hatred of certain men and things as pity towards animals. At least Wagner's hatred of science, which manifests itself in his preaching, has certainly not been inspired by the spirit of charitableness and kindness nor by the spirit at all, as is sufficiently obvious. Finally, it is of little importance what the philosophy of an artist is, provided it is only a supplementary philosophy, and does not do any injury to his art itself. We cannot be sufficiently on our guard against taking a dislike to an artist on account of an occasional, perhaps very unfortunate and presumptuous masquerade. Let us not forget that the dear artists are all of them something of actors and must be so. It would be difficult for them to hold out in the long run without stage playing. Let us be loyal to Wagner in that which is true and original in him, and especially in this point, that we, his disciples, remain loyal to ourselves in that which is true and original in us. Let us allow him his intellectual humors and spasms. Let us in fairness rather consider what strange nutriments and necessaries an art like his is entitled to, in order to be able to live and grow. It is of no account that he is often wrong as a thinker. Justice and patience are not his affair. It is sufficient that his life is right in his own eyes, and maintains its right, the life which calls to each of us, be a man, and do not follow me but thyself, thyself. Our life, also ought to maintain its right in our own eyes. We also are to grow and blossom out of ourselves, free and fearless, in innocent selfishness. And so, on the contemplation of such a man, these thoughts still ring in my ears today, as formerly, that passion is better than stoicism or hypocrisy, that straightforwardness, even in evil, is better than losing oneself in trying to observe traditional morality, that the free man is just as able to be good as evil, but that the unemancipated man is a disgrace to nature, and has no share in heavenly or earthly bliss. Finally, that all who wish to be free must become so through themselves. And that freedom falls to nobody's lot as a gift from heaven. 100. Learning to do homage. One must learn the art of homage, as well as the art of contempt. Whoever goes in new paths and has led many persons therein, discovers with astonishment how awkward and incompetent all of them are in the expression of their gratitude, and indeed how rarely gratitude is able even to express itself. One is always as if something comes into people's throats when their gratitude wants to speak, so that it only hems and haws, and becomes silent again. The way in which a thinker succeeds in tracing the effect of his thoughts, and their transforming and convulsing power, is almost a comedy. It sometimes seems as if those who have been operated upon felt profoundly injured thereby, and could only assert their independence, which they suspect to be threatened, by all kinds of improprieties. It needs whole generations in order merely to devise a courteous convention of gratefulness. It is only very late that the period arrives when something of spirit and genius enters into gratitude. Then there is usually someone who is the great receiver of thanks, not only for the good he himself has done, but mostly for that which has been gradually accumulated by his predecessors, as a treasure of what is highest and best. 101. Wherever there has been a court, it has furnished the standard of good speaking, and with this also the standard of style for writers. The court language, however, is the language of the courtier who has no profession, and who even in conversations on scientific subjects avoids all convenient, technical expressions, because they smack of the profession. On that account the technical expression, and everything that betrays the special first, is a blemish of style in countries which have a court. Culture. At present, when all courts have become caricatures of past and present times, one is astonished to find even Voltaire unspeakably reserved and scrupulous on this point. We are now, all of us, emancipated from court taste, while Voltaire was its perfecter. 102. A word for philologists. It is thought that there are books so valuable and royal that whole generations of scholars are well employed when through their efforts these books are kept genuine and intelligible. To confirm this belief again and again is the purpose of philology. It presupposes that the rare men are not lacking, who actually know how to use such valuable books, those men perhaps who write such books themselves, or could write them. I mean to say that philology presupposes a noble belief, that for the benefit of some few who are always to come, and are not there, a very great amount of painful, and even dirty labor has to be done beforehand. It is all labor in usum delphinorum. 103. German music. German music, more than any other, has now become European music, because the changes which Europe experienced through the Revolution have therein alone found expression. It is only German music that knows how to express the agitation of popular masses, the tremendous artificial uproar, which does not even need to be very noisy, while Italian opera, for example, knows only the choruses of domestics or soldiers, but not the people. There is the additional fact that in all German music a profound bourgeois jealousy of the noblesse can be traced, especially a jealousy of esprit and elegance, as the expressions of a courtly, chivalrous, ancient, and self-confident society. It is not music like that of Goethe's musician at the gate, which was pleasing also in the hall, and to the king as well. It is not here said, the knights looked on with martial air, with bashful eyes the ladies. Even the graces are not allowed in German music without a touch of remorse. It is only with pleasantness, the country sister of the graces, that the German begins to feel morally at ease, and from this point up to his enthusiastic, learned, and often gruff sublimity, he feels more and more so. If we want to imagine the man of this music, well, let us just imagine Beethoven as he appeared beside Goethe, say, at their meeting at Teplitz, as semi-barbarism beside culture, as the masses beside the nobility, as the good-natured man beside the good and more than good man, as the visionary beside the artist, as the man needing comfort beside the comforted, as the man given to exaggeration and distrust beside the man of reason, as the crank and self-tormentor, as the foolishly enraptured, blessedly unfortunate, sincerely immoderate man as the pretentious and awkward man, and altogether as the untamed man. It was thus that Goethe conceived and characterized him, Goethe, the exceptional German, for whom a music of equal rank has not yet been found. Finally, let us consider whether the present continually extending contempt of melody and the stunting of the sense for melody among Germans should not be understood as a democratic impropriety and an after effect of the Revolution. For melody has such an obvious delight in conformity to law, and such an aversion to everything evolving, unformed and arbitrary, that it sounds like a note out of the ancient European regime, and as a seduction and guidance back to it. 104. The tone of the German language. We know whence the German originated, which for several centuries has been the universal literary language of Germany. The Germans, with their reverence for everything that came from the court, intentionally took the Chancery style as their pattern in all that they had to write, especially in their letters, records, wills, and to write in the Chancery style, that was to write in court and government style, that was regarded as something select, compared with the language of the city in which a person lived. People gradually drew this inference, and spoke also as they wrote. They thus became still more select in the forms of their words, in the choice of their terms and modes of expression, and finally also in their tones. They affected a court tone when they spoke, and the affectation at last became natural. Perhaps nothing quite similar has ever happened elsewhere, the predominance of the literary style over the talk, and the formality and affectation of an entire people becoming the basis of a common and no longer dialectical language. I believe that the sound of the German language in the Middle Ages, and especially after the Middle Ages, was extremely rustic and vulgar. It has ennobled itself somewhat during the last centuries, principally because it was found necessary to imitate so many French, Italian, and Spanish sounds, and particularly on the part of the German nobility, who could not at all content themselves with their mother tongue. But notwithstanding this practice, German must have sounded intolerably vulgar to Montaigne, and even to Racine. Even at present, in the mouths of travelers among the Italian populace, it still sounds very coarse, sylvan, and hoarse, as if it had originated in smoky rooms and outlandish districts. Now I notice that at present a similar striving after selectness of tone is spreading among the former admirers of the Chancery style, and that the Germans are beginning to accommodate themselves to a peculiar witchery of sound, which might in the long run become an actual danger to the German language, for one may seek in vain for more execrable sounds in Europe. Something mocking, cold, indifferent and careless in the voice, that is what at present sounds noble to the Germans, and I hear the approval of this nobleness in the voices of young officials, teachers, women, and tradespeople. Indeed, even the little girls already imitate this German of the officers. For the officer, and in fact the Prussian officer, is the inventor of these tones, this same officer, who as soldier and professional man possesses that admirable tact for modesty which the Germans as a whole might well imitate. But as soon as he speaks and moves he is the most immodest and inelegant figure in old Europe, no doubt unconsciously to himself. And unconsciously also to the good Germans, who gaze at him as the man of the foremost and most select society, and willingly let him give them his tone. And indeed he gives it to them. In the first place it is the sergeant majors and non-commissioned officers that imitate his tone and coarsen it. One should note the roars of command, with which the German cities are absolutely surrounded at present, when there is drilling at all the gates. What presumption, furious imperiousness, and mocking coldness speaks in this uproar? Could the Germans actually be a musical people? It is certain that the Germans martialize themselves at present in the tone of their language. It is probable that, being exercised to speak martially, they will finally write martially also. For habituation to definite tones extends deeply into the character. People soon have the words and modes of expression, and finally also the thoughts which just suit these tones. Perhaps they already write in the officer's style. Perhaps I only read too little of what is at present written in Germany to know this. But one thing I know all the surer, the German public declarations which also reach places abroad, are not inspired by German music, but just by that new tone of tasteless arrogance. Almost in every speech of the foremost German statesman, and even when he makes himself heard through his imperial mouthpiece, there is an accent which the ear of a foreigner repudiates with aversion, but the Germans endure it. They endure themselves. 105. The Germans as artists. When once a German actually experiences passion, he then behaves just as he must do in passion, and does not think further of his behavior. The truth is, however, that he then behaves very awkwardly and uglily, and as if destitute of rhythm and melody, so that onlookers are pained or moved thereby, but nothing more unless he elevate himself to the sublimity and enrapturedness of which certain passions are capable. Then even the German becomes beautiful. The consciousness of the height at which beauty begins to shed its charm even over Germans, forces German artists to the height and the super-height, and to the extravagances of passion. They have an actual, profound longing, therefore, to get beyond, or at least to look beyond the ugliness and awkwardness into a better, easier, more southern, more sunny world. And thus their convulsions are often merely indications that they would like to dance, these poor bears in whom hidden nymphs and satyrs, and sometimes still higher divinities, carry on their game. 106. Music as advocate. I have a longing for a master of the musical art, said an innovator to his disciple, that he may learn from me my ideas and speak them more widely in his language. I shall thus be better able to reach men's ears and hearts. For by means of tones one can seduce men to every error and every truth. Who could refute a tone? You would, therefore, like to be regarded as irrefutable, said his disciple. The innovator answered, I should like the germ to become a tree. In order that a doctrine may become a tree, it must be believed in for a considerable period. In order that it may be believed in, it must be regarded as irrefutable. Storms and doubts and worms and wickedness are necessary to the tree, that it may manifest its species and the strength of its germ. Let it perish if it is not strong enough. But a germ is always merely annihilated, not refuted. When he had said this, his disciple called out impetuously, But I believe in your cause, and regard it as so strong that I will say everything against it, everything that I still have in my heart. The innovator laughed to himself and threatened the disciple with his finger. This kind of discipleship, said he then, is the best, but it is dangerous, and not every kind of doctrine can stand it. 107. Our ultimate gratitude to art. If we had not approved of the arts and invented the sort of cult of the untrue, the insight into the general untruth and falsity of things now given us by science, an insight into delusion and error as conditions of intelligent and sentient existence, would be quite unendurable. Honesty would have disgust and suicide in its train. Now, however, our honesty has a counterpoise which helps us to escape such consequences, namely, art, as the goodwill to illusion. We do not always restrain our eyes from rounding off and perfecting in imagination, and then it is no longer the eternal imperfection that we carry over the river of becoming, for we think we carry a goddess, and are proud and artless in rendering this service. As an aesthetic phenomenon, existence is still endurable to us, and by art, eye and hand and above all the good conscience are given to us, to be able to make such a phenomenon out of ourselves. We must rest from ourselves occasionally by contemplating and looking down upon ourselves, and by laughing or weeping over ourselves from an artistic remoteness. We must discover the hero, and likewise the fool, that is hidden in our passion for knowledge. We must now and then be joyful in our folly, that we may continue to be joyful in our wisdom. And just because we are heavy and serious men in our ultimate depth, and are rather weights than men, there is nothing that does us so much good as the fool's cap and bells. We need them in presence of ourselves. We need all arrogant, soaring, dancing, mocking, childish and blessed art, in order not to lose the free dominion over things which our ideal demands of us. It would be backsliding for us, with our susceptible integrity, to lapse entirely into morality, and actually become virtuous monsters and scarecrows, on account of the over-strict requirements which we here lay down for ourselves. We ought also to be able to stand above morality, and not only stand with the painful stiffness of one who every moment fears to slip and fall, but we should also be able to soar and play above it. How could we dispense with art for that purpose? How could we dispense with the fool? And as long as you are still ashamed of yourselves in any way, you still do not belong to us. Book 3rd. 108. New struggles. After Buddha was dead, people showed his shadow for centuries afterwards in a cave, an immense frightful shadow. God is dead, but as the human race is constituted, there will perhaps be caves for millenniums yet, in which people will show his shadow. And we have still to overcome his shadow. 109. Let us be on our guard. Let us be on our guard against thinking that the world is a living being. Where could it extend itself? What could it nourish itself with? How could it grow and increase? We know tolerably well what the organic is, and we are to reinterpret the emphatically derivative, tardy, rare, and accidental, which we only perceive on the crust of the earth, into the essential, universal, and eternal, as those do who call the universe an organism? That disgusts me. Let us now be on our guard against believing that the universe is a machine. It is assuredly not constructed with a view to one end. We invest it with far too high an honor with the word machine. Let us be on our guard against supposing that anything so methodical as the cyclic motions of our neighboring stars obtains generally and throughout the universe. Indeed, a glance at the Milky Way induces doubt as to whether there are not many cruder and more contradictory motions there, and even stars with continuous, rectilinearly gravitating orbits, and the like. The astral arrangement in which we live is an exception. This arrangement, and the relatively long durability which is determined by it, has again made possible the exception of exceptions, the formation of organic life. The general character of the world, on the other hand, is to all eternity chaos, not by the absence of necessity, but in the sense of the absence of order, structure, form, beauty, wisdom, and whatever else our aesthetic humanities are called. Judged by our reason, the unlucky casts are far oftenest the rule, the exceptions are not the secret purpose, and the whole musical box repeats eternally its air, which can never be called a melody, and finally the very expression, unlucky cast, is already an anthropomorphizing which involves blame. But how could we presume to blame or praise the universe? Let us be on our guard against ascribing to it heartlessness and unreason, or their opposites. It is neither perfect, nor beautiful, nor noble, nor does it seek to be anything of the kind. It does not at all attempt to imitate man. It is altogether unaffected by our aesthetic and moral judgments. Neither has it any self-preservative instinct, nor instinct at all. It also knows no law. Let us be on our guard against saying that there are laws in nature. There are only necessities. There is no one who commands, no one who obeys, no one who transgresses. When you know that there is no design, you know also that there is no chance, for it is only where there is a world of design that the word chance has a meaning. Let us be on our guard against saying that death is contrary to life. The living being is only a species of dead being, and a very rare species. Let us be on our guard against thinking that the world eternally creates the new. There are no eternally enduring substances. Matter is just another such error as the god of the Eleatics. But when shall we be at an end with our foresight and precaution? When will all these shadows of God cease to obscure us? When shall we have nature entirely undeified? When shall we be permitted to naturalize ourselves by means of the pure, newly discovered, newly redeemed nature? 110. Origin of knowledge. Throughout immense stretches of time the intellect produced nothing but errors. Some of them proved to be useful and preservative of the species. He who fell in with them, or inherited them, waged the battle for himself and his offspring with better success. Those erroneous articles of faith which were successively transmitted by inheritance, and have finally become almost the property and stock of the human species, are, for example, the following: that there are enduring things, that there are equal things, that there are things, substances, and bodies, that a thing is what it appears, that our will is free, that what is good for me is also good absolutely. It was only very late that the deniers and doubters of such propositions came forward. It was only very late that truth made its appearance as the most impotent form of knowledge. It seemed as if it were impossible to get along with truth. Our organism was adapted for the very opposite. All its higher functions, the perceptions of the senses, and in general every kind of sensation, cooperated with those primevally embodied, fundamental errors. Moreover, those propositions became the very standards of knowledge according to which the true and the false were determined throughout the whole domain of pure logic. The strength of conceptions does not, therefore, depend on their degree of truth, but on their antiquity, their embodiment, their character as conditions of life. Where life and knowledge seem to conflict, there has never been serious contention. Denial and doubt have there been regarded as madness. The exceptional thinkers like the Eleatics, who, in spite of this, advanced and maintained the antitheses of the natural errors, believed that it was possible also to live these counterparts, it was they who devised the sage as the man of immutability, impersonality, and universality of intuition, as one and all at the same time, with a special faculty for that reverse kind of knowledge. They were of the belief that their knowledge was at the same time the principle of life. To be able to affirm all this, however, they had to deceive themselves concerning their own condition, they had to attribute to themselves impersonality and unchanging permanence, they had to mistake the nature of the philosophic individual, deny the force of the impulses in cognition, and conceive of reason generally as an entirely free and self-originating activity. They kept their eyes shut to the fact that they also had reached their doctrines in contradiction to valid methods, or through their longing for repose or for exclusive possession or for domination. The subtler development of sincerity and of scepticism finally made these men impossible. Their life also, and their judgments, turned out to be dependent on the primeval impulses and fundamental errors of all sentient being. The subtler sincerity and scepticism arose wherever two antithetical maxims appeared to be applicable to life, because both of them were compatible with the fundamental errors, where, therefore, there could be contention concerning a higher or lower degree of utility for life, and likewise where new maxims proved to be, not necessarily useful, but at least not injurious, as express signs of an intellectual impulse to play a game that was like all games innocent and happy. The human brain was gradually filled with such judgments and convictions, and in this tangled skein there arose ferment, strife, and lust for power. Not only utility and delight, but every kind of impulse took part in the struggle for truths. The intellectual struggle became a business, an attraction, a calling, a duty, an honor. Cognizing and striving for the true finally arranged themselves as needs among other needs. From that moment, not only belief and conviction, but also examination, denial, distrust, and contradiction became forces. All evil instincts were subordinated to knowledge, were placed in its service, and acquired the prestige of the permitted, the honored, the useful, and finally the appearance and innocence of the good. Knowledge, thus became a portion of life itself, and as life it became a continually growing power, until finally the cognitions and those primeval, fundamental errors clashed with each other, both as life, both as power, both in the same man. The thinker is now the being in whom the impulse to truth and those life-preserving errors wage their first conflict, now that the impulse to truth has also proved itself to be a life-preserving power. In comparison with the importance of this conflict, everything else is indifferent. The final question concerning the conditions of life is here raised, and the first attempt is here made to answer it by experiment. How far is truth susceptible of embodiment? That is the question, that is the experiment. 111. Origin of the logical. Where has logic originated in men's heads? Undoubtedly out of the illogical, the domain of which must originally have been immense. But numberless beings who reasoned otherwise than we do at present, perished, albeit that they may have come nearer to truth than we. Whoever, for example, could not discern the like often enough with regard to food, and with regard to animals dangerous to him, whoever, therefore, deduced too slowly, or was too circumspect in his deductions, had smaller probability of survival than he who in all similar cases immediately divined the equality. The preponderating inclination, however, to deal with the similar as the equal and illogical inclination, for there is no thing equal in itself, first created the whole basis of logic. It was just so that for a long period the changing process in things had to be overlooked, and remain unperceived. The beings not seeing correctly had an advantage over those who saw everything in flux. In itself every high degree of circumspection in conclusions, every sceptical inclination, is a great danger to life. No living being might have been preserved unless the contrary inclination to affirm rather than suspend judgment, to mistake and fabricate rather than wait, to assent rather than deny, to decide rather than be in the right had been cultivated with extraordinary assiduity. The course of logical thought and reasoning in our modern brain corresponds to a process and struggle of impulses, which singly and in themselves are all very illogical and unjust. We experience usually only the result of the struggle, so rapidly and secretly does this primitive mechanism now operate in us. 112. Cause and effect. We say it is explanation, but it is only in description that we are in advance of the older stages of knowledge and science. We describe better, we explain just as little as our predecessors. We have discovered a manifold succession where the naive man and investigator of older cultures saw only two things, cause and effect. As it was said, we have perfected the conception of becoming, but have not got a knowledge of what is above and behind the conception. The series of causes stands before us much more complete in every case. We conclude that this and that must first precede in order that that other may follow, but we have not grasped anything thereby. The peculiarity, for example, in every chemical process seems a miracle, the same as before. Just like all locomotion, nobody has explained impulse. How could we ever explain? We operate only with things which do not exist, with lines, surfaces, bodies, atoms, divisible times, divisible spaces. How can explanation ever be possible when we first make everything a conception, our conception? It is sufficient to regard science as the exactest humanizing of things that is possible. We always learn to describe ourselves more accurately by describing things and their successions. Cause and effect, there is probably never any such duality. In fact, there is a continuum before us, from which we isolate a few portions, just as we always observe a motion as isolated points, and therefore do not properly see it, but infer it. The abruptness with which many effects take place leads us into error. It is, however, only an abruptness for us. There is an infinite multitude of processes in that abrupt moment which escape us. An intellect which could see cause and effect as a continuum, which could see the flux of events not according to our mode of perception, as things arbitrarily separated and broken, would throw aside the conception of cause and effect, and would deny all conditionality. 113. The theory of poisons. So many things have to be united in order that scientific thinking may arise, and all the necessary powers must have been devised, exercised, and fostered singly. In their isolation, however, they have very often had quite a different effect than at present. When they are confined within the limits of scientific thinking and kept mutually in check, they have operated as poisons. For example, the doubting impulse, the denying impulse, the waiting impulse, the collecting impulse, the disintegrating impulse. Many hecatombs of men were sacrificed ere these impulses learned to understand their juxtaposition and regard themselves as functions of one organizing force in one man. And how far are we still from the point at which the artistic powers and the practical wisdom of life shall cooperate with scientific thinking, so that a higher organic system may be formed, in relation to which the scholar, the physician, the artist, and the lawgiver, as we know them at present, will seem sorry antiquities. 114. The extent of the moral. We construct a new picture, which we see immediately with the aid of all the old experiences which we have had, always according to the degree of our honesty and justice. The only experiences are moral experiences, even in the domain of sense perception. 115. The four errors. Man has been reared by his errors. Firstly, he saw himself always imperfect. Secondly, he attributed to himself imaginary qualities. Thirdly, he felt himself in a false position in relation to the animals and nature. Fourthly, he always devised new tables of values, and accepted them for a time as eternal and unconditioned, so that at one time this, and at another time that human impulse or state stood first, and was ennobled in consequence. When one has deducted the effect of these four errors, one has also deducted humanity, humaneness, and human dignity. 116. Herd instinct. Wherever we meet with a morality we find a valuation and order of rank of the human impulses and activities. These valuations and orders of rank are always the expression of the needs of a community or herd. That which is in the first place to its advantage and in the second place and third place is also the authoritative standard for the worth of every individual. By morality the individual is taught to become a function of the herd, and to ascribe to himself value only as a function. As the conditions for the maintenance of one community have been very different from those of another community, there have been very different moralities, and in respect to the future essential transformations of herds and communities, states, and societies, one can prophesy that there will still be very divergent moralities. Morality is the herd instinct in the individual. 117. The herd sting of conscience. In the longest and remotest ages of the human race there was quite a different sting of conscience from that of the present day. At present one only feels responsible for what one intends and for what one does, and we have our pride in ourselves. All our professors of jurisprudence start with the sentiment of individual independence and pleasure, as if the source of right had taken its rise here from the beginning. But throughout the longest period in the life of mankind there was nothing more terrible to a person than to feel himself independent. To be alone, to feel independent, neither to obey nor to rule, to represent an individual, that was no pleasure to a person then, but a punishment. He was condemned to be an individual. Freedom of thought was regarded as discomfort personified. While we feel law and regulation as constraint and loss, people formerly regarded egoism as a painful thing, and a veritable evil. For a person to be himself, to value himself according to his own measure and weight, that was then quite distasteful. The inclination to such a thing would have been regarded as madness, for all miseries and terrors were associated with being alone. At that time the free will had bad conscience in close proximity to it, and the less independently a person acted, the more the herd instinct, and not his personal character, expressed itself in his conduct, so much the more moral did he esteem himself. All that did injury to the herd, whether the individual had intended it or not, then caused him a sting of conscience, and his neighbor likewise, indeed the whole herd. It is in this respect that we have most changed our mode of thinking. 118. Benevolence. Is it virtuous when a cell transforms itself into the function of a stronger cell? It must do so. And is it wicked when the stronger one assimilates the other? It must do so likewise. It is necessary, for it has to have abundant indemnity and seeks to regenerate itself. One has therefore to distinguish the instinct of appropriation and the instinct of submission in benevolence, according as the stronger or the weaker feels benevolent. Gladness and covetousness are united in the stronger person, who wants to transform something to his function, gladness and desire to be coveted in the weaker person, who would like to become a function. The former case is essentially pity, a pleasant excitation of the instinct of appropriation at the sight of the weak. It is to be remembered, however, that strong and weak are relative conceptions. 119. No altruism. I see in many men an excessive impulse and delight in wanting to be a function. They strive after it, and have the keenest scent for all those positions in which precisely they themselves can be functions. Among such persons are those women who transform themselves into just that function of a man that is but weakly developed in him, and then become his purse, or his politics, or his social intercourse. Such beings maintain themselves best when they insert themselves in an alien organism. If they do not succeed they become vexed, irritated, and eat themselves up. 120. Health of the soul. The favorite medico-moral formula, virtue is the health of the soul, would, for all practical purposes, have to be altered to this: thy virtue is the health of thy soul. For there is no such thing as health in itself, and all attempts to define a thing in that way have lamentably failed. It is necessary to know thy aim, thy horizon, thy powers, thy impulses, thy errors, and especially the ideals and fantasies of thy soul, in order to determine what health implies even for thy body. There are consequently innumerable kinds of physical health, and the more one again permits the unique and unparalleled to raise its head, the more one unlearns the dogma of the equality of men, so much the more also must the conception of a normal health, together with a normal diet and a normal course of disease, be abrogated by our physicians. And then only would it be time to turn our thoughts to the health and disease of the sout, and make the special virtue of everyone consist in its health. But, to be sure, what appeared as health in one person might appear as the contrary of health in another. In the end the great question might still remain open, whether we could do without sickness for the development of our virtue, and whether our thirst for knowledge and self-knowledge would not especially need the sickly soul as well as the sound one, in short, whether the mere will to health is not a prejudice, a cowardice, and perhaps an instance of the subtlest barbarism and unprogressiveness. 121. Life no argument. We have arranged for ourselves a world in which we can live by the postulating of bodies, lines, surfaces, causes and effects, motion and rest, form and content. Without these articles of faith no one could manage to live at present. But for all that they are still unproved. Life is no argument, error might be among the conditions of life. 122. The element of moral scepticism in Christianity. Christianity also has made a great contribution to enlightenment, and has taught moral scepticism in a very impressive and effective manner, accusing and embittering, but with untiring patience and subtlety. It annihilated in every individual the belief in his virtues, it made the great virtuous ones, of whom antiquity had no lack, vanish forever from the earth, those popular men, who, in the belief in their perfection, walked about with the dignity of a hero of the bullfight. When, trained in this Christian school of scepticism, we now read the moral books of the ancients, for example those of Seneca and Epictetus, we feel a pleasurable superiority, and are full of secret insight and penetration. It seems to us as if a child talked before an old man, or a pretty, gushing girl before La Rochefoucauld. We know better what virtue is. After all, however, we have applied the same scepticism to all religious states and processes, such as sin, repentance, grace, sanctification, and have allowed the worm to burrow so well, that we have now the same feeling of subtle superiority and insight even in reading all Christian books. We know also the religious feelings better. And it is time to know them well and describe them well, for the pious ones of the old belief die out also. Let us save their likeness and type, at least for the sake of knowledge. 123. Knowledge, more than a means. Also without this passion I refer to the passion for knowledge science would be furthered. Science has hitherto increased and grown up without it. The good faith in science, the prejudice in its favor, by which states are at present dominated, rests fundamentally on the fact that the absolute inclination and impulse has so rarely revealed itself in it, and that science is regarded not as a passion, but as a condition and an ethos. Indeed, amour plaisir of knowledge often enough suffices, amour vanite suffices, and habituation to it, with the afterthought of obtaining honor and bread, it even suffices for many that they do not know what to do with a surplus of leisure, except to continue reading, collecting, arranging, observing and narrating. Their scientific impulse is their ennui. Pope Leo X once sang the praise of science. He designated it as the finest ornament and the greatest pride of our life, a noble employment in happiness and in misfortune. Without it, he says finally, all human undertakings would be without a firm basis. Even with it they are still sufficiently mutable and insecure. But this rather sceptical pope, like all other ecclesiastical panegyrists of science, suppressed his ultimate judgment concerning it. If one may deduce from his words what is remarkable enough for such a love of art, that he places science above art, in all, however, only from politeness that he omits to speak of that which he places high above all science, the revealed truth, and the eternal salvation of the soul, what are ornament, pride, entertainment, and security of life to him, in comparison thereto? Science is something of secondary rank, nothing ultimate or unconditioned, no object of passion. This judgment was kept back in Leo's soul. Truly Christian judgment concerning science, antiquity, its dignity and appreciation were lessened by the fact that, even among its most eager disciples, the striving after virtue stood foremost, and that people thought they had given the highest praise to knowledge when they celebrated it as the best means to virtue. It is something new in history that knowledge claims to be more than a means. 124. In the horizon of the infinite. We have left the land and have gone aboard ship. We have broken down the bridge behind us, nay, more, the land behind us. Well, little ship, look out. Beside thee is the ocean. It is true it does not always roar, and sometimes it spreads out like silk and gold and a gentle reverie. But times will come when thou wilt feel that it is infinite, and that there is nothing more frightful than infinity. Oh, the poor bird that felt itself free, and now strikes against the walls of this cage. Alas, if homesickness for the land should attack thee, as if there had been more freedom there, and there is no land any longer. 125. The Madman. Have you ever heard of the madman who on a bright morning lighted a lantern and ran to the marketplace calling out unceasingly, "I seek God. I seek God." As there were many people standing about who did not believe in God, he caused a great deal of amusement. "Why? Is he lost?" said one. "Has he strayed away like a child?" said another. "Or does he keep himself hidden? Is he afraid of us? Has he taken a sea voyage? Has he emigrated?" The people cried out laughingly, all in a hubbub. The insane man jumped into their midst and transfixed them with his glances. "Where is God gone?" he called out. "I mean to tell you. We have killed him, you and I. We are all his murderers. But how have we done it? How were we able to drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the whole horizon? What did we do when we loosened this earth from its sun? Whither does it now move? Whither do we move? Away from all suns. Do we not dash on unceasingly? Backwards, sideways, forwards, in all directions. Is there still an above and below? Do we not stray, as through infinite nothingness? Does not empty space breathe upon us? Has it not become colder? Does not night come on continually, darker and darker? Shall we not have to light lanterns in the morning? Do we not hear the noise of the grave diggers who are burying God? Do we not smell the divine putrefaction? For even gods putrefy. God is dead. God remains dead. And we have killed him. How shall we console ourselves, the most murderous of all murderers? The holiest and the mightiest that the world has hitherto possessed, has bled to death under our knife. Who will wipe the blood from us? With what water could we cleanse ourselves? What lustrums, what sacred games shall we have to devise? Is not the magnitude of this deed too great for us? Shall we not ourselves have to become gods, merely to seem worthy of it? There never was a greater event, and on account of it, all who are born after us belong to a higher history than any history hitherto. Here the madman was silent and looked again at his hearers, they also were silent and looked at him in surprise. At last he threw his lantern on the ground, so that it broke in pieces and was extinguished. "I come too early," he then said, "I am not yet at the right time. This prodigious event is still on its way, and is traveling, it has not yet reached men's ears. Lightning and thunder need time, the light of the stars needs time, deeds need time, even after they are done, to be seen and heard. This deed is as yet further from them than the furthest star, and yet they have done it." It is further stated that the madman made his way into different churches on the same day, and there intoned his Requiem Aeternam Deo. When led out and called to account, he always gave the reply, "What are these churches now, if they are not the tombs and monuments of God?" 126. Mystical explanations. Mystical explanations are regarded as profound. The truth is that they do not even go the length of being superficial. 127. After, effect of the most ancient religiousness. The thoughtless man thinks that the will is the only thing that operates, that willing is something simple, manifestly given, underived, and comprehensible in itself. He is convinced that when he does anything, for example, when he delivers a blow, it is he who strikes, and he has struck because he willed to strike. He does not notice anything of a problem therein, but the feeling of willing suffices to him, not only for the acceptance of cause and effect, but also for the belief that he understands their relationship. Of the mechanism of the occurrence, and of the manifold subtle operations that must be performed in order that the blow may result, and likewise of the incapacity of the will in itself to effect even the smallest part of those operations he knows nothing. The will is to him a magically operating force. The belief in the will as the cause of effects is the belief in magically operating forces. In fact, whenever he saw anything happen, man originally believed in a will as cause, and in personally willing beings operating in the background. The conception of mechanism was very remote from him. Because, however, man for immense periods of time believed only in persons, the belief in cause and effect has become a fundamental belief with him, which he applies everywhere when anything happens, and even still uses instinctively as a piece of atavism of remotest origin. The propositions, no effect without a cause, and every effect again implies a cause, appear as generalizations of several less general propositions. Where there is operation there has been willing. Operating is only possible on willing beings. There is never a pure, resultless experience of activity, but every experience involves stimulation of the will. But in the primitive period of the human race, the latter and the former propositions were identical. The first were not generalizations of the second, but the second were explanations of the first. Schopenhauer, with his assumption that all that exists is something volitional, has set a primitive mythology on the throne. He seems never to have attempted an analysis of the will, because he believed like everybody in the simplicity and immediateness of all volition, while volition is in fact such a cleverly practiced mechanical process that it almost escapes the observing eye. I set the following propositions against those of Schopenhauer. Firstly, in order that will may arise, an idea of pleasure and pain is necessary. Secondly, that a vigorous excitation may be felt as pleasure or pain, is the affair of the interpreting intellect, which, to be sure, operates thereby for the most part unconsciously to us, and one and the same excitation may be interpreted as pleasure or pain. Thirdly, it is only in an intellectual being that there is pleasure, displeasure, and will. The immense majority of organisms have nothing of the kind. 128. The value of prayer. Prayer has been devised for such men as have never any thoughts of their own, and to whom an elevation of the soul is unknown, or passes unnoticed. What shall these people do in holy places and in all important situations in life which require repose and some kind of dignity? In order at least that they may not disturb the wisdom of all the founders of religions, the small as well as the great, has commended to them the formula of prayer, as a long mechanical labor of the lips, united with an effort of the memory, and with a uniform, prescribed attitude of hands and feet and eyes. They may then, like the Tibetans, chew the cud of their Om Mani Padme Hum, innumerable times, or, as in Benares, count the name of the god Ram, Ram Ram on their fingers, or honor Vishnu with his 1,000 names of invocation, Allah with his 99, or they may make use of the prayer wheels and the rosary. The main thing is that they are settled down for a time at this work, and present a tolerable appearance. Their mode of prayer is devised for the advantage of the pious who have thought an elevation of their own. But even these have their weary hours when a series of venerable words and sounds, and a mechanical, pious ritual does them good. But supposing that these rare men in every religion, the religious man is an exception, know how to help themselves, the poor in spirit do not know, and to forbid them the prayer babbling would mean to take their religion from them, a fact which Protestantism brings more and more to light. All that religion wants with such persons is that they should keep still with their eyes, hands, legs, and all their organs. They thereby become temporarily beautified and more human looking. 129. The conditions for God. God himself cannot subsist without wise men, said Luther, and with good reason, but God can still less subsist without unwise men. Good Luther did not say that. 130. A dangerous resolution. The Christian resolution to find the world ugly and bad, has made the world ugly and bad. 131. Christianity and suicide. Christianity made use of the excessive longing for suicide at the time of its origin as a lever for its power. It left only two forms of suicide, invested them with the highest dignity and the highest hopes, and forbade all others with dreadful threatenings. but martyrdom and the slow self-annihilation of the ascetic were permitted. 132. Against Christianity. It is now no longer our reason, but our taste that decides against Christianity. 133. Axioms. An unavoidable hypothesis on which mankind must always fall back again, is in the long run more powerful than the most firmly believed belief in something untrue. In the long run, that means 100,000 years hence. 134. Pessimists as victims. When a profound dislike of existence gets the upper hand, the after effect of a great error in diet of which a people has been long guilty comes to light. The spread of Buddhism is thus to a considerable extent dependent on the excessive and almost exclusive rice fare of the Indians, and on the universal enervation that results therefrom. Perhaps the modern, European discontentedness is to be looked upon as caused by the fact that the world of our forefathers, the whole Middle Ages, was given to drink, owing to the influence of German tastes in Europe. The Middle Ages, that means the alcoholic poisoning of Europe. The German dislike of life, is essentially a cold weather complaint. 135. Origin of sin. Sin, as it is at present felt wherever Christianity prevails or has prevailed, is a Jewish feeling and a Jewish invention, and in respect to this background of all Christian morality, Christianity has in fact aimed at Judaizing the whole world. To what an extent this has succeeded in Europe is traced most accurately in our remarkable alienness to Greek antiquity, a world without the feeling of sin in our sentiments even at present, in spite of all the goodwill to approximation and assimilation, which whole generations and many distinguished individuals have not failed to display. Only when thou repentest is God gracious to thee. That would arouse the laughter or the wrath of a Greek. He would say, slaves may have such sentiments. Here a mighty being, an almighty being, and yet a revengeful being, is presupposed. His power is so great that no injury whatever can be done to him except in the point of honor. Every sin is an infringement of respect, a crime lassa majestatis divine and nothing more. Contrition, degradation, rolling in the dust, these are the first and last conditions on which his favor depends, the restoration, therefore, of his divine honor. If injury be caused otherwise by sin, if a profound, spreading evil be propagated by it, an evil which, like a disease, attacks and strangles one man after another, that does not trouble this honor-craving Oriental in heaven, sin is an offense against him, not against mankind. To him on whom he has bestowed his favor he bestows also this indifference to the natural consequences of sin. God and mankind are here thought of as separated, as so antithetical that sin against the latter cannot be at all possible. All deeds are to be looked upon solely with respect to their supernatural consequences, and not with respect to their natural results. It is thus that the Jewish feeling, to which all that is natural seems unworthy in itself, would have things. The Greeks, on the other hand, were more familiar with the thought that transgression also may have dignity, even theft, as in the case of Prometheus, even the slaughtering of cattle as the expression of frantic jealousy, as in the case of Ajax. In their need to attribute dignity to transgression and embody it therein, they invented tragedy, an art, and a delight, which in its profoundest essence has remained alien to the Jew, in spite of all his poetic endowment and taste for the sublime. 136. The chosen people. The Jews, who regard themselves as the chosen people among the nations, and that too because they are the moral genius among the nations, the Jews have a pleasure in their divine monarch and saint similar to that which the French nobility had in Louis XIV. This nobility had allowed its power and autocracy to be taken from it, and had become contemptible. In order not to feel this, in order to be able to forget it, an unequaled royal magnificence, royal authority, and plenitude of power was needed, to which there was access only for the nobility. As in accordance with this privilege they raised themselves to the elevation of the court, and from that elevation saw everything under them, saw everything contemptible, they got beyond all uneasiness of conscience. They thus elevated intentionally the tower of the royal power more and more into the clouds, and set the final coping stone of their own power thereon. 137. Spoken in parable. A Jesus Christ was only possible in a Jewish landscape, I mean in one over which the gloomy and sublime thundercloud of the angry Jehovah hung continually. Here only was the rare, sudden flashing of a single sunbeam through the dreadful, universal, and continuous nocturnal day regarded as a miracle of love, as a beam of the most unmerited grace. Here only could Christ dream of his rainbow and celestial ladder on which God descended to man. Everywhere else the clear weather and the sun were considered the rule and the commonplace. 138. The error of Christ. The founder of Christianity thought there was nothing from which men suffered so much as from their sins. It was his error, the error of him who felt himself without sin, to whom experience was lacking in this respect. It was thus that his soul filled with that marvelous, fantastic pity which had reference to a trouble that even among his own people, the inventors of sin, was rarely a great trouble. But Christians understood subsequently how to do justice to their master, and how to sanctify his error into a truth. 139. Color of the passions. Natures such as the Apostle Paul, have an evil eye for the passions. They learn to know only the filthy, the distorting, and the heart-breaking in them. Their ideal aim, therefore, is the annihilation of the passions. In the divine they see complete purification from passion. The Greeks, quite otherwise than Paul and the Jews, directed their ideal aim precisely to the passions, and loved, elevated, embellished and deified them. In passion they evidently not only felt themselves happier, but also purer and diviner than otherwise. And now the Christians. Have they wished to become Jews in this respect? Have they perhaps become Jews? 140. Too Jewish. If God had wanted to become an object of love, he would first of all have had to forego judging and justice. A judge, and even a gracious judge, is no object of love. The founder of Christianity showed too little of the finer feeling in this respect, being a Jew. 141. Too Oriental. What? A God who loves men, provided they believe in him, and who hurls frightful glances and threatenings at him who does not believe in this love. What? A conditioned love as the feeling of an almighty God? A love which has not even become master of the sentiment of honor and of the irritable desire for vengeance. How oriental is all that? If I love thee, what does it concern thee? 9 is already a sufficient criticism of the whole of Christianity. This means that true love does not look for reciprocity. 142. Frankincense. Buddha says, do not flatter thy benefactor. Let one repeat the saying in a Christian church, it immediately purifies the air of all Christianity. 143. The greatest utility of polytheism. For the individual to set up his own ideal and derive from it his laws, his pleasures, and his rights, that has perhaps been hitherto regarded as the most monstrous of all human aberrations, and as idolatry in itself. In fact, the few who have ventured to do this have always needed to apologize to themselves, usually in this wise: not I, but a God, through my instrumentality. It was in the marvelous art and capacity for creating gods in polytheism that this impulse was permitted to discharge itself. It was here that it became purified, perfected, and ennobled, for it was originally a commonplace and unimportant impulse, akin to stubbornness, disobedience, and envy. To be hostile to this impulse towards the individual ideal, that was formerly the law of every morality. There was then only one norm. The man and every people believed that it had this one and ultimate norm. But above himself, and outside of himself, in a distant overworld, a person could see a multitude of norms. The one God was not the denial or blasphemy of the other gods. It was here that individuals were first permitted. It was here that the right of individuals was first respected. The inventing of gods, heroes, and supermen of all kinds, as well as coordinate men and undermen, dwarfs, fairies, centaurs, satyrs, demons, devils, was the inestimable preliminary to the justification of the selfishness and sovereignty of the individual. The freedom which was granted to one God in respect to other gods, was at last given to the individual himself in respect to laws, customs, and neighbors. Monotheism, on the contrary, the rigid consequence of the doctrine of one normal human being, consequently the belief in a normal God, beside whom there are only false, spurious gods, has perhaps been the greatest danger of mankind in the past. Man was then threatened by that premature state of inertia, which, so far as we can see, most of the other species of animals reached long ago, as creatures who all believed in one normal animal and ideal in their species, and definitely translated their morality of custom into flesh and blood. In polytheism, man's free thinking and many-sided thinking had a prototype set up, the power to create for himself new and individualize, always newer and more individualist, so that it is for man alone, of all the animals, that there are no eternal horizons and perspectives. 144. Religious wars. The greatest advance of the masses hitherto has been religious war, for it proves that the masses have begun to deal reverently with conceptions of things. Religious wars only result, when human reason generally has been refined by the subtle disputes of sects, so that even the populace becomes punctilious and regards trifles as important, actually thinking it possible that the eternal salvation of the soul may depend upon minute distinctions of concepts. 145. Danger of vegetarians. The immense prevalence of rice eating impels to the use of opium and narcotics, in like manner as the immense prevalence of potato eating impels to the use of brandy. It also impels, however, in its more subtle after effects, to modes of thought and feeling which operate narcotically. This is in accord with the fact that those who promote narcotic modes of thought and feeling, like those Indian teachers, praise a purely vegetable diet, and would like to make it a law for the masses. They want thereby to call forth and augment the need which they are in a position to satisfy. 146. German hopes. Do not let us forget that the names of peoples are generally names of reproach. The Tartars, for example, according to their name, are the dogs. They were so christened by the Chinese. Duchin means originally heathen. It is thus that the Goths after their conversion named the great mass of their unbaptized fellow tribes, according to the indication in their translation of the Septuagint, in which the heathen are designated by the word which in Greek signifies the nations. It might still be possible for the Germans to make an honorable name ultimately out of their old name of reproach, by becoming the first non-Christian nation of Europe, for which purpose Schopenhauer, to their honor, regarded them as highly qualified. The work of Luther would thus be consummated. He who taught them to be anti-Roman, and to say, "Here stand," cannot do otherwise. 147. Question and answer. What do savage tribes at present accept first of all from Europeans? Brandy and Christianity, the European narcotics. And by what means are they fastest ruined? By the European narcotics. 148. Where reformations originate. At the time of the great corruption of the Church it was least of all corrupt in Germany. It was on that account that the Reformation originated here, as a sign that even the beginnings of corruption were felt to be unendurable. For, comparatively speaking, no people was ever more Christian than the Germans at the time of Luther. Their Christian culture was just about to burst into bloom with 100-fold splendor. One night only was still lacking, but that night brought the storm which put an end to all. 149. The failure of reformations. It testifies to the higher culture of the Greeks, even in rather early ages, that attempts to establish new Grecian religions frequently failed. It testifies that quite early there must have been a multitude of dissimilar individuals in Greece, whose dissimilar troubles were not cured by a single recipe of faith and hope. Pythagoras and Plato, perhaps also Empedocles, and already much earlier the Orphic enthusiasts, aimed at founding new religions, and the two first named were so endowed with the qualifications for founding religions, that one cannot be sufficiently astonished at their failure. They just reached the point of founding sects. Every time that the reformation of an entire people fails and only sects raise their heads, one may conclude that the people already contains many types, and has begun to free itself from the gross herding instincts and the morality of custom, a momentous state of suspense, which one is accused to disparage as decay of morals and corruption, while it announces the maturing of the egg and the early rupture of the shell. That Luther's Reformation succeeded in the North, is a sign that the North had remained backward in comparison with the south of Europe, and still had requirements tolerably uniform in color and kind, and there would have been no Christianizing of Europe at all, if the culture of the Old World of the South had not been gradually barbarized by an excessive admixture of the blood of German barbarians, and thus lost its ascendancy. The more universally and unconditionally an individual, or the thought of an individual, can operate, so much more homogeneous and so much lower must be the mass that is there operated upon, while counter-strivings betray internal counter-requirements, which also want to gratify and realize themselves. Reversely, one may always conclude with regard to an actual elevation of culture, when powerful and ambitious natures only produce a limited and sectarian effect. This is true also for the separate arts, and for the provinces of knowledge. Where there is ruling there are masses, where there are masses there is need of slavery. Where there is slavery the individuals are but two, and have the instincts and conscience of the herd opposed to them. 150. Criticism of saints. Must one then, in order to have a virtue, be desirous of having it precisely in its most brutal form? As the Christian saints desired and needed, those who only endured life with the thought that at the sight of their virtue self-contempt might seize every man. A virtue with such an effect I call brutal. 151. The origin of religion. The metaphysical requirement is not the origin of religions, as Schopenhauer claims, but only a later sprout from them. Under the dominance of religious thoughts we have accustomed ourselves to the idea of another world, and feel an uncomfortable void and privation through the annihilation of the religious illusion, and then another world grows out of this feeling once more, but now it is only a metaphysical world, and no longer a religious one. That however which in general led to the assumption of another world in primitive times, was not an impulse or requirement, but an error in the interpretation of certain natural phenomena, a difficulty of the intellect. 152. The greatest change. The luster and the hues of all things have changed. We no longer quite understand how earlier men conceived of the most familiar and frequent things, for example, of the day, and the awakening in the morning. Owing to their belief in dreams the waking state seemed to them differently illuminated. And similarly of the whole of life, with its reflection of death and its significance, our death is an entirely different death. All events were of a different luster, for a God shone forth in them, and similarly of all resolutions and peeps into the distant future, for people had oracles, and secret hints, and believed in prognostication. Truth was conceived in quite a different manner, for the insane could formerly be regarded as its mouthpiece, a thing which makes us shudder, or laugh. Injustice made a different impression on the feelings, for people were afraid of divine retribution, and not only of legal punishment and disgrace. What joy was there in an age when men believed in the devil and tempter? What passion was there when people saw demons lurking close at hand? What philosophy was there when doubt was regarded as sinfulness of the most dangerous kind, and in fact as an outrage on eternal love, as distrust of everything good, high, pure, and compassionate? We have colored things anew, we paint them over continually, but what have we been able to do hitherto in comparison with the splendid coloring of that old master? I mean ancient humanity. 153. Homo Poda. I myself who have made this tragedy of tragedies altogether independently, in so far as it is completed, I who have first entwined the perplexities of morality about existence, and have tightened them so that only a God could unravel them, so Horace demands. I have already in the fourth act killed all the gods for the sake of morality. What is now to be done about the fifth act? Where shall I get the tragic denouement? Must I now think about a comic denouement? 154. Differences in the dangerousness of life. You don't know at all what you experience, you run through life as if intoxicated, and now and then fall down a stair. Thanks however to your intoxication you still do not break your limbs, your muscles are too languid and your head too confused to find the stones of the staircase as hard as we others do. For us life is a greater danger, we are made of glass, alas, if we should strike against anything. And all is lost if we should fall. 155. What we lack. We love the grandeur of nature, and have discovered it, that is because human grandeur is lacking in our minds. It was the reverse with the Greeks, their feeling towards nature was quite different from ours. 156. The most influential person. The fact that a person resists the whole spirit of his age, stops it at the door and calls it to account, must exert an influence. It is indifferent whether he wishes to exert an influence, the point is that he can. 157. Mentiri. Take care. He reflects, he will have a lie ready immediately. This is a stage in the civilization of whole nations. Consider only what the Romans expressed by mentiri. 158. An inconvenient peculiarity. To find everything deep is an inconvenient peculiarity, it makes one constantly strain one's eyes, so that in the end one always finds more than one wishes. 159. Every virtue has its time. The honesty of him who is at present inflexible often causes him remorse, for inflexibility is the virtue of a time different from that in which honesty prevails. 160. In intercourse with virtues. One can also be undignified and flattering towards a virtue. 161. To the admirers of the age. The runaway priest and the liberated criminal are continually making grimaces, what they want is a look without a past. But have you ever seen men who know that their looks reflect the future, and who are so courteous to you, the admirers of the age, that they assume a look without a future? 162. Egoism. Egoism is the perspective law of our sentiment, according to which the near appears large and momentous, while in the distance the magnitude and importance of all things diminish. 163. After a great victory. The best thing in a great victory is that it deprives the conqueror of the fear of defeat. Why should I not be worst for once? He says to himself, I am now rich enough to stand it. 164. Those who seek repose. I recognize the minds that seek repose by the many dark objects with which they surround themselves, those who want to sleep darken their chambers, or creep into caverns. A hint to those who do not know what they really seek most, and would like to know. 165. The happiness of renunciation. He who has absolutely dispensed with something for a long time will almost imagine, when he accidentally meets with it again, that he has discovered it, and what happiness every discoverer has. Let us be wiser than the serpents that lie too long in the same sunshine. 166. Always in our own society. All that is akin to me in nature and history speaks to me, praises me, urges me forward and comforts me, other things are unheard by me, or immediately forgotten. We are only in our own society always. 167. Misanthropy and philanthropy. We only speak about being sick of men when we can no longer digest them, and yet have the stomach full of them. Misanthropy is the result of a far too eager philanthropy and cannibalism, but whoever bade you swallow men like oysters, my Prince Hamlet? 168. Concerning an invalid. Things go badly with him. What is wrong? He suffers from the longing to be praised, and finds no sustenance for it. Inconceivable. All the world does honor to him, and he is reverenced not only in deed but in word. Certainly, but he is dull of hearing for the praise. When a friend praises him it sounds to him as if the friend praised himself, when an enemy praises him, it sounds to him as if the enemy wanted to be praised for it, when, finally, someone else praises him there are by no means so many of these, he is so famous. He is offended because they neither want him for a friend nor for an enemy, he is accustomed to say, what do I care for those who can still pose as the all-righteous towards me? 169. Avowed enemies. Bravery in presence of an enemy is a thing by itself, a person may possess it and still be a coward and an irresolute numbskull. That was Napoleon's opinion concerning the bravest man he knew, Murat, whence it follows that avowed enemies are indispensable to some men, if they are to attain to their virtue, to their manliness, to their cheerfulness. 170. With the multitude. He has hitherto gone with the multitude and is its panegyrist, but one day he will be its opponent. For he follows it in the belief that his laziness will find its advantage thereby. He has not yet learned that the multitude is not lazy enough for him. That it always presses forward. That it does not allow anyone to stand still. And he likes so well to stand still. 171. Fame. When the gratitude of many to one casts aside all shame, then fame originates. 172. The perverter of taste. A. You are a perverter of taste, they say so everywhere. B. Certainly. I pervert everyone's taste for his party, no party forgives me for that. 173. To be profound and to appear profound. He who knows that he is profound strives for clearness, he who would like to appear profound to the multitude strives for obscurity. The multitude thinks everything profound of which it cannot see the bottom, it is so timid and goes so unwillingly into the water. 174. Apart. Parliamentarism, that is to say, the public permission to choose between 5 main political opinions, insinuates itself into the favor of the numerous class who would fain appear independent and individual, and like to fight for their opinions. After all, however, it is a matter of indifference whether one opinion is imposed upon the herd, or 5 opinions are permitted to it. He who diverges from the 5 public opinions and goes apart, has always the whole herd against him. 175. Concerning eloquence. What has hitherto had the most convincing eloquence? The rolling of the drum, and as long as kings have this at their command, they will always be the best orators and popular leaders. 176. Compassion. The poor, ruling princes. All their rights now change unexpectedly into claims, and all these claims immediately sound like pretensions. And if they but say we, or my people, wicked old Europe begins laughing. Verily, a chief master of ceremonies of the modern world would make little ceremony with them, perhaps he would decree that les souverains rangent auxiliary parvenus. 177. On educational matters. In Germany an important educational means is lacking for higher men, namely, the laughter of higher men. These men do not laugh in Germany. 178. For moral enlightenment. The Germans must be talked out of their Mephistopheles and out of their Faust also. These are 2 moral prejudices against the value of knowledge. 179. Thoughts. Thoughts are the shadows of our sentiments, always however obscurer, emptier, and simpler. 180. The good time for free spirits. Free spirits take liberties even with regard to science, and meanwhile they are allowed to do so, while the Church still remains. In so far they have now their good time. 181. Following and leading. A. Of the 2, the one will always follow, the other will always lead, whatever be the course of their destiny. And yet the former is superior to the other in virtue and intellect. B. And yet? That is spoken for the others, not for me, not for us. Fit secundum regulam. 182. In solitude. When one lives alone one does not speak too loudly, and one does not write too loudly either, for one fears the hollow reverberation, the criticism of the nymph echo. And all voices sound differently in solitude. 183. The music of the best future. The first musician for me would be he who knew only the sorrow of the profoundest happiness, and no other sorrow. There has not hitherto been such a musician. 184. Justice. Better allow oneself to be robbed than have scarecrows around one, that is my taste. And under all circumstances it is just a matter of taste and nothing more. 185. Poor. He is now poor, but not because everything has been taken from him, but because he has thrown everything away. What does he care? He is accustomed to find new things. It is the poor who misunderstand his voluntary poverty. 186. Bad conscience. All that he now does is excellent and proper, and yet he has a bad conscience with it all. For the exceptional is his task. 187. Offensiveness in expression. This artist offends me by the way in which he expresses his ideas, his very excellent ideas, so diffusely and forcibly, and with such gross rhetorical artifices, as if he were speaking to the mob. We feel always as if in bad company when devoting some time to his art. 3. 188. Work. How closely work and the workers now stand even to the most leisurely of us. The royal courtesy in the words, "We are all workers," would have been a cynicism and an indecency even under Louis XIV. 189. The thinker. He is a thinker, that is to say, he knows how to take things more simply than they are. 190. Against eulogisers. A. One is only praised by one's equals. B. Yes. And he who praises you says, "You are my equal." 191. Against many a vindication. The most perfidious manner of injuring a cause is to vindicate it intentionally with fallacious arguments. 192. The good-natured. What is it that distinguishes the good-natured, whose countenances beam kindness, from other people? They feel quite at ease in presence of a new person, and are quickly enamored of him. They therefore wish him well. Their first opinion is, "He pleases me." With them there follow in succession the wish to appropriate, rapid appropriation, joy in the possession, and actions in favor of the person possessed. 193. Kant's joke. Kant tried to prove, in a way that dismayed everybody, that everybody was in the right. That was his secret joke. He wrote against the learned, in favor of popular prejudice. He wrote, however, for the learned and not for the people. 194. The open-hearted man. That man acts probably always from concealed motives, for he has always communicable motives on his tongue, and almost in his open hand. 195. Laughable. See. He runs away from men, they follow him, however, because he runs before them. They are such a gregarious lot. 196. The limits of our sense of hearing. We hear only the questions to which we are capable of rendering an answer. 197. Caution therefore. There is nothing we are fonder of communicating to others than the seal of secrecy together with what is under it. 198. Vexation of the proud man. The proud man is vexed even with those who help him forward. He looks angrily at his carriage horses. 199. Liberality. Liberality is often only a form of timidity in the rich. 200. Laughing. To laugh means to love mischief, but with a good conscience. 201. In applause. In applause there is always some kind of noise, even in self-applause. 202. A spendthrift. He has not yet the poverty of the rich man who has counted all his treasure. He squanders his spirit with the irrationalness of the spendthrift nature. 203. High Niger est. Usually he has no thoughts, but in exceptional cases bad thoughts come to him. 204. Beggars and courtesy. One is not discourteous when one knocks at a door with a stone when the bell-pull is awanting, so think all beggars and necessitous persons, but no one thinks they are in the right. 205. Need. Need is supposed to be the cause of things, but in truth it is often only the result of things. 206. During the rain. It rains, and I think of the poor people who now crowd together with their many cares, which they are unaccustomed to conceal, all of them, therefore, ready and anxious to give pain to one another, and thus provide themselves with a pitiable kind of comfort, even in bad weather. This only, is the poverty of the poor. 207. The envious man. That is an envious man. It is not desirable that he should have children, he would be envious of them, because he can no longer be a child. 208. A great man. Because a person is a great man, we are not authorized to infer that he is a man. Perhaps he is only a boy, or a chameleon of all ages, or a bewitched girl. 209. A mode of asking for reasons. There is a mode of asking for our reasons which not only makes us forget our best reasons, but also arouses in us a spite and repugnance against reason generally, a very stupefying mode of questioning, and really an artifice of tyrannical men. 210. Moderation in diligence. One must not be anxious to surpass the diligence of one's father, that would make one ill. 211. Secret enemies. To be able to keep a secret enemy, that is a luxury which the morality even of the highest-minded persons can rarely afford. 212. Not letting oneself be deluded. His spirit has bad manners, it is hasty and always stutters with impatience, so that one would hardly suspect the deep breathing and the large chest of the soul in which it resides. 213. The way to happiness. A sage asked of a fool the way to happiness. The fool answered without delay, like one who had been asked the way to the next town, admire yourself, and live on the street. Hold, cried the sage, you require too much, it suffices to admire oneself. The fool replied, but how can one constantly admire without constantly despising? 214. Faith saves. Virtue gives happiness and a state of blessedness only to those who have a strong faith in their virtue, not, however, to the more refined souls whose virtue consists of a profound distrust of themselves and of all virtue. After all, therefore, it is faith that saves here also, and be it well observed, not virtue. 215. The ideal and the material. You have a noble ideal before your eyes, but are you also such a noble stone that such a divine image could be formed out of you? And without that, is not all your labor barbaric sculpturing? A blasphemy of your ideal? 216. Danger in the voice. With a very loud voice a person is almost incapable of reflecting on subtle matters. 217. Cause and effect. Before the effect one believes in other causes than after the effect. 218. My antipathy. I do not like those people who, in order to produce an effect, have to burst like bombs, and in whose neighborhood one is always in danger of suddenly losing one's hearing or even something more. 219. The object of punishment. The object of punishment is to improve him who punishes, that is the ultimate appeal of those who justify punishment. 220. Sacrifice. The victims think otherwise than the spectators about sacrifice and sacrificing, but they have never been allowed to express their opinion. 221. Consideration. Fathers and sons are much more considerate of one another than mothers and daughters. 222. Poet and liar. The poet sees in the liar his foster brother whose milk he has drunk up, the latter has thus remained wretched, and has not even attained to a good conscience. 223. Vicariousness of the senses. We have also eyes in order to hear with them, said an old confessor who had grown deaf, and among the blind he that has the longest ears is king. 224. Animal criticism. I fear the animals regard man as a being like themselves, seriously endangered by the loss of sound animal understanding. They regard him perhaps as the absurd animal, the laughing animal, the crying animal, the unfortunate animal. 225. The natural. Evil has always had the great effect. And nature is evil. Let us therefore be natural. So reason secretly the great aspirants after effect, who are too often counted among great men. 226. The distrustful and their style. We say the strongest things simply, provided people are about us who believe in our strength. Such an environment educates to simplicity of style. The distrustful, on the other hand, speak emphatically, they make things emphatic. 227. Fallacy, fallacy. He cannot rule himself, therefore that woman concludes that it will be easy to rule him, and throws out her lines to catch him, the poor creature, who in a short time will be his slave. 228. Against mediators. He who attempts to mediate between two decided thinkers is rightly called mediocre. He has not an eye for seeing the unique. Similarizing and equalizing are signs of weak eyes. 229. Obstinacy and loyalty. Out of obstinacy he holds fast to a cause of which the questionableness has become obvious. He calls that, however, his loyalty. 230. Lack of reserve. His whole nature fails to convince that results from the fact that he has never been reticent about a good action he has performed. 231. The plotters. Persons slow of apprehension think that slowness forms part of knowledge. 232. Dreaming. Either one does not dream at all, or one dreams in an interesting manner. One must learn to be awake in the same fashion, either not at all, or in an interesting manner. 233. The most dangerous point of view. What I now do, or neglect to do, is as important for all that is to come, as the greatest event of the past. In this immense perspective of effects all actions are equally great and small. 234. Consolatory words of a musician. Your life does not sound into people's ears, for them you live a dumb life, and all refinements of melody, all fond resolutions in following or leading the way, are concealed from them. To be sure you do not parade the thoroughfares with regimental music, but these good people have no right to say on that account that your life is lacking in music. He that hath ears let him hear. 235. Spirit and character. Many a one attains his full height of character, but his spirit is not adapted to the elevation, and many a one reversely. 236. To move the multitude. Is it not necessary for him who wants to move the multitude to give a stage representation of himself? Has he not first to translate himself into the grotesquely obvious, and then set forth his whole personality and cause in that vulgarist and simplified fashion? 237. The polite man. He is so polite. Yes, he has always a sop for Cerberus with him, and is so timid that he takes everybody for Cerberus, even you and me. That is his politeness. 238. Without envy. He is wholly without envy, but there is no merit therein, for he wants to conquer a land which no one has yet possessed and hardly anyone has even seen. 239. The joyless person. A single joyless person is enough to make constant displeasure and a clouded heaven in a household, and it is only by a miracle that such a person is lacking. Happiness is not nearly such a contagious disease. How is that? 240. On the sea, shore. I would not build Nietzsche a house. If I had to do so, however, I should build it, like many of the Romans, right into the sea. I should like to have some secrets in common with that beautiful monster. 241. Work and artist. This artist is ambitious and nothing more. Ultimately, however, his work is only a magnifying glass, which he offers to everyone who looks in his direction. 242. Suum quicque. However great be my greed of knowledge, I cannot appropriate aught of things but what already belongs to me. The property of others still remains in the things. How is it possible for a man to be a thief or a robber? 243. Origin of good and bad. HQ only will devise an improvement who can feel that this is not good. 244. Thoughts and words. Even our thoughts we are unable to render completely in words. 245. Praise in choice. The artist chooses his subjects, that is his mode of praising. 246. Mathematics. We want to carry the refinement and rigor of mathematics into all the sciences, as far as it is in any way possible, not in the belief that we shall apprehend things in this way, but in order thereby to assert our human relation to things. Mathematics is only a means to general and ultimate human knowledge. 247. Habits. All habits make our hand wittier and our wit unhandier. 248. Books. Of what account is a book that never carries us away beyond all books? 249. The sigh of the seeker of knowledge. Oh, my covetousness! In this soul there is no disinterestedness but an all-desiring self, which, by means of many individuals, would fain see as with its own eyes, and grasp as with its own hands a self bringing back even the entire past, and wanting to lose nothing that could in any way belong to it. Oh, this flame of my covetousness! Oh, that I were reincarnated in 100 individuals! He who does not know the sigh by experience, does not know the passion of the seeker of knowledge either. 250. Guilt. Although the most intelligent judges of the witches, and even the witches themselves, were convinced of the guilt of witchcraft, the guilt, nevertheless, was not there. So it is with all guilt. 251. Misunderstood sufferers. Great natures suffer otherwise than their worshippers imagine, they suffer most severely from the ignoble, petty emotions of certain evil moments, in short, from doubt of their own greatness, not however from the sacrifices and martyrdoms which their tasks require of them. As long as Prometheus sympathizes with men and sacrifices himself for them, he is happy and proud in himself, but on becoming envious of Zeus and of the homage which mortals pay him then Prometheus suffers. 252. Better to be in debt. Better to remain in debt than to pay with money which does not bear our stamp. That is what our sovereignty prefers. 253. Always at home. One day we attain our goal and then refer with pride to the long journeys we have made to reach it. In truth, we did not notice that we traveled. We got into the habit of thinking that we were at home in every place. 254. Against embarrassment. He who is always thoroughly occupied is rid of all embarrassment. 255. Imitators. A. What? You don't want to have imitators? B. I don't want people to do anything after me, I want everyone to do something before himself just as do. A. Consequently. 256. Skinniness. All profound men have their happiness in imitating the flying fish at times, and playing on the crests of the waves, they think that what is best of all in things is their surface, their skinniness sit venia furbo. 257. From experience. A person often does not know how rich he is, until he learns from experience what rich men even play the thief on him. 258. The deniers of chance. No conqueror believes in chance. 259. From paradise. Good and evil are God's prejudices, said the serpent. 260. 1 times 1. One only is always in the wrong, but with two truth begins. One only cannot prove himself right, but two are already beyond refutation. 261. Originality. What is originality? To see something that does not yet bear a name, that cannot yet be named, although it is before everybody's eyes. As people are usually constituted, it is the name that first makes a thing generally visible to them. Original persons have also for the most part been the namers of things. 262. Subspecie aeterni. A. You withdraw faster and faster from the living, they will soon strike you out of their lists. B. It is the only way to participate in the privilege of the dead. A. In what privilege? B. No longer having to die. 263. Without vanity. When we love we want our defects to remain concealed, not out of vanity, but lest the person loved should suffer therefrom. Indeed, the lover would like to appear as a god, and not out of vanity either. 264. What we do. What we do is never understood, but only praised and blamed. 265. Ultimate scepticism. But what after all are man's truths? They are his irrefutable errors. 266. Where cruelty is necessary. He who is great is cruel to his second-rate virtues and judgments. 267. With a high aim. With a high aim a person is superior even to justice, and not only to his deeds and his judges. 268. What makes heroic? To face simultaneously one's greatest suffering and one's highest hope. 269. What dost thou believe in? In this, that the weights of all things must be determined anew. 270. What saith thy conscience? Thou shalt become what thou art. 271. Where are thy greatest dangers? In pity. 272. What dost thou love in others? My hopes. 273. Whom dost thou call bad? Him who always wants to put others to shame. 274. What dost thou think most humane, to spare a person shame? 275. What is the seal of attained liberty? To be no longer ashamed of oneself. Book 4th. Sanctus Januarius. Thou who with cleaving fiery lances the stream of my soul from its ice dost free, till with a rush and a roar it advances, to enter with glorious hoping the sea, brighter to see and purer ever, free in the bonds of thy sweet constraint. So it praises thy wondrous endeavour. January, thou beauteous saint. Genoa, January 1882. 276. For the new year. I still live, I still think, I must still live, for I must still think. Sum, ergo cogito, cogito, ergo sum. Today everyone takes the liberty of expressing his wish and his favorite thought. Well, I also mean to tell what I have wished for myself today, and what thought first crossed my mind this year, a thought which ought to be the basis, the pledge, and the sweetening of all my future life. I want more and more to perceive the necessary characters in things as the beautiful. I shall thus be one of those who beautify things. Amor fati, let that henceforth be my love. I do not want to wage war with the ugly. I do not want to accuse, I do not want even to accuse the accusers. Looking aside, let that be my sole negation. And all in all, to sum up, I wish to be at any time hereafter only and yesayer. 277. Personal Providence. There is a certain climax in life, at which, notwithstanding all our freedom, and however much we may have denied all directing reason and goodness in the beautiful chaos of existence, we are once more in great danger of intellectual bondage, and have to face our hardest test. For now the thought of a personal providence first presents itself before us with its most persuasive force, and has the best of advocates, apparentness, in its favor, now when it is obvious that all and everything that happens to us always turns out for the best. The life of every day and of every hour seems to be anxious for nothing else but always to prove this proposition anew, let it be what it will, bad or good weather, the loss of a friend, a sickness, a calumny, the non-receipt of a letter, the spraining of one's foot, a glance into a shop window, a counter-argument, the opening of a book, a dream, a deception, it shows itself immediately, or very soon afterwards, as something not permitted to be absent. It is full of profound significance and utility precisely for us. Is there a more dangerous temptation to rid ourselves of the belief in the gods of Epicurus, those careless, unknown gods, and believe in some anxious and mean divinity, who knows personally every little hair on our heads, and feels no disgust in rendering the most wretched services? Well, I mean, in spite of all this, we want to leave the gods alone, and wish to content ourselves with the assumption that our own practical and theoretical skillfulness in explaining and suitably arranging events has now reached its highest point. We do not want either to think too highly of this dexterity of our wisdom, when the wonderful harmony which results from playing on our instruments sometimes surprises us too much, a harmony which sounds too well for us to dare to ascribe it to ourselves. In fact, now and then there is one who plays with us beloved chance, he leads our hand occasionally, and even the all-wisest Providence could not devise any finer music than that of which our foolish hand is then capable. 278. The thought of death. It gives me a melancholy happiness to live in the midst of this confusion of streets, of necessities, of voices, how much enjoyment, impatience, and desire, how much thirsty life and drunkenness of life comes to light here every moment. And yet it will soon be so still for all these shouting, lively, life-loving people. How everyone's shadow, his gloomy traveling companion, stands behind him. It is always as in the last moment before the departure of an emigrant ship, people have more than ever to say to one another, the hour presses, the ocean with its lonely silence waits impatiently behind all the noise so greedy, so certain of its prey. And all, suppose that the past has been nothing, or a small matter, that the near future is everything, hence this haste, this crying, this self-deafening and self-overreaching. Everyone wants to be foremost in this future, and yet death and the stillness of death are the only things certain and common to all in this future. How strange that this sole thing that is certain and common to all, exercises almost no influence on men, and that they are the furthest from regarding themselves as the brotherhood of death. It makes me happy to see that men do not want to think at all of the idea of death. I would fain do something to make the idea of life even 100 times more worthy of their attention. 279. Stellar friendship. We were friends, and have become strangers to each other. But this is as it ought to be, and we do not want either to conceal or obscure the fact as if we had to be ashamed of it. We are two ships, each of which has its goal and its course. We may, to be sure, cross one another in our paths, and celebrate a feast together as we did before, and then the gallant ships lay quietly in one harbor and in one sunshine, so that it might have been thought they were already at their goal, and that they had had one goal. But then the almighty strength of our tasks forced us apart once more into different seas and into different zones, and perhaps we shall never see one mother again, or perhaps we may see one another, but not know one another again. The different seas and suns have altered us. That we had to become strangers to one another is the law to which we are subject. Just by that shall we become more sacred to one another. Just by that shall the thought of our former friendship become holier. There is probably some immense invisible curve and stellar orbit in which our courses and goals, so widely different, may be comprehended as small stages of the way. Let us raise ourselves to this thought. But our life is too short and our power of vision too limited for us to be more than friends in the sense of that sublime possibility. And so we will believe in our stellar friendship, though we should have to be terrestrial enemies to one another. 280. Architecture for thinkers. An insight is needed as to what is specially lacking in our great cities, namely, quiet, spacious, and widely extended places for reflection, places with long, lofty colonnades for bad weather, or for 2 sunny days, where no noise of wagons or of shouters would penetrate, and where a more refined propriety would prohibit loud praying even to the priest, buildings and situations which as a whole would express the sublimity of self-communion and seclusion from the world. The time is past when the Church possessed the monopoly of reflection, when the vita contemplativa had always in the first place to be the vita religiosa, and everything that the Church has built expresses this thought. I know not how we could content ourselves with their structures, even if they should be divested of their ecclesiastical purposes. These structures speak a far too pathetic and too biased speech, as houses of God and places of splendor for supernatural intercourse, for us godless ones to be able to think our thoughts in them. We want to have ourselves translated into stone and plant, we want to go for a walk in ourselves when we wander in these halls and gardens. 281. Knowing how to find the end. Masters of the first rank are recognized by knowing in a perfect manner how to find the end, in the whole as well as in the part, be it the end of a melody or of a thought, be it the fifth act of a tragedy or of a state. The masters of the second degree always become restless towards the end, and seldom dip lone into the sea with such proud, quiet equilibrium as, for example, the mountain ridge at Portofino where the Bay of Genoa sings its melody to an end. 282. The gate. There are mannerisms of the intellect by which even great minds betray that they originate from the populace, or from the semi-populace. It is principally the gait and step their thoughts which betray them, they cannot walk. It was thus that even Napoleon, to his profound chagrin, could not walk legitimately and in princely fashion on occasions when it was necessary to do so properly, as in great coronation processions and on similar occasions. Even there he was always just the leader of a column, proud and brusque at the same time, and very self-conscious at all. It is something laughable to see those writers who make the folding robes of their periods rustle around them, they want to cover their feet. 283. Pioneers. I greet all the signs indicating that a more manly and warlike age is commencing, which will, above all, bring heroism again into honor. For it has to prepare the way for a yet higher age, and gather the force which the latter will one day require, the age which will carry heroism into knowledge, and wage war for the sake of ideas and their consequences. For that end many brave pioneers are now needed, who, however, cannot originate out of nothing, and just as little out of the sand and slime of present-day civilization and the culture of great cities, men silent, solitary, and resolute, who know how to be content and persistent in invisible activity, men who with innate disposition seek in all things that which is to be overcome in them, men to whom cheerfulness, patience, simplicity, and contempt of the great vanities belong just as much as do magnanimity in victory and indulgence to the trivial vanities of all the vanquished, men with an acute and independent judgment regarding all victors, and concerning the part which chance has played in the winning of victory and fame, men with their own holidays, their own work days, and their own periods of mourning, accustomed to command with perfect assurance, and equally ready, if need be, to obey, proud in the one case as in the other, equally serving their own interests, men more imperiled, more productive, more happy. For believe me, the secret of realizing the largest productivity and the greatest enjoyment of existence is to live in danger. Build your cities on the slope of Vesuvius. Send your ships into unexplored seas. Live in war with your equals and with yourselves. Be robbers and spoilers, ye knowing ones, as long as ye cannot be rulers and possessors. The time will soon pass when you can be satisfied to live like timorous deer concealed in the forests. Knowledge will finally stretch out her hand for that which belongs to her, she means to rule and possess, and you with her. 284. Belief in oneself. In general, few men have belief in themselves, and of those few some are endowed with it as a useful blindness or partial obscuration of intellect. The others must first acquire the belief for themselves. Everything good, clever, or great that they do, is first of all an argument against the sceptic that dwells in them. The question is how to convince or persuade this sceptic, and for that purpose genius almost is needed. They are signally dissatisfied with themselves. 285. Excelsior. Thou wilt never more pray, never more worship, never more repose in infinite trust. Thou refusest to stand still and dismiss thy thoughts before an ultimate wisdom, an ultimate virtue, an ultimate power. Thou hast no constant guardian and friend in thy seven solitudes. Thou livest without the outlook on a mountain that has snow on its head and fire in its heart. There is no longer any requiter for thee, nor any amender with his finishing touch. There is no longer any reason in that which happens, or any love in that which will happen to thee. There is no longer any resting place for thy weary heart, where it has only to find and no longer to seek. Thou art opposed to any kind of ultimate peace. Thou desirest the eternal recurrence of war and peace. Man of renunciation, wilt thou renounce in all these things? Who will give thee the strength to do so? No one has yet had this strength. There is a lake which one day refused to flow away, and threw up a dam at the place where it had hitherto discharged. Since then this lake has always risen higher and higher. Perhaps the very renunciation will also furnish us with the strength with which the renunciation itself can be borne. Perhaps man will ever rise higher and higher from that point onward, when he no longer flows out into a God. 286. A digression. Here are hopes, but what will you see and hear of them, if you have not experienced glance and glow and dawn of day in your own souls? I can only suggest, I cannot do more. To move the stones, to make animals men, would you have me do that? Alas, if you are yet stones and animals, you must seek your Orpheus. 287. Love of blindness. My thoughts, said the wanderer to his shadow, ought to show me where I stand, but they should not betray to me whither I go. I love ignorance of the future, and do not want to come to grief by impatience and anticipatory tasting of promised things. 288. Lofty moods. It seems to me that most men do not believe in lofty moods, unless it be for the moment, or at the most for a quarter of an hour, except the few who know by experience a longer duration of high feeling. But to be absolutely a man with a single lofty feeling, the incarnation of a single lofty mood that has hitherto been only a dream and an enchanting possibility, history does not yet give us any trustworthy example of it. Nevertheless, one might also some day produce such men when a multitude of favorable conditions have been created and established, which at present even the happiest chance is unable to throw together. Perhaps that very state which has hitherto entered into our soul as an exception, felt with horror now and then, may be the usual condition of those future souls, a continuous movement between high and low, and the feeling of high and low, a constant state of mounting as on steps, and at the same time reposing as on clouds. 289. Aboard ship. When one considers how a full philosophical justification of his mode of living and thinking operates upon every individual, namely, as a warming, blessing, and fructifying sun, specially shining on him, how it makes him independent of praise and blame, self-sufficient, rich and generous in the bestowal of happiness and kindness, how it unceasingly transforms the evil to the good, brings all the energies to bloom and maturity, and altogether hinders the growth of the greater and lesser weeds of chagrin and discontent, one at last cries out importunately, "Oh, that many such new suns were created!" The evil man, also, the unfortunate man, and the exceptional man, shall each have his philosophy, his rights, and his sunshine. It is not sympathy with them that is necessary. We must unlearn this arrogant fancy. Notwithstanding that humanity has so long learned it and used it exclusively, we have not to set up any confessor, exorcist, or pardoner for them. It is a new justice, however, that is necessary. And a new solution. And new philosophers. The moral earth also is round. The moral earth also has its antipodes. The antipodes also have their right to exist. There is still another world to discover, and more than one. Aboard ship. Ye philosophers. 290. One thing is needful. To give style to one's character, that is a grand and a rare art. He who surveys all that his nature presents in its strength and in its weakness, and then fashions it into an ingenious plan, until everything appears artistic and rational, and even the weaknesses enchant the eye, exercises that admirable art. Here there has been a great amount of second nature added, there a portion of first nature has been taken away, in both cases with long exercises and daily labor at the task. Here the ugly, which does not permit of being taken away, has been concealed, there it has been reinterpreted into the sublime. Much of the vague, which refuses to take form, has been reserved and utilized for the perspectives, it is meant to give a hint of the remote and immeasurable. In the end, when the work has been completed, it is revealed how it was the constraint of the same taste that organized and fashioned it in whole and in part. Whether the taste was good or bad is of less importance than one thinks, it is sufficient that it was a taste. It will be the strong imperious natures which experience their most refined joy in such constraint, in such confinement and perfection under their own law. The passion of their violent volition lessens at the sight of all disciplined nature, all conquered and ministering nature. Even when they have palaces to build and gardens to lay out, it is not to their taste to allow nature to be free. It is the reverse with weak characters who have not power over themselves, and hate the restriction of style. They feel that if this repugnant constraint were laid upon them, they would necessarily become vulgarist under it. They become slaves as soon as they serve. They hate service. Such intellects, they may be intellects of the first rank, are always concerned with fashioning and interpreting themselves and their surroundings as free nature, wild, arbitrary, fantastic, confused and surprising, and it is well for them to do so, because only in this manner can they please themselves. For one thing is needful, namely, that man should attain to satisfaction with himself, be it but through this or that fable and artifice. It is only then that man's aspect is at all endurable. He who is dissatisfied with himself is ever ready to avenge himself on that account. We others will be his victims, if only in having always to endure his ugly aspect. For the aspect of the ugly makes one mean and sad. 291. Genoa. I have looked upon the city, its villas and pleasure grounds, and the wide circuit of its inhabited heights and slopes, for a considerable time. In the end I must say that I see countenances out of past generations. This district is strewn with the images of bold and autocratic men. They have lived and have wanted to live on, they say so, with their houses, built and decorated for centuries, and not for the passing hour. They were well disposed to life, however ill disposed they may often have been towards themselves. I always see the builder, how he casts his eye on all that is built around him far and near, and likewise on the city, the sea, and the chain of mountains, how he expresses power and conquest with his gaze. All this he wishes to fit into his plan, and in the end make it his property, by its becoming a portion of the same. The whole district is overgrown with this superb, insatiable egoism of the desire to possess and exploit, and as these men when abroad recognized no frontiers, and in their thirst for the new placed a new world beside the old, so also at home everyone rose up against everyone else, and devised some mode of expressing his superiority, and of placing between himself and his neighbor his personal illimitableness. Everyone won for himself his home once more by overpowering it with his architectural thoughts, and by transforming it into a delightful sight for his race. When we consider the mode of building cities in the north, the law and the general delight in legality and obedience impose upon us, we thereby divine the propensity to equality and submission which must have ruled in those builders. Here, however, on turning every corner you find a man by himself, who knows the sea, knows adventure, and knows the Orient, a man who is averse to law and to neighbor, as if it bored him to have to do with them, a man who scans all that is already old and established with envious glances. With a wonderful craftiness of fantasy, he would like, at least in thought, to establish all this anew, to lay his hand upon it, and introduce his meaning into it, if only for the passing hour of a sunny afternoon, when for once his insatiable and melancholy soul feels satiety, and when only what is his own, and nothing strange, may show itself to his eye. 292. To the preachers of morality. I do not mean to moralize, but to those who do, I would give this advice: if you mean ultimately to deprive the best things and the best conditions of all honor and worth, continue to speak of them in the same way as heretofore. Put them at the head of your morality, and speak from morning till night of the happiness of virtue, of repose of soul, of righteousness, and of reward and punishment in the nature of things. According as you go on in this manner, all these good things will finally acquire a popularity and a street cry for themselves, but then all the gold on them will also be worn off, and more besides, all the gold in them will have changed into lead. Truly, you understand the reverse art of alchemy, the depreciating of the most valuable things. Try, just for once, another recipe, in order not to realize as hitherto the opposite of what you mean to attain. Deny those good things, withdraw from them the applause of the populace and discourage the spread of them, make them once more the concealed chastities of solitary souls, and say, morality is something forbidden. Perhaps you will thus attract to your cause the sort of men who are only of any AC count, I mean the heroic. But then there must be something formidable in it, and not as hitherto something disgusting. Might one not be inclined to say at present with reference to morality what Master Eckhart says, I pray God to deliver me from God. 293. Our atmosphere. We know it well, in him who only casts a glance now and then at science, as when taking a walk, the strictness in its service, its inexorability in small matters as well as in great, its rapidity in weighing, judging, and condemning, produce something of a feeling of giddiness and fright. It is especially trying to him that the hardest is here demanded, that the best is done without the reward of praise or distinction. It is rather as among soldiers almost nothing but blame and sharp reprimand is heard, for doing well prevails here as the rule, doing ill as the exception. The rule, however, has, here as everywhere, a silent tongue. It is the same with this severity of science as with the manners and politeness of the best society, it frightens the uninitiated. He, however, who is accustomed to it, does not like to live anywhere but in this clear, transparent, powerful, and highly electrified atmosphere, this Manbra atmosphere. Anywhere else it is not pure and airy enough for him. He suspects that there his best art would neither be properly advantageous to anyone else, nor a delight to himself, that through misunderstandings half of his life would slip through his fingers, that much foresight, much concealment and reticence would constantly be necessary, nothing but great and useless losses of power. In this keen and clear element, however, he has his entire power, here he can fly. Why should he again go down into those muddy waters where he has to swim and wade and soil his wings? No. There it is too hard for us to live. We cannot help it that we are born for the atmosphere, the pure atmosphere, we rivals of the ray of light, and that we should like best to ride like it on the atoms of ether, not away from the sun, but towards the sun . That, however, we cannot do, so we want to do the only thing that is in our power, namely, to bring light to the earth. We want to be the light of the earth. And for that purpose we have our wings and our swiftness and our severity. On that account we are manly, and even terrible like the fire. Let those fear us, who do not know how to warm and brighten themselves by our influence. 294. Against the disparagers of nature. They are disagreeable to me, those men in whom every natural inclination forthwith becomes a disease, something disfiguring, or even disgraceful. They have seduced us to the opinion that the inclinations and impulses of men are evil. They are the cause of our great injustice to our own nature, and to all nature. There are enough of men who may yield to their impulses gracefully and carelessly, but they do not do so, for fear of that imaginary evil thing in nature. That is the cause why there is so little nobility to be found among men, the indication of which will always be to have no fear of oneself, to expect nothing disgraceful from oneself, to fly without hesitation whithersoever we are impelled, we free-born birds. Wherever we come, there will always be freedom and sunshine around us. 295. Short-lived habits. I love short-lived habits, and regard them as an invaluable means for getting a knowledge of many things and various conditions, to the very bottom of their sweetness and bitterness. My nature is altogether arranged for short-lived habits, even in the needs of its bodily health, and in general, as far as I can see, from the lowest up to the highest matters. I always think that this will at last satisfy me permanently, and then it nourishes me at noon and at eve, and spreads a profound satisfaction around me and in me, so that I have no longing for anything else, not needing to compare, or despise, or hate. But one day the habit has had its time, the good thing separates from me, not as something which then inspires disgust in me, but peaceably, and as though satisfied with me, as I am with it, as if we had to be mutually thankful, and thus shook hands for farewell. And already the new habit waits at the door, and similarly also my belief, indestructible fool and sage that I am, that this new habit will be the right one, the ultimate right one. So it is with me as regards foods, thoughts, men, cities, poems, music, doctrines, arrangements of the day, and modes of life. On the other hand, I hate permanent habits, and feel as if a tyrant came into my neighborhood, and as if my life's breath condensed, when events take such a form that permanent habits seem necessarily to grow out of them, for example, through an official position, through constant companionship with the same persons, through a settled abode, or through a uniform state of health. Indeed, from the bottom of my soul I am gratefully disposed to all my misery and sickness, and to whatever is imperfect in me, because such things leave me 100 back doors through which I can escape from permanent habits. The most unendurable thing, to be sure, the really terrible thing, would be a life without habits, a life which continually required improvisation. That would be my banishment and my Siberia. 296. A fixed reputation. A fixed reputation was formerly a matter of the very greatest utility, and wherever society continues to be ruled by the herd instinct, it is still most suitable for every individual to give to his character and business the appearance of unalterableness, even when they are not so in reality. One can rely on him, he remains the same. That is the praise which has most significance in all dangerous conditions of society. Society feels with satisfaction that it has a reliable tool ready at all times in the virtue of this one, in the ambition of that one, and in the reflection and passion of a third one. It honors this tool like nature, this self-constancy, this unchangeableness in opinions, efforts, and even in faults, with the highest honors. Such a valuation, which prevails and has prevailed everywhere simultaneously with the morality of custom, educates characters, and brings all changing, relearning, and self-transforming into disrepute. Be the advantage of this mode of thinking ever so great otherwise, it is in any case the mode of judging which is most injurious to knowledge, for precisely the goodwill of the knowing one ever to declare himself unhesitatingly as opposed to his former opinions, and in general to be distrustful of all that wants to be fixed in him, is here condemned and brought into disrepute. The disposition of the thinker, as incompatible with a fixed reputation, is regarded as dishonorable, while the petrifaction of opinions has all the honor to itself. We have at present still to live under the interdict of such rules. How difficult it is to live when one feels that the judgment of many millenniums is around one and against one. It is probable that for many millenniums knowledge was afflicted with a bad conscience, and there must have been much self-contempt and secret misery in the history of the greatest intellects. 297. Ability to contradict. Everyone knows at present that the ability to endure contradiction is a good indication of culture. Some people even know that the higher man courts opposition, and provokes it, so as to get a cue to his hitherto unknown partiality. But the ability to contradict, the attainment of a good conscience in hostility to the accustomed, the traditional, and the hallowed, that is more than both the above-named abilities, and is the really great, new, and astonishing thing in our culture, the step of all steps of the emancipated intellect. Who knows that? 298. A sigh. I caught this notion on the way, and rapidly took the readiest, poor words to hold it fast, so that it might not again fly away. But it has died in these dry words, and hangs and flaps about in them, and now I hardly know, when I look upon it, how I could have had such happiness when I caught this bird. 299. What one should learn from artists. What means have we for making things beautiful, attractive, and desirable, when they are not so? And I suppose they are never so in themselves. We have here something to learn from physicians, when, for example, they dilute what is bitter, or put wine and sugar into their mixing bowl, but we have still more to learn from artists, who in fact, are continually concerned in devising such inventions and artifices. To withdraw from things until one no longer sees much of them, until one has even to see things into them, in order to see them at all, or to view them from the side, and as in a frame, or to place them so that they partly disguise themselves and only permit of perspective views, or to look at them through colored glasses, or in the light of the sunset, or to furnish them with a surface or skin which is not fully transparent. We should learn all this from artists, and moreover be wiser than they. For this fine power of theirs usually ceases with them where art ceases and life begins. We, however, want to be the poets of our lives, and first of all in the smallest and most commonplace matters. 300. Prelude to Science. Do you believe then that the sciences would have arisen and grown up if the sorcerers, alchemists, astrologers, and witches had not been their forerunners, those who, with their promisings and foreshadowings, had first to create a thirst, a hunger, and a taste for hidden and forbidden powers? Yeah, that infinitely more had to be promised than could ever be fulfilled, in order that something might be fulfilled in the domain of knowledge. Perhaps the whole of religion, also, may appear to some distant age as an exercise and a prelude, in like manner as the prelude and preparation of science here exhibit themselves, though not at all practiced and regarded as such. Perhaps religion may have been the peculiar means for enabling individual men to enjoy but once the entire self-satisfaction of a God and all his self-redeeming power. Indeed, one may ask, would man have learned at all to get on the tracks of hunger and thirst for himself, and to extract satiety and fullness out of himself, without that religious schooling and preliminary history? Had Prometheus first to fancy that he had stolen the light, and that he did penance for the theft, in order finally to discover that he had created the light, in that he had longed for the light, and that not only man, but also God, had been the work of his hands and the clay in his hands? All mere creations of the Creator? Just as the illusion, the theft, the Caucasus, the vulture, and the whole tragic Prometheia of all thinkers? 301. Illusion of the contemplative. Higher men are distinguished from lower, by seeing and hearing immensely more, and in a thoughtful manner, and it is precisely this that distinguishes man from the animal, and the higher animal from the lower. The world always becomes fuller for him who grows up to the full stature of humanity. There are always more interesting fishing hooks thrown out to him, the number of his stimuli is continually on the increase, and similarly the varieties of his pleasure and pain. The higher man becomes always at the same time happier and unhappier. An illusion, however, is his constant accompaniment all along. He thinks he is placed as a spectator and auditor before the great pantomime and concert of life. He calls his nature a contemplative nature, and thereby overlooks the fact that he himself is also a real creator, and continuous poet of life, that he no doubt differs greatly from the actor in this drama, the so-called practical man, but differs still more from a mere onlooker or spectator before the stage. There is certainly vis contemplativa, and re-examination of his work peculiar to him as poet, but at the same time, and first and foremost, he has the vis creativa, which the practical man or doer lacks, whatever appearance and current belief may say to the contrary. It is we, who think and feel, that actually and unceasingly make something which did not before exist, the whole eternally increasing world of valuations, colors, weights, perspectives, gradations, affirmations, and negations. This composition of ours is continually learnt, practiced, and translated into flesh and actuality, and even into the commonplace, by the so-called practical men. Whatever has value in the present world, has not it in itself. By its nature, nature is always worthless, but a value was once given to it, bestowed upon it, and it was we who gave and bestowed. We only have created the world which is of any account to man. But it is precisely this knowledge that we lack, and when we get hold of it for a moment we have forgotten it the next. We misunderstand our highest power, we contemplative men, and estimate ourselves at too low a rate. We are neither as proud nor as happy as we might be. 302. The danger of the happiest ones. To have fine senses and a fine taste, to be accustomed to the select and the intellectually best as our proper and readiest fare, to be blessed with a strong, bold, and daring soul, to go through life with a quiet eye and a firm step, ever ready for the worst as for a festival, and full of longing for undiscovered worlds and seas, men, and gods, to listen to all joyous music, as if there perhaps brave men, soldiers, and seafarers, took a brief repose and enjoyment, and in the profoundest pleasure of the moment were overcome with tears and the whole purple melancholy of happiness. Who would not like all this to be his possession, his condition? It was the happiness of Homer, the condition of him who invented the gods for the Greeks, nay, who invented his gods for himself. But let us not conceal the fact that with this happiness of Homer in one's soul, one is more liable to suffering than any other creature under the sun. And only at this price do we purchase the most precious pearl that the waves of existence have hitherto washed ashore. As its possessor, one always becomes more sensitive to pain, and at last too sensitive. A little displeasure and loathing sufficed in the end to make Homer disgusted with life. He was unable to solve a foolish little riddle which some young fishers proposed to him. Yes, the little riddles are the clangors of the happiest ones. 303. Two happy ones. Certainly this man, notwithstanding his youth, understands the improvisation of life, and astonishes even the acutest observers. For it seems that he never makes a mistake, although he constantly plays the most hazardous games. One is reminded of the improvising masters of the musical art, to whom even the listeners would fain ascribe a divine infallibility of the hand, notwithstanding that they now and then make a mistake, as every mortal is liable to do. But they are skilled and inventive, and always ready in a moment to arrange into the structure of the score the most accidental tone, and to animate the accident with a fine meaning and soul. Here is quite a different man. Everything that he intends and plans fails with him in the long run. That on which he has now and again set his heart has already brought him several times to the abyss, and to the very verge of ruin, and if he has as yet got out of the scrape, it certainly has not been merely with a black eye. Do you think he is unhappy over it? He resolved long ago not to regard his own wishes and plans as of so much importance. If this does not succeed with me, he says to himself, perhaps that will succeed, and on the whole I do not know but that I am under more obligation to thank my failures than any of my successes. Am I made to be headstrong, and to wear the bull's horns? That which constitutes the worth and the sum of life for me, lies somewhere else. I know more of life, because I have been so often on the point of losing it, and just on that account I have more of life than any of you. 304. In doing we leave undone. In the main all those moral systems are distasteful to me which say, do not do this. Renounce. Overcome thyself. On the other hand, I am favorable to those moral systems which stimulate me to do something, and to do it again from morning till evening, to dream of it at night, and think of nothing else but to do it well as is possible for me alone. From him who so lives there fall off one after the other the things that do not pertain to such a life, without hatred or antipathy. He sees this take leave of him today, and that tomorrow, like the yellow leaves which every livelier breeze strips from the tree, or he does not see at all that they take leave of him, so firmly is his eye fixed upon his goal, and generally forward, not sideways, backward, or downward. Our doing must determine what we leave undone. In that we do, we leave undone so it pleases me, so runs my platum. But I do not mean to strive with open eyes for my impoverishment. I do not like any of the negative virtues whose very essence is negation and self-renunciation. 305. Self-control. Those moral teachers who first and foremost order man to get himself into his own power, induce thereby a curious infirmity in him, namely, a constant sensitiveness with reference to all natural strivings and inclinations, and as it were, a sort of itching. Whatever may henceforth drive him, draw him, allure or impel him, whether internally or externally, it always seems to this sensitive being as if his self-control were in danger. He is no longer at liberty to trust himself to any instinct, to any free flight, but stands constantly with defensive mien, armed against himself, with sharp distrustful eye, the eternal watcher of his stronghold, to which office he has appointed himself. Yes, he can be great in that position. But how unendurable he has now become to others, how difficult even for himself to bear, how impoverished and cut off from the finest accidents of his soul. Yea, even from all further instruction. For we must be able to lose ourselves at times, if we want to learn something of what we have not in ourselves. 306. Stoic and Epicurean. The Epicurean selects the situations, the persons, and even the events which suit his extremely sensitive, intellectual constitution. He renounces the rest, that is to say, by far the greater part of experience, because it would be too strong and too heavy fare for him. The Stoic, on the contrary, accustoms himself to swallow stones and vermin, glass splinters and scorpions, without feeling any disgust. His stomach is meant to become indifferent in the end to all that the accidents of existence cast into it. He reminds one of the Arabic sect of the Asaya, with which the French became acquainted in Algiers, and like those insensible persons, he also likes well to have an invited public at the exhibition of his insensibility, the very thing the Epicurean willingly dispenses with. He has of course his garden. Stoicism may be quite advisable for men with whom fate improvises, for those who live in violent times and are dependent on abrupt and changeable individuals. He, however, who anticipates that fate will permit him to spin a long thread, does well to make his arrangements in Epicurean fashion. All men devoted to intellectual labor have done it hitherto. For it would be a supreme loss to them to forfeit their fine sensibility, and to acquire the hard, stoical hide with hedgehog prickles in exchange. 307. In favor of criticism. Something now appears to thee as an error which thou formerly lovedst as a truth, or as a probability. Thou pushest it from thee and imaginest that thy reason has there gained a victory. But perhaps that error was then, when thou wast still another person. Thou art always another person, just as necessary to thee as all thy present truths, like a skin, as it were, which concealed and veiled from thce much which thou still mayst not see. Thy new life, and not thy reason, has slain that opinion for thee. Thou dost not require it any longer, and now it breaks down of its own accord, and the irrationality crawls out of it as a worm into the light. When we make use of criticism, it is not something arbitrary and impersonal. It is, at least very often, a proof that there are lively, active forces in us, which cast a skin. We deny, and must deny, because something in us wants to live and affirm itself, something which we perhaps do not as yet know, do not as yet see. So much in favor of criticism. 308. The history of each day. What is it that constitutes the history of each day for thee? Look at thy habits, of which it consists. Are they the product of numberless little acts of cowardice and laziness, or of thy bravery and inventive reason? Although the two cases are so different, it is possible that men might bestow the same praise upon thee, and that thou mightst also be equally useful to them in the one case as in the other. But praise and utility and respectability may suffice for him whose only desire is to have a good conscience, not however for thee, the trier of the reins, who hast a consciousness of the conscience. 309. Out of the seventh solitude. One day the wanderer shut a door behind him, stood still, and wept. Then he said, "Oh, this inclination and impulse towards the true, the real, the non-apparent, the certain. How I detest it! Why does this gloomy and passionate taskmaster follow just me? I should like to rest, but it does not permit me to do so. Are there not a host of things seducing me to tarry? Everywhere there are gardens of Armida for me, and therefore there will ever be fresh separations and fresh bitterness of heart. I must set my foot forward, my weary wounded foot, and because I feel I must do this, I often cast grim glances back at the most beautiful things which could not detain me because they could not detain me." 310. Will and wave. How eagerly this wave comes hither, as if it were a question of its reaching something. How it creeps with frightful haste into the innermost corners of the rocky cliff. It seems that it wants to forestall someone. It seems that something is concealed there that has value, high value. And now it retreats somewhat more slowly, still quite white with excitement. Is it disappointed? Has it found what it sought? Does it merely pretend to be disappointed? But already another wave approaches, still more eager and wild than the first, and its soul also seems to be full of secrets, and of longing for treasure-seeking. Thus live the waves, thus live we who exercise will. I do not say more. But what? Ye distrust me? Ye are angry at me, ye beautiful monsters? Do ye fear that I will quite betray your secret? Well, just be angry with me, raise your green, dangerous bodies as high as ye can, make a wall between me and the sun as at present. Verily, there is now nothing more left of the world save green twilight and green lightning flashes. Do as ye will, ye wanton creatures, roar with delight and wickedness or dive under again, pour your emeralds down into the depths, and cast your endless white tresses of foam and spray over them. It is all the same to me, for all is so well with you, and I am so pleased with you for it all. How could I betray you? For take this to heart. I know you and your secret, I know your race. You and I are indeed of one race. You and I have indeed one secret. 311. Broken lights. We are not always brave, and when we are weary, people of our stamp are liable to lament occasionally in this wise, it is so hard to cause pain to men, oh, that it should be necessary. What good is it to live concealed, when we do not want to keep to ourselves that which causes vexation? Would it not be more advisable to live in the madding crowd, and compensate individuals for sins that are committed, and must be committed, against mankind in general? Foolish with fools, vain with the vain, enthusiastic with enthusiasts? Would that not be reasonable when there is such an inordinate amount of divergence in the main? When I hear of the molly good nighty of others against me, is not my first feeling that of satisfaction? It is well that it should be so. I seem to myself to say to them, I am so little in harmony with you, and have so much truth on my side, see henceforth that ye be merry at my expense as often as ye can. Here are my defects and mistakes, here are my illusions, my bad taste, my confusion, my tears, my vanity, my owlish concealment, my contradictions. Here you have something to laugh at. Laugh then, and enjoy yourselves. I am not averse to the law and nature of things, which is that defects and errors should give pleasure. To be sure, there were once more glorious times, when as soon as any one got an idea, however moderately new it might be, he would think himself so indispensable as to go out into the street with it, and call to everybody, Behold! The kingdom of heaven is at hand. I should not miss myself, if I were wanting. We are none of us indispensable. As we have said, however, we do not think thus when we are brave, we do not think about it at all. 312. My dog. I have given a name to my pain, and call it a dog. It is just as faithful, just as importunate and shameless, just as entertaining, just as wise, as any other dog, and I can domineer over it, and vent my bad humor on it, as others do with their dogs, servants, and wives. 313. No picture of a martyr. I will take my cue from Raphael, and not paint any more martyr pictures. There are enough of sublime things without its being necessary to seek sublimity where it is linked with cruelty. Moreover, my ambition would not be gratified in the least if I aspired to be a sublime executioner. 314. New domestic animals. I want to have my lion and my eagle about me, that I may always have hints and premonitions concerning the amount of my strength or weakness. Must I look down on them today, and be afraid of them? And will the hour come once more when they will look up to me, and tremble? 315. The last hour, storms are my danger. Shall I have my storm in which I perish, as Oliver Cromwell perished in his storm? Or shall I go out as a light does, not first blown out by the wind, but grown tired and weary of its a burnt-out light? Or finally, shall I blow myself out, so as not to burn out? 316. Prophetic men. Ye cannot divine how sorely prophetic men suffer, ye think only that a fine gift has been given to them, and would fain have it yourselves, but I will express my meaning by a simile. How much may not the animals suffer from the electricity of the atmosphere and the clouds? Some of them, as we see, have a prophetic faculty with regard to the weather, for example, apes. But it never occurs to us that it is their sufferings that are their prophets. When strong positive electricity, under the influence of an approaching cloud not at all visible, is suddenly converted into negative electricity, and an alteration of the weather is imminent, these animals then behave as if an enemy were approaching them, and prepare for defense, or flight. They generally hide themselves. They do not think of the bad weather as weather, but as an enemy whose hand they already. 317. Retrospect. We seldom become conscious of the real pathos of any period of life as such, as long as we continue in it, but always think it is the only possible and reasonable thing for us henceforth, and that it is altogether ethos and not pathos to speak and distinguish like the Greeks. A few notes of music today recalled a winter and a house, and a life of utter solitude to my mind, and at the same time the sentiments in which I then lived. I thought I should be able to live in such a state always. But now I understand that it was entirely pathos and passion, something comparable to this painfully bold and truly comforting music. It is not one's lot to have these sensations for years, still less for eternities, otherwise one would become too ethereal for this planet. The distinction between ethos and pathos in Aristotle is, broadly, that between internal character and external circumstance. PVC 318. Wisdom in pain. In pain there is as much wisdom as in pleasure, like the latter it is one of the best self-preservatives of a species. Were it not so, pain would long ago have been done away with. That it is hurtful is no argument against it, for to be hurtful is its very essence. In pain I hear the commanding call of the ship's captain, "Take in sail." Man, the bold seafarer, must have learned to set his sails in 1,000 different ways, otherwise he could not have sailed long, for the ocean would soon have swallowed him up. We must also know how to live with reduced energy. As soon as pain gives its precautionary signal, it is time to reduce the speed. Some great danger, some storm, is approaching, and we do well to catch as little wind as possible. It is true that there are men who, on the approach of severe pain, hear the very opposite call of command, and never appear more proud, more martial, or more happy than when the storm is brewing. Indeed, pain itself provides them with their supreme moments. These are the heroic men, the great pain bringers of mankind, those few and rare ones who need just the same apology as pain generally, and verily, it should not be denied them. They are forces of the greatest importance for preserving and advancing the species, be it only because they are opposed to smug ease, and do not conceal their disgust at this kind of happiness. 319. As interpreters of our experiences. One form of honesty has always been lacking among founders of religions and their kin. They have never made their experiences a matter of the intellectual conscience. What did I really experience? What then took place in me and around me? Was my understanding clear enough? Was my will directly opposed to all deception of the senses, and courageous in its defense against fantastic notions? None of them ever asked these questions, nor to this day do any of the good religious people ask them. They have rather a thirst for things which are contrary to reason, and they don't want to have too much difficulty in satisfying this thirst, so they experience miracles and regenerations, and hear the voices of angels. But we who are different, who are thirsty for reason, want to look as carefully into our experiences as in the case of a scientific experiment, hour by hour, day by day. We ourselves want to be our own experiments, and our own subjects of experiment. 320. On meeting again. A. Do I quite understand you? You are in search of something? Where, in the midst of the present, actual world, is your niche and star? Where can you lay yourself in the sun, so that you also may have a surplus of well-being, that your existence may justify itself? Let everyone do that for himself, you seem to say, and let him put talk about generalities, concern for others and society, out of his mind. B. I want more. I am no seeker. I want to create my own sun for myself. 321. A new precaution. Let us no longer think so much about punishing, blaming, and improving. We shall seldom be able to alter an individual, and if we should succeed in doing so, something else may also succeed, perhaps unawares, we may have been altered by him. Let us rather see to it that our own influence on all that is to come outweighs and overweighs his influence. Let us not struggle in direct conflict. All blaming, punishing, and desire to improve comes under this category. But let us elevate ourselves all the higher. Let us ever give to our pattern more shining colors. Let us obscure the other by our light. No. We do not mean to become darker ourselves on his account, like those who punish and are discontented. Let us rather go aside. Let us look away. 322. A simile. Those thinkers in whom all the stars move in cyclic orbits, are not the most profound. He who looks into himself, as into an immense universe, and carries Milky Ways in himself, knows also how irregular all Milky Ways are, they lead into the very chaos and labyrinth of existence. 323. Happiness in destiny. Destiny confers its greatest distinction upon us when it has made us fight for a time on the side of our adversaries. We are thereby predestined to a great victory. 324. In media vita. No. Life has not deceived me. On the contrary, from year to year I find it richer, more desirable, and more mysterious from the day on which the great liberator broke my fetters, the thought that life may be an experiment of the thinker and not a duty, not a fatality, not a deceit. And knowledge itself may be for others something different, for example, a bed of ease, or the path to a bed of ease, or an entertainment, or a course of idling. For me it is a world of dangers and victories, in which even the heroic sentiments have their arena and dancing floor. Life as a means to knowledge. With this principle in one's heart, one can not only be brave, but can even live joyfully and laugh joyfully. And who could know how to laugh well and live well, who did not first understand the full significance of war and victory? 325. What belongs to greatness? Who can attain to anything great if he does not feel in himself the force and will to inflict great pain? The ability to suffer is a small matter. In that line, weak women and even slaves often attain masterliness. But not to perish from internal distress and doubt when one inflicts great suffering and hears the cry of it that is great, that belongs to greatness. 326. Physicians of the soul and pain. All preachers of morality, as also all theologians, have a bad habit in common. All of them try to persuade man that he is very ill, and that a severe, final, radical cure is necessary. And because mankind as a whole has for centuries listened too eagerly to those teachers, something of the superstition that the human race is in a very bad way has actually come over men, so that they are now far too ready to sigh. They find nothing more in life and make melancholy faces at each other, as if life were indeed very hard to endure. In truth, they are inordinately assured of their life and in love with it, and full of untold intrigues and subtleties for suppressing everything disagreeable, and for extracting the thorn from pain and misfortune. It seems to me that people always speak with exaggeration about pain and misfortune, as if it were a matter of good behavior to exaggerate here. On the other hand, people are intentionally silent in regard to the number of expedients for alleviating pain, as for instance, the deadening of it, feverish flurry of thought, a peaceful position, or good and bad reminiscences, intentions, and hopes, also many kinds of pride and fellow feeling, which have almost the effect of anesthetics, while in the greatest degree of pain fainting takes place of itself. We understand very well how to pour sweetness on our bitterness, especially on the bitterness of our soul. We find a remedy in our bravery and sublimity, as well as in the nobler delirium of submission and resignation. A loss scarcely remains a loss for an hour. In some way or other a gift from heaven has always fallen into our lap at the same moment, a new form of strength, for example, be it but a new opportunity for the exercise of strength. What have the preachers of morality not dreamt concerning the inner misery of evil men? What lies have they not told us about the misfortunes of impassioned men? Yes, lying is here the right word. They were only too well aware of the overflowing happiness of this kind of man, but they kept silent as death about it, because it was a refutation of their theory, according to which happiness only originates through the annihilation of the passions and the silencing of the will. And finally, as regards the recipe of all those physicians of the soul and their recommendation of a severe radical cure, we may be allowed to ask, is our life really painful and burdensome enough for us to exchange it with advantage for a stoical mode of living, and stoical petrification? We do not feel sufficiently miserable to have to feel ill in the stoical fashion. 327. Taking things seriously. The intellect is with most people an awkward, obscure, and creaking machine, which is difficult to set in motion. They call it taking a thing seriously when they work with this machine and want to think well. Oh, how burdensome must good thinking be to them. That delightful animal, man, seems to lose his good humor whenever he thinks well, he becomes serious. And where there is laughing and gaiety, thinking cannot be worth anything, so speaks the prejudice of this serious animal against all joyful wisdom. Well, then, let us show that it is prejudice. 328. Doing harm to stupidity. It is certain that the belief in the reprehensibility of egoism, preached with such stubbornness and conviction, has on the whole done harm to egoism in favor of the herd instinct, as I shall repeat 100 times, a lie by depriving it of a good conscience, and by bidding us seek in it the source of all misfortune. Thy selfishness is the bane of thy life, so rang the preaching for millenniums. It did harm, as we have said, to selfishness, and deprived it of much spirit, much cheerfulness, much ingenuity, and much beauty. It stultified and deformed and poisoned selfishness. Philosophical antiquity, on the other hand, taught that there was another principal source of evil. From Socrates downwards, the thinkers were never weary of preaching that your thoughtlessness and stupidity, your unthinking way of living according to rule, and your subjection to the opinion of your neighbor, are the reasons why you so seldom attain to happiness. We thinkers are, as thinkers, the happiest of mortals. Let us not decide here whether this preaching against stupidity was more sound than the preaching against selfishness. It is certain, however, that stupidity was thereby deprived of its good conscience. Those philosophers did harm to stupidity. 329. Leisure and idleness. There is an Indian savagery, a savagery peculiar to the Indian blood, in the manner in which the Americans strive after gold, and the breathless hurry of their work, the characteristic vice of the New World. One ready begins to infect old Europe, and makes it savage also, spreading over it a strange lack of intellectuality. One is now ashamed of repose, even long reflection almost causes remorse of conscience. Thinking is done with a stopwatch, as dining is done with the eyes fixed on the financial newspaper. We live like men who are continually afraid of letting opportunity slip. Better do anything whatever, than nothing. This principle also is a noose with which all culture and all higher taste may be strangled. And just as all form obviously disappears in this hurry of workers, so the sense for form itself, the ear and the eye for the melody of movement, also disappear. The proof of this is the clumsy perspicuity which is now everywhere demanded in all positions where a person would like to be sincere with his fellows, in intercourse with friends, women, relatives, children, teachers, pupils, leaders, and princes. One has no longer either time or energy for ceremonies, for roundabout courtesies, for any esprit in conversation, or for any odium whatever. For life in the hunt for gain continually compels a person to consume his intellect, even to exhaustion, in constant dissimulation, overreaching, or forestalling. The real virtue nowadays is to do something in a shorter time than another person. And so there are only rare hours of sincere intercourse permitted. In them, however, people are tired, and would not only like to let themselves go, but to stretch their legs out wide in awkward style. The way people write their letters nowadays is quite in keeping with the age. Their style and spirit will always be the true sign of the times. If there be still enjoyment in society and in art, it is enjoyment such as overworked slaves provide for themselves. Oh, this moderation in joy of our cultured and uncultured classes! Oh, this increasing suspiciousness of all enjoyment! Work is winning over more and more the good conscience to its side, the desire for enjoyment already calls itself need of recreation, and even begins to be ashamed of itself. One owes it to one's health, people say, when they are caught at a picnic. Indeed, it might soon go so far that one could not yield to the desire for the vita contemplative without self-contempt and a bad conscience. Well, formerly it was the very reverse, it was action that suffered from a bad conscience. A man of good family concealed his work when need compelled him to labor. The slave labored under the weight of the feeling that he did something contemptible, the doing itself was something contemptible. Only in odium and bellum is there nobility and honor, so rang the voice of ancient prejudice. 330. Applause. The thinker does not need applause or the clapping of hands, provided he be sure of the clapping of his own hands, the latter, however, he cannot do without. Are there men who could also do without this, and in general without any kind of applause? I doubt it, and even as regards the wisest, Tacitus, who is no calumniator of the wise, says, Quando entiam sapientibus gloria cupido novissima exuiter, that means with him, never. 331. Better deaf than deaf end. Formerly a person wanted to have his calling, but that no longer suffices today, for the market has become too large, there has now to be bawling. The consequence is that even good throats outcry each other, and the best wares are offered for sale with hoarse voices. Without marketplace bawling and hoarseness there is now no longer any genius. It is, sure enough, an evil age for the thinker. He has to learn to find his stillness betwixt two noises, and has to pretend to be deaf until he finally becomes so. As long as he has not learned this, he is in danger of perishing from impatience and headaches. 332. The evil hour. There has perhaps been an evil hour for every philosopher, in which he thought, what do I matter, if people should not believe my poor arguments? And then some malicious bird has flown past him and twittered, what do you matter I, what do you matter p. 333. What does knowing mean? Non ridere, non lugere, nec dextere, sed intelligere. Says Spinoza, so simply and sublimely, as is his wont. Nevertheless, what else is this intelligere ultimately, but just the form in which the three other things become perceptible to us all at once? A result of the diverging and opposite impulses of desiring to deride, lament and execrate? Before knowledge is possible, each of these impulses must first have brought forward its one-sided view of the object or event. The struggle of these one-sided views occurs afterwards, and out of it there occasionally arises a compromise, a pacification, a recognition of rights on all three sides, a sort of justice and agreement, for in virtue of the justice and agreement all those impulses can maintain themselves in existence and retain their mutual rights. We, to whose consciousness only the closing reconciliation scenes and final settling of accounts of these long processes manifest themselves, think on that account that intelligere is something conciliating, just and good, something essentially antithetical to the impulses, whereas it is only a certain relation of the impulses to one another. For a very long time conscious thinking was regarded as the only thinking. It is now only that the truth dawns upon us that the greater part of our intellectual activity goes on unconsciously and unfelt by us. I believe, however, that the impulses which are here in mutual conflict understand rightly how to make themselves felt by one another, and how to cause pain. The violent sudden exhaustion which overtakes all thinkers may have its origin here. Perhaps in our struggling interior there is much concealed heroism, but certainly nothing divine, or eternally reposing in itself, as Spinoza supposed. Conscious thinking, and especially that of the philosopher, is the weakest and on that account also the relatively mildest and quietest mode of thinking, and thus it is precisely the philosopher who is most easily misled concerning the nature of knowledge. 334. One must learn to love. This is our experience in music. We must first learn in general to hear fully, and to distinguish a theme or a melody. We have to isolate and limit it as a life by itself, then we need to exercise effort and goodwill in order to endure it. In spite of its strangeness, we need patience towards its aspect and expression, and indulgence towards what is odd in it. In the end, there comes a moment when we are accustomed to it, when we expect it, when it dawns upon us that we should miss it if it were lacking, and then it goes on to exercise its spell and charm more and more, and does not cease until we have become its humble and enraptured lovers, who want it again, and ask for nothing better from the world. It is thus with us, however, not only in music. It is precisely thus that we have learned to love everything that we love. We are always illy recompensed for our goodwill, our patience, reasonableness and gentleness towards what is unfamiliar, by the unfamiliar slowly throwing off its veil and presenting itself to us as a new, ineffable beauty. That is its thanks for our hospitality. He also who loves himself must have learned it in this way. There is no other way. Love also has to be learned. 335. Cheers for physics. How many men are there who know how to observe? And among the few who do know, how many observe themselves? Everyone is furthest from himself. All the triers of the reins know that to their discomfort, and the saying, "Know thyself," in the mouth of a god and spoken to man, is almost a mockery. But that the case of self-observation is so desperate, is attested best of all by the manner in which almost everybody talks of the nature of a moral action, that prompt, willing, convinced, loquacious manner, with its look, its smile, and its pleasing eagerness. Everyone seems inclined to say to you, "Why, my dear sir, that is precisely my affair." You address yourself with your question to him who is authorized to answer, for I happen to be wiser with regard to this matter than in anything else. Therefore, when a man decides that this is right, when he accordingly concludes that it must therefore be done, and thereupon does what he has thus recognized as right and designated as necessary, then the nature of his action is moral. But, my friend, you are talking to me about 3 actions instead of 1. Your deciding, for instance, that this is right, is also an action. Could one not judge either morally or immorally? Why do you regard this, and just this, as right? Because my conscience tells me so. Conscience never speaks immorally, indeed it determines in the first place what shall be moral. But why do you listen to the voice of your conscience? And in how far are you justified in regarding such a judgment as true and infallible? This belief, is there no further conscience for it? Do you know nothing of an intellectual conscience? A conscience behind your conscience? Your decision, "This is right," has a previous history in your impulses, your likes and dislikes, your experiences and non-experiences. How has it originated? You must ask, and afterwards the further question, what really impels me to give ear to it? You can listen to its command like a brave soldier who hears the command of his officer. Or like a woman who loves him who commands. Or like a flatterer and coward, afraid of the commander. Or like a blockhead who follows because he has nothing to say to the contrary. In short, you can give ear to your conscience in 100 different ways. But that you hear this or that judgment as the voice of conscience, consequently, that you feel a thing to be right, may have its cause in the fact that you have never thought about your nature, and have blindly accepted from your childhood what has been designated to you as right, or in the fact that hitherto bread and honors have fallen to your share with that which you call your duty. It is right to you, because it seems to be your condition of existence. The persistency of your moral judgment might still be just a proof of personal wretchedness or impersonality. Your moral force might have its source in your obstinacy or in your incapacity to perceive new ideals. And to be brief, if you had thought more acutely, observed more accurately, and had learned more, you would no longer under all circumstances call this and that your duty and your conscience. The knowledge how moral judgments have in general always originated would make you tired of these pathetic words, as you have already grown tired of other pathetic words, for instance sin, salvation, and redemption. And now, my friend, do not talk to me about the categorical imperative. That word tickles my ear, and I must laugh in spite of your presence and your seriousness. In this connection I recollect old Kant, who, as a punishment for having gained possession surreptitiously of the thing in itself, also a very ludicrous affair, was imposed upon by the categorical imperative, and with that in his heart strayed back again to God, the soul, freedom, and immortality, like a fox which strays back into its cage, and it had been his strength and shrewdness which had broken open this cage. What? You admire the categorical imperative in you? This persistency of your so-called moral judgment? This absoluteness of the feeling that as I think on this matter, so must everyone think? Admire rather your selfishness therein, and the blindness, paltriness, and modesty of your selfishness. For it is selfishness in a person to regard his judgment as universal law, and a blind, paltry, and modest selfishness besides, because it betrays that you have not yet discovered yourself, that you have not yet created for yourself any personal, quite personal ideal, for this could never be the ideal of another, to say nothing of all, of every one. He who still thinks that each would have to act in this manner in this case, has not yet advanced half a dozen paces in self-knowledge, otherwise he would know that there neither are, nor can be, similar actions, that every action that has been done in an entirely unique and inimitable manner, and that it will be the same with regard to all future actions, that all precepts of conduct, apply only to the coarse exterior, that by means of them, indeed, a semblance of equality can be attained, but only a semblance, that in outlook and retrospect, every action is, and remains, an impenetrable affair, that our opinions of the good, noble and great can never be proved by our actions, because no action is cognoscible, that our opinions, estimates, and tables of values are certainly among the most powerful levers in the mechanism of our actions, that in every single case, nevertheless, the law of their mechanism is untraceable. Let us confine ourselves, therefore, to the purification of our opinions and appreciations, and to the construction of new tables of value of our own. We will, however, brood no longer over the moral worth of our actions. Yes, my friends. As regards the whole moral twaddle of people about one another, it is time to be disgusted with it. To sit in judgment morally ought to be opposed to our taste. Let us leave this nonsense and this bad taste to those who have nothing else to do, save to drag the past a little distance further through time, and who are never themselves the present, consequently to the many, to the majority. We, however, would seek to become what we are, the new, the unique, the incomparable, making laws for ourselves and creating ourselves. And for this purpose we must become the best students and discoverers of all the laws and necessities in the world. We must be physicists in order to be creators in that sense, whereas hitherto all appreciations and ideals have been based on ignorance of physics, or in contradiction thereto. And therefore, 3 cheers for physics. And still louder cheers for that which impels us thereto, our honesty. 336. Avarice of nature. Why has nature been so niggardly towards humanity that she has not let human beings shine, this man more and that man less, according to their inner abundance of light? Why have not great men such a fine visibility in their rising and setting as the sun? How much less equivocal would life among men then be? 337. Future humanity. When I look at this age with the eye of a distant future, I find nothing so remarkable in the man of the present day as his peculiar virtue and sickness called the historical sense. It is a tendency to something quite new and foreign in history. If this embryo were given several centuries and more, there might finally evolve out of it a marvelous plant, with a smell equally marvelous, on account of which our old earth might be more pleasant to live in than it has been hitherto. We moderns are just beginning to form the chain of a very powerful, future sentiment. Link by link, we hardly know what we are doing. It almost seems to us as if it were not the question of a new sentiment, but of the decline of all old sentiments. The historical sense is still something so poor and cold, and many are attacked by it as by a frost, and are made poorer and colder by it. To others it appears as the indication of stealthily approaching age, and our planet is regarded by them as a melancholy invalid, who, in order to forget his present condition, writes the history of his youth. In fact, this is one aspect of the new sentiment: he who knows how to regard the history of man in its entirety as his own history, feels in the immense generalization all the grief of the invalid who thinks of health, of the old man who thinks of the dream of his youth, of the lover who is robbed of his beloved, of the martyr whose ideal is destroyed, of the hero on the evening of the indecisive battle which has brought him wounds and the loss of a friend. But to bear this immense sum of grief of all kinds, to be able to bear it, and yet still be the hero who at the commencement of a second day of battle greets the dawn and his happiness, as one who has an horizon of centuries before and behind him, as the heir of all nobility, of all past intellect, and the obligatory heir of all the old nobles, while at the same time the first of a new nobility, the equal of which has never been seen nor even dreamt of, to take all this upon his soul, the oldest, the newest, the losses, hopes, conquests, and victories of mankind, to have all this at last in one soul, and to comprise it in one feeling, this would necessarily furnish a happiness which man has not hitherto known, a God's happiness, full of power and love, full of tears and laughter, a happiness which, like the sun in the evening, continually gives of its inexhaustible riches and empties into the sea, and like the sun, too, feels itself richest when even the poorest fisherman rows with golden oars. This divine feeling might then be called humanity. 338. The will to suffering and the compassionate. Is it to your advantage to be above all compassionate? And is it to the advantage of the sufferers when you are so? But let us leave the first question for a moment without an answer. That from which we suffer most profoundly and personally is almost incomprehensible and inaccessible to everyone else. In this matter we are hidden from our neighbor even when he eats at the same table with us. Everywhere, however, where we are noticed as sufferers, our suffering is interpreted in a shallow way. It belongs to the nature of the emotion of pity to divest unfamiliar suffering of its properly personal character. Our benefactors lower our value and volition more than our enemies. In most benefits which are conferred on the unfortunate there is something shocking in the intellectual levity with which the compassionate person plays the role of fate. He knows nothing of all the inner consequences and complications which are called misfortune for me or for you. The entire economy of my soul and its adjustment by misfortune, the uprising of new sources and needs, the closing up of old wounds, the repudiation of whole periods of the past, none of these things which may be connected with misfortune preoccupy the dear sympathizer. He wishes to succor, and does not reflect that there is a personal necessity for misfortune, that terror, want, impoverishment, midnight watches, adventures, hazards and mistakes are as necessary to me and to you as their opposites, yea, that, to speak mystically, the path to one's own heaven always leads through the voluptuousness of one's own hell. No, he knows nothing thereof. The religion of compassion bids him help, and he thinks he has helped best when he has helped most speedily. If you adherents of this religion actually have the same sentiments towards yourselves which you have towards your fellows, if you are unwilling to endure your own suffering even for an hour, and continually forestall all possible misfortune, if you regard suffering and pain generally as evil, as detestable, as deserving of annihilation, and as blots on existence, well, you have then, besides your religion of compassion, yet another religion in your heart, the religion of smug ease. Ah, how little you know of the happiness of man, you comfortable and good-natured ones. For happiness and misfortune are brother and sister, and twins, who grow tall together, or, as with you, remain small together. But now let us return to the first question. How is it at all possible for a person to keep to his path? Some cry or other is continually calling one aside. Our eye then rarely lights on anything without it becoming necessary for us to leave for a moment our own affairs and rush to give assistance. I know there are hundreds of respectable and laudable methods of making me stray from my course, and in truth the most moral of methods. Indeed, the opinion of the present-day preachers of the morality of compassion goes so far as to imply that just this, and this alone is moral, to stray from our course to that extent and to run to the assistance of our neighbor. I am equally certain that I need only give myself over to the sight of one case of actual distress, and I, too, am lost. And if a suffering friend said to me, "See, I shall soon die, only promise to die with me," I might promise it, just as to select for once bad examples for good reasons the sight of a small, mountain people struggling for freedom, would bring me to the point of offering them my hand and my life. Indeed, there is even a secret seduction in all this awakening of compassion, and calling for help. Our own way is a thing too hard and insistent, and too far removed from the love and gratitude of others. We escape from it and from our most personal conscience, not at all unwillingly, and, seeking security in the conscience of others, we take refuge in the lovely temple of the religion of pity. As soon now as any war breaks out, there always breaks out at the same time a certain secret delight precisely in the noblest class of the people. They rush with rapture to meet the new danger of death, because they believe that in the sacrifice for their country they have finally that long sought for permission, the permission to shirk their aim. War is for them a detour to suicide, a detour, however, with a good conscience. And although silent here about some things, I will not, however, be silent about my morality, which says to me, live in concealment in order that thou mayest live to thyself. Live ignorant of that which seems to thy age to be most important. Put at least the skin of 3 centuries betwixt thyself and the present day. And the clamour of the present day, the noise of wars and revolutions, ought to be a murmur to thee. Thou wilt also want to help, but only those whose distress thou entirely understandest, because they have one sorrow and one hope in common with thee, thy friends, and only in the way that thou helpest thyself. I want to make them more courageous, more enduring, more simple, more joyful. I want to teach them that which at present so few understand, and the preachers of fellowship in sorrow least of all, namely, fellowship in joy. 339. Vita Finiana. To see the ultimate beauties in a work, all knowledge and goodwill is not enough, it requires the rarest, good chance for the veil of clouds to move for once from the summits, and for the sun to shine on them. We must not only stand at precisely the right place to see this, our very soul itself must have pulled away the veil from its heights, and must be in need of an external expression and simile, so as to have a hold and remain master of itself. All these, however, are so rarely united at the same time that I am inclined to believe that the highest summit of all that is good, be it work, deed, man, or nature, has hitherto remained for most people, and even for the best, as something concealed and shrouded, that, however, which unveils itself to us but once. The Greeks indeed prayed, twice and thrice, everything beautiful. Ah, they had their good reason to call on the gods, for ungodly actuality does not furnish us with the beautiful at all, or only does so once. I mean to say that the world is overfull of beautiful things, but it is nevertheless poor, very poor, in beautiful moments, and in the unveiling of those beautiful things. But perhaps this is the greatest charm of life, it puts a gold-embroidered veil of lovely potentialities over itself, promising, resisting, modest, mocking, sympathetic, seductive. Yes, life is a woman. 340. The dying Socrates. I admire the courage and wisdom of Socrates in all that he did, said, and did not say. This mocking and amorous demon and rat-catcher of Athens, who made the most insolent youths tremble and sob, was not only the wisest babbler that has ever lived, but was just as great in his silence. I would that he had also been silent in the last moment of his life, perhaps he might then have belonged to a still higher order of intellects. Whether it was death, or the poison, or piety, or wickedness, something or other loosened his tongue at that moment, and he said, O Crito, I owe a cock to Asclepius. For him who has ears, this ludicrous and terrible last word implies, O Crito, life is a long sickness. Is it possible? A man like him, who had lived cheerfully and to all appearance as a soldier, was a pessimist. He had merely put on a good demeanor towards life, and had all along concealed his ultimate judgment, his profoundest sentiment. Socrates, Socrates had suffered from life. And he also took his revenge for it with that veiled, fearful, pious, and blasphemous phrase. Had even a Socrates to revenge himself? Was there a grain too little of magnanimity in his superabundant virtue? Ah, my friends! We must surpass even the Greeks. 341. The heaviest burden. What if a demon crept after thee into thy loneliest loneliness some day or night, and said to thee, this life, as thou livest it at present, and hast lived it, thou must live it once more, and also innumerable times, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy and every thought and every sigh, and all the unspeakably small and great in thy life must come to thee again, and all in the same series and sequence, and similarly this spider and this moonlight among the trees. And similarly this moment, and I myself. The eternal sand glass of existence will ever be turned once more, and thou with it, thou speck of dust. Wouldst thou not throw thyself down and gnash thy teeth, and curse the demon that so spake? Or hast thou once experienced a tremendous moment in which thou wouldst answer him, thou art a god, and never did I hear anything so divine? If that thought acquired power over thee as thou art, it would transform thee, and perhaps crush thee. The question with regard to all and everything, dost thou want this once more, and also for innumerable times? Would lie as the heaviest burden upon thy activity. Or, how wouldst thou have to become favorably inclined to thyself and to life, so as to long for nothing more ardently than for this last eternal sanctioning and sealing? 342. Incipit Tragcedia. When Zarathustra was 30 years old, he left his home and the lake of Urmi, and went into the mountains. There he enjoyed his spirit and his solitude, and for 10 years did not weary of it. But at last his heart changed, and rising one morning with the rosy dawn, he went before the sun and spake thus to it, Thou great star! What would be thy happiness if thou hadst not those for whom thou shinest? For 10 years hast thou climbed hither unto my cave, thou wouldst have wearied of thy light and of the journey, had it not been for me, mine eagle, and my serpent. But we awaited thee every morning, took from thee thine overflow, and blessed thee for it. Lo! I am weary of my wisdom, like the bee that hath gathered too much honey, I need hands outstretched to take it. I would fain bestow and distribute, until the wise have once more become joyous in their folly, and the poor happy in their riches. Therefore must I descend into the deep, as thou doest in the evening, when thou goest behind the sea and givest light also to the nether world, thou most rich star. Like thee must I go down, as men say, to whom I shall descend. Bless me then, thou tranquil eye, that canst behold even the greatest happiness without envy. Bless the cup that is about to overflow, that the water may flow golden out of it, and carry everywhere the reflection of thy bliss. Lo! This cup is again going to empty itself, and Zarathustra is again going to be a man. Thus began Zarathustra's downgoing. Book 5th. We fearless ones. Carcass, 2 trembles. 2 tremble rice bien davantage, si2 savise, oil ete many. Turin. 18.73. 343. What our cheerfulness signifies. The most important of more recent events that God is dead, that the belief in the Christian God has become unworthy of belief already begins to cast its first shadows over Europe. To the few at least whose eye, whose suspecting glance, is strong enough and subtle enough for this drama, some sun seems to have set, some old, profound confidence seems to have changed into doubt, our old world must seem to them daily more darksome, distrustful, strange, and old. In the main, however, one may say that the event itself is far too great, too remote, too much beyond most people's power of apprehension, for one to suppose that so much as the report of it could have reached them, not to speak of many who already knew what had taken place, and what must all collapse now that this belief had been undermined, because so much was built upon it, so much rested on it, and had become one with it, for example, our entire European morality. This lengthy, vast, and uninterrupted process of crumbling, destruction, ruin and overthrow which is now imminent, who has realized it sufficiently today to have to stand up as the teacher and herald of such a tremendous logic of terror, as the prophet of a period of gloom and eclipse, the like of which has probably never taken place on earth before? Even we, the born riddle readers, who wait as it were on the mountains posted twixt today and tomorrow, and engirt by their contradiction, we, the firstlings and premature children of the coming century, into whose sight especially the shadows which must forthwith envelop Europe should already have come, how is it that even we, without genuine sympathy for this period of gloom, contemplate its advent without any personal solicitude or fear? Are we still, perhaps, too much under the immediate effects of the event, and are these effects, especially as regards ourselves, perhaps the reverse of what was to be expected, not at all sad and depressing, but rather like a new and indescribable variety of light, happiness, relief, enlivenment, encouragement, and dawning day? In fact, we philosophers and free spirits feel ourselves irradiated as by a new dawn by the report that the old God is dead. Our hearts overflow with gratitude, astonishment, presentiment, and expectation. At last the horizon seems open once more, granting even that it is not bright. Our ships can at last put out to sea in face of every danger, every hazard is again permitted to the discerner, the sea, our sea, again lies open before us, perhaps never before did such an open sea exist. 344. To what extent even we are still pious? It is said with good reason that convictions have no civic rights in the domain of science. It is only when a conviction voluntarily condescends to the modesty of an hypothesis, a preliminary standpoint for experiment, or a regulative fiction, that its access to the realm of knowledge, and a certain value therein, can be conceded, always, however, with the restriction that it must remain under police supervision, under the police of our distrust. Regarded more accurately, however, does not this imply that only when a conviction ceases to be a conviction can it obtain admission into science? Does not the discipline of the scientific spirit just commence when one no longer harbors any conviction? It is probably so, only, it remains to be asked whether, in order that this discipline may commence, it is not necessary that there should already be a conviction, and in fact one so imperative and absolute, that it makes a sacrifice of all other convictions. One sees that science also rests on a belief. There is no science at all without premises. The question whether truth is necessary, must not merely be affirmed beforehand, but must be affirmed to such an extent that the principle, belief, or conviction finds expression, that there is nothing more necessary than truth, and in comparison with it everything else has only secondary value. This absolute will to truth, what is it? Is it the will not to alloy ourselves to be deceived? Is it the will not to deceive? For the will to truth could also be interpreted in this fashion, provided one included under the generalization, I will not deceive, the special case, I will not deceive myself. But why not deceive? Why not allow oneself to be deceived? Let it be noted that the reasons for the former eventuality belong to a category quite different from those for the latter. One does not want to be deceived oneself, under the supposition that it is injurious, dangerous, or fatal to be deceived. In this sense science would be a prolonged process of caution, foresight, and utility, against which, however, one might reasonably make objections. What? Is not wishing to be deceived really less injurious, less dangerous, less fatal? What do you know of the character of existence in all its phases to be able to decide whether the greater advantage is on the side of absolute distrust, or of absolute trustfulness? In case, however, of both being necessary, much trusting and much distrusting, whence then should science derive the absolute belief, the conviction on which it rests, that truth is more important than anything else, even than every other conviction? This conviction could not have arisen if truth and untruth had both continually proved themselves to be useful, as is the case. Thus the belief in science, which now undeniably exists, cannot have had its origin in such a utilitarian calculation, but rather in spite of the fact of the inutility and dangerousness of the will to truth, of truth at all costs, being continually demonstrated. At all costs, alas, we understand that sufficiently well, after having sacrificed and slaughtered one belief after another at this altar. Consequently, will to truth does not imply, I will not allow I myself to be deceived, but there is no other alternative. I will not deceive, not even myself, and thus we have reached the realm of morality. For let one just ask oneself fairly, why wilt thou not deceive, especially if it should seem, and it does seem, as if life were laid out with a view to appearance, I mean, with a view to error, deceit, dissimulation, delusion, self-delusion, and when on the other hand it is a matter of fact that the great type of life has always manifested itself on the side of the most unscrupulous pi omicron lambda upsilon tau rho omicron pi omicron iota. Such an intention might perhaps, to express it mildly, be a piece of quixotism, a enthusiastic craziness. It might also, however, be something worse, namely, a destructive principle, hostile to life. Will to truth, that might be a concealed will to death. Thus the question, why is there science, leads back to the moral problem. What in general is the purpose of morality, if life, nature, and history are non-moral? There is no doubt that the conscientious man, in the daring and extreme sense in which he is presupposed by the belief in science, affirms thereby a world other than that of life, nature, and history, and in so far as he affirms this other world, what must he not just thereby deny its counterpart, this world, our world? But what I have in view will now be understood, namely, that it is always a metaphysical belief on which our belief in science rests, and that even we knowing ones of today, the godless and anti-metaphysical, still take our fire from the conflagration kindled by a belief a millennium old, the Christian belief, which was also the belief of Plato, that God is truth, that the truth is divine. But what if this itself always becomes more untrustworthy? What if nothing any longer proves itself divine, except it be error, blindness, and falsehood? What if God himself turns out to be our most persistent lie? 345. Morality as a problem. A defect in personality revenges itself everywhere. An enfeebled, lank, obliterated, self-disavowing and disowning personality is no longer fit for anything good. It is least of all at for philosophy. Selflessness has no value either in heaven or on earth. The great I problems all demand great love, and it is only the strong, well-rounded, secure spirits, those who have a solid basis, that are qualified for them. It makes the most material difference whether a thinker stands personally related to his problems, having his fate, his need, and even his highest happiness therein, or merely impersonally, that is to say, if he can only feel and grasp them with the tentacles of cold, prying thought. In the latter case I warrant that nothing comes of it, for the great problems, granting that they let themselves be grasped at all, do not let themselves be held by toads and weaklings. That has ever been their taste, a taste also which they share with all high-spirited women. How is it that I have not yet met with anyone, not even in books, who seems to have stood to morality in this position, as one who knew morality as a problem, and this problem as his own personal need, affliction, pleasure, and passion? It is obvious that up to the present morality has not been a problem at all. It has rather been the very ground on which people have met after all distrust, dissonance, and contradiction, the hallowed place of peace, where thinkers could obtain rest even from themselves, could recover breath and revive. I see no one who has ventured to criticize the estimates of moral worth. I miss in this connection even the attempts of scientific curiosity, and the fastidious, groping imagination of psychologists and historians, which easily anticipates a problem and catches it on the wing, without rightly knowing what it catches. With difficulty I have discovered some scanty data for the purpose of furnishing a history of the origin of these feelings and estimates of value. In an individual case I have done everything to encourage the inclination and talent for this kind of history in vain, as it would seem to me at present. There is little to be learned from those historians of morality. They themselves are usually, quite unsuspiciously, under the influence of a definite morality, and act unwittingly as its armor-bearers and followers, perhaps still repeating sincerely the popular superstition of Christian Europe, that the characteristic of moral action consists in abnegation, self-denial, self-sacrifice, or in fellow feeling and fellow suffering. The usual error in their premises is their insistence on a certain consensus among human beings, at least among civilized human beings, with regard to certain propositions of morality. From thence they conclude that these propositions are absolutely binding even upon you and me, or reversely, they come to the conclusion that no morality is binding, after the truth has dawned upon them that among different people's moral valuations are necessarily different, both of which conclusions are equally childish follies. The error of the more subtle amongst them is that they discover and criticize the probably foolish opinions of a people about its own morality, or the opinions of mankind about human morality generally, and they think that just by so doing they have criticized the morality itself. But the worth of a precept, "Thou shalt," is fundamentally different from and independent of such opinions about it, and must be distinguished from the weeds of error with which it has perhaps been overgrown, just as the worth of a medicine to a sick person is altogether independent of the question whether he has a scientific opinion about medicine, or merely thinks about it as an old wife would do. A morality could even have grown out of an error, but with this knowledge the problem of its worth would not even be touched. Thus, no one hitherto has tested the value of that most seal brat of all medicines, called morality, for which purpose it is first of all necessary for one to call it in question. Well, that is just our work. 346. Our note of interrogation. But you don't understand it? As a matter of fact, an effort will be necessary in order to understand us. We seek for words, we seek perhaps also for ears. Who are we after all? If we wanted simply to call ourselves in older phraseology, atheists, unbelievers, or even immoralists, we should still be far from thinking ourselves designated thereby. We are all three in too late a phase for people generally to conceive, for you, my inquisitive friends, to be able to conceive, what is our state of mind under the circumstances. No. We have no longer the bitterness and passion of him who has broken loose, who has to make for himself a belief, a goal, and even a martyrdom out of his unbelief. We have become saturated with the conviction that things are not at all divinely ordered in this world, nor even according to human standards do they go on rationally, mercifully, or justly. We know the fact that the world in which we live is ungodly, immoral, and inhuman. We have far too long interpreted it to ourselves falsely and mendaciously, according to the wish and will of our veneration, that is to say, according to our need. For man is a venerating animal. But he is also a distrustful animal, and that the world is not worth what we believed it to be worth is about the surest thing our distrust has at last managed to grasp. So much distrust, so much philosophy. We take good care not to say that the world is of less value. It seems to us at present absolutely ridiculous when man claims to devise values to surpass the values of the actual world. It is precisely from that point that we have retraced our steps, as from an extravagant error of human conceit and irrationality, which for a long period has not been recognized as such. This error had its last expression in modern pessimism, an older and stronger manifestation in the teaching of Buddha, but Christianity also contains it, more dubiously, to be sure, and more ambiguously, but none the less seductive on that account. The whole attitude of man versus the world, man as world-denying principle, man as the standard of the value of things, as judge of the world, who in the end puts existence itself on his scales and finds it too light. The monstrous impertinence of this attitude has dawned upon us as such, and has disgusted us. We now laugh when we find man and world placed beside one another, separated by the sublime presumption of the little word "and." But how is it? Have we not in our very laughing just made a further step in despising mankind? And consequently also in pessimism, in despising the existence cognoscible by us? Have we not just thereby awakened suspicion that there is an opposition between the world in which we have hitherto been at home with our venerations for the sake of which we perhaps endure life and another world which we ourselves are, an inexorable, radical, most profound suspicion concerning ourselves, which is continually getting us Europeans more annoyingly into its power, and could easily face the coming generation with the terrible alternative, either do away with your venerations, or with yourselves. The latter would be nihilism, but would not the former also be nihilism? This is our note of interrogation. 347. Believers and their need of belief. How much faith a person requires in order to flourish, how much fixed opinion he requires which he does not wish to have shaken, because he holds himself thereby, is a measure of his power. Most people in old Europe, as it seems to me, still need Christianity at present, and on that account it still finds belief. For such is man, a theological dogma might be refuted to him 1,000 times, provided, however, that he had need of it, he would again and again accept it as true, according to the famous proof of power of which the Bible speaks. Some have still need of metaphysics, but also the impatient longing for certainty which at present discharges itself in scientific, positivist fashion among large numbers of the people, the longing by all means to get at something stable. Even this is still the longing for a hold, a support, in short, the instinct of weakness, which, while not actually creating religions, metaphysics, and convictions of all kinds, nevertheless preserves them. In fact, around all these positivist systems there fume the vapors of a certain pessimistic gloom, something of weariness, fatalism, disillusionment, and tear of new disillusionment, or else manifest animosity, ill humor, anarchic exasperation, and whatever there is of symptom or masquerade of the feeling of weakness. Even the readiness with which our cleverest contemporaries get lost in wretched corners and alleys, for example, in Vaterlanderei, or in petty aesthetic creeds in the manner of Parisian naturalism, or in nihilism in the St. Petersburg style, this shows always and above all the need of belief, support, backbone, and buttress. Belief is always most desired, most pressingly needed, where there is a lack of will, for the will, as emotion of command, is the distinguishing characteristic of sovereignty and power. That is to say, the less a person knows how to command, the more urgent is his desire for that which commands, and commands sternly, a god, a prince, a caste, a physician, a confessor, a dogma, a party conscience. From whence perhaps it could be inferred that the two world religions, Buddhism and Christianity, might well have had the cause of their rise, and especially of their rapid extension, in an extraordinarium dad percent JTFJKU, and in truth it has been so. Both religions lighted upon a longing, monstrously exaggerated by malady of the will, for an imperative, a thou shalt, a longing going the length of despair. Both religions were teachers of fanaticism in times of slackness of willpower, and thereby offered to innumerable persons a support, a new possibility of exercising will, an enjoyment in willing. For in fact fanaticism is the sole volitional strength to which the weak and irresolute can be excited, as a sort of hypnotizing of the entire sensory intellectual system, in favor of the overabundant nutrition of a particular point of view and a particular sentiment, which then dominates. The Christian calls it his faith. When a man arrives at the fundamental conviction that he requires to be commanded, he becomes a believer. Reversely, one could imagine a delight and a power of self-determining, and a freedom of will, whereby a spirit could bid farewell to every belief, to every wish for certainty, accustomed as it would be to support itself on slender cords and possibilities, and to dance even on the verge of abysses. Such a spirit would be the RA spirit par excellence. 348. The origin of the learned. The learned man in Europe grows out of all the different ranks and social conditions, like a plant requiring no specific soil. On that account he belongs essentially and involuntarily to the partisans of democratic thought. But this origin betrays itself. If one has trained one's glance to some extent to recognize in a learned book or scientific treatise the intellectual idiosyncrasy of the learned man, all of them have such idiosyncrasy, and if we take it by surprise, we shall almost always get a glimpse behind it of the antecedent history of the learned man and his family, especially of the nature of their callings and occupations. Where the feeling finds expression, that is at last proved, I am now done with it. It is commonly the ancestor in the blood and instincts of the learned man that approves of the accomplished work in the nook from which he sees things, the belief in the proof is only an indication of what has been looked upon for ages by a laborious family as good work. Take an example, the sons of registrars and office clerks of every kind, whose main task has always been to arrange a variety of material, distribute it in drawers, and systematize it generally, evince, when they become learned men, an inclination to regard a problem as almost solved when they have systematized it. There are philosophers who are at bottom nothing but systematizing brains. The formal part of the paternal occupation has become its essence to them. The talent for classifications, for tables of categories, betrays something. It is not for nothing that a person is the child of his parents. The son of an advocate will also have to be an advocate as investigator. He seeks as a first consideration, to carry the point in his case. As a second consideration, he perhaps seeks to be in the right. One recognizes the sons of Protestant clergymen and schoolmasters by the native assurance with which as learned men they already assume their case to be proved. When it has but been presented by them staunchly and warmly, they are thoroughly accustomed to people believing in them. It belonged to their father's trade. A Jew, contrariwise, in accordance with his business surroundings and the past of his race, is least of all accustomed to people believing him. Observe Jewish scholars with regard to this matter. They all lay great stress on logic, that is to say, on compelling assent by means of reasons. They know that they must conquer thereby, even when race and class antipathy is against them, even where people are unwilling to believe them. For in fact, nothing is more democratic than logic. It knows no respect of persons, and takes even the crooked nose as straight. In German the expression Kopf wasken, besides the literal sense, also means to give a person a sound drubbing. Tr. 349. The origin of the learned once more. To seek self-preservation merely, is the expression of a state of distress, or of limitation of the true, fundamental instinct of life, which aims at the extension of power, and with this in view often enough calls in question self-preservation and sacrifices it. It should be taken as symptomatic when individual philosophers, as for example, the consumptive Spinoza, have seen and have been obliged to see the principal feature of life precisely in the so-called self-preservative instinct. They have just been men in states of distress. That our modern natural sciences have entangled themselves so much with Spinoza's dogma, is probably owing to the origin of most of the inquirers into nature. They belong in this respect to the people. Their forefathers have been poor and humble persons, who knew too well by immediate experience the difficulty of making a living. Over the whole of English Darwinism there hovers something of the suffocating air of overcrowded England, something of the odor of humble people in need and in straits. But as an investigator of nature, a person ought to emerge from his paltry human nook, and in nature the state of distress does not prevail, but superfluity, even prodigality to the extent of folly. The struggle for existence is only an exception, a temporary restriction of the will to live. The struggle, be it great or small, turns everywhere on predominance, on increase and expansion, on power, in conformity to the will to power, which is just the will to live. 350. In honor of homines religiosi. The struggle against the Church is certainly the struggle of the more ordinary, cheerful, confiding, superficial natures against the rule of the graver, profounder, more contemplative natures, that is to say, the more malign and suspicious men, who with long-continued distrust in the worth of life, brood also over their own worth. The ordinary instinct of the people, its sensual gaiety, its good heart, revolts against them. The entire Roman Church rests on a southern suspicion of the nature of man, a suspicion whereby the European South has succeeded to the inheritance of the profound Orient, the mysterious, venerable Asia and its contemplative spirit. Protestantism was a popular insurrection in favor of the simple, the respectable, the superficial, but it was the French Revolution that first gave the scepter wholly and solemnly into the hands of the good man. 351. In honor of priestly natures. I think that philosophers have always felt themselves very remote from that which the people take for wisdom, the prudent, bovine placidity, piety, and country parson meekness, which lies in the meadow and gazes at life seriously and ruminatingly. This is probably because philosophers have not had sufficiently the taste of the people, or of the country parson, for that kind of wisdom. Philosophers will also perhaps be the last to acknowledge that the people should understand something of that which lies furthest from them, something of the great passion of the thinker, who lives and must live continually in the storm cloud of the highest problems and the heaviest responsibilities. The people venerate an entirely different type of men when on their part they form the ideal of a sage, and they are 1,000 times justified in rendering homage with the highest eulogies and honors to precisely that type of men, namely, the gentle, serious, simple, chaste, priestly natures and those related to them. It is to them that the praise falls due in the popular veneration of wisdom. And to whom should the multitude have more reason to be grateful than to these men who pertain to its class and rise from its ranks, but are persons consecrated, chosen, and sacrificed for its good? They themselves believe themselves sacrificed to God, before whom every one can pour forth his heart with impunity, by whom he can get RTD of his secrets, cares, and worse things. Here there exists a great need, for sewers and pure cleansing waters are required also for spiritual filth, and rapid currents of love are needed, and strong, lowly, pure hearts, who qualify and sacrifice themselves for such service of the non-public health department, for it is a sacrificing, the priest is, and continues to be, a human sacrifice. The people regard such sacrificed, silent, serious men of faith as wise, that is to say, as men who have become sages, as reliable in relation to their own unreliability. Who would desire to deprive the people of that expression and that veneration? But as is fair on the other side, among philosophers the priest also is still held to belong to the people, and is not regarded as a sage, because, above all, they themselves do not believe in sages, and they already sent the people in this very belief and superstition. It was modesty which invented in Greece the word philosopher, and left to the play actors of the spirit the superb arrogance of assuming the name wise, the modesty of such monsters of pride and self-glorification as Pythagoras and Plato. 352. Why we can hardly dispense with morality. The naked man is generally an ignominious spectacle. I speak of us European males. If the most joyous company at table suddenly found themselves stripped and divested of their garments through the trick of an enchanter, I believe that not only would the joyousness be gone and the strongest appetite lost, it seems that we Europeans cannot at all dispense with the masquerade that is called clothing. But should not the disguise of moral men, the screening under moral formulae and notions of decency, the whole kindly concealment of our conduct under conceptions of duty, virtue, public sentiment, honorableness, and disinterestedness, have just as good reasons in support of it? Not that I mean hereby that human wickedness and baseness, in short, the evil wild beast in us, should be disguised. On the contrary, my idea is that it is precisely as tame animals that we are an ignominious spectacle and require moral disguising, that the inner man in Europe is far from having enough of intrinsic evil to let himself be seen with it. The European disguises himself in morality because he has become a sickly, crippled animal, who has good reasons for being tame, because he is almost an abortion, an imperfect, weak and clumsy thing. It is not the fierceness of the beast of prey that finds moral disguise necessary, but the gregarious animal, with its profound mediocrity, anxiety, and ennui. Morality dresses up the European, let us acknowledge it. In more distinguished, more important, more conspicuous guise, in divine guise. 353. The origin of religions. The real inventions of founders of religions are, on the one hand, to establish a definite mode of life and everyday custom, which operates as discipline voluntatis, and at the same time does away with ennui, and on the other hand, to give to that very mode of life an interpretation, by virtue of which it appears illumined with the highest value, so that it henceforth becomes a good for which people struggle, and under certain circumstances lay down their lives. In truth, the second of these inventions is the more essential. The first, the mode of life, has usually been there already, side by side, however, with other modes of life, and still unconscious of the value which it embodies. The import, the originality of the founder of a religion, discloses itself usually in the fact that he sees the mode of life, selects it, and divines for the first time the purpose for which it can be used, how it can be interpreted. Jesus, for example, found around him the life of the common people in the Roman province, a modest, virtuous, oppressed life. He interpreted it, he put the highest significance and value into it, and thereby the courage to despise every other mode of life, the calm fanaticism of the Moravians, the secret, subterranean self-confidence which goes on increasing, and is at last ready to overcome the world. Buddha, in like manner, found the same type of man. He found it in fact dispersed among all the classes and social ranks of a people who were good and kind, owing to indolence, and who likewise owing to indolence, lived abstemiously, almost without requirements. He understood that such a type of man, with all its vis inertia, had inevitably to glide into a belief which promises to avoid the return of earthly ill. This understanding was his genius. The founder of a religion possesses psychological infallibility in the knowledge of a definite, average type of souls, who have not yet recognized themselves as akin. It is he who brings them together. The founding of a religion, therefore, always becomes a long ceremony of recognition. 354. The genius of the species. The problem of consciousness meets us only when we begin to perceive in what measure we could dispense with it, and it is at the beginning of this perception that we are now placed by physiology and zoology. For we could in fact think, feel, will, and recollect, we could likewise act in every sense of the term, and nevertheless nothing of it all need necessarily come into consciousness. The whole of life would be possible without it seeing itself as it were in a mirror, as in fact even at present the far greater part of our life still goes on without this mirroring, and even our thinking, feeling, volitional life as well, however painful this statement may sound to an older philosopher. What then is the purpose of consciousness generally, when it is in the main superfluous? Now it seems to me, if you will hear my answer and its perhaps extravagant supposition, that the subtlety and strength of consciousness are always in proportion to the capacity for communication of a man, the capacity for communication in its turn being in proportion to the necessity for communication, the latter not to be understood as if precisely the individual himself who is master in the art of communicating and making known his necessities would at the same time have to be most dependent upon others for his necessities, seems to me, however, to be so in relation to whole races and successions of generations, where necessity and need have long compelled men to communicate with their fellows and understand another rapidly and subtly. A surplus of the power and art of communication is at last acquired as if it were a fortune which had gradually accumulated, and now waited for an heir to squander it prodigally. Granted that this observation correct, I may proceed further to the conjecture that consciousness generally has only been developed under the pressure of the necessity for communication. From the first it has been necessary and useful only between man and has only developed in proportion to its utility. Consciousness is properly only a connecting network between man and man. It is only as such that it has had to develop. The recluse and wild beast species of men would not have needed it. The very fact that our actions, thoughts, feelings, and motions come within the range of our consciousness, at least a part of them, is the result of a terrible, prolonged must-ruling man's destiny. As the most endangered animal, he needed help and protection, he needed his fellows, he was obliged to express his distress, he had to know how to make himself understood, and for all this he needed consciousness first of all. He had to know himself what he lacked, to know how he felt, and to know what he thought. For, to repeat it once more, man, like every living creature, thinks unceasingly, but does not know it. The thinking which is becoming conscious of itself is only the smallest part thereof, we may say, the most superficial part, the worst part, for this conscious thinking alone is done in words, that is to say, in the symbols for communication, by means of which the origin of consciousness is revealed. In short, the development of speech and the development of consciousness go hand in hand. Let it be further accepted that it is not only speech that serves as a bridge between man and man, but also the looks, the pressure, and the gestures, our becoming conscious of our sense impressions, our power of being able to fix them, and as it were to locate them outside of ourselves, has increased in proportion as the necessity has increased for communicating them to others by means of signs. The sign-inventing man is at the same time the man who is always more acutely self-conscious. It is only as a social animal that man has learned to become conscious of himself. He is doing so still, and doing so more and more. As is obvious, my idea is that consciousness does not properly belong to the individual existence of man, but rather to the social and gregarious nature in him, that, as follows therefrom, it is only in relation to communal and gregarious utility that it is finely developed, and that consequently each of us, in spite of the best intention of understanding himself as individually as possible, and of knowing himself, will always just call into consciousness the non-individual in him, namely, his averageness, that our thought itself is continuously as it were outvoted by the character of consciousness by the imperious genius of the species therein and is translated back into the perspective of the herd. Fundamentally our actions are in an incomparable manner altogether personal, unique, and absolutely individual, there is no doubt about it, but as soon as we translate them into consciousness, they do not appear so any longer. This is the proper phenomenalism and perspectivism as I understand it. The nature of animal consciousness involves the notion that the world of which we can become conscious is only a superficial and symbolic world, a generalist and vulgarist world, that everything which becomes conscious becomes just thereby shallow, meager, relatively stupid, a generalization, a symbol, a characteristic of the herd, that with the evolving of consciousness there is always combined a great, radical perversion, falsification, superficialization, and generalization. Finally, the growing consciousness is a danger, and whoever lives among the most conscious Europeans knows even that it is a disease. As may be conjectured, it is not the antithesis of subject and object with which I am here concerned. I leave that distinction to the epistemologists who have remained entangled in the toils of grammar. It is still less the antithesis of thing in itself and phenomenon, for we do not know enough to be entitled even to make such a distinction. Indeed, we have not any organ at all for knowing, or for truth. We know just as much as may be of use in the interest of the human herd, the species, and even what is here called usefulness is ultimately only a belief, a fancy, and perhaps precisely the most fatal stupidity by which we shall one day be ruined. 355. The origin of our conception of knowledge. I take this explanation from the street. I heard one of the people saying that he knew me, so I asked myself, what do the people really understand by knowledge? What do they want when they seek knowledge? Nothing more than that what is strange is to be traced back to something known. And we philosophers, have we really understood anything more by knowledge? The known, that is to say, what we are accustomed to so that we no longer marvel at it, the commonplace, any kind of rule to which we are habituated, all and everything in which we know ourselves to be at home. What is our need of knowing? Not just this need of the known? The will to discover in everything strange, unusual, or questionable, something which no longer disquiets us? Is it not possible that it should be the instinct of fear which enjoins upon us to know? Is it not possible that the rejoicing of the discerner should be just his rejoicing in the regained feeling of security? One philosopher imagined the world known when he had traced it back to the idea. Alas, was it not because the idea was so known, so familiar to him, because he had so much less fear of the idea? Oh, this moderation of the discerners, let us but look at their principles, and at their solutions of the riddle 01 the world in this connection. When they again find aught in things, among things, or behind things that is unfortunately very well known to us, for example, our multiplication table, or our logic, or our willing and desiring, how happy they immediately are. For what is known is understood, they are unanimous as to that. Even the most circumspect among them think that the known is at least more easily understood than the strange, that for example, it is methodically ordered to proceed outward from the inner world, from the facts of consciousness, because it is the world which is better known to us. Errors. The known is the accustomed, and the accustomed is the most difficult of all to understand, that is to say, to perceive as a problem, to perceive as strange, distant, outside of us. The great certainty of the natural sciences in comparison with psychology and the criticism of the elements of consciousness on natural sciences, as one might almost be entitled to call them, rests precisely on the fact that they take what is strange as their object, while it is almost like something contradictory and absurd to wish to take generally what is not strange as an object. 356. In what manner Europe will always become more artistic. Provincial living still enforces even in the present day a definite role on almost all male Europeans, their so-called callings. Some have the liberty, an apparent liberty, to choose this road themselves, but most have it chosen for them. The result is strange enough. Almost all Europeans confound themselves with their role when they advance in age. They themselves are the victims of their good acting. They have forgotten how much chance, whim, and arbitrariness swayed them when their calling was decided, and how many other roles they could perhaps have played, for it is now too late. Looked at more closely, we see that their characters have actually evolved out of their role, nature out of art. There were ages in which people believed with unshaken confidence, yea, with piety, in their predestination for this very business, for that very mode of livelihood, and would not at all acknowledge chance,